Oh My Audiobooks presents Inked Babies, Book 6 of Inked Brotherhood, an epilogue story to the Inked Brotherhood series, written by Joe Raven, performed by the full series cast, including Samantha Cook and C.J. Mission, Ava Erickson and Teddy Hamilton, Anna Reardon and Sebastian York, Abby Craden and Tad Branson, and Aaron Mallon and Joe Arden.
Part 1. Tyler and Aaron. This bastard loves you. Chapter 1. Tyler. Jax, where are you, buddy? A small blue jacket in one hand and a dino-themed hood in the other. I wander through the apartment, checking first inside the bathroom, then his bedroom. Time to go. If you'd told me 2 years ago that I'd be getting ready on a Sunday morning to take my 6-year-old son out, I'd have laughed in your face and given you the finger. I wasn't in a good place back then, and that's a fucking understatement. Look at me now. Grinning, I stop to shake my head at myself, tell myself to take a breath and allow my chest to expand with happiness, before I open the door to the only room left. There you are, I tell Jax, who's standing by the crib, pulling faces at the baby. Didn't you hear me calling? She's so funny, he says in a way of reply. And I have to agree with him that baby Isabella is more interesting than I am. Yep. I lean over the crib and gaze at my daughter, who's wiggling and staring back at us with huge, dark eyes and rosy cheeks just like Aaron's. And although right now she looks just like a squirrel, cheeks stuffed with nuts, one day she'll be pretty like your mom. Jax giggles. Said mom, who's currently brushing her hair sitting on the bed, laughs, a sound I'll never get tired of hearing. Flattery will get you kissed, she warns. Ew. Jax makes a face at the prospect, but I'm beside her in 2 strides to claim my prize. Prettiest mom ever, I tell her, leaning over to cover her mouth with mine. Taste her. And it's only because of Jax that I don't push her down on the bed and claim her on the spot. Working around the kids for some alone time isn't easy, but, hell, I have plans for later tonight, and I'll sink inside her so deep, fuck her so hard, we might be in danger of making another baby. She does that to me. When I'm with her, I can't stop touching her, kissing her, possessing her, wanting her every minute of every hour. This hasn't changed since I was 16 and she was 14. Won't change. Ever. I don't feel so pretty right now, she whispers, and smooths a hand over her slightly rounded belly where our daughter lived for most of last year. It feels like I'll never go back to how my body was before. You're perfect, I tell her, and hold her gaze, hoping she can feel me. I grab her hand and haul her to her feet, make a show of leering at her. And it's not all show. Her lush curves are making me hard. So fucking hard. I turn slightly to hide this little and getting bigger fact from the room, although Jax is still too young to understand what's happening. You're beautiful. Our kids rock. And I love you. She wraps a slender arm around my hips and smiles against my shoulder. Right back at you, Tyler Grayson. Marry me, Aaron Wilson? She laughs again, pulling back just enough to slap my arm, her brown eyes sparkling. How many times do I have to say yes? Every day, I whisper, and haul her back to me for another quick kiss. I stare into her sparkling eyes. And every night. A small hand pats my leg, jerking me out of my trance. Daddy, are we going out? My heart always misses a beat when he calls me that. The fact that I'm a dad to these 2 kids, a husband-to-be to this amazing girl. It's beyond me. Some days I question reality, wonder if this is a fucking dream. Yeah, little buddy. Without conscious thought, I bend my knees, wrap my other arm around his small form, and lift him to my hip. Let's grab your sis, and we are all set to go. We're heading to an indoor playground Jax has fallen in love with, unless it's that blonde girl he likes to play with, and who also frequents the place. Maybe he's having his first crush. Hell. Dylan was the one who told me about the place, and he takes his young brothers there often. They're 8 and 12 now. Not as young as Jax, but the 3 kids get along well. Plus it gives us a chance to catch up, together with Ash and Audrey, whose kid is now old enough to play there too. So domestic, and peaceful, and normal. All the things I thought I'd never have, that I never thought I'd deserve to have. It's fucking scary sometimes, because I'm getting used to this quiet and happiness and shit. Scary because I'm afraid it won't last. But it will. This girl, these kids, this family and friends make sure I believe it every day with their laughter and hugs and affection, helping me bury the past, bury the damage my father has done, or, shall I say, Asher's father, with his knife and his beatings and his words and actions. I'll always be a bastard my mom had with an unknown man back in the day, but I've stopped caring about that. How can I fester in anger about the past, when the present and the future look like Aaron and my kids, my brightest stars? And then, of course, there's Ash, my brother, who's waving at us from the parking lot, holding in his arms Scott, his baby son, while Audrey is hauling a huge baby bag from the car, her red hair glinting in the morning light. Life's fucking perfect right now. And again that nasty prong of fear jabs into my chest. To get rid of it for good, I lean over and kiss Erin, swallowing her gasp of surprise and getting a good taste of her sweetness before I unbuckle and climb out of the car. Then I open the door and scoop Jax up, letting his slight weight and kicking legs ground me in the here and now. I walk around the car to where Erin is unbuckling little Izza and manage to hug all of them the moment she straightens with the baby in her arms. Everything's fine with the world. Here's proof. Dylan's already inside with the kids, Ash informs me, one brow raised at how I'm clinging to my family and not moving to join him. Everything okay, Ty? Yeah, I tell him gruffly, and finally let go of Aaron and the baby so that they can make their way toward the building, my hold on Jax relaxing a little as he squirms in my arms. Everything's fine. Good, because Dylan said there's something he wants to discuss. Let's get inside. Don't tell me he decided to get hitched too. Did he finally knock Tessa up? You think? Ash laughs and jiggles little Scott up and down. His laugh is low and deep and real, and his pale wolf eyes sparkle. It makes my chest warm with joy to see my baby bro so relaxed, so easy in his skin, so playful with his son, so happy. What are you guys laughing about? Audrey slips her arm around Asher's hips, her face flushed, her red curls bouncing on her shoulders. What did I miss? Nothing. Dylan wants to talk. He puts his free arm around her shoulders. You feeling okay? I narrow my eyes at them. Speaking of knocking up, does Audrey have another bun in the oven? It's only been 1.5 years since the birth of Scott, and they wanted to wait until they both finished college and found steady jobs before going for another kid. But sometimes you can't control these things. And she flushes even darker under my brother's scrutiny. Huh. Then again, maybe I'm seeing things. Everyone around me seems to be burning with baby fever these days. Hell, I didn't think Aaron and I would be having another child so soon after getting back together. Not that I'd change anything. Anything at all. We find Dylan watching over his brothers who are busy jumping on one of the trampolines and making a racket. He's the only one in the Inked Brotherhood who's not yet a father, and yet he's been acting like one before the thought of having children had even been a blip in our minds. When his mother left and then his dad went off the deep end, leaving him in charge of his little brothers, he had to grow up quickly and step into his parents' shoes. That had been a hard time, with his little brother and then himself getting sick with Lyme disease. then their dad burning their house and dying in the fire. It could have ended really badly, but all three brothers are fine now, thankfully. Tessa helped them through those dark times, stood by them. She made Dylan understand she wasn't leaving his side, their side, for as long as they needed her. Dylan decided he needed her forever. Though, speaking of whom, "Hey man, you here alone? Where's Tess?" I clap him on the back and he nods at me, and we bump fists. "She's in Guatemala organizing an archaeological dig. She's coming back on Tuesday." I eye him carefully. He's lounging there, all relaxed-like, but I can read these guys like an open book by now, and the tension in his shoulders betrays him. "She's been traveling a lot, hasn't she?" "What?" He blinks at me. "Well, yeah, but no more than normal." "Then what's the gloomy face for?" "Fuck off, Tyler." "She won't marry your sorry ass? I bet that's what's gotten your thong in a twist." This gets him laughing, which is a fucking relief. I don't want to be right. Not about this shit. "I'm wearing her down, slowly," he says after a moment. I scratch at my arm, at my newest tattoo. Black tribal patterns with the names of my kids inked on the underside, courtesy of Zane. "Whatever. That chick would give up everything for you. And that's what I don't want," he says fiercely. "She's only just gotten back her freedom from her parents and found a job she likes. She's discovering herself for the first time. I don't want her to fucking give up everything, anything, to marry me and have my kids." "Trust me, Dylan," Audrey says, leaning in to give him a quick hug. "Having the babies of the man you love is no hardship." She turns to watch Asher crawl onto the trampoline with Scott and smiles warmly. "Not at all." "Daddy!" Jack starts jumping up and down on my arm, and ow, he's getting heavy. "Trampoline! Put me down, put me down, put me down!" "Fuck. Okay, buddy, calm down." I slide him down before he dislocates my shoulder, and he runs like a bullet to his uncle who helps him climb up. Ash nods at me that he's got Jack's covered, and I turn back to Dylan, shaking out my arm. "He's getting big?" Dylan smiles. "Yeah, and you'd make a great dad." "Shut up." I shrug. "It's the truth." "Tessa knows it," my beautiful girlfriend says, coming to stand beside me, baby Isabella gurgling in her arms. "Trust me, women know when a guy will make a good daddy." "Really? That's creepy," Dylan says, making a face at her. "It's sexy," she replies, and smiles up at me. She's sexy. The things I want to do to her. 2 kids with her, and I want her like the first day. No, scratch that. I want her more. She's been insecure about her body since the birth of Isa 3 months ago, and I have to prove to her she has nothing to worry about. Not only because there's no other girl for me, but also because I love how she carried our babies in her belly and fed them from her breasts. "Oh, shit," she says suddenly, grabbing one of her boobs. "I'm leaking." Am I a mind reader or what? "Need help with that?" I offer magnanimously and lick my lips. "Help?" "I could hold your boob while she drinks, or I could hold the other one." I wink, and she blushes. It lights up all the golds and greens in her brown eyes. "Ty," she hisses, glancing meaningfully at Dylan, as if it's the first time I've said such things in front of the guys. "Fine, but the offer stands." She shakes her head, cheeks colored crimson. "I'm going to find a bench and feed our daughter. We'll talk later about this." But as she walks away, cooing to the baby, she turns to smile at me over her shoulder, and I grin. Man, I can't wait to sink inside her and fuck her into the mattress, make her come again and again, calling out my name. My dick twitches in agreement. "Get a room, you guys," Dylan mutters good-humoredly, and it serves as a reminder that walking around thinking about what I want to do to Aaron tonight and sporting a tent in the front of my jeans is generally frowned upon in children's playgrounds. Hell. Ash said you wanted to talk. I follow his gaze to two boys bouncing on the trampoline, one blonde, the other dark-haired, both wearing his face in miniature. I swear, all three Hayes brothers were cut from the same mold. If it's not about Tessa or your brothers, then what? He grunts, rolls his shoulders. Since he went back to college and sports, he's bulked up a lot more. Later. Let's go watch over the kids. They're a handful, and Ash looks tired. He does? I frown in the direction of my brother, who's pulling Jack's back with one hand, hugging little Scott close to his body with the other, while saying something to Dylan's brothers who are jumping too close to some other kids. He does. Let's go. Tired doesn't mean unhappy, I remind myself, and I should know. With the new baby in the house, sleep has become a precious commodity, a luxury. And still we're happy. Happier than ever. Still. Maybe we should move to rocking jump trampolines, where there's much more space and we can all watch over the boys. Talking can wait.
Chapter 2. Aaron. I watch as Tyler and Dylan head toward the trampoline, and my heart settles in its place. No matter how much I trust Asher, and I trust him a lot, I only feel relaxed when Tyler is with Jax, looking over him. Call me overprotective if you like. I've just had a baby, and all my mother instincts are burning in my blood like fire. Letting Jax out of my sight is harder than ever. Hopefully the feeling will fade a little before I go stir-crazy. Hormones rule. I cover up my boob and lift the baby up to pat her back. Milk drools down the side of her mouth, but not too much. My blouse is already stained from the last breastfeeding session, and I don't have the energy to reach for a tissue to clean it up. I can't remember being so tired with Jax. Then again, I was 16 when I had him, and Mom and Dad were with me all the time. Or I just forgot how I felt. That's it, probably. My mind erased the pain of childbirth and the exhaustion of taking care of a baby so that I'd have another. They're Tyler's babies, though, both of them, and I'd take all the exhaustion in the world 100 times over for the joy of holding them, loving them, watching them grow with him by my side. Tears burn my eyes. Happy tears. It wasn't that long ago that I'd given up on him, that I'd thought him lost to me, gone, perhaps even dead. Not that long ago he returned to me out of the blue, back from the dead, with a terrible story of his dad torturing him, carving the word bastard in his chest, carving him open. Then his mom sending him away to live with a half-crazed, drug-addicted uncle. A story that left him scarred in and out, battling with benzo withdrawal, panic attacks, and nightmares. But he came back, and he fought to win my trust again. He showed me he was here to stay, that he meant it when he said he loved me, that he'd do anything to be with me. He took my anger and turned it into sadness, and then back into love. He fought with his nightmares, sold his motorcycle to pay off the debts my family had since my difficult first pregnancy and birth of Jax, and dated me, courted me, screwed my brains out too, but I wanted him to. I'd missed him so damn bad. He's both the boy I used to know and a man, male through and through, tall, strong, handsome, sexy, but also loving, trustworthy, dependable. The best man I could have ever imagined. The best daddy I could have ever wished for. My best friend, and soon-to-be husband. Oh, God. Butterflies somersault in my belly when I think about that, just like they do whenever he kisses me, or just looks at me, like he's doing now, from across the distance, a crooked grin on his face, Jax held in his strong arms. His dark eyes pin me to the spot, full of promises, and I'm sitting there with my aching nipples and a baby drooling on my shoulder, my panties growing damp from arousal. Hot damn this man. I don't think I'll ever stop wanting him, needing him. I really hope he has plans for us tonight, like he said. We haven't had any real sex these past 3 months, apart from a few hurried encounters with hand jobs, and when he attempted to go down on me and I didn't let him. Yeah, I felt a little self-conscious about the state of the regions down under after the birth. Afraid it's, I don't know, wrinkled, stretched, weird. Something I didn't have to wonder about after the birth of Jax because Tyler wasn't there, and I didn't date anyone. There's never been anyone for me but Tyler, and no, I don't feel like I've missed out on anything. Not when I can have him. Biting my lip, I get to my feet, patting the baby's back until she burps, and walk toward the little group of my friends, only to get sidetracked by Audrey, who's heading my way, Scott in her arms. Her son is the spitting image of Asher, with his dark mop of hair and pale blue eyes. He grins when he sees Isabella, showing us his few baby teeth, and I snicker. "Your boy is cute," I say, bouncing Isabella a little to get her to stop fussing. "Both my boys are cute." Audrey glances at Asher's broad-shouldered form, where he's strolling with Tyler, and her cheeks color. I can't disagree. Asher is a looker, though of course I find Tyler much more handsome. What can I say? Ty has my heart since I learned how to love. "How's Scott?" I nod at Scott, and he blubbers something, fingers shoved so deep inside his mouth I gag in sympathy. "Teething," she says. "Still teething. How long will this torture last?" With Jax it took 2 full years for all his teeth to come out. Look at that. I didn't forget all the trouble I went through with Jax after all. He was cranky all the time, but, I hurriedly add, when her face pales dramatically, I'm told many babies get theirs much faster. "Good to know," she snorts. "Sorry, I love my little man, but he started teething just when he'd finally started sleeping through the night, you know? What little energy I had begun to get back is already gone." "I know. I feel your pain." She laughs again, this time a quiet little sound. "I shouldn't complain. I'm happy. I just panic sometimes, that I'm not a good mom, that I don't have enough patience, that I'm not taking good care of him." "Come here." When she does, I give her a one-armed hug and feel her shake a little. She's younger than me, and although I was much younger when I had Jax, I can understand her fears. "You're doing great. You're an awesome mom, and Ash is an awesome dad. You guys rock." Her little snort is a little hysterical this time, and I rub my hand in circles on her back. "Ash has been so great. He was panicking at first that he'd be a horrible dad like his own dad, but he's amazing with Scott." "And so are you," I tell her firmly. "Asher keeps telling us how much." She peeks up at me from behind her tumble of red hair. "He does? You're pulling my leg." "I pinky swear." Scott wails, and Audrey gives him a kiss on his chubby cheek. "He's getting hungry. My turn to let my tits out." I snicker. I bet Ash would love to help. And as soon as the words leave my mouth, I remember what Tyler said, and my insides clench with need. Crap. Since giving birth to Izza, I can't even name my girly parts without feeling embarrassed. Pussy, Aaron. It's called a pussy, and it wants your boyfriend's dick inside it. And now I'm throbbing worse than before. "Yeah, Asher tries to steal Scott's milk sometimes." She sticks her tongue out at me. "But not much." "Kinky. In any case, Scott can't drink more than a boobful at a time." She pushes out her considerable rack and winks. "So I have no worries, and that's on top of everything else he eats now. I'm giving him 1 more month, and I'll wean him off." She nuzzles his chubby face. "My little man." Isabella burps again, and I jiggle her on my arm. "I'm going to find Tyler and Jax, see what they're up to." "They're boys." She settles on the bench and starts unbuttoning her shirt. "They're up to mischief." "Most probably." As I turn to go, I pause. "Have you seen Dakota and Megan recently?" They are Zane's and Rafe's girls, respectively. Both had babies around the time I did, and I don't think I've seen them recently, apart from that one time we went to congratulate them and meet the babies. She nods as she nestles Scott in the crook of her arm. I saw them a couple of times at damage control. They seem okay. The babies are super cute. We should arrange to meet, all of us girls one day. Maybe we'll pass the baby fever to Tessa, too. Then don't tell her about teething, or the colic, or the fussiness. She just shakes her head and laughs. Those secrets are safe with me. She sobers up. We should meet. I think... She glances down at her son as he latches onto her nipple. I think something's up with Dakota. Dakota? Not Megan? I know, right? Meg was so terrified of having babies, she was the one I was mostly worried about when you girls all got pregnant. But she's taking it well. No, Dakota is the one worrying me. She seems way too tired and distracted and sad. Sad? This is bad and strange. Or not. Baby blues, you think? Who knows, but we need to check on her. We sure do, because the boys may have a brotherhood forged through pain and blood, but we girls have our own team, our sisterhood, woven with tears and pain and laughter and love, and we also take care of one another. Always. Hey, girl. Tyler is carrying a cranky Jax under one arm, limp like a sack of potatoes. What happened? He got into a fight with Tio, Dylan's youngest brother. Over some significant matter or other, I'll bet. Yeah, a rotten piece of chocolate they found on the trampoline. Oh, God. I laugh. I can't help it. I've been laughing a lot more since I got Tyler back in my life, and his answering grin is bright like the sun. Don't worry, I threw it away before they could tear it apart with their bare teeth. The image only has me laughing harder, and that gets Isabella wailing. Crap. Why don't you invite everyone over, I say, glancing down at her, trying to gauge if she needs changing, or is just tired and needs to sleep. I've got the roast ready, and the salad. We haven't really sat down with them in a while. Sounds good. He leans over, trails his mouth on my neck. I love you, Aaron. Shoo! I bump him with my hip and pretend I'm not affected and melting, like every time he speaks the words. Go tell them before Isa really gets going. Quickly. I'm going. I watch him jog over to the others, talking to Jax, who's giggling, set up on his hip. Faster. We need to be faster. Boys. God, I love Ty. He's doing so much better now than he did a year ago, though he still has panic attacks sometimes and goes all OCD on me when he's stressed and organizes everything by color and shape. But he's better. And I want everyone to be better. I love my little family and my friends. I want to make sure they're all fed and cozy and warm and happy, that they're all right all the way to the bone, all the way to the soul. That even if we're exhausted and still battling our demons, we've reached the end and found it's not an end, but a happy new beginning. Once we're home, Dylan takes charge of the kitchen, and I let him because I may be secure in my cooking skills, but he's a pretty good cook himself, and I need to convince Isabella to sleep. Kinda hard with so many people around. The doorbell rings at some point as Isa yawns, and by the time she finally drifts off and I leave the room, baby monitor in place, I find Rafe and Megan with their baby son there too. Hey! I hurry over to give them hugs and coo at the baby, who's a perfect mixture between the two of them. Golden hair and cat-like eyes like him, tanned skin and dark gaze like her. So glad you came. Tyler called us. Rafe mumbles and grins, flashing his deep dimples at me. We hope you don't mind. Always such a nice boy, Raphael Vestry. I was just asking Audrey about you guys today. So happy to have you here. We should do this more often, now that the babies are a bit older. Yeah, Zane wouldn't sleep through the night for a long time, Megan says, and I blink at her. Zane? The baby's name is Zane? I thought you'd named him after Rafe's dad. Rafe's golden gaze darkens. Zane's a much better man than my dad ever was. Okay, that makes sense. Rafe's father was a mafioso, his family killed because of his betrayal. And although he did turn against his mafia buddies, that didn't redeem him in Rafe's eyes. Not when it cost the lives of his mother and sister, too. Little Zane. I tap the baby's button nose and smile. That's a good name. Does Zen Man know you named your kid after him? The baby wiggles, dark eyes blinking up at me. Rafe shrugs. I haven't really talked to him much lately. And that reminds me, our group isn't complete. Where are Zane and Dakota and the little one? Can't come, so Dakota said. Tyler's dark eyes grow troubled. I had a bad night. Was it because of the baby? No. He scratches at his stubbled jaw, glances at Rafe and then back at me. Because of Zane.
Chapter 3. Tyler. Aaron is frowning, and I look away. I don't want to worry my girl over this, not when she's so tired with taking care of our kids. But Dakota sounded so stressed out on the phone, and knowing Zane's also the reason Dylan wanted to talk to us, I'm sure my own concern is written all over my face. But Aaron has always been able to read me, no matter how I try to put on a relaxed face. And the glances the others are sending my way tell me they know something's off too. Okay, guys, you're scaring me, Audrey says, coming closer, those big green eyes of hers wide. What's wrong? Are Dakota and the baby okay? Yeah, they're fine. I can at least give them that. Tired is all. A faint collective sigh of relief goes through the room. Yeah, that's good. I'm grateful all the mothers and babies of our extended family are well, so I let them all relax a little. It's damn crazy how protective I feel of every single one of them. Maybe it's because I'm the oldest, albeit by a couple of years, but I'd take the burden of their problems and troubles if I could, even if it broke me all over again. Hey guys, how about you sit at the table while I bring out the food? Dylan's blonde head appears at the kitchen door. The roast is warm and ready, and the salad... He trails off, his eyes narrowing. What the hell happened? Nothing. I heard Aaron and Jax to the table, then turned to haul Ash, Audrey, and a sleepy Scott there too, leaving Rafe and Megan to decide where to place the travel crib and settle little Zane inside. Damn, I need to find a nickname for the kid, or this is going to get confusing inside my head real quickly. What can I call him? Zan? Zed? Zany? Zay? Rafe's brat? Dylan brings out the roast and I follow him into the kitchen to help with the rest. Potatoes, salad, bread, and homemade Venezuelan guasacaca, a spicy avocado-based dip made thanks to a new recipe given to us by Aaron's mom. It smells damn fine, and I let calm settle over me as I carry the dishes to the table. This is my home now, and I'll fix whatever is wrong. Satisfied everyone's seated and getting served, I sit beside Aaron and clasp her hand in mine as I take in the familiar faces around me. Ash, with his spiky dark hair, talking quietly to Audrey, with her red hair and her freckles. Dylan, grinning like an idiot as he teases his brothers about the amount of food they've piled on their plates. Rafe's blonde head bent close to Megan's dark one as they look toward the travel crib where Zay is asleep. Zay sounds good. Jackpot. And then I have Aaron and Jax on either side of me. Beautiful. Perfect. Mine to keep and hold. Welcome, I say, and raise my glass. Great to have you here. Guys, I swallow hard. For some strange reason, my throat feels clogged. Look, I've wanted to say this for a while, so here goes. I don't think I ever got to thank you for being there for me when I needed you, for saving me when I needed someone to pull me back from the edge. So, here's to you. I'm fucking grateful we made it this far, and we have each other, that we've found the strength to go on. I'm fucking grateful for all of you. I turn to Erin, and she leans her head on my shoulder. And above all, for my sexy wife-to-be and my very understanding kids. They're the reason I'm still sane. They're parts of me, keepers of my soul. I don't say that, but I know it. Silence spreads over us until my brother breaks it, clearing his throat. I'll drink to sexy wives and understanding kids. Ash raises his glass, his pale eyes too bright, and the knot in my throat grows. Because he also deserves a special mention for forgiving me, for taking me back into his life, although I wasn't here for him when he needed me. And it's not us you should be thanking, big bro. It's Zen Man. Only he's not here, and we really need to talk about him. Damn it, Zane. What Dylan told me has twisted me up inside, though he didn't know to tell me the why. One way or another I'll find out, fix the problem, and make us whole again. I swear, next time the Brotherhood sits at the table to eat together, it will be all of us, no matter what it takes. Pushing the worry to the back of my mind as best I can, I nod at everyone. Dig in. Audrey is feeding a green paste to a fussy Scott. Megan is feeding a sleepy Zay. And Erin's fast asleep already, one arm around Jack's. The baby is asleep in her crib by the bed. I never knew how much work it can be, bringing a baby into the world, caring for her night and day until she's old enough to fend for herself. Needless to say, I have even more respect now than I ever did for my girl, who went through all this alone when she was 16. I mean, I didn't even know about it until Jax was 4. Not my fault, and yet I can't help but regret not having been there for them both. This time, though, I'm here, and I'll make sure they have everything they need, my help in everything, and that nothing bad will be able to touch them. Same goes for my friends, and I sigh as I return to the living room where the guys are sitting. I'd have liked the girls to be here with us, too, but maybe it's better this way, to get a clear picture of what's going on first before I worry Erin more. What she needs is a vacation, not more stress, and we'd planned to follow her parents to Venezuela, her mom's home country, this summer. Then Erin got pregnant and we canceled the plans. Now, though, as soon as Isabella grows a little bit more, after the wedding, I'm taking my wife on a honeymoon. She doesn't know it yet. My plan is to fuck. Fuck a lot. Make her come a lot. Make her scream with pleasure. And then massage her feet and drink cocktails with her by a pool until she's rested enough for the next round. What can I say? She is the sexiest girl on earth, and we need some alone time. But first, I take my seat beside Dylan and nod at Rafe and Ash, who are drinking ice-cold beer, absently checking my stack of motorcycle magazines. So, Rafe drops the magazine he'd been leafing through on the coffee table and takes a deep draught of his beer. Spill, what got your fucking panties in a twist? Dylan chews on his lower lip, the silver hoop there glinting, and passes a hand over his short hair. Zane? There. The word. The name. The issue is on the table. Only it's not an issue. Not a problem. It's goddamn Zane Madden, the heart of the Brotherhood, the axis around which our little universe revolves. He's the best of us, the one we look up to, the darkest past and the brightest mind, the biggest heart. He's not a problem to solve, but he's ours to protect, ours to keep safe. And it seems we failed him. I thought I heard you wrong the first time, Rafe mutters, frowning. Shit. What the hell's going on? Ash glances from Dylan to Rafe, and then his gaze lands on me, sharp and heavy. Ty, what's wrong with Zane? Nothing, I start, the urge to reassure my little bro overwhelming, but then shake my head. Not sure. Is he sick? Since our mom's death, Ash is kind of paranoid about people getting sick. I can't blame him, and he hides it pretty well most of the time. Ty, you'd tell me if he was, right? Yeah, no, he's not sick. At least, that doesn't seem to be the problem. He's not sleeping well, Dylan says. He glances at me when he repeats what he told me earlier on. He has night terrors and flashbacks. I wince. I'm damn familiar with those. The nightmares you can't wake up from until you think you'll die from fright and pain. And the waking dreams where you walk around thinking you're somewhere else during some other fucked up time of your life. I thought he got over those, I whisper. I've mostly gotten over mine as my life has settled into a gentler rhythm with the woman I love, my kids, my brother, and friends. I thought Zane had experienced the same peace. He did, for a while. Dylan leans back on the sofa, rubbing at his eyes. They came back. Why the fuck? Ash is kind of pale, spots of red on his cheeks. Zane is his best buddy, the one who stood by him all the time I was far and gone, wrapped up in my own fucking problems. I know Ash would do anything for him, as would we all. Any idea why he's getting worse again? Rafe is also very close to Zane, and there's a tick in his jaw as he puts down his beer and gestures at Dylan to say more. Did something happen? Could be the stress of the new baby, I mutter, although wouldn't Dylan have said something about it if that was the case? Baby boy's fine, Dylan says. Dakota too, as far as I know. He looks doubtful. Rafe makes a sound of frustration. Did you talk to Zane? Was he the one who told you all this? No. Dakota mentioned it the other day when we met by chance at Damage, but I knew that something was up with Zane. I mean, fuck, he never comes to the gym anymore. Doesn't talk to us. Dakota says he's missed half his work appointments this past month. I know that. I was the one who had to reschedule his customers, or ask the other inkers of the shop if they could replace him. Thank fuck we have more artists working at the shop now with Shane, Seth, and Jesse who finished their apprenticeships in the past year. But I never gave it much thought. I assumed it had to do with the baby and Dakota. And hey, it's not as if I haven't missed work days to help out at home these past months. He did seem quiet last time I saw him, Rafe mutters. Fuck, how did I miss the clues? Makes two of us, man. You guys have newborns in your families, Ash growls. What's my excuse? Hey, before you guys start beating yourselves over the head, how about we fucking talk about this? What's there to talk about? Rafe leans back, scowling. We know nothing. We have to talk to Zane. Good luck with that, Dylan says. Think I haven't fucking tried? He won't see me. Says he's too busy. Zane said that? Things are seriously fucked up when Zane won't find time to talk to his friends. Damn it. Yeah. Dylan rubs his chin. What shall we do? We look at each other, matching frowns on our faces. We could have the girls approach him, Rafe says hesitantly. Aaron, Ash nods. They're good friends. He won't say no to her, right? So we're gonna pussyfoot around this, huh? I shove my hair out of my eyes. Damn, I need a haircut. No, I bet he won't tell Aaron what's really going on. Not to worry her. We need to confront him ourselves. What? Ambush him? Grab him in the dark and hold him down until he confesses what's going on inside his head? Dylan throws his hands up in the air. What other choice do we have? This is Zane we're talking about. He's a tough nut to crack. He leans forward, jabs a finger at the table. I'm not letting him drown into whatever the hell it is that's eating at him because we didn't want to ruffle his feathers. We'll find him and fucking sit on him until he spills the truth. And then we can help him. Silence greets his words. The only sound is Dylan's harsh breathing. Well, fuck. What do you guys think? Ash puts a hand on Dylan's shoulder, squeezes. I think Dylan's right. We can't wait. Not if things are as bad as he says. Zane needs our help, and I'll be damned if I sit here doing nothing, waiting for someone else to find out what's going on. Then it's a plan, I say, grabbing a can of beer and popping the top. I lift it, a different salute. Let's do this right now.
Chapter 4. Aaron. I wake up late, judging by the light coming in through the windows, to the sound of Isabella wailing, and find Jack's gone from beside me. Sitting up so fast all the blood rushes from my head, I look around for him. Then I hear his voice from the next room and slump back, relieved. I get this fear sometimes that if I turn my back for a second, something will happen to my babies. Once I bent to pick something up from the floor, back when Jax was 1 year old, and he fell off the sofa, bumped his head. I almost died of fright, though he'd turned out to be perfectly okay, if a little frightened himself. Well, now I know, right? I know I can do this. I'm not 16, alone and scared out of my mind at being a mom anymore. Jax is next door with his dad, and Isabella is only hungry. I've got this. And why the sudden insecurity? Carajo, I'm just tired. Tired, horny for my man, and a niggle of worry in my mind reminds me not everything's as perfect as I'd hoped. Something about Dakota being unwell. No, not unwell. Sad. That was what Audrey said. And Zane. Zane isn't well. Crap. Fully awake now, I pick Isa up and sit down on the edge of the bed to breastfeed her. She wails until she latches on my breast, and then it's quiet. I dip my head forward, watching her, stroking the soft, dark fuzz on her head, marveling at how tiny she is, and how much bigger already than when she was born. She looks more like me than Jax ever did. He's the spitting image of Tyler. Speaking of whom... How are my girls? Tyler grins at me from the open door, and it's that sexy, crooked grin that makes his dark eyes crinkle at the corners and sends warmth pooling between my legs. I lick my lips. God, I want him. Missed him. I wish I could kidnap him for the night, and I wonder if this time we will make it past kissing before I'm out like a light. Improbable. Ready? He asks. Ready for what? Our evening together. I glance down at the baby who's stilled, looking up at me with big brown eyes, her little mouth still wrapped around my nipple. And the kids? Don't you worry about the midgets. Ash and Audrey will stay and babysit. My brows are rising to my hairline. And where are we going? He winks. Wait and see. Tonight, I'm gonna give you a preview. Preview of what? Our honeymoon. A hot blush rises to my cheeks even as I snicker. Tyler, you know that with marriage comes certain expectations, right? Like what? I'm laughing now, and Isa gurgles at me, releasing my nipple to see why my body's shaking like this. Like sex? Ty, we have 2 kids together. And your point is? He braces one muscular arm on the door jamb, biceps bulging, and I lose my train of thought. Yeah, what was my point? Sex, I whisper uncertainly. That's right. He drops his arm and sends me one last heated look before he turns around and walks away. Oh God, it's really happening. I have a date with the daddy of my babies and soon-to-be husband, and I'm nervous and excited, and above all nervous because, God, how will I ever look sexy in my milk-stained nursing bra? And that's the least of my worries. I really need to pump a lot of milk out of these boobs to avoid any spilling accidents. I need to pack all of Isa's things and give the guys instructions about when to feed her and how often she wakes up and... Where is Tyler taking me? Excitement is finally winning out. Did you find out what was wrong with Zane? I ask Tyler as we head out, glancing one last time over my shoulder, torn between giddy joy, guilt over leaving my babies alone, even if it is with their uncle and aunt and cousin, and worry that something will happen to them those few stolen hours I will be far from them. Is he okay? Tyler doesn't reply immediately, sliding his hand to the small of my back as we go down the stairs. Audrey said Dakota was kind of depressed, I go on, distracted by the heat of his hand as it slips around my hips, hauling me against him as we reach the landing. Do you think it has something to do? I'm gonna do something damn selfish, he rumbles, stopping and turning so that we're facing each other, so that every inch of my body is pressed to his very hard, very muscular body. Did I mention hard? Because he is. Very hard where he's pressed to me. Yeah? I finally breathe. Was I supposed to answer something? Can't remember. My hot boyfriend is looking down at me, desire in his gaze, dark stubble on his cheeks, and that jaw that could cut glass. And all I can think of is how and where he's going to fuck me. Yeah, I don't want to talk. Don't want to fucking worry. Not tonight. Tonight? He dips his head, brushes his hot mouth over mine, and I struggle to follow his voice as he continues. Tonight, I need some time for you and me. I want to kiss you, lick you, eat you out, make you come. I want to feel your lips around my cock, then your pussy, clenching, milking me. I want to come inside you. I love our kids, fucking love them, but I missed you. Let me show you how much. I'm on fire, and we haven't even left the building yet. God, I missed you too, I whisper, trembling, my nervousness and fear gone in the tide of want. Show me. The hotel is right out of town, small and quiet and beautiful. I want to ask how much he paid for this, but keep my mouth shut. He's making okay money between manning the front desk at Damage Control and his own thriving graphic design business, and I'm touched he planned this for us. For me. Thrilled, too. I've never stayed at a hotel before, not with the way my finances have been ever since I had Jax, even with Tyler paying off my debts, and not with a typical lack of time when you're working and studying and taking care of your young son, only to find the love of your life again and promptly get preggers again. Not that I regret a single minute of it. Except for the years where I thought Tyler was dead, or worse. I'd return those back in a heartbeat. The tears I shed during those years could fill an ocean. You're 1,000,000 miles away, Tyler says, thankfully breaking through my darkening thoughts. He puts his hand under my chin, lifts it until I meet his gaze. Everything all right, girl? I love you, I whisper. I'm just so happy you came back to me. That's where your mind wandered to, huh? A shadow passes behind his eyes, and I'm sorry for putting it there, tonight of all nights. The time I spent apart from you was the worst of my life. I know. I put my hand over his, turn my face to kiss his palm, feel him shudder. I'm so sorry you went through all that. I'd go through anything to come back to you, he says quietly, and I smile against his rough palm, because I believe it. Fuck, I want to kiss you. And then he does, moving our hands away and leaning over to crush his mouth to mine, with teeth and tongue, not holding back, showing me how much he wants me. I'm breathless when we break apart after a while, my lips stinging from the attack, my chin scraped by his stubble, and I swear the windows of the car are fogging up. Room, I say, and snicker when he reaches down to adjust himself in his pants. Or we'll be making out in the parking lot like teenagers. Then we should hurry, he growls, because I'm 2 seconds away from tearing your clothes off and burying myself in you. Oh boy. He can dirty talk me into an orgasm. He's done it before, and combined with the flush on his cheeks and how worked up he seems, knowing I am doing this to him. Soaked panties? Check. Clenching deep inside my belly? Check. Heart racing? Check. I think if he so much as kisses me again or touches me, I'll come. He opens the door, climbs out, and comes around the car to open it for me. He gives me his hand and pulls me out, wraps an arm around me and hauls me toward the hotel so fast I can barely catch up. He heads straight to the front desk, asks for our key, grabs it, and then he bends his knees, grabs my legs, and swings me up over his shoulder. Actually freaking swings me up over his shoulder and strides to the elevators like a proper caveman. "Tyler, put me down!" I'm hitting my fists on his back, but I'm laughing too hard to do any damage. "Ty!" "Told you it's gonna be a preview of our honeymoon." "You can't. God, Ty, let me down." I'm wheezing as he lets me slide down the front of his body and drags me into the first elevator that opens. "Can't what?" What indeed? He can do anything to me, and I'd gladly let him. I'd trust him with my life and the lives of our children. And when the doors close and he kisses me, I melt against him. I've been his all along. We're kissing again as we stumble through the door into our room, Tyler managing to somehow close it behind us without breaking the kiss, his hands sliding over my body, gripping me tightly. He walks me backward, and even though we're still dressed and moving, his hard-on brands my belly where it's caught between us, large and thick, and I don't think I can wait a second longer to get my hand around it, feel it throb against my fingers. The back of my knees hit the bed, and I gasp. His arm locks around my waist. "I've got you," he says, and I let him guide my fall on the mattress. I bounce a little and laugh, then stop when he puts his other hand on the bed and lies on top of me, keeping half of his weight off with one knee planted between my legs. "Do you think this is fucking funny?" He grinds his erection between my legs, against my cotton-clad pussy, and I moan, needing him so badly. "No," I whisper. "Not funny at all. He's so hard it has to be painful, and the way he grunts when I rock my hips a little, sliding up and down his cock, tells me he's real close. I do it again, and he gasps, pushing my hips down. "Girl, I'll come in my pants. Seriously. I've been thinking about fucking you for months and weeks and all day yesterday and today. And the way you move, damn." I laugh again, and he grins at me, wide and guileless and aroused and beautiful. "Why are we still dressed?" I whisper, my voice gone all husky. "Fuck," he breathes and pushes my dress at my hips. "Can't fucking wait, Aaron. Need you now." I watched, enthralled, as he unzips his jeans and pulls out his cock. He's gone commando today from what I see, and, oh God, like every time the sight of his long, hard shaft makes my pussy clench. Then I realize what we're about to do after all this time, and all my insecurity hits full force as he pulls my panties to the side to slide his fingers against my opening. "Ty." His eyes are half closed with concentration, but he looks up, and the darkness in them transfixes me. "God, you're beautiful. You're so fucking beautiful. If you could only see yourself." His thumb flicks over my clit, and I shiver with pleasure. "So hot." His thumb strokes me deeper, parting my soaked folds, and I moan. Haven't even had time to bring myself off all these past weeks, and his touch alone will undo me. "Do you want it?" he asks, his voice serious. "I'm not hurting you?" "You're not," I whisper. "Please." I don't want to think about it more closely, about how big his cock is, about whether it will hurt. It's been months. He grips his hard-on and pushes into me, slowly, aided by my wetness. I brace for pain, but there is none, just that familiar feeling of fullness as he slides in deeper, his breathing coming in harsh pants, his cheekbones flushed. He's too big. I can never take the whole of him. Couldn't until now. "Holy shit, Aaron." His mouth drops open as he buries himself inside me, balls deep, and hunches over, his hips jerking, his cock throbbing. "Oh, fuck." I can't speak, can't think. But crap, he feels so incredibly good inside me, better than ever before, his hard length setting off all my nerve endings like fireworks, turning the slightly uncomfortable feeling of so much of him stuffed inside me into fire and pleasure, spreading through my core until I think I'll burst. And he hasn't moved yet. God, Ty. I can't catch my breath. I reach for his face. Kiss me. He moves at my body to do that, and his cock slips a tiny inch deeper. I gasp and writhe and can't believe I'm coming already, and then he's kissing me, swallowing my cries and moving inside me in short, hard thrusts that only make the pleasure hotter, sharper, triggering more explosions in my core, until he's coming too with a long moan against my lips, his cock spilling liquid heat in my pussy. Tyler. I clutch at him, losing myself in the sensations, and the feel of him inside me again, at last, at his soft mouth, his hard body bent over me, the aftershocks still running through him until he slumps over me, careful not to crush me. Still buried inside me, still hard. He does a sort of half push-up to look down on me, and the smile he turns on me is soft and sated and breathtaking. Then he starts pulling out, and I clench around him, wanting to keep him inside me longer. He groans, and I bite my lip to stop a moan. I grip his corded forearm, where he had my name inked, digging my nails in. "I'm gonna undress you now," he says, his voice so low it raises the fine hairs on my arms, "and do to you all the things I promised earlier." He starts pulling out again, and I do my best to release him. He still grits his teeth. "God damn it, woman, you feel so good." The moment he sits up, I start to panic again. I tried to close my legs, but his hands on my thighs stop me. "Ty." "You." He trails his fingers between my legs, under my panties, stroking me until I can't recall why I was trying to close them. "Are. Perfect. I had a baby. And I love you." God, this boy. "Love you too," I whisper. Then, before I gather my wits, he pulls out another trick. He sits back on his heels and drags his shirt over his head, hijacking my thought processes once more. His pendant, the tree of life that I gave him when I was 15, and that he has never taken off since then, swings over his chest. A wall of rippling muscles, tight abs, and all that ink over the scars, dragons and eagles and skulls, and that word, the word carved in his chest by his own father. Bastard. I hate it, and I love it. It's part of him, and it shaped his life, made him feel like a lesser man when he's the best man I know. That and the other long scar on his abdomen changed him, but they also made him into the man I have in front of me now, and I wouldn't change a single thing about him. He's got a will of steel and a heart of gold, and, okay, that iron bar between his legs is also fascinating. Yeah, I'm staring at his cock again. I lick my lips, and it bobs as if greeting me. "Keep looking at my dick like that," he drawls as he pulls off my panties, "and it will be back inside you before you know it, plan or no plan." I moan in response, because I want it. I want him to put it back inside me and fuck me again, hard, mark me, brand me, own me. There's no question of using a condom. I thought about it earlier, but no. I need him bare inside me, and if despite the pill we make another baby, I'm okay with it. I love our babies. I love him. That feeling, so simple and so deep, overwhelms me as he reaches for me again. He leans over to kiss me, and I grip his face, his sharp jaw in my hands, and pour everything I feel into that kiss until we're both panting. "Holy shit, girl." He reaches up to stroke my face, his dark eyes soft. "Stop distracting me. I'm on a mission here." You don't need—" He buries his face between my legs, and my mind goes blank as he licks at me and sucks on my clit. I fall back on the bed, spreading my legs wider, forgetting my fears as he works me expertly with his tongue and lips and fingers. Yes, his fingers sink into me, stroking, pumping in and out, sending bolts of heat into my core. He moans against the most sensitive parts of me, and I cry out, burying my fingers in his soft hair, pushing him lower. He obliges, using his tongue together with his fingers, licking, jabbing, rubbing, until the pressure breaks and my hips lift off the bed as I come again, embarrassingly fast for the second time tonight, and I'm too far gone to care. Wow, how did I go for months without this? Then again, the pleasure he gives me catches me by surprise every time. The smug look he sends my way as he lifts his head is cute. Payback time. I want to go down on him, too. Use everything I've learned over these past 2 years with him to make him lose control. If only I can move my limbs again. My body is so heavy. My legs tremble as he lowers them to the bed and sits up, his hair tousled, falling in his eyes. He shoves it back, and his gaze darkens. I know that look. The look that says he's about to jump my bones and give it to me like he always does. Like I like it. Hard and fast, until the bed shakes and the headboard leaves a dent in the wall. But I'm finally moving, fighting the heaviness of my body. I sit up, too, and slide my arms around him. Let me. No, girl, I'm the one who's gonna. I also want to give you pleasure, I inform him, and push on his solid chest. You are, every day. Right now, tonight. Just lie back and let me touch you. But you're the one who's had our baby, and have been taking care of her and— Ty, let me. He shrugs, his grin flashing, and lies on his back, folding his arms under his head, making his biceps bulge. I'm yours. Those quiet words bring a sting of tears to my eyes. I kneel and lean over him, not sure how he made it to this hotel room, to this year, to this moment where everything has fallen into place, where I can pleasure my boyfriend and not worry about his well-being, about money, or Jax's health, about the future. The future is here, now, with him, and it looks pretty damn good. And sexy.
Chapter 5. Tyler. She bends over me, her dark hair coming loose, tumbling around her face. She licks her lips, and I do the same. Her every movement, every single fucking thing about her getting me harder. And she's still fully dressed, god damn it. She reaches for the zipper of my pants, and I stop her. Nuh-uh. What? She bites into her lower lip, and I nearly come when I imagine her mouth around my dick. Fuck, it's been way too long. Want to know what I want? She nods. To see you. I release her small hand and fold my arm again under her head. I smirk. Take your clothes off. Slowly. I know she's nervous about that. She thinks her body has changed too much, that she doesn't have her girlish figure anymore. Fuck the girlish figure. She's all woman, all lush curves and fire, and I want her like hell. Tonight is all about proving it to her. So let her show herself to me. Let her touch me. And then I'm gonna make love to her like never before, like I've always wanted, rough and hard, as she likes it, to the point of pain, and then over that, into pleasure. I want to hear her scream. I love it when she screams as she comes, when she goes off the rails. Tonight it will happen, I fucking swear it. It's what I'm here for. And yeah, I couldn't help myself at first because it had been so damn long, but now I'm ready to take it slow. I think. Fuck. Now she rocks back on her heels and gives me a sultry look from under her long lashes as she starts unbuttoning the front of her dress. Who the hell has ever heard of a dress with small buttons in the front? Sounds grandmotherly, but it's just hot on her, molding over her rack, and as she unbuttons it, revealing her black bra, my mouth goes dry. Yeah, we're taking it slow, Tyler, okay? You're not jumping on her, ripping the rest of her clothes off and sinking back into her. Not yet. Wait. Let her undress. Take deep breaths and count backward from 100 so that this diamond-hard and leaking dick doesn't explode. Fuck, now she's running her hands over her tits, over her black lace covering them, and I growl in the back of my throat. My cock is trapped under her leg, so I can't even give it a reassuring squeeze. She grins. Little minx knows damn well what she's doing to me. I roll my hips up and she gasps when my erection pushes against the lips of her pussy. I said slowly, but I meant tonight, babe. Take that fucking bra off. I want to see your tits. Her cheeks flush. This was a bad idea. I should have undressed her myself, shredded that bra and burnt the pieces. I've never been very patient in sex, never been able to hold back and not come, especially when it came to Erin. My dick fell in love with her before my heart and head did, though they caught up soon enough. But my dick? Yeah, it wants her. Bad. That's why we had a kid when she was 16, and another in the middle of finding each other again. I'm lucky she loves me and wants my babies, or I'd be in deep trouble. Well, I'm in deep trouble right now because she's making a show of taking off her bra, and damn, why did I ask her to undress slowly? This is killing me. Come here, I say, because to hell with waiting. And then I swallow hard when her tits spill free of the bra, heavy with milk, nipples big and hard, begging me to suck on them. Oh, fuck. I push the bra straps off her shoulders and pull her on top of me so that I can suck on her tits. She moans and tangles her fingers in my hair. Her nipples are sweet, and some milk spills in my mouth. Jesus. I let her nipple go with a soft pop. This is like taking milk from a baby. Ty, she laughs, then gasps when I tease her nipple with the tip of my tongue. Baby's got enough milk. I swear I pumped a gallon out this afternoon for her. Oh, God. Ride me, I whisper against her soft breast. But I wanted to go down on you. Later. We've got all night. I wiggle enough to free my dick and tug on it. Need you. So fucking bad. Need you too, she breathes, shimmying on top of me. And that snaps the last of my tenuous control. Fuck. I tug on her hips until she's seated on top of my hard-on. Hell yeah. She shifts, and I hiss at the contact. Arms back behind your head, she says, and I lift my brows at her. My kitten has claws. She rarely takes over in the bedroom, but when she does, all bets are off. My dick jerks in my hold, excited. Without a word, I release my hard-on and fold my arms behind my head again, let my head drop back on the bed. The view sure is amazing from down here. My hands twitch under my head with the need to grab her, slam her down and fuck her into the mattress until the bed breaks. Is it normal to feel this way about my soon-to-be wife and mother of my children? I don't want her less than before. I want her more. More every day. Ty. She wraps her hand around my cock, and a breath hisses out between my teeth. She bends over as she guides me inside her, and her gorgeous tits brush my chest. A shudder goes through her, and I lift my hips restlessly, fighting the urge to snap them up and drive my cock into her all the way. Holy shit. She sinks slowly down on my dick, taking me in, inch by inch, and my whole body shakes as I struggle to keep still. The pressure is mounting behind my balls, the need excruciating, ratcheting higher with her every move, every tiny shift and sway on top of me. That's it, I tell her. Fuck, that's it, girl. Take me in. Take your pleasure. Oh, hell. I'm in all the way and it feels so good I can't fucking breathe. And she starts moving. She braces her hands on my shoulders, her dark eyes fixed on my face, and she rolls her hips, sliding up and down my length. So good, she whispers, her gaze shining, her cheeks rosy, those soft lips calling me. I kiss her, a long, deep, lingering kiss, then lift my head just enough to nuzzle her tits. You're so good for me. I'm yours. So am I. All yours. I groan when she starts moving faster. Yeah, baby, ride me hard. Harder. Fuck staying still. I sit up and grab her waist, lifting her and slamming her back down on my cock. The beginnings of my orgasm licking at my balls. She just feels so fucking perfect, hot and tight and slick, gorgeous as she takes me in, as she takes in the whole of me. She lifts her hands to my face as she starts clenching around my dick. She whispers my name, kisses my mouth, shares her air with me, her moans. We're rocking together, her nipples hard points rubbing on my chest, her sweet scent filling my senses. Ty! Her cry jolts me. Her pussy tightens so hard around my dick, I have no choice but to come, spilling deep inside her. Pleasure slams into me like a sledgehammer. Oh, god damn. I clutch her as I fill her with my seed, as I feel her all around me. She shudders, clenching again and again, milking the last drops from my dick, holding me, owning me. She's inside my heart, inside my head. Not for the first time I wish we could stay in this bed forever, leaving the world and its troubles outside. If it wasn't for our kids and friends, I fucking swear I might consider it. For now, though, I'll take what I can. I'll take this night with her, make it good, and promise her many more like this one. Much later, with the lights off and moonlight filtering through the window, I hold her to me. She's asleep, her head pillowed on my shoulder, her soft hair cascading on my chest. Her face is peaceful, her mouth reddened from our kisses and my stubble. She looks beautiful, the most beautiful girl on earth. She'll always be this to me, I realize, when we're 40, when we're 60, when we're 100. She's my girl. And I'm so lucky she took me back despite my epic fuck-ups and the scars of my past. And that makes me think of Zane. I'd managed to put that mess out of my mind until now. The mind-blowing sex helped. But now the worry is back. I lightly stroke her hair as I turn what little I know over and over in my mind. Night terrors, flashbacks. Why? Why now? I've known there was darkness in Zane's past ever since I met him. Hell, after the breakdown he had when his sister passed. I talked to Ash and the other guys, and someone mentioned his nightmares, but then said that after meeting Dakota, his then-girlfriend and now wife, he'd found some peace. So what changed? And why now? When we thought we'd reached the end of the winding path and set the wheels of our fate on a paved, straight road leading into the sunset. I glance again at my girl, her soft breath warming my skin, her lush curves pressed to my sharp angles. She saved me from myself. Can't imagine life without her. And Dakota saved Zane. Only he's backsliding and nobody seems to know why. Not even her. A shiver racks me. Just nightmares. Probably nothing. Maybe he's sick, overworked. Maybe it's normal to backslide a little. It scares me to death, because if he can fall back into darkness, then what's keeping me from doing the same? I thought all our troubles were over, damn it, that we were done with pain and fear. We need to lay this to rest. And we will. You can damn well count on it.
Chapter 6. Aaron. Tyler comes to sit beside me. He leans over the crib, his expression softening as he picks up our daughter and cradles her in his arms. He's wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, and the sight of his strong arms around our baby is both sexy and moving. "The guys and I talked on the phone," he says, jaw clenching, and my back stiffens with tension. The worry lines around his mouth can't be good. No need to ask if it was about Zane. "Did you find out anything? How is he?" "We're gonna head over to his place tonight, see if we can convince him to talk to us. Would you—" He swallows hard, and I tense more. "Tyler, nervous?" "Would I what? Talk to Zane? I mean, he's one of my dearest, best friends. Of course I want to talk to him, find out what is hurting him." "No, you should talk to Dakota." He nods as if to himself, and rocks Izza, who's trying to suck on his man-titty and is making frustrated sounds. "Find out as much as you can. You girls talk to each other, right?" "More than you pig-headed men? Sure." I reach for the baby, and he passes her to me, his eyes dipping to my chest, dilating when I lift my blouse and take out a boob to feed our daughter. "So I'm insurance?" "Sort of." He's still staring at my exposed boob. "In case he refuses to talk." His lashes lower. "God, you're sexy." "Yeah, right." Heat spreads on my cheeks. "So damn sexy," he says, and leans in for a quick kiss. "I'll show you again how much later. I'll get Jax ready. The guys are heading there now." His brow creases. "Do you—" I swallow, fear turning my mouth dry. "Do you think there's something seriously wrong? More than stress and exhaustion?" "I wish I knew." He shakes his head. "We'll get to the bottom of this, don't worry." So much easier said than done. Maybe it's not as bad as I fear, I tell myself. Maybe he's just going through a rough patch, and with a little help from his friends, he'll be back on his feet in no time. One can only hope. We knock on the door and Dakota opens, looking harried and exhausted, the baby wailing in her arms. It makes me feel really bad for visiting so late in the evening, but at least Audrey called first, so we're not barging in unannounced. "Hey, guys." Dakota gives us a faint smile and lifts the baby upright to pat his tiny back. "Just finished feeding Lee. Come on in." Her eyes are ringed with dark circles, and she's dressed in gray sweats. Her normally wild hair that's streaked with colors is a tangled mess. I force my gaze away from her, knowing she's going through a tough time, and focus instead on her newborn. "Oh, what a cutie. He's grown so much." I swear I never got all misty-eyed over babies until I had mine, but now I get excited every single time. It helps that the parents are good friends. "His name is Lee?" "Emmanuel, actually, from Emma." Of course, I knew that. Emma was Zane's adopted sister who died recently. Honoring her memory in their son's name is beautiful. I lead Jax inside by the hand, and he looks around, wide-eyed. He hasn't been at Dakota and Zane's place many times. "He looks like Zane," Audrey coos at the baby. He really is cute, and even though he's still very small, you can see he has Zane's pretty almond-shaped eyes. Speaking of whom? "Where's Z-Man?" Asher asks, entering behind me, Scott asleep in his arms. He walks inside the living room, going around the furniture as if expecting to find Zane hiding behind a couch. "Where is he?" "Ash, calm down," Tyler mutters, carrying Izza in her travel crib inside and depositing it on the carpet. She's fast asleep inside, her small fists clenched on either side of her head. "He's here." "Damn right I am," a deep voice says from the hallway.
It's my home, fucker.
Zane appears, coming out of the dark, a scowl twisting his face, dressed in a wrinkled black t-shirt with the damage control logo and jeans. Something's seriously wrong about the way he looks, though, and it takes me a moment to put my finger on it. His mohawk. It's shorter. Its color's faded. The spikes wilted. Holy crap, what happened? I blurt, and his gaze swings to settle on me, narrow and angry and desolate. Zane.
Aaron.
God, there's pain in his eyes. So much pain, it hurts my chest. Then he lifts his chin, his gaze going flat, shields slamming into place.
What the fuck are you all doing here? Get out!
We all freeze.
What did you say?
Asher whispers. His face has gone white, and his pale eyes glitter. Audrey makes a gasping sound, and Asher pulls her close. She hides her face against his chest, but not before I see tears on her cheeks. The same tears I feel burning the back of my throat. If we weren't sure something was wrong before, it's 100% certain now. Zane may need his space and has his quirks and weird moods like the next guy, but the Brotherhood is his life. He cares for these boys. He cares for all of us more than he has ever cared about himself. The fact he is telling us to get out. Dylan, his arms slung around the shoulders of his brothers, frowns at Zane.
You don't mean that. We know you don't. And I don't know what crawled up your ass and died. But here we are now. We need to talk to you.
Oh, God. Dakota sinks down in a chair, cradling the baby, hanging her head, and I'm thankful when I see Megan move toward her and drag a chair to sit down beside her, their dark heads bent together as she murmurs something. Rafe's golden eyes are fixed on Zane, who has turned away from us, his broad shoulders stretching his ratty t-shirt, molding it to his ribs. I shouldn't be able to see his ribs so clearly through the cloth. Oh, God, when did Zane lose so much weight?
Just go,
he says, his hands clenching and unclenching by his sides. They're shaking. Crap, this is so much worse than I ever imagined. He's breaking my heart.
Zane,
Asher says, and his voice cracks.
Talk to me.
Zane's back hunches over. He turns just enough to search for something, someone over his shoulder. Ash? Then straightens again.
I can't do this right now, fucker.
Do what exactly? What the fuck is going on? Asher passes his son to Audrey and strides up to Zane, grabs his arm and swings him around.
Spill, or I swear to God I'll shake it out of you. Get off me.
Zane's eyes are wild as he pushes Ash back. But that Asher's in top form and he doesn't budge an inch.
What do you want from me? The truth. Why you look like hell warmed over. Why your wife looks like she's about to cry. Why, let go, goddammit.
Zane pushes him harder, and Asher jerks back.
We're your family.
Ash shakes his head, and I can't see his face.
We want to help.
Zane's eyes flash, and he takes a step back, his chest heaving.
You can't fucking help, so fuck off. What the hell's wrong with you? You're the one who always chewed us out for not opening up. You can't fight a nightmare, Ash.
Zane takes another step back.
So shut your fucking trap.
A nightmare. What does he mean? I glance at Tyler, but he's staring at his brother and Zane, his gaze hard, vibrating with tension. Asher clenches his fists and stalks toward Zane.
I won't shut up.
They'll fight, I whisper. They'll hurt each other.
They won't,
Tyler says. That's what he thought when he came back too, that Ash wouldn't hit him, and then he found himself on his back with a shiner the size of Texas and a panic attack. Ty? Ash puts a hand on Zane's arm, and I prepare to push Jax in Tyler's direction and hurry to stop the two from hurting each other. But no fists fly. Instead, Ash hauls Zane into a one-arm hug, and Zane sort of falls against him, thumping his fist on Ash's back, his whole body trembling.
Just tell me,
Ash says. Zane shakes harder.
Can't. I fucking can't. You can. We're here for you, man, always. Damn you, Ash, pushy motherfucker.
He thumbs his fist again.
I just can't.
Ash draws back, pulls Zane to the sofa, pushes him down.
You can. Fuck.
Zane bends over and rubs both hands over his face.
He's here. Who? He's here.
Zane repeats, his voice hoarse, looking up. His dark eyes are wide and unseeing.
He's back. I can't fucking sleep. I see him everywhere. Don't know what the fuck to do.
A chilling silence greets his words. What is he talking about? Whatever it is, it can't be good, not with Zane's pale face, the dark smudges under his eyes, the thinness of his cheeks. I brace for the worst.
Who's here?
Ash asks, sitting down beside Zane.
Who's back? Who are you talking about?
Tell us, Zane. I step closer. Please. He glances up at me, his eyes red-rimmed.
You don't know what you're asking.
Dakota gets up from her chair and walks around the sofa to sit down beside him, settling baby Lee in the crook of one arm. She snags his hand in hers. Tell them. Please tell them. Zane glances at us, his dark gaze moving from one to the next, bleak and weary and searching. Whatever it is he sees on our faces, it makes his own crumble a little. He struggles with it, clenching his jaw, and he finally nods, one short, determined movement.
Okay, goddammit. I'll tell you, for all the fucking good it will do.
The mood is somber as we sit around the coffee table on the two sofas and an assortment of chairs. Jax is playing on the carpet with little Scott, while the babies either sleep or try to, and I keep an eye on my own while waiting for Zane to say something more. Tyler has brought over the whiskey tumbler, and the guys all have a glass in their hands. I wish I could have some too, but, breastfeeding. I glance at baby Izza, who's snoozing in her travel crib, and can't hold back a smile despite my worry for Zane. Audrey has taken baby Lee from Dakota and is watching him sleep in her arms, and I'm glad to see Dakota and Ash on either side of Zane. He's bracketed, held, supported, and even though I would like to also take my place by his side, I know he has the best people for the job right there. His wife and his best friend. Tyler reaches for my hand, and our fingers tangle together. He squeezes my hand, and I know what he's telling me, that it will be okay. God, I shouldn't doubt it, but I haven't seen Zane looking this terrible, this destroyed, since his sister died, and that had been a near miss. He almost died too, locked in a coma for days before he came back to us, before Dakota brought him back. She leans into him, their hands interlocked. Ash is sitting slightly apart from them, his hands hanging between his knees. He's the one who breaks the silence, and his quiet voice rings out like a gunshot in the terse silence.
A nightmare, huh?
Zane grunts and rubs a hand over his face. His jaw is scruffy, as if he hasn't shaved in days.
The nightmare.
Ash's eyes slowly go wide.
Holy shit,
he mutters. Tyler suddenly swears viciously under his breath and glances at Rafe and Dylan, who are wearing matching dark scowls. Audrey looks like she's about to cry, and Megan is biting her lip. What am I missing? The looks on all their faces tell me they've realized what Zane is talking about. What nightmare?
You said he's back, Rafe asks. Where did you see him? When? You don't fucking get it.
Zane releases Dakota's hand to rub both hands over his head, over the shaved sides and his disheveled mohawk.
I'm not even sure it's a memory. It's all in my mind. How can I fight a nightmare?
He can't mean... Oh, Christ, I'm finally catching up, and please, not that. Not the asshole who hurt him when he was a child. I don't know much about it, only that he'd been abused as a child, but it's enough to make my blood run cold.
It's not all in your mind, Dylan says. You have the scars.
I've seen them. Round, pinkish marks lost in the riot of ink on Zane's back. Cigarette burns, and long, thin scars on his lower back, as if done with a knife.
They don't mean anything.
Zane rubs his temple as if fighting a headache.
Doesn't mean I remember who gave me those scars. Could be the kids in any of the foster homes. See, I went to a shrink years ago when we were at school. What I remember could be a made-up memory. The shrink said that?
Zane nods.
God knows I can't remember much from that time. It's all distorted and twisted up in my head. But you say you saw him,
Ash insists, spots of color on his pale cheekbones.
That man. Dunno what the fuck I saw.
Zane lets his hands drop on his thighs.
I thought he was...
He swallows hard.
That he was standing on the street. On the street where?
Tyler asks, his voice sharp, and I turn to him, surprised.
When? Dunno. Were you heading somewhere specific? What was the guy doing?
Ty, what the hell's your problem, man? Ash hisses, shooting daggers at his brother. Slow down. Tyler shrugs his broad shoulders.
Just asking. He doesn't believe I saw him either, Zane whispers. He thinks it's a dream.
You think that? I ask Tyler, confused. He doesn't deny it.
I struggled for a long time to find the line between nightmares and real memories, and I wasn't a kid when bad things happened to me. It's normal not to be sure. Sometimes our mind makes up memories to fill in gaps, to explain the fear and the pain. Something bad happened to him. Ash jabs a finger at Tyler. Same as it happened to you. I didn't believe you when you told me what Dad did, how he carved you up, but now I do. How can you not believe what happened to Zane?
Zane suddenly lurches to his feet and stumbles away from our little circle. He leaves the room, and Dakota scrambles after him. A door slams inside the apartment.
Shit. Whatever happened to him, Dylan says quietly, involved people. Someone put those burns and scars on his back, and if he really saw those people walking around in this town...
His words hang in the air between us. A chill rolls over my skin, raising goosebumps. All gazes swing to Tyler, who stares back, his face blank. I don't like it. That blankness hides pain, and I don't want him to be in pain. From remembering his own bloody past, from his worry for Zane.
Fine, this I can work with, he finally says. Let's assume that he really saw someone who hurt him, that even if his memory of the past isn't good, he does remember the face of an abuser.
Rafe works his jaw, then rubs it, as if it hurts.
And if Zane really saw that abuser walking around in Madison...
Tyler nods.
If Zane saw him, there's the trigger for his nightmares and flashbacks.
I shiver.
It might have been someone familiar, Rafe says. Not the man himself, but someone who reminded Zane of him. We need to ask him what he dreams of, Dylan says bleakly. What happens in his memories and where, so we can check, verify the facts, and make sure he's never reminded of that time of his life again.
I always believed Zane's memories were real. I never thought they were only dreams or made-up stories, but I also never knew the details. Hearing those words from Dylan's mouth, I feel ice driving into my bones. Something did happen to Zane, something bad enough that his mind may be shielding him from it, something that took place at a specific location, in a specific time of his life. And we're going to find out everything we can to get him back.
Chapter 7. Tyler. I believe Zane. I believe something real fucking bad happened to him. I said that, didn't I? Yet Ash is glaring at me like I kicked him in the balls. I know what he'll say, that he's known Zane for a lot longer than I have, that they've been through a lot together. that he's privy to more and better information than I am, and can therefore make a better call. So let's have it. Spit it out, Ash, before you fucking choke on it. What's gotten your panties in a bunch? How can you doubt him? He's been through hell. Ash points at the empty hallway Zane disappeared through. People don't make shit like that up. See, I knew it. Never said he made it up, kiddo. Said his mind could have made memories up to explain how he feels about those years of his childhood. That's bullshit, Ash mutters. You don't know? He swallows hard, shoots a guilty glance at the hallway. You don't fucking know everything. How he was before he met Dakota. With sex. He couldn't face anyone. Anyone he slept with, okay? Wouldn't kiss them. Wouldn't let them touch him. Touch the scars on his back. He'd flip out real bad. God damn it. Sexual abuse. This is so much worse than I thought. I didn't know any of that. I swallow hard. This does seem like a piece to the puzzle. Again, I never said he didn't go through something bad. I'm only saying we need to sort out what he remembers or thinks he remembers before we take action. Ash gives a grudging nod. Fine, as long as we look into this. Damn right we will. Ash relaxes marginally. Christ, did he really think I was going to give up? Pretend everything's in Zane's head? Zane, the guy who practically took me in when I arrived to this town. Sick in my head and alone, with my brother and Aaron hating me for vanishing that long ago, and gave me a job. A job and his friendship, and a family bigger and warmer than any I had ever had. Who gave me a chance. The guy who took care of my brother and Aaron before I came back. Who always takes care of everyone but himself. We will find out what really happened, Dylan mutters. Like you said, tease the real facts apart from the dreams. But not now, not tonight, I say, glancing at the kids and taking Aaron's hand again. Let's do it at the shop, tomorrow. It seems what I've said tonight, my hinting that I've faced similar doubts about the sanity of my mind, has cast me as the leader of this investigation. Or it has become obvious I'm the biggest basket case in the room and therefore best suited for this task. Well, not contesting that. It's probably true. Everyone nods their agreement to the plan. Even my girl, who I bet is dying to run to Zane's side, and consequences be damned, just nods at me. Help him, Ty. She swallows hard. In this, I'm not sure I can. The fact she trusts me to take care of her friend, our friend, sends a rush of warmth through my chest. I will. I squeeze her hand even as her nerves turn my stomach into a hard ball. I'll do all I can to help him. I swear it. Mondays are usually booked up midday to evening, and today is no exception, which means it's well after 9 by the time I put up the closed sign on the shop door. By the time I call the guys to come down here to talk, Aaron texted me 10 times asking what went down. Ash texted twice and called once, and Dylan passed by and left again with a frown on his face. Yeah, it's late. We have babies and young kids waiting at home for bedtime stories and a cuddle. Our girls are there, tired and in need of our help. But they're also hoping to hear I've tackled this, that I found out the truth and how to help Zane. Can't put it off any longer. The last customer leaves Ocean's cubicle, and I lock up the register, then power down the computer and grab the bitter medicine I brought with me for the occasion. I put the bottle on the desk and walk around it, aware I'll need to drag Zane out of his booth. No way will he come along willingly. Rafe comes out of the office at the back of the shop and nods at me. 2 of the other inkers are still here, Ocean and Micah, while the other 3, Shane, Seth, and Jesse, work nowadays in the other wing of the shop next door. Which means it's a simple thing of waiting for the 2 of them to gather their stuff, bidding them good night, and turning back towards Zane's cubicle. About fucking time, Rafe growls, his cat-like eyes narrowed. I pat his back as he joins me. Rafe's not pissed. He's on edge, like all of us. The others? I called them. They'll be here any minute. In fact, I'm pretty damn sure Dylan set up camp across the street. Awesome. Come on. But before we take 2 steps towards Zane's cubicle, there's a crash and a grunt, and I start to run. Z-Man! I burst into his cubicle, Rafe hot on my heels, skidding in the mess of paper and spilled ink, and Zane sprawled on top of everything, his stool knocked aside. What the fuck? You okay? He pushes himself up with a groan, gripping the counter to get his feet. Slipped. I exchange a look with Rafe. The hell? I fucking slipped, okay? From the stool? Did you fall asleep where you were sitting? Leave it, man. He leans against the counter and I catch a glimpse of his face before he turns away. Too fucking pale for my liking. What do you want? Talk to you, remember? Fuck. He shifts on his feet, papers crunching under his combat boots, and hunches over. Can't, fucker. Come on, buddy. I take a step inside the cubicle. You know how it is. You're the one who taught us the importance of talking about our problems. We need to get to the bottom of this and find a solution. You can't avoid it forever. God damn it, Tyler. He has a long scratch on one arm, probably from his fall, and a dark drop of blood is snaking over his wrist. Everything's okay. Everyone's fine. But you are not fine. And I'll admit it. It breaks my fucking heart that he's still only thinking of us when he's so haunted by his past. He's closing up and falling apart, withdrawing from us as if to protect us from that pain. So you want to sit around and talk about my fucking nightmares? He whispers. That what you want? How's that gonna help? I think we all know they're not just nightmares. We talked last night. We need the goddamn details. We need to know what spooked you. I jab a finger at him. You don't spook easy, Zane Madden. Whatever it was that brought back those nightmares, we need to find it. Or him. A shudder runs down his back. Shit. That's the fucking point, man. I just can't. The guys are here, Rafe says, and Zane's head snaps around just as Ash walks into the cubicle, squeezing past me. Z-Man. He slings an arm around Zane's shoulders. Ready? To have my fucking guts dissected in disgust? Zane snarls, but lets Ash manhandle him and haul him out of the cubicle to the small sitting area of the shop. Sure thing. Couldn't fucking dream of a better evening. He's even worse at hiding his fear than Rafe is tonight. Too exhausted to put up a convincing front. Apart from cursing and snarling at us, he doesn't have the energy to stop us from interrogating him. And despite feeling a twinge of guilt about it, I guess we're lucky in this. Going to the desk, I grab the whiskey and some glasses, and we sit on the funky armchairs that mark the entrance to the shop. We pull a couple more chairs, and I pour each of us a few fingers, then pass the glasses around. Zane swallows the whiskey down like it's water and coughs. He wipes at his mouth with the back of his hand. The silence stretches. Zane staring into his empty glass. The others looking at me, waiting for a cue. Leaning forward, I take a sip from my glass, the scotch burning a trail down my throat. We need to know more, Zen Man. More about what happened to you when you were young, and where you saw this man recently. He curses. I lift my hand. It doesn't matter if you're not sure of your memories. Doesn't matter if you're not sure who you saw, where, or when. But we'll need you to do your best to remember, because without this info, we can't do shit. Can't figure out how to help you. And we will... My hand is clenched so tight around the glass it's about to shatter. We will help you, damn it. I glare at him. Fuck you for not coming to talk to us on your own, and making me hurt you by forcing the truth out of you. I'm gonna need another drink. Zane lifts his glass and his gaze is darker than ever, dark and cold like outer space. Before you twist the knife. I wince as he echoes my thoughts. I want to say it's not true, that we're just talking, that I'm not a bastard for punishing him like that, twisting the knife like my dad. No, not my dad. Like Jake Devlin did to me, carving me up, leaving me to writhe in pain. Guess my mind's all fucked up too. There's no knife, Tyler, I tell myself. There's no basement, no faces leering over you as you choke on the burning pain, the anger, the sorrow. If you twist the knife, it's to lance the wound festering in your friend. You need to get the poison out, and for some reason you're in charge today, so do it. Whatever it takes. I raise the bottle, pour Zane some more scotch, and despite my resolution, I hate myself for agreeing, for asking him to do this, for filling up his glass. He hasn't drunk a drop since his sister passed away, and now I'm practically forcing the scotch down his throat, hoping he'll talk. Christ, suck it up, Tyler, and do this. It's the least you can do for Zane. You owe him, big time. So I watch, in horrified silence, as Zane downs the booze and coughs, his eyes glittering bright. Then I pour him another. Because fucking hell, making it easier for him is all I can do right now. Fuck's sake. Ash suddenly bolts from his seat, grabs the bottle from my hand, and marches over to the desk. He slams it down on the polished surface hard enough to crack the surface, and stalks back to his spot beside Zane. Enough. The fuck you mean? I don't need a fucking babysitter. Zane sucks on the barbell in his tongue, glaring. Yeah. Well, I was there when we found you, remember? In a fucking coma from alcohol poisoning in your trashed apartment, so cut the bullshit and talk, or I'll punch your lights out, and this conversation will be over before it starts. Zane draws a rattling breath. Back off, Ash. Ash rubs at the back of his neck, his pale wolf eyes flashing. When did he take the lead of this discussion? You can hate me all you want, but I'm not letting you drown in fucking booze again. Jake Devlin beat us every time he was drunk. Hell, he carved me up and put so many scars on Ash's back and soul. It's a miracle he's still here. Almost losing Zane to alcohol poisoning sealed that deal for Ash, so I can't blame him for being so pissed off about this. Zane glares at my brother, and instinctively I tense up, readying for a fight. My mind twists, feeding on the past, throwing back memories of Ash punching me, of the others holding him back as he snarls in my face about my failure as a big brother. Funny how 2 years of peace, love, and baby-making can feel like a lifetime of happiness. But Zane doesn't hit my brother. He doesn't move, although his hands curl into tight fists. It ain't easy, damn you, he whispers, his voice rough, his teeth gritting. I get it, Ash says, just as tightly. I know. You know shit. I don't wanna fucking remember. But you do, and you will. Ash leans toward Zane until they're nose to nose, until Zane's eyes go so round it'd be damn funny at any other time. Because otherwise you'll just sink more and more, and I won't be able to pull you out. He leans back. Can't fucking lose you, man. None of us will survive it. We need you with us. I'm not sure about this little speech, but Zane is still staring at him, his dark eyes unblinking. He shakes himself slowly. Damn it, Ash, he whispers. God damn it. You don't get to put this on me. But Ash has, and something shifts in the air. Trust my brother to turn the tables on Zane, letting down his shields to let Zane see his fear, using that fear to lure him out of his shell, to bring down his guard, shatter it to pieces. Zane would never allow Ash to be hurt. He'd do anything to protect his friends, including talking about his past. Jesus Christ. Zane works his jaw, then looks up at the ceiling and sighs. I'll tell you all I can remember.
So all of you, drink up. This ain't gonna be fun for any of us. The thing is, I can't remember much of my childhood, Zane says. I know I was moved around a whole damn lot, stayed in foster homes with other kids. I have this impression of changing house interiors and faces even before I met Emma. He rubs a hand over his face. My sister. He and Emma were really tight. He called her his sister even though they had no blood ties. She just happened to be placed with him in a foster home and became the family he'd never had. They were separated later and found each other when Zane was a teenager, only to lose her to cancer a few years after that. My memories are just that, fucking impressions, unclear faces, events all mixed up. A bully who once hit me, a girl who once kissed me, a kitten I found once. He swallows hard, sits up a little. Being sick as a dog, starving, running in the dark. Ash opens his mouth to say something and I shake my head at him. He snaps his mouth shut, glaring. Yeah, Ash is scared too. Scared shitless of what Zane is about to recount. There was one house, though. Zane's voice rasps, as if he smoked too many cigarettes. Maybe he has. A house with creaky boards. I remember a few kids, boys mostly. There was a big tree outside, like a maple tree. Had colors in the fall. We all slept in a room, bunk beds, no carpet. And I remember... His voice breaks, and Ash is biting the inside of his cheek, his cheeks red. I have this fucking memory. It's nighttime, and I'm kneeling on a bed, and someone is behind me. A man. I can smell him. He fucking stinks of sweat, something sour, and... God. He's panting. His hands are clenched into fists so tight his knuckles are bone white. Rafe produces a low growl that lifts the hairs on the back of my neck, and I'm too chilled with where this story is going to spare him a glance. There was another guy, there, on the bed. Zane whispers. His eyes look too dark in his pale face. He stuffed a bunched up piece of cloth in my fucking mouth to keep me quiet, 'cause I was screaming. It hurt. Fuck me. What do they do, Zane? I ask quietly, and my pulse is pounding in my ears. I'm seeing red. What the hell did they do to him? Zane shakes his head. Play with me. That's what they kept saying. Play with me, little boy. Christ. It's as bad as I feared, and bile rises in my throat. Fuck. The faces of the others look green. Rafe looks like he's about to puke. Only Ash looks deathly pale with murder in his eyes. He knew this. He knew enough not to be shocked, just furious with whoever hurt Zane. They burned my back with cigarettes, slashed at it with a small blade to see me bleed. The blood soaked the sheets. And then he draws a shaky breath. Then I thought he shoved a fucking Bowie knife inside me. Hurt so fucking bad. And then he chokes on the words, doubling over. And fuck. Now I wish I'd told the girls to come too. Dakota or Aaron. She would have known what to do. I mean, we're guys. Sure, we talk about sports and politics and show each other pictures of our kids all the time. When it's time to take action, we throw ourselves into it. But giving comfort is not our thing. Not for something so terrible. Something that tore Zane apart when he was a kid and still hasn't healed. Suddenly he's on his feet, his face ashen, a hand clamped over his mouth and stumbling toward the bathroom. Hell. Before I move, Ash is up and rushing after him. The bathroom door slams open, then shut, and then it's quiet. Numb. I sit there and force my fists to unfurl. Son of a bitch. I wish Ash had told me all this. But okay, it wasn't his story to tell. Such a terrible secret to keep. Such a weight on the soul for both of them. But above all, Zane. Damn it. Not fair. Not fair at all. What are we gonna do? Rafe mutters, glancing in the direction of the bathroom, brows drawn together. If just talking about it makes him sick. Can you think of a better way of doing this? I snap, as furious as those who did this to Zane as for my own inability to help him. Then by all means tell me. Fuck, I'm so out of my depth here, it's not even funny. Nothing to do but get it all out of him. Dylan tugs at the silver hoop in his lip, his blue eyes dark with anger. Has to be done. Not your fault, Ty, Rafe says. I shoot to my feet and start pacing, because fuck it feels like it's my fault. Fuck this shit, I mutter. I'm the oldest. I'm responsible for them. Yeah, I couldn't have protected Zane when he was a kid. I didn't know him. But the guilt twisting up my insides doesn't care about that. It insists I failed him like I failed Ash. Like I failed my son for the first 4 years of his life by not being there for them. Seems forever before Zane staggers out of the bathroom, a pale ghost, Ash hauling him toward us by one colorfully inked arm. My brother sends a tiny nod my way, and it does little to relax me. Wordlessly, I head to the back of the shop, grab a plastic cup and fill it with water from the cooler. Returning, I hand it to Zane, who's slumped over in the armchair. He sips at it and shoots me a grateful look. He shouldn't be grateful. Not when this interrogation is what made him sick in the first place. That wasn't the cause, my mind reasons with me. It's his past, his memories. He probably pukes his guts out every night, if his nightmares are anything like his memories. And I bet they are. Still, I sink down on my chair and rake my hands through my hair, pushing it out of my face. Look, man, I chew on the inside of my cheek. If you can't do this, I understand. I understand now, okay? I had no fucking clue. Maybe you'd rather write this shit down instead, or tell Ash, or your wife, I don't know. I feel like we pushed you against the fucking wall when I just wanted to help. I never thought. I wave a hand, feeling like a thug and an idiot. Never realized. Damn it. Fuck that. Zane gulps down the rest of the water and lifts his gaze. It's sharp and shadowed. I said I'd tell you everything I remember. Christ. Zane. It's not much, but... He shrugs and rolls the glass between his hands, spots of red coloring his otherwise bloodless cheeks. But I'm not finished yet. His choice of words rattle me more than I'll ever admit. Any details? Ash mutters, nodding at him. Anything, man. Where the house was, what those motherfuckers were called, the year, the names of the other kids. The house was in Wausau, I think. It was near the river. As for when, he lifts a hand to scratch the shaved side of his head. It was before they moved me to Madison, so I guess I must have been 7 or so, maybe 8. Damn, I can't. Ash reaches over and plucks the glass from his hands. Damn them. Exactly my feelings. 8 years old. Fucking hell. I want to punch somebody so fucking bad. If Zane remembers right, and if I ever find these guys, well, I'll cut off their balls and feed them to them. Then I'll skin them and throw them to the dogs, whatever's left of them. If anyone did anything like that, anything at all to hurt Jax, or Isa, to hurt any kid, I fucking swear. It's all I can do not to howl my rage and grief. To remain seated, muscles coiled and stomach in a knot, waiting for Zane to bleed some more, to hurt some more, hoping it'll be useful in the end. That it wasn't for nothing. Can you find the house? I ask him, and mentally cross my fingers. Zane shrugs. I guess. It's been many years. What about the guy's name? Something like Tyre or Terrell, I think. Don't know who the other one was. If he was there, if my fucked up brain isn't making this shit up. Zane looks up, right at me. An uncertainty flickers over his face. I stare right back, force myself to speak. Don't worry about what's real and what's not, just tell us. He nods, an almost imperceptible dip of his head. As for the other kids, the tall kid named Samuel, and an Elvis, I remember that one. A ginger boy. His hands are shaking. He rubs them on his denim-clad thighs, as if cold. I don't know what happened to them. Fuck. It's not much to go by. Not enough to verify anything he said, probably. And it fucking pisses me off more. I wipe a hand over my mouth and prepare to call this goddamn meeting off and just go the hell home, grab my girl and my babies and hug them like never before. When I meet Ash's gaze, he shakes his head slightly. The guy you saw, Ash says. Was it this Terrell? And where was he? Everyone's attention snaps back to Zane, if it had wavered even for a damn second, and he wipes his hands on top of his thighs again. Terrell, or whatever his name is, I'd gone to buy stuff for the baby that Dakota needed right after she came home from the hospital. Had to drive to the Walmart supercenter that's open 24 hours because it was almost midnight. Parked my truck, and I crossed the parking lot when I saw the motherfucker. I just froze. Can't fucking remember what I did after that. He wraps an arm around his middle, and I wonder if he'll be sick again. Hell, I feel fucking sick. Still haven't recovered from what he told us. The thought of a young Zane, a little kid, being forced and abused that way turns my stomach. No wonder Ash is so damn protective of him. Seeing a tall, muscled guy with tattoos and a mohawk, you'd never think of him as having ever been weak and powerless. And I should know better. I may lack the mohawk, but I'm even taller and wider than Zane. And I couldn't even save myself from my own dad when I was younger, much less Ash. Motherfucker, I hear Dylan mutter. His face is unreadable, but cold anger is burning in his blue eyes. And as for Rafe, I flinch at the look on his face. Where Dylan's anger seems cold, his is burning. His eyes look like flames. Anything else? I force myself to ask. Zane blinks, his gaze empty. I remember his car. He'd just come out of his car in the parking lot. White, a sedan. He rocks slightly, back and forth. I don't think he knows he's doing it. Damn it. Can't remember ever seeing Zane like this. Sure, when his sister had been sick, he'd been riding an edge of despair so sharp he'd act like a cornered animal most of the time, snarling and biting and hiding from the world, drowning in booze. It wasn't that long ago. And this second hit. The second hit seems to have bulldozed over him, crushing him. Can't remember ever seeing him so gaunt and exhausted. It ain't right. Not right that I hadn't noticed until now how bad off he is. Yeah, I'll blame myself until I see him happy again, no matter what it takes. Just like I do for Ash, just like I do for Aaron and my kids. Because he's my brother too. I saw that car, or one just like it a week ago, Zane is saying. still rocking, his eyes blank, tracking something none of us can see. Not far from there. How would you know it's the same one? Lots of white sedans out there. He glances at me, and for the first time there's a spark in his dark eyes. One side is dented and scratched, marked with yellow paint. All right then. We'll find out who this guy is, I tell him, and who the guy in the foster house was. I'll do my very fucking best to find out the truth, Z-Man. You have my word on this. We will protect you. We will do all we can to set things right. I hold his dark, heavy gaze, hoping he sees I mean every word. You can count on us. We have your back. This brotherhood is strong. We're family. Now and always.
Part 2. Asher and Audrey. Scars are beautiful. Chapter 8. Asher. How many lines do you see? Audrey asks. I'm not drunk, you know. Maybe I am. Humor me. We're both kneeling on the cold tiles of the bathroom, but can't seem to move from the spot. 2 red lines. I lick my lips. And that means... She punches me in the shoulder. It's like a kitten pawing at me. Ash. What? I grin. You know very well what it means. She starts to laugh, covering her face with her hands, and she sounds kinda hysterical. Oh my God, Asher Devlin. I can't stop my grin from widening. We're having another baby. The pregnancy test is positive. I knew it in my gut for weeks now that she was pregnant, and here's proof. I feel sort of proud and scared and happy at the same time. I whoop and draw her into my arms to kiss her mouth. I love you, Odds. I love you too, but... She trembles a little in the circle of my arms. So soon? Scott is not even 2 yet. He's still breastfeeding, for God's sake. I lower my hand to her still flat tummy. And he'll love a brother or a sister to play with. It will be hard. We'll be fine. We'll do this together. I bite my lip not to laugh at the look she sends me. Well, I'll help as much as I can. Rub your feet and all. Rub anything you need rubbed. I lift my hand to cup one of her breasts. And yeah, I had thought her tits were heavier, and look, I'm right. It's your fault, she mutters, that mutinous look still flashing in her green eyes. You and your cock. It's a super cock, apparently. I glance down where my dick is starting to rise to the occasion, tenting the front of my briefs. All this talk of baby making and the feel of her breast in my hand are giving it ideas. Supercock would like to say hi to Super Mommy. Stop it. She punches my shoulder again, and I brush my thumb over her hardening nipple, making her gasp. Wow, her tits are almost spilling out of her fine-laced bra, and all I want to do is drag her to our bed and sink into her. Looks like she'll need some persuading first, though. Her fine brows are knit. I'll never finish my studies, not with another baby. Oh, God. Hey, Odds. I put my hand under her chin, tilt her face up until she's looking at me. Yes, you will. This baby wasn't planned. Hell, the previous one either, but we're in this together. I meant it when I said it. I'll help. We'll find a way and you'll do everything you've ever dreamed of, okay? I promise. She nods, her eyes filling up, but she's smiling. I want your babies, Ash. All your babies. I trust you. My girl. I brush my mouth over hers, tasting her sweetness. I hope I never give you cause to regret it. You won't. She smiles at me and her expression turns dreamy, just like it did the time we found out she was pregnant with Scott. Her hand covers mine over her tummy, and I try to imagine us with another baby. A sudden stab of panic hits me, and I swallow hard. Am I doing this right, Odds? With you and Scott, am I "You're the perfect daddy," she whispers, calming me down like every time my fears flare up. "You're amazing, and I'm yours." I gather her closer, burying my face in her sweet-smelling hair, and her arms come around my neck, holding me until my pulse slows down. I've come a long way in my confidence since Scott was born. His complete faith in me, his reliance on me, his smiles and rosy face make me feel I can take care of my family and not screw up. But hey, after having had an asshole for a dad, it's been hard not to worry. And now another baby. I pull back and kiss Audrey again to reassure her I'm okay. I've had my moment of insecurity, and now I need to bring on my A game and take care of her, because if anyone's going to have a hard time of this, it's her. I saw her with Scott's pregnancy, the mood swings, the nausea, the changes in her body, and then the birth. I'm in awe of her. And I'm amazed she didn't shoot me between the eyes during birth. It was one of the scariest things I've ever witnessed. I hate seeing her in pain, and the actual birth scared me half to death. But the fact she smiled afterward, handed me our baby to hold, and told me she loved me, that was the greatest gift of all. I should stock up on thicker condoms, I whisper to her, lowering my hands to her waist. It's the 4th time one has burst in these 2 years. No matter how much I love feeling our babies in your belly, meeting them and watching them grow up, you can't put your dreams on hold forever. 2 kids are a good number, right? She laughs softly and pulls back to look at me. Ash, I may have panicked a little too, but listen, I promise you, my one dream, ever since you moved into my neighborhood when I was little, was to be with you. Back when we climbed trees together, scraped our knees, and you put Band-Aids with little animals on them and told me scars are beautiful, I fell for you then. Odds. My chest feels so full when she says this stuff, and she does, a lot. Almost makes me believe I'm worth it, that I deserve being with her. I wasn't thinking of wedding bells and babies back then, she says, but I sure as hell knew that the most important thing in the world for me was you. I wanted to be by your side, and that hasn't changed. My studies can wait. Anything else can wait. I only need you and our babies. I kiss her again and again, my love hot and burning me from the inside out, twisting with desire. I want you. That's what got us into trouble in the first place. She giggles, nodding at the pregnancy test resting on top of the closed toilet lid. Good trouble, I tell her. And now it's done, so we don't even need a condom anymore. Her eyes darken, and when I pick her up in my arms and tiptoe past Scott's half-closed door to our bedroom, she's already kissing me hard, licking at my mouth, setting me on fire. Like every single fucking time. I move inside her, slowly, gently. I kiss her, trail my mouth down the silky skin of her neck where her scent is strong, filling my senses. Am I hurting you? I whisper, hissing when she lifts a leg to wrap around my thigh, drawing me deeper. Ash? She puts her hands on my face, lifting it off her neck. I swear to God, if you don't make love to me properly, if you don't go faster, fuck me harder, and make me come, I won't talk to you again. I gape at her for a long moment, because, damn it, she looks serious. But the baby... Her gaze softens. I know, you're concerned, but the baby's fine where she is, and I'll be perfectly fine. Even better if I come. A snort escapes me despite everything. Odds. Love me, husband. She arches her back and licks at my chin. Like you mean it. A challenge. I always mean it. Trust yourself. I suck in an unsteady breath. I was worried about you, I whisper. But I'm fine. More than fine. Grinning, I crush my mouth to hers and give it to her the way she likes it, pulling out of her until only the tip of my cock is buried inside her, then slamming back in. She mules her pleasure, moaning in my mouth, and wraps her other leg around my hip. So fucking good. I'd been worried about her. I thought she might be pregnant when she was dizzy and nauseous. But then she told me she didn't think she was, and worst-case scenarios flashed through my mind one after the other. I thought she was sick, something serious that might take her from me. Call me paranoid. In my life, I've lost people important to me. My mom, my dad, Tyler, though he eventually came back. And then there's Zane, my concern for him making me tense, distracting me in everything I do these days. Good thing Audrey's so sexy she won't let me get distracted for long. Her long legs tighten around me and she clenches around my dick, wrenching a gasp from my throat. You with me, cowboy? She winks and I shake my head at her. Feel this? I snap my hips, pounding into her and capturing her cry with my mouth. Oh, fuck yeah. Balls deep inside her, her heat surrounding me, her pussy slick and tight around my cock. I give her everything I got. I thrust inside her, and we rock together, our ragged breathing filling the early morning silence. Her nails leave red marks down my arm, and the pain ratchets up the pressure, the need. My total and endless need for her. I lift a hand and play with a nipple, hard and straining between my fingers. She lifts her hips. Yes, like this. Hell. Odds. I grind out her name again and again as I let go and bend over her, fucking her hard, fast, deep. Odds. Her eyes are wide, her mouth falling open as she comes apart. Her wild red curls fanning around her face and white shoulders as shudders rack her body. The sight, the knowledge I've made her come so hard, pushes me over the edge in a split second, and I groan as the pleasure hits, jerking my cock and unloading my cum in her pussy. The urge to fill her up is so strong. I press into her even as my seed spills out of her, trickling down her creamy thighs. So soft. She's so soft under me, around me, her warm breath feathering over my neck as I struggle to keep my weight off her. I manage to push myself up on my hands, looking down at her, our bodies still connected. She smiles at me, sated and sleepy, and I lean in for another kiss. That's when something alerts me to another presence in the room, and I have a fraction of a second to tense before a small hand touches my naked thigh. Dada? A tiny, familiar voice says from beside the bed, startling a curse out of me, and I turn my head to find our son standing precariously, clutching at the edge of the mattress, giving me a gap-toothed smile. Audrey starts laughing, and I gasp because my dick's still trapped inside her, and every shake of her body jolts me, which makes her laugh harder, and I pull out of her so fast I almost fall back on my ass on the bed. Dada, Scott says again, reaching for me, clearly delighted to find us both awake so early. Come to Mama, cutie, Audrey says, lifting him on the bed, giving him that sweet smile I love. She cuddles him to her side as she covers herself up with the sheet. Aren't you Dada's little clone? Scott agrees. The whole family's on the bed now. I blink at her words. Holy crap. The whole family. All 4 of us. And I can't stop grinning at the thought, even as tiny sparks of panic still fire inside my chest. Because, God, I've never been happier in my life. I'm still reeling from the news of Audrey's pregnancy as I shower at the gym after a good workout, then sit on the bench to pull on my clothes, thinking about the future, about my family, and how to best provide for them. I mean, Jesus, 2 kids, and I still haven't chosen a major. I have my scholarship, and I've taken a part-time job with children at a local school. The scholarship pays for the college tuition and some extras, but the rest has to come from me. No money left by my parents. The house was sold to pay back the debts good old Dad had accumulated with his drinking and gambling habits. He didn't leave me and Tyler a single cent, which I was sort of glad for, until now. Didn't want anything from the bastard who hurt Ty so much, who almost killed me. I'm glad he's not around my children, even though I find myself thinking of him sometimes. Remembering older times when he'd been kind and playful, and a good dad. Before Mom died. Before he started drinking and hitting his own flesh and blood. I shudder as I pull on my shoes and tie the laces. Yeah, well. Maybe I was glad he left me nothing to remember him by apart from the scars on my back. But my family needs money, and I need to find it. I already promised Audrey and the Brotherhood I'll never go back to illegal fighting, so that one's out. Can't say I've missed the blood and pain and danger of the Mafia world. It was such a relief to walk away from that. I know I should talk to Tyler, but he's already been helping me out with money from his graphic design business, ever since he moved back to Madison. Money I'd been hoping to give back someday. I mean, hell, he has kids of his own, and it's not like he's making millions. So I'll talk to Dylan first, I decide. He's pretty much in the same spot as me. He may not have kids yet, but he has his little brothers, and he's on a fellowship like mine. Maybe he can get me a better job than the one I have. Maybe at the gym where he's currently working after hours. And to Rafe. Rafe has a good business mind. He may have ideas. About a job, about a bigger place to stay with enough room for the kids. Although the first person I'd talk to would always be Zane. Zane. Damn it. I rub at my eyes, suddenly more exhausted than the workout warrants. A bone-deep exhaustion that has to do with the state my best friend is in. The pain he's in. The unsolved as yet riddle of his past and the way it has intruded into his present, haunting him and hounding him, making him sick and desperate. The image of him downing the whiskey Tyler poured in the other night won't leave my mind. It keeps getting tangled up with the image of him lying unconscious as we found him almost 2 years ago, after his sister's death, in a coma from alcohol poisoning, vomit drooling from his lips, an oxygen mask on his face as the paramedics whisked him away. Fuck. I thought that mess was behind us. I thought we were all happy and doing well, but Zane... I'd fight anything for him. And right now I'm turning in circles, unable to see where the attack is coming from. What use are fists when there's nothing fucking solid to punch through? Grabbing my light summer jacket, I check the time. Damn, I'm running late. Hurrying out of the gym, I nod at the owner and jog outside. I said I'd babysit Scott while Odds helps with the organizing of the upcoming weddings of Tyler to Aaron and Rafe to Megan. At least she doesn't have morning sickness like she did with Scott. Thank fuck for small mercies. Watching her suffer through that almost broke me. Not as much as the birth, though. Christ, the birth broke me. And now she'll go through that all over again, and Her smile flashes through my mind. Trust yourself. I can hear her words echo in my ears. I only need you and our babies. She'll be fine. We'll be fine. After the pain comes happiness. Audrey and my life taught me that, and I'd better not forget it.
Chapter 9. Audrey. Another baby. I'm walking on clouds as I kiss Scott's rosy, rounded cheek and pass him on to his daddy. Then get distracted for a moment, watching those strong, muscular arms as they lift our son in the air, as those pretty pale blue eyes crinkle in the corners with laughter, as Ash, my Ash, laughs and makes faces, looking so happy as I feel. I'm so frigging lucky. I'm married to the boy I've loved all my life, and have the most precious kid in the world. If you'd told me we'd be here 2 years ago, I'd have pepper sprayed you and called the police. When I first moved back to Madison, I thought I hated Ash. Hated his dad for killing mine in a car crash while he was drunk.
hated Ash for giving me the cold shoulder at school for years before that. Until I found out why. That he'd been trying to protect me from his abusive dad. That he'd felt worthless and insecure. That his life had been hell. That he loved me. After almost losing him to his dad's violence and the underground fight club he'd joined to make ends meet, I'm finally with him, though I sometimes wake up in the night and just watch him breathe, making sure he's alive, that he's all right. "Has he eaten?" Ash asks, and I blink, returning to the present. "Yeah, only just. Changed his diaper, too. You should be good for a couple of hours." "Are you okay?" His pale, long-lashed eyes flick down to my still flat tummy and back up to my face. "Sure you're up to doing stuff today?" "I'm fine. I really am. Sure, my stomach hurts a little, but I'm not dizzy or hugging the toilet bowl like I'd done for months with my first pregnancy. Seriously, don't worry about me, Ash." He nods, and I understand how he feels. He's protective of me, of our little family. As little as he thinks of his ability to be a good father, he'd gladly take on any discomfort or pain on himself to keep us from suffering. I can feel tears gathering at the back of my throat, tears of happiness, and God, freaking hormones. If he realizes I'm about to cry, he'll go crazy trying to find out what's wrong. Only nothing's wrong. The doctor said everything looks fine. We're fine. It's not us who need help. Any news about Zane? He told me what went down on Monday at Damage, what Zane said, what they decided to do. He refused to tell me exactly what those men had done to Zane when he was young, not wanting to horrify me. But I know. I can imagine, and my heart aches as much as my stomach twists and churns at the thought. Asher settles Scott in the crook of his arm and rocks him back and forth. "Rafe's gonna ask Evangeline what Zane can do, but we think he can just ask for his files from social services." Ev is the girlfriend of Micah, one of the Damage boys that Zane took in from the streets, and an inker at the shop. She works with the National Runaway Safe Line and knows lots of people working in the social services. "I'll ask Mom what she thinks we should do," I mutter. Mom also works for the Safe Line. She's the one that got Ev the job. "I'll call her." "Wasn't she on a trip?" "Yeah, should be back tonight." I could have called her, of course, from the start. It's not like she doesn't carry her cell phone with her wherever she goes, especially with her job, and even more so since she became a grandma. But this trip isn't a business trip. She finally met someone she seems to care for, and I wanted her to have fun. God knows she deserves it. My mom is great. And even though we had our falling out over Ash back when he and I first got back together, she turned herself around, apologized to him, and became our support, our parent. "You haven't told her yet, have you?" Ash smirks at me. He knows me too well. I shake my head. Haven't told her about the baby yet. I'm sure she'll be delighted. Pretty sure. See, Mom wants me to finish college, find a job I like, and I want that too, but there's no doubt whatsoever in my mind and in my heart that I'm overjoyed to have another baby with Ash. So I've been putting it off, not wanting to be told anything negative, not while I'm floating on this pink, fluffy cloud of joy. I don't want anything marring this beautiful time, anything putting out the bright light in Ash's eyes. Especially not when he's already worried about Zane, just like I am. We need all the positive energy we can get. "This sucks," Erin says, flipping through the wedding magazines I brought with me. Her eyes are a bit red, like she's cried recently. Tyler told me what Zane said, and God, how can I have shared an apartment with him, seen him struggle with those awful nightmares, and not known about his childhood? It makes me feel... She pushes the magazine away, throws her hands up in the air, and her face crumbles a little. Like a really bad friend, you know? You had Jax keeping you busy at the time. I stroke circles on her back. Keeping you worried, him and your mom who was sick, and then Tyler appeared out of nowhere and... Doesn't make me feel any better. You couldn't have known, girl. For all's worth, I didn't know either. None of us knew, except Dakota, and then Ash. They were the only people he told, and even then he never gave details. Stop beating yourself up over that. She's right, Megan says, her tanned face a bit drawn. We should focus on the future and on how to help. And how can we help? Erin whispers, wiping at her eyes. Besides going with the boys to check out the house where Zane might have lived back then, and the area around the Walmart Supercenter to see if we spot the car. She glances at baby Issa, who's asleep in her travel crib. I feel we should put off the weddings. Forget about all this crap. She waves at the magazines. I don't feel like planning anything while Zane is unwell, and this whole horrible situation is unresolved. She may be right. It's not like I feel like organizing wedding bands and deciding on the catering service at this point. We can't stop living, guys. Megan's son, little Zane, is blinking at us from his travel crib on the sofa beside her, with his mother's dark eyes. She reaches over and strokes his light curls. Besides, maybe the wedding will help Zane. Remind him we're all by his side. That he's fine now, no matter what he remembers, no matter what he went through. That now is the time to be happy and celebrate life. God, she's right, too. Plus, the weddings are just around the corner. We're just putting the finishing touches on the tables and decoration right now. The wedding gowns are ready, designed and sewn by Ocean's girlfriend, Kayla, who's getting to be more and more known for her creations. The venue has been booked, the menu decided on, the invitations have been sent out. Erin and I exchange a dubious look. Tyler thinks Zane's mind might have made part of those memories up, she says, and it's obvious she's trying to believe it, to convince herself that her best friend didn't go through one of the worst things that could happen to a child. I Googled it. Memory is more unreliable than we think. It could be that he wasn't abused that way, but he was hurt in some way, I finish for her, and something brought those memories back to the surface. It means we may not find anything. He only remembers a first name and isn't even sure of that, or the area, or the year. Hell, she's right. Ash told me he's afraid of that too. Okay, what if... Megan leans forward, eyes bright. What if we talk to Dakota? What if he has said anything in his sleep to help us figure this out? Some name, some detail he doesn't remember when he's awake. I open my mouth to tell her this won't work, then close it again. What does it hurt to try? God knows I've wanted to see Dakota again. Haven't seen her since Sunday, and I've been meaning to call her. Didn't want to disturb her with everything she has going on, but I also want her to know she can lean on us. I'm going to call her, I say, pulling out my phone. Dakota made Zane happy. She brought him back from the dead with her love, gave him a family. If he's to make it back to us again whole, we need her help. Any help we can get. You guys doing okay? The kids? Dakota's smile is tired as she breastfeeds her baby. Aaron, where's Jax? His dad took him. The guys are having a meeting. Ash has Scott. My hand is hovering protectively over my belly, and I snatch it away when I notice. For some reason, I don't feel like sharing the news with my friends just yet. They're planning. How is Zane? Aaron asks quietly, reaching over to caress baby Lee's almost bald head. The same. Dakota's lower lip quivers and she bites into it. I mean, he still has these god-awful nightmares, sometimes waking up in the middle of the night to throw up. It breaks my heart. She shakes her head. He's taken to sleeping on the sofa, not to wake us up, as if I could sleep through one of his nightmares. My chest squeezes so tightly I can barely breathe. I put a hand on her shoulder. Hang in there, girl. He's been doing so well for so long, you know, and I can't do so much because I'm so tired. And Lee... She nods at the baby in her arms. He doesn't sleep much either, and Her voice cracks, and I want so much to hug her. I squeeze her shoulder instead, not to jostle the baby. So, nothing new? He doesn't look as defeated as he did last week, she whispers, looking down at her son. I think talking to the guys helped. My chest expands a little. We'll all do everything we can to help, in every way. You know that, right? That we're here for you. She looks up, shoots me a grateful smile that lights up her big blue eyes. Thanks, Audrey. I had my mom and my aunts over a few times to help out, but since Zane's nightmares got worse, I stopped asking them. Crap. Yeah. I can understand that. What a mess. What about Zane's brother-in-law? Matt, was it? Does he know this is happening? Matt is in a bad place right now, Dakota says quietly. Has been since Emma died. I tried but can't reach him. Crap. The guys are taking Zane to Children and Family Services tomorrow to see how to get the info about his past, Dakota says. Then her voice drops and her smile fades. He'd never wanted to know. He only wanted to forget. Yeah, this sucks. Ev told me he'll have to fill out some forms, Megan says. Shouldn't be that hard. And we're going to check everything Zane has told us, I say. We'll dig into his past, unearth anything we can find, and hope that won't break him completely. But what he has told us is very little, so we were thinking. I catch Megan's gaze and she nods. Megan thought that maybe you'd know something more. Anything at all that Zane may have told you without realizing it's important, or... God, this is hard to ask. Or if he said something in his sleep, or during a flashback that you think could be important. I feel like I'm asking her to betray his trust in her, and from the wounded look she gives me, it's clear she feels the same way. But what she says is, I'll think about it. The struggle in her gaze is painful to see. If it'll help him, I'd do anything for him. Even if it breaks his trust in her. I'd have done the same for Ash. Saving him would have been more important than his faith in me, more than his love for me. God, let's just hope it never comes to that. To choosing between his sanity and the woman he loves, or Zane will be lost to us forever.
Chapter 10. Asher. I walk up and down a campus parking lot waiting for Audrey, Scott in my arms. It's a fine summer morning, and I'm waiting for her to finish with her belly dance class so we can go. She's radiant as she steps out of the building and starts walking toward us, her cheeks flushed, her ponytail bouncing. I'm spellbound, gaping at her. That's my wife, I think. God damn it, I'm one lucky motherfucker. Mama, Scott informs me and reaches for her, almost tumbling out of my arms. Cursing, I tighten my hold on his squirming little body. He's like a starfish, all legs. Wait, buddy. She laughs when she sees us and takes Scott from my arms, kissing his face. Hey, boys. Hey, girls. I wink at her. Over these past few days, she has become convinced the baby is a girl. I have no clue how she would know. Not that I'd mind. I talked to the teacher. She says it's fine to keep dancing as long as everything is okay. Yeah, a big belly will be damn useful for belly dancing. I stick my tongue out and am rewarded by another sweet peal of laughter. Suddenly, I'm overwhelmed with how much I need her. I walk over to her and put my arms around her, and Scott, and the baby. God, I love you, I whisper in her ear. Can't tell you how fucking much. I know, she whispers back, her voice thick. I know. Just hold me tight. We'll get through this. Through all of this. Through anything. Together. Always together. Tell me. With you and Scott and the baby. With our friends. We'll help Zane. We'll find out what happened and help him, and everything will be fine again. Yes, she whispers. Yes, it will. I kiss the tears sliding down her cheeks. Kiss her mouth. I swear it. Fucking swear it on my life. For her, for my family, for Zane, damn it. I'll find a way. A bit later, I end up in Rafe's Mustang with him, Zane, Tyler, and Dylan. Just us guys. Audrey had to feed Scott, and she was feeling tired, which she reminded me is normal, as if that changes anything about my worry for her. The drive to Wausau is about 2 hours long, and I'm not surprised when Zane nods off almost immediately in the back seat where he's wedged against the window. Tyler rubs a hand over his face and pushes his hair out of his eyes. You need a haircut. I flick my finger at his bangs, and he cuffs me on the back of the head. And you need to respect your older brother. I guffaw. Don't you wish, asshole. Dipshit. Asshat. Dickwad. Dicksack. I flick at his hair again, and he catches my wrist, twisting my hand. Cut it out, baby bro. Why are you so hyper today, huh? His dark eyes narrow at me. Spill. Yeah, fuck off. Just relax, okay? Yeah. I can't help the grin breaking out on my face. Yeah, okay. You give up? He releases my wrist and pins me with his gaze. Okay, this is serious. Did something happen? Fuck. I can't hold it back. Audrey never said it was a secret, so... Odds is pregnant again. You... His eyes widen. What the fuck did you just say? Rafe chuckles from the front, tapping his hands on the wheel. Motherfucker. That was fast. I guess congratulations are in order. Dylan gives me a thumbs up from the passenger seat. Then Tyler grabs me in a bear hold and squeezes the shit out of me. Hell, little bro, congrats. That's great. Don't know why his words bring a lump to my throat. I struggle to swallow around it. Ty, it's great, Ash. He elbows me hard enough to almost break a rib and says earnestly, I have your back. Whatever you need. Don't forget that. It will be okay. Hadn't known I'd needed that reassurance, but the moment he offers it, something unclenches in my chest, and I turn toward the window to hide my face. Thanks. I choke out, and I'm damn glad he doesn't ask if I'm okay. Because I am. I will be. In a fucking minute. Well, fuck, you'd think I'm the one with the mood swings. He only pats my arm, saying nothing. He's proven to me time and again that he's not going anywhere. That he will give me all the time I need to accept he's back to stay and be part of my life once more. I might have fallen asleep, too, for a while, because when I blink again, we're driving through a town, down an avenue with the glint of a river and a bridge ahead. I rub at my eyes, a snatch of a dream teasing me. Odds, our babies, a sunlit afternoon by a lake, laughter. Then I catch a glimpse of Zane's pale, drawn face and sober up. He's staring out the window, his hands fisted in his lap, his short mohawk drooping over his face. I'm not sure he's seeing the town streaking by. His eyes are wide, unblinking. It's as if he's seeing something inside his own head, and it sure as hell doesn't seem pleasant. Z-Man, Tyler nudges him, and Zane flinches. You with us? Which way now? He just stares at my brother, gaze blank. He doesn't reply. Silence settles heavy over us. Hell. We didn't discuss this, but the whole point of coming out here with Zane was that he'd give directions, or at least indicate the general area where the house is to be found. Otherwise, this trip was for nothing. Right now, he's our only source of information, and his chillingly empty gaze doesn't bode well. I can't... He stops, glances out the window. Can't remember. Z-Man. I can't fucking remember, damn it. He swings an elbow into Tyler's side, and my brother gasps out in surprise. Let me fucking go, I can't... Zane! Zane! Before I can move, Tyler has grabbed him around the shoulders and immobilized him. It's okay. You're okay. The look Rafe gives us through the rearview mirror is wide and horror-struck. Fuck, I'm sorry, Zane mutters, shaking. I'm sorry, fucker. Everything's okay, Tyler says, although nothing's okay. We roll down the avenue, over the bridge, over the river. We drive past unfamiliar houses, unfamiliar streets. It's a path into the unknown. What the fuck do we do now? Zane asks, his voice like broken glass. We should have waited to see what the agency coughs up in way of info before going off all half-cocked to check things on our own, Dylan mutters, twisting around in his seat to look at us. You're not helping, I growl at him. Just saying, man. We jumped the gun on this one. Who knows how long it will take for them to get back to us? Ev says it may take weeks. And what does driving around in an unknown town help us if... Stop! Zane hisses and we all freeze. He grimaces as if in pain and scrubs a hand over his face. Just stop. In the new, strained silence, the only noise is the engine of the Mustang. We came here on the off chance Zane might remember something, Tyler finally says, steel in his voice, challenging us. It was a gamble from the start, so calm your tits and let us think. I'm just gonna drive around, Rafe announces. Give Zane time. See if the place jogs his memory. That okay with you, Z-Man? Whatever the fuck, Zane grinds out. And that's as much of a reply as we'll get at this point, I guess. Rafe seems to sense that too, so he puts his head down and keeps driving. An hour later, we're still driving. Zane hasn't said another word, and Rafe's face in the mirror is troubled. He's driven us on either side of the river, down by the airport where the water expands like a lake, and back up, then through streets and more streets, until I'm sure we're going in fucking circles. I blink sleepily at the houses streaking by. Good thing it's summer and I don't have any classes. And thank God the damage boys took over the shop today, manning the front desk in shifts while doing their job and inking customers. My cell dings and I pull it out of my back pocket to find a text from Audrey, asking me if we found anything. I reply with a short no and scowl at my phone screen. Give it time, she writes back. Let's see what the agency gives us. That's our best bet. She's right, but I'm frustrated with the delay while my friend is suffering. I'm just as bad as Dylan, thinking we'd solve this from day one, and that information would be easy to come by. I lower my phone, about to put it away, but find myself typing, "Are our babies okay?" She sends me back 2 hearts and a smile, and I grin like a fool staring at them. Tyler chuckles. Oh man, you're pussy-whipped all over again, bro. You're one to talk, I say without heat, still grinning. Besides, you already have 2 chicks in your life. So you want a princess of your own, huh? He whips out his phone and scrolls through pics of Isabella, then of Jax and Aaron, not even trying to hide how proud he is. I really wouldn't mind, I admit, though I love my boy to bits. A girl would be nice. Or another boy, fuck, either is fine. Hey, Dill, your turn? Tyler thumps the back of Dylan's seat. Time to get some tykes of your own? I've got my brothers, man, same thing. Nah, not the same. You don't know what it's like being a parent until you've drunk beer with baby pee in it. Rafe snickers. Or until all your shirts have drool and milk stains that won't go away from getting the baby to burp after eating day after day. Or, I say, until you've paced your room with a wailing baby in your arms at 3 a.m. trying to memorize the information for your college exam coming up in 5 hours. Did you pass? Tyler asks. I did. Then I went back home and passed out for 2 hours. I shake my head, snorting, and turn automatically to Zane, waiting for him to add his story, or tell us we're idiots. Instead, I find him with a hand splayed on the window and the other gripping the back of the driver's seat. Has he seen something? I ask. Z-Man? Tyler taps on Rafe's shoulder and the car slows down. What is it? Zane. I reach over Tyler to grip his arm. Talk to us. Here. I think it's fucking here. That tree. The car slows to a crawl. I shiver. We're driving through a quiet neighborhood close to the river. The tree in question is a massive oak, like the one I used to climb with Audrey when we were kids, with a wooden bench built around its gnarled trunk. I thought you said the tree was a maple, I ask, trying to see. Is this the house? Dylan seems 1 second away from climbing over Rafe's lap to get a better look. The green one with the nice porch? But Zane is staring past that, transfixed, to a red brick house with white curtains fluttering at the windows. That one, Tyler says quietly, pointing, and the car rolls on past the oak tree. Stop here. Despite the curtains at the windows, the house looks untended, maybe abandoned. Weeds are crowding the porch and sprout all around. The fence is peeling, though the house itself isn't faring that bad. It's as if it was painted relatively recently. We throw the car doors open and spill out. It's past midday and the sunlight is golden, blinding. Shading my eyes with my hand, I stretch my legs as I walk toward the gate. It's low, easy to jump over, and in fact, Dylan is already doing just that and walking down the path to the house. Zane is standing by the car, staring. You sure this is the house? I ask him. He swallows hard. I think. You think. He leans back against the car and thumps the heel of his biker boot back into the metal door. Damn it, fucker, yeah, I think. What do you want me to say? It's all a fucking blur in my mind. Sorry. I shove a hand through my hair and hang back with him while the others walk around the house, talking in tones I can't make out from here. You know me, I don't connect my mouth to my fucking brain. He says nothing, folding his inked arms over his chest, staring at the house, but I think I see one side of his mouth tipping up in a half smile. I know. Relaxing marginally, I lean back on the car beside him. Yeah, I own it, see? He dips his head. Congrats on the new baby, fucker. Pleased, I grin like the goofy dad I've apparently turned out to be. You heard? Thanks, man. Listen, I'm sorry, too. I turn a sharp look on him. What? Whatever for? Ruining your happiness with this fucking shit. Yeah, don't do it again. Because it was on purpose and all. I narrow my eyes at him. Wait, you fucking serious right now? I owe you everything, man. Everything. And you're sorry for what? Needing our help for once? He lifts one hand to give me the finger, and I do the same for him. He shoots me a crooked smile, but it slips as he goes back to watching the house. You know, that was a perfect opportunity for a good bonding moment, I mutter. We could have hugged and shit. Your brother's rubbing off on you, Zane growls. Bad influence. I should never have given him a chance. But you did. To all of us. And we're grateful. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Color rises to his cheeks and he scowls, but says nothing more. At least I know he heard me, even if he believes he hasn't done anything so special for us or the Damage Boys. Motherfucker saved us all, and now we're gonna save his ass whether he wants it or not. From whatever monsters are after him, made up or real. Come on. I smack his arm as I straighten. Let's go have a look at this red brick house of yours. It ain't mine, he hisses, but follows me anyway. Because that's who he is. Running at his nightmares head on without a weapon. Keeping his fears behind his teeth. Keeping his head up. And I'll be damned before I see him broken.
Chapter 11. Audrey. So it was the right house? I'm brushing my hair while Ash is feeding Scott his baby food. Way too silent, though Scott more than makes up for it with his constant babbling. Ash? Scott manages to grab the plastic spoon that's loaded with freshly made potato and meat mash and throw it against the wall, leaving a yellow splatter. Jesus Ash rubs his face on his relatively clean forearm and sighs. Jesus fudge. Is this what my swearing is going to be reduced to? I snicker and his mouth twitches. Jesus fudge sounds cute. Swearing isn't supposed to sound cute, Odds. But he looks so cute and hot while feeding our son, with yellow stains on his white t-shirt and his muscular arms. Whew. Is it pregnancy hormones, or is my husband just the hottest guy in the world? As for the house, Ash gathers the plastic spoon from the floor and gets up to wash it at the sink, while Scott makes bubbles with the mashed food left in his mouth and saliva. Oh, God. We're not sure about the house. You're not? What did Zane say? Not much. He returns with the clean spoon and takes again his seat in front of Scott's high chair. I mean, he was the one who pointed out the frigging house. He gives me a desperate look. Odds, our kid will learn some very bad words. I can't filter my damn mouth. You're doing fine. I smile at him and reach over to touch his cheek. I promise. But he still looks uncertain, so I lean over and kiss him. Now, tell me what happened at this house. A slow flush is spreading on his sharp cheekbones, and he shifts uneasily in his chair. I snicker when I glance down and see the bulge at his crotch, though my own breathing catches. God, I can't wait for tonight, to drag him to our bed and do wicked things to him, or have him do them to me. Scott babbles, and I cut that line of thought, to be revisited later. Ash winks at me as if reading my thoughts, and feeds Scott another spoonful. The house was locked up, and seemed to be empty. We found a neighbor who told us the last tenants left 6 months ago. The house belongs to an Adam Corby, and his last tenant was a family member. He didn't recognize the name Zane told us. I bend over to wipe the food dribbling from Scott's mouth and nuzzle his silky hair. And did Zane remember anything else? He says he didn't, but he looked really frigging awful, like he'd seen a ghost, and Tyler dragged him back to the car and had him sit inside while we tried to find more neighbors to ask. But it wasn't the right house? Thing is, he recognized a tree, and then he seemed to recognize the house, but when I asked him, he said he wasn't sure. What if they renovated it since he left? Yeah, Rafe said the same. Who knows? Ah, shit. Scott has managed to grab the spoon again and fling more food all over the place. I want to laugh, but Ash seems to be at the end of his tether, and I can imagine he had a hard morning, seeing Zane like that. "Hey, give me that." I grab the bowl from his hand, and the spoon from Scott, and attempt to feed him the rest. "You look beat. Why don't you eat something too?" He leans back in his chair instead, gazing at me from under lowered lashes, mouth tipped to the side and a sexy smirk. "You know you're a hot mama, right?" I'm tempted to fling baby food at him. I settle on sticking my tongue out. All very mature. "Thanks. And you know I'm gonna jump your bones the moment this little man drops off to sleep." "Not if I jump yours first." His dark brows go up, and a wolf whistle leaves his lips. "Go for it." I will. Hopefully I won't fall asleep before Scott does. It's been happening more and more often lately, and now I know why. "What about that parking lot where Zane saw the guy? When are we going to check it?"
"We're already doing it, in shifts. Rafe is there now, and Dylan will drive by tomorrow, and so on. We got it covered."
I open my mouth to say I'd go too, but he reaches out and puts a finger over my lips.
"Don't say you'll go. I'll be worried sick. If anything happened to you and the baby, I don't know what I'd do."
An even worse fear is that I'd fall asleep and see nothing, and I don't like being handled like China, but he's tired and panic lurks in his gray eyes, so I let it go. If he says they've got it covered, then he knows what he's talking about. "Be careful," I whisper. "Always. For me. For us."
"I swear," he says and holds my gaze. "I'll be careful. Now," his eyes twinkle, "finish this so he can go to sleep, and I can drag you to our bed and have my way with you." Heat rises up in my chest, spreading to my neck and up to my face, tiny flames of desire.
"Such as?"
"I'm gonna spread your legs and eat you up, make you come on my tongue, taste you."
He leans closer and whispers, his pale blue eyes flashing.
"Before I slide inside you and fuck you so hard you won't remember your own name."
I shiver. God, this boy. My need for him will forever be simmering under my skin, in my bones, in my mind. 2 years together, 2 babies, and his words make me blush. And want. They make me want to feel him against me, in me, feel him everywhere. I never thought it possible to love someone so frigging much. My phone is ringing on the nightstand, and I hum into my pillow, reaching blindly for it. Although Scott is older and sleeps through the night, well, mostly, it's a rare treat to sleep an hour longer. Ash is always up at dawn, and without classes until fall semester starts, he takes care of Scott for me. So sweet of him. Such a sweet boy. Ash, I mean. Okay, Scott too. But my boy, my guy, is Ash. And as I stare blearily at my phone, I remember what we did last night, and a familiar heat spreads in my cheeks and down my chest, all the way to my core. He didn't exaggerate when he said I'd forget my own name. He was focused on my pleasure. Holy crap. I clench my legs together at the wave of desire coursing through me at the memory. And I should focus on the missed phone call. From Dakota, Zane's girl, and I sit up, suddenly wide awake. From the other room I can hear Ash talking to Scott, and Scott gurgling something in response as I fumble with my phone to call back. My hand smooths over my belly, unconsciously cradling the baby, seeking to protect it, her, from my reality and from my fear. Dakota picks up after a few rings, sounding out of breath. Hello? Hey, it's me, Audrey. You called me. Is everything all right? Yeah, I mean... She draws a long breath. No, not really, but that's not unusual anymore. I gather my legs close, my heart sinking. What happened? More nightmares? Bad ones. Her voice wavers, and my eyes sting. I wouldn't have called about that, though. God knows he's had worse ones recently. Another hitch, and tears slip free, tracking down my cheeks, because crap, this makes me so frigging sad. I said I'd tell you anything he mentions, just in case it's important. Yeah. I clear my throat, wipe at my face. What did he say? He was calling for someone. Tyrant? Tyra? I frown. Tyrell? Wasn't that the guy who hurt him? That makes no sense, Dakota mutters. Maybe I didn't hear well. I was dead tired, and the baby wouldn't stop wailing. A pause. He also said something about an attic, and a dress. A dress. Yeah. Well, who knows what it means? Maybe there was a woman involved. Or maybe it was just a dream, or a memory from some other time. Shit, I don't know. I feel like I'm losing my mind. She's right. This is worse than grasping at straws. I'll tell Ash anyway, just in case. You never know if Zane lets something important slip one of these days. This is hard to ask. Just keep telling us how he's doing, what he says, okay? I will. I can hear little Emmanuel crying, and crap, I'm crying again. Damn hormones. I could come over if you'd like, girl. Help out? Ash can take Scott for as long as needed. I can get Erin or Megan or Tessa and take care of Lee, so you can rest. You... Oh God, she's crying now too. You'd do that? Thank you, Audrey. I think I'm going crazy. You're not. You're very brave. For myself, I don't know if I would have made it through something like that. Watch Ash hurting so badly, for so long, with a newborn baby to care for, and come out sane. Hey, Aud. Tessa leans over to open the passenger door of her white Jeep Cherokee for me. You alone? Where's the little Asher clone? His dad has him. Aw, I don't get to see my Scotty boy today. She pouts her ruby lips and bats her lashes at me as I buckle in and close the door. She's dressed in a ripped red t-shirt, her purple bra showing through, and skinny jeans, huge silver hoops in her ears, and countless leather bracelets on her slim arms. She looks so pretty, like always, and wild, which is a more recent thing, ever since she broke free of her parents' control and got together with Dylan, the love of her life. How about Dylan's brothers? They at school? Yep, but summer vacation is starting any day now. Little monsters will be a pain to entertain and keep out of trouble. She smiles fondly, in contrast to her words, as she drives into the traffic. Dylan was thinking of taking them on a camping trip. He said he'll teach me how to fish. You? On a camping trip? I'm well aware my mouth is hanging open. Fishing? She laughs. I know, right? Me with a fishing rod. Not the kind of rod I usually favor. Tess! She laughs harder. You should see your face. Like you're unfamiliar with the kind of rod I'm thinking of. I bet Asher's is... substantial. Oh God, stop. Flushing again. I swear my freckles are on fire. Not talking about that. And you should be careful around it unless you want. She wags a finger and hums. Oh, baby, baby. My mouth hangs open. Crap, how did you find out? Find out what? I bite my lip. That we're having another baby. Odd. OMG. Tessa squeals as we slow down at a traffic light. A guy sitting in the car beside us frowns at her. Oh God, this is so exciting. Are you okay? Do you need anything? How far along are you? Good Lord, I'm going to be an auntie again. I snicker because she's so funny when she gets like this. Christ, you didn't know. And I wanted to wait before I told everyone. Why? It's awesome news. I'm just not that far along yet, and nothing. I just don't want anyone to tell me it's too soon, or anything like that. It's not too soon. Well, it's soon, but Asher's rod is fruitful, so... Shut up! I'm laughing so hard my eyes are tearing up. And you want it, right? I wipe at my eyes and nod. Yes, I do. What about you? Don't you want kids of your own? Little Dylan clones? He has 2 clones already. More, and he'll get too cocky. Be serious for a second, I sigh. Who would have thought I'd be the more conservative, mainstream one in the end, and Tessa the wild one? Come on, Aud. She speeds down the street, then slows down, eyes widening. Oops, sorry. I should go slow, right? In your condition, you should avoid bumps and... I'm fine. I rub her arm. Seriously, though going slow is a good thing. See? Dylan and I are doing it right. Taking it slow. Oh, God. I snicker. Okay, I'll back off now. Odd. You know I love Dylan more than my own life. I nod. I love my job. I love traveling. I love being myself, and the fact he encourages me and lets me fly. I love his brothers, and my heart is his. But I'm waiting for that dreaded word to find out what's wrong. She's not ready for such a commitment. She's scared of having kids of her own. She can't have kids. Dylan can't have kids. She doesn't want kids. No. This makes no sense. She loves Scott, and all the kids of the Brotherhood. I think he's not ready, Tessa says, and I blink at her. For what? For more kids. You see, I've just gotten my freedom back, found my real self. But my prison was in my own head. I'd accepted it. I'd let my dad dictate my life, my personality to me. But Dylan... She shrugs, a lithe, fluid movement as she changes lanes. He's always been constrained by the circumstances of his life, by factors outside his own will. Don't get me wrong, he adores his brothers. He'd give his life for them without a second thought. But he's been a parent to them ever since he was, 15? No, younger. Even before his mom left them and his dad went off the deep end. Tess. The last thing he needs right now is more responsibilities. He's only just gotten his feet under him again, returned to college, stopped being so damn exhausted all the time. Both little Tio and him have only just fully recovered from that god-awful Lyme disease. I just can't put more on his shoulders. Jesus, maybe she's right. No matter what Dylan says, maybe he hasn't thought this through, caught up in his friends' weddings and baby fever. Besides, Tessa's pretty mouth is downturned, and now I wish I hadn't moved this conversation into such serious territory. He's been acting kind of weird. Weird how? I don't know. Colder, maybe? More distant? Dylan? cold and distant? He's been burning for Tessa since they were teenagers. Maybe it's because of Zane? Maybe. She doesn't sound convinced, and it hurts to think anything could come between them now that they've finally found each other. His brother isn't sick again, is he? And his scholarship? What if there's... If Tio was sick, I'd know. As for his scholarship, well, he never mentioned a problem. She shoots me a troubled look. Think he'd hide something like that from me? Only if he thinks you're overwhelmed yourself. With what? Your job? You've been traveling almost non-stop in the past months, Tess. I haven't... She stops and brakes so hard I jolt against the belt. She turns wide eyes on me. Oh God, I am so sorry. Are you okay? Yes. I wave away her concern. What is it? I have been traveling a lot, haven't I? Left him to deal with his studies and his brothers alone. No wonder he... What, Tess? She shakes her head. Why would he want a family with me? I'm a princess. He used to call me that. Coming from money, I hardly understand the sort of problems he faces. And now I've lost myself in my job and trips, and haven't been here for him, and... Girl, breathe. I motion at the street ahead. How about we get to Dakota's and park there before we continue this conversation? We've stopped in the middle of a street. A small, quiet street, but still. Yeah, sure. She drives on, her pretty face creased in lines of worry. Tess, I sigh. Dylan loves you. But love isn't enough, Aud. Why not? He has to know he can count on me, that I have his back. I've messed up. You don't know that. You're making assumptions. Talk to him. We drive the rest of the way in silence. She looks like she wants to say something more, pausing at the building entrance, but then she just shrugs and opens the door for me, following me inside. God, I hope it's just a misunderstanding, and that they'll be okay. Not sure I can handle more worry right now, not with Zane falling apart, and Dakota not knowing how to help him. But as I step into the elevator and the doors close, I draw in a deep breath and tell myself everything will turn out all right. One step at a time.
Chapter 12. Asher. Anything? I ask Rafe when I go to relieve him the next day in the afternoon. Nope. He looks as frustrated as I feel. No car matching the description Zane gave us. Impatience is gripping me again, bulldozing through my calm. Fucking hell. The guy may not show up for weeks, if at all, Rafe says, not helping my state of mind. And that's if Zane was right. Geez, you're a barrel of laughs today, I mutter, tapping the side of his car. Go back home, man, I'll keep watch. Tell me you don't have any doubts. Rafe rakes a hand through his blonde hair. About what Zane remembers. I don't have any doubts. I lie, my impatience turning into bad temper. Zane saw this car and will find it. He's not even sure himself, Ash. Yeah, well, we can't afford doubts. We need to solve this fucking riddle. Rafe nods. That we agree on. You should have seen Zane today at work. He looks like shit. My chest tightens. Fuck. Any idea what happened with that form he submitted for information? Nothing yet. Damn it. Yeah. Shit, I have to act. Do something more than sit around in the parking lot waiting for a car that may or may not appear. Audrey said she'd ask her mom if she can push for the info to be released sooner. I'll call and ask if there's any news. This is killing Zane. We can't let it go on any longer. Good thought. Let her ask. He taps the wheel, chewing on his lip. Okay, man, gonna bounce. Meg came down with a cold and she'd appreciate me taking care of dinner. Go. I'll call Audrey. Audrey tells me her mom's on it and hopes to have some results soon enough. Not sure what that means. Soon enough for what? Zane to go around the fucking bend? And I knock my head on the backrest. Fuck, why am I so on edge? Nothing justifies feeling like the world is dropping from under my damn feet. Despite what Zane is going through, things aren't so bad, considering. Our girls are okay. Our baby's healthy. The other guys are doing all right. Sure, Zane is my best friend, and his pain cuts me deep. Still, we're working on it, and it should make me feel better. It doesn't. This sucks. My chest hurts, and I rub at it as I stare at the busy parking lot. God damn it, this is like a panic attack, but not so intense. More constant. Like my heart won't stop pounding. I change the phone to my other ear. You okay? Dakota? The kids? Swallowing hard, I lower my voice. The baby? We're fine. Ash. Her voice softens too. Don't worry about us. Seriously. Is something else on your mind? She knows me too well. Can't hide from her. Restlessly, I shift behind the wheel, scanning the people moving between the cars and the buildings. Something's bothering me, and I don't know what it is. Or if it's just all in my mind. It's like a bad feeling. A hunch. I huff. Or indigestion. I'm just feeling out of sorts. Okay, look. I'll ask Tessa to stay with Dakota and come find you. Talk about this. No. I force myself to take a deep breath. Damn it, I've worried her. I mean, nah, I'm fine, girl, really. It's the situation with Zane. It's really weighing heavy on your mind, isn't it? Can't deny it. That has to be it, I agree to set her at ease. Stay put and don't tire yourself. Love you, she says, a smile in her voice, and I can't help smiling back, even though she can't see me. Right back at you, girl. I feel marginally better as I settle in for my watch, still rubbing at my chest. That's when I see it. The white Audi sedan, with a yellow streak on one side. It's rolling through the parking lot. Its driver, a dark shadow behind the wheel. Frozen, I stare as it drives by, just a row after mine, cruising, heading toward the exit of the lot. Then it all sinks in, and I turn on the engine, cursing, my hands clumsy with fucking nerves. Fucking hell, it's real, the sedan is right here, and my car won't turn on. At long last, it does, and I swerve out of my spot, barely missing another car passing behind me, then turn and step down on the gas, following hot on the tail of the white sedan. But it's already slipping out into the traffic. Shit, shit, shit! I wait in the line of cars trying to leave the parking lot, drumming my fingers on the wheel and close to punching my fist through the window, or to throwing myself out and running after the car. Jesus! I honk at the stalling cars in front of me, but there's nowhere they can go. It takes me a long moment to accept the fact I won't catch up. Not that I'd know what to do if I did. We somehow never got to talking about that part. Would we stop the car? Wrench the door open, drag the guy out, and ask him for his name and social security number? The license plate! Opening my window, I lean out as far as possible trying to make it out, but can only make out the numbers. 666. The hell? Well, at least it's easy to remember. And that's all I get before the sedan vanishes in the sea of cars heading back into town. I slam my fist into the wheel and grab for my phone to call Tyler. At least we have a sighting. Better than nothing. And if this is the guy who hurt Zane, if he is the one who used to live in Wausau in that red brick house, getting off on torturing a young defenseless boy, then it looks like he may have moved here to Madison. And God help me, I'm gonna find that bastard. feed him his balls, and make him choke on his own goddamn dick. You sure it was the car Zane described? Tyler mutters, scratching at the dark stubble on his jaw. His hair keeps falling in his eyes, and he keeps pushing it back. My brother hasn't had a haircut in weeks, hasn't shaved in days, and the bags under his eyes tell me he hasn't been sleeping well either. Makes me wonder if it's because the baby keeps them up, because of his worry for Zane, or if Zane's nightmares have brought back his own. You all right, Ty? I'm fine. He doesn't smile or tease me, so he's basically lying to me, but I let it slide. None of us are fine right now. The car had the scratch and the traces of yellow paint in the side, like Zane told us. I nod at Dylan, who takes a seat across from us. Tessa sits down beside him, her blue eyes wide. You saw the car? Yeah. Got the numbers of the plate, too, though not the letters. Without the entire plate, that won't help, Dylan says. Not unless we know the guy's name. Awesome. Letting out a breath, I slump back on the sofa. The fucking car was there, guys. I saw it. Question is, what are we gonna do now? Well, the house didn't check out. Dylan waves a hand. We lack basic information. Told you, man, without Zane's file, there's jack shit we can do. Yeah, he's said that many times over, damn it. Where's Rafe? Tyler mutters. He was the one who called for a general assembly of sorts to discuss what I saw and what to do. Zane and Dakota aren't here because Zane is at work and Dakota's at her mom's, out of town. Rafe's at damage control, said he'd drive Zane home when he's done. Did something else happen I don't fucking know about? Tyler rumbles, frowning. Zane's tired, Dylan shrugs, but it's forced. His brow is creased with deep lines. Not sleeping well. Well, worse than usual. Since he visited that damn house. Since the damn house. Dylan agrees and looks away. Christ. Ash. Audrey wanders into our living room, Scott in her arms. I just talked to Mom on the phone. She says Zane should go to the agency tomorrow and say she's sending him. They should give him the info. Thanks, Odds. I send her a grateful smile. You fucking rock. Dylan's eyes have brightened at the news, too. Man, at last, something we can work with. Hopefully. So is that what the bad feeling was about? Audrey sits by my side, and I take Scott from her arms. He's stuck his hand in his mouth and is chewing on it, dribbling saliva all over me. That car? Was it? Seeing the car wasn't a bad thing, it was a positive thing. Took down my frustration a notch, made me feel we're getting somewhere, even if we're not. But maybe she's right. So you're a psychic now? Tyler shoots me an amused look. I shrug. Got a problem with that? Can't explain it myself. Also can't say it's happened to me before. Nope, knock yourself out, Tyler mutters, though his brows have gone up in surprise at my seriousness. Not like we've got much more to go on. We're running on fumes and faith, hoping tomorrow will give us something concrete to use. Yeah, I know. I know, and it's eating at me. What were the numbers of the license plate you saw? 666, I say, throwing an arm over my face and closing my eyes. Damn, I'm beat. The number of the beast? Dylan laughs. This is a joke, right? Huh? I lift my arm and catch an exchange of looks between the others. What? That's what I saw. You sure? Positive. Fuck. Tyler pinches the bridge of his nose like he's got the mother of all headaches. Could it be that Zane saw the plate at the parking lot and his mind associated it with his past? You mean, I sit up straighter, that the car isn't connected to his past, not really? Tyler nods and Tessa groans. Shit. Can't do this anymore, not like this. The doubt is killing me. We need answers, and Zane can't give them to us. Need to wait it out one more day. One more night. can't fucking wait for tomorrow. Here's everything we have on you, the clean-shaven man behind the counter says, shoving a thin folder toward Zane. Then he pushes a receipt paper, too. Please sign here, and it's all yours. Zane doesn't make a move to take the folder or sign the receipt. His hands are splayed on top of the counter, and his breathing is shallow. Despite the warm day, he's wearing his jacket, and it's zipped up. Thanks, I tell the man and grab the folder. I open it, stare at the few sheaths of paper. Is this all? Yes, that's all we have. I flip through the pages. A few names, some numbers. Not much, then. I'm not the one who kept the records, he protests, and I straighten to my full height, staring down at him. Seriously? He takes a step back from the counter, gulping visibly. Sometimes being a 6-foot-tall inked wall of muscle has its uses. I'm sorry, that's really all there is. Fuck. Shaking my head, I turn away, the folder clutched in my hand. The info we need had better be in that folder, or I don't know what I'll do. Probably trash this place. Get that paper signed, Z-Man, so we can haul ass out of here. Zane licks his lips and reaches for the pen as if in a trance. His face is too pale for my liking, but he gets the job done, and I drag him by the arm to a small sitting area by the entrance of the building. You're not going to pass out on me, are you? Shut up, fucker. He rubs his hands over his face. Don't want to see what's in your folder? Fuck no, he snorts. And yeah, it's all I want. And it's all that gives me nightmares at night, you know? Not only at night, I bet. Yeah. Scares the fucking shit out of me, Zane admits quietly. Thinking the nightmares might be true. That they're more than dreams. And even worse, that he's fucking here. That, I know. Here in my hands might lie proof that his worst fears, and mine now, are true. That what he went through as a child wasn't something his mind made up. But maybe here is proof that it was just a nightmare, I mutter. Wouldn't you rather know? Fuck. He licks his lips, swallows hard. What's in the damn folder? A pack of legal documents and forms with names and addresses ordered chronologically. The foster and group homes Zane passed from until his sister adopted him, and I have to swallow down the bitterness welling in my throat when I think how hard this has to have been for him as a child. One thing the small pile of documents doesn't contain is a name that sounds like Tyre or Tyrell. Where's the Wausau address? I mutter to myself. I turn the pages, scan everything. Some names have addresses attached, but I don't see the name of the town. Fuck, where is it? What? I shake the papers at him. The house in Wausau. No Wausau, there's nothing about it there. His brows draw over his eyes and spots of color appear on his pale cheeks. What the hell are you saying, Ash? That I lied to you? No, man, damn it, no. What I'm saying is, what if you remember wrong? What if it wasn't there? It was there, Zane snaps. I remembered. Fuck, I recognized the neighborhood, the tree. But not the house. Was that the house, Z-Man? He shakes his head, his lips turning white, his hands clench in his lap. I'm not sure. Fuck, Ash, I'm not sure. I drop the folder on the bench beside me and knock my head back on the wall. Oh, man. I'm crazy, Zane whispers, his eyes kinda wide. I've gone fucking crazy. Tyler was right. I've made everything up, and I'm relieved. I'm done with this shit. Can't disagree with him on this. For him and for the world. Thank fuck he was wrong. On the heels of that realization comes another. What he needs is not a police investigation. It's a psychiatrist. This is strangely anticlimactic, but at least it's an answer. I should be content with it, or at least relieved like Zane is. Then why does that bad feeling persist, twisting my stomach into knots?
Chapter 13. Audrey. Scott is asleep, and I turn off the light in his room, then tiptoe to our bedroom next door. Ash is sitting on our bed, bare-chested, his back to the wall, his eyes closed. I stand in the doorway for a long moment, looking at him, taking in his sculpted torso and arms, his beautiful face, his silky dark hair that's sticking up in small spikes. The light from the bedside lamp gilts the powerful planes and ridges of his chest, the strong lines of his face. "Odds," he says, and I realize then that his eyes aren't closed, a faint glimmer of pale blue barely visible under his lashes. "Hey." I undress quickly, and his gaze never leaves me, a hot laser point moving over my legs, my tummy, my breasts, my arms, my face. "You're quiet tonight." He shrugs his big shoulders, his dragon tattoo rippling with the movement, and I realize I've paused, my nightie in one hand, still in my bra, practically drooling over him. Over my husband. Hey, husband or not, my man is seriously hot. His mouth lifts in a grin, and now he knows it too. He didn't used to think anything of himself before. 2 years ago, when we got back together, he hid his powerful body rather than show it, because of the scars on his back. Because his father had made him feel unwanted and undesirable, and now he knows how much I want and desire him. A whole lot. More than anyone else. More than anything else in the world. He winks at me. "Come here." I obey, the nightie dropping from my hand to the floor. I get on the bed and crawl toward him. Fuck. His eyes darken as he tilts his head back, watching me. "If you could see yourself, girl. Hottest woman ever." Smiling, I straddle his legs, and he locks his arms around my back, pressing our bodies together. His mouth captures mine, and between my legs I feel him, long and rock hard inside his thin boxer briefs. He kisses me like I'm oxygen and he's suffocating, sucking on my mouth, on my tongue, licking and biting and possessing me. I moan against his lips, caught by surprise in this storm of desire and need. My need for him, and even more his for me. He lifts me off him and lays me down on the mattress in one fluid movement, bending over me and smoothing the hair away from my face. He leans in until our foreheads touch. "Christ, Odds." I stroke his rough cheek, cup his face. "What is it?" "Can't stop the noise inside my head." He sighs, still pressed between my legs, steadying himself with his hands on either side of me on the bed. "Can't find the quiet." "It's okay." "No, it's not. He shakes his head. "I should let it go." "Ash." I wind my arms around his neck and pull my beautiful, lovely husband in for a quick kiss. "It's normal to be upset." "I'm not fucking upset." He huffs, closes his eyes and bows his head. "Okay, I am." He sits up and scoots back, rubbing a hand over his chest, and I try not to drool at the sight of him like that. The bunching pecs, the bulging biceps, the clenched six-pack, because he's unhappy, and all I want is to make him feel better. I was so sure it was all true, he whispers. That those horrible things really happened to him, but they didn't. You don't know that. Nothing checks out. Not the name, not the house, not... His voice has risen a little, and he glances at the door. Don't worry about Scott. He's fast asleep. He nods. Tyler was right. His mind created a story to fill in the gaps of his past. I should be relieved. Ash, he still had a hellish childhood. You can't blame him for it. I'm not blaming him. Fuck. He lets his hand drop to his side. How could I? I'm upset because I'm worried about him in a different way. Why did he have a relapse? Why now? Getting married and having babies is stressful for some people, I remind him. You were stressed when I got pregnant, and also when Scott was born. Yeah, he admits, so low I barely hear it. So it could be that, or anything else. Triggers are like that. You don't always identify them. How do you know so much about them? I shrug. I talked to Tyler a lot when he first came back. He told me a lot about triggers. Ash tenses, and I curse myself inwardly for reminding him of other stressful times. So, you think I shouldn't be worried about Zane? I think you shouldn't feel guilty. He flinches, and I know I've put my finger on the source of his unease. It's as if I didn't do enough to help him, to solve the mystery, and... But there was no mystery after all. I frown at him. Was there? You just said it was all in Zane's mind. Yeah. But something isn't sitting well with him. That much is obvious. He's not convinced. I thought you were sad that Zane had a relapse. I sit up too, to look him in the eye. I thought you'd be upset that he'll go to see a psychiatrist, that it was all in his head. But instead, you're upset because you weren't able to prove he was right, that he'd been abused as a child. What gives? Why? Because something's bugging me. Ash's gaze is clear like glass, cutting me deep, honest and bright, making the shadows lurking in it all the darker. But fuck, for the life of me, Odds, I can't tell what it is. Megan looks amazing in her wedding gown. Kayla, Ocean's girl and our resident fashion designer, stands back, hands on her hips, giving it a critical look. Turn. Megan turns in a slow circle. The red fabric molds over her curves, the skirt flaring over her hips, gold thread circling her waist. Beautiful, I breathe. Megan splays her hands under her breasts. It doesn't make my tummy look big. I swear, it's never going to be flat again. Shaking my head, I stifle a snort, because I'd been waiting for my tummy to get flat again, only there's no chance of it happening now. You look great, honestly. Not to brag. Kayla drawls a little, eyes half closed as she surveys her work. I did a good job. Megan lifts a brow. Kayla laughs. And you're super pretty, so stop fretting. She brushes invisible lint from the front of the dress. Rafe will be drooling all over you. Maybe I should add a towel to the ensemble. That finally makes Megan laugh, and I glance around, searching for Dakota. She was here a moment ago, I swear. I go looking for her. Megan and Rafe's apartment is spacious with tall ceilings and big windows opening over the city. A thin baby wail leads me toward what turns out to be a TV room. Dakota is sitting on the couch, the baby in her arms. She's staring off into space, rocking her son gently. Hey, couldn't find you. I sit down beside her. Megan has tried on her dress, and Erin will arrive any moment now to try on hers. Don't you want to see? She draws in an unsteady breath. What's the use? The use of what? All this, weddings, dresses, having fun. I can't. Her head dips. Can't pretend everything's okay anymore. Oh, girl. My heart is so heavy. I put my arm around her. You don't have to pretend. Not with us. Would you rather go home? No. I frown. Did something else happen? He's not okay, Audrey. Her voice hitches. He can't sleep. He can't function right. He's so tired he can't walk straight. Today he told Rafe to cancel his appointments at the shop again. His hands are shaking too badly to ink. Oh, God. I drag her to my side, pull her until she's leaning against me. Did he go to see the therapist? He did. Do you... She sniffles, and it breaks my heart. Do you believe it too? Believe what? That it's all in his mind? I freeze, Asher's words of doubt from 2 nights ago echoing in my mind. I guess. I mean, the guys checked what he told them. The name, the house, the car. Things didn't seem to check out, girl. I know that, but how could his mind make up such a terrible story? Is it normal? Why would it? Sighing, I rub her back. I don't know. Honestly, I have no clue about such things. I was hoping the therapist would have an idea. She gave him pills to sleep, and to calm him down. They make him sluggish and drowsy. She sighs. It hurts to see him like this. I know. God, I know. I can feel her pain, his pain, like a blade lodged between my ribs. No wonder Ash keeps rubbing at his chest. Can't imagine how he feels. The doorbell rings, and I hear the girls' happy voices ring out as they usher Erin inside. Not sure I want to move just yet, though. Emmanuel makes a small gurgling sound, and Dakota pulls away from me to stroke his cheek. Shush, she whispers. We'll be okay. I wonder if she believes it. Erin looks stunning in her cream gown. Her skin tone is paler than Megan's, but the cream works for her, and she looks more radiant than ever. I haul both her and Megan to me. Kay, take a photo of us. Dakota peeks into the room, the baby asleep in her arms, and I lift a hand to beckon to her. Dakota, come over here. She shakes her head, and I let it go, managing a genuine smile as Kayla takes the pic. You guys, Kayla winks. I have a feeling this is gonna be great. The weddings? I ask, glancing at the door when the bell rings again. Everything, she says. Read that in the cards? I ask as I head over to see who's ringing. That's Kayla's hobby, or gift, depending who you ask. Reading the future in the cards, or coffee, or our palms, although she isn't so into it anymore, not since she got together with Ocean. She says she doesn't need to predict the future, not if she can discover it together with him, one day at a time. Seems to work for them just fine. Tess? I open the door and let her inside. She looks kinda frazzled, her blonde hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, her lipstick smeared as if she wiped her hand over her mouth at some point. What's up? We weren't expecting you today. Hey, I know I said I wasn't coming over, but... Her eyes are red-rimmed, I realize, her mascara smudged. I take a step toward her. Tess? I had a fight with Dylan. I open my arms, and she all but runs into them, then pulls back with a horrified gasp. Oh God, the baby. Did I crush you? Don't worry so much about that, girl. I steer her toward the sofa, seat her down, and look up to find 3 sets of wide eyes on me. Baby? Dakota breathes. You're pregnant, Audrey? Heat seeps into my face. Yeah, I thought the guys told you after Asher spilled the beans to them. 3 heads shake in the negative. Damn. The blush burns hotter. Well, there you go. Erin squeals and throws herself at me, grabbing me and swinging me around. I will be an aunt again. I laugh, and then it's Megan's turn to hug me, and then Dakota gives me a one-armed hug together with baby Emmanuel. Kayla is grinning at us. Good feeling, guys. Told you. Then I glance down at Tessa again, and heaviness crashes over me. How does that, or Zane's troubles, fit into this happy picture? I sit down beside Tess and take her hand. Want to talk? She shakes her head. We could go someplace quiet. I glance up at the other girls, hoping they understand. Just you and me. I don't even know what we fought over anymore, Tess says, wiping at her eyes. Don't know what's happening. I put my arm around her and pat her hair. Seems all I do these days is comfort my friends. What the heck is going on with my world? And how do I fix it?
Chapter 14. Asher. I swing by damage control, hauling Scott out of his car seat and into my arms, to check on things. I haven't seen the guys for a couple of days, not since I went with Zane to the agency, and I need to talk to them about it. See what they think, what's on their minds. Need to check on Zane, see if he's doing all right. Had to be a shock finding out things might not be as he remembered them. Hell, it was a shock to me. I'm still reeling. Scott is babbling something, tugging on my hair as I push the door open and step into the shop. Faint music is playing over the speakers, something Celtic that reminds me of Audrey. That's her kind of music, and it relaxes me a little. I don't immediately see anyone. The front desk is empty. Where's Tyler? Anyone here? I call out, and Scott pats my face, leaving drooly imprints on my cheeks and making a sad face. Yeah, buddy, it's okay. I'm okay. Kissing his hand, which results in him pulling it back instantly and laughing, I go around the desk to check inside the booths. I find Micah, the one blonde tattoo artist of the shop, cleaning his equipment. He turns around, startled, when I knock on the partition. Asher, hey man. Hey, where's everyone? At the back, in Rafe's office, having a meeting. About what? He rolls his shoulders in a sort of shrug, his blue eyes wide. About Zane, from what I figured out. Fuck. Stalking around the booths, I make my way to the back and throw the door open. A chair screeches on the floor, and Rafe gives me a long, narrow-eyed look from behind the desk. Tyler is there, and Dylan. Forgot to invite me to the party, I drawl, and Scott claps his hands happily. I swear, I love this kid, and he sometimes gets my mood, but more often than not, he really fucking doesn't. Ash, Tyler snorts. Not funny, man. I shift Scott onto my other arm and pat his small back. Why didn't you tell me you were meeting to talk about Zane? Because we didn't plan it. He waves his cell phone at me. I was just about to call you, so why don't you take a breath and sit down with us? Oh. Okay, so I'm not in the best of moods lately, big surprise. Swallowing past the knot in my throat, I sit and slide a flailing Scott down to the floor to strut his stuff around the room and explore. Okay. I glance around at their serious faces. Where is Z-Man? Didn't come in today. He asked me to cancel his appointments. Third day in a row, Tyler says. Ever since that day at the agency. Hell. He needs time to work through this, Rafe says, brow creased. Coco says they gave him pills to take and they take some adjusting. He won't feel like himself for a while. It takes me a moment to remember that Coco is what Rafe calls Dakota. In fact, that's what all the members of her punk rock group call her. And oh shit, pills. I sit there numb, watching Scott as he picks up a pen from the floor, licks it, and puts it back down. Somewhere in my mind, I know I should have stopped him, told him it's dirty and find something else for him to play with, but pills. Drugs. Fuck. It's just a sedative to help him sleep, Rafe says, seeming to sense my agitation. He shouldn't be taking them for long, just to see if they help. I check everything he's taking. Don't worry about it. I actually wasn't thinking about addiction issues, though I should have, sitting there with Rafe and Tyler, who'd both been through that hell. Good. Fuck, I nod. That's good. He's getting help. Tyler was right. I can't bear to look at my brother. Not that he'd gloat. He cares about Zane as much as all of us, but speaking the words is hard. You were right, Ty. It wasn't true. But you don't believe it, Dylan says, and time jerks to a stop. I look up, mouth open, and find everyone watching me. Even Scott has stopped licking the edge of Tyler's chair and gazes at me, his gray eyes huge. I choke. What? You didn't believe that Zane's mind made this shit up back when we first discussed this, and you don't believe it now. Yeah, well, makes no difference. Tyler reaches over and slaps me on the back. The look on his face is sympathetic. I don't need sympathy. I need Zane to be fine. I need the world to get back on track, and I need this damn feeling of wrongness to stop twisting me up inside so that I can fucking breathe again. Tell us what those papers said, Zane's folder. Rafe leans back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. No matter what Ash believes, what any of us believe, his gaze is uncertain. Let's go over this one last time. So nowhere in those documents was the name of this guy mentioned? This Tyrell? Dylan accepts a fluffy bit of lint from Scott, who smiles toothily at him and continues with his exploration. I keep an eye on my son as he moves toward the desk. No, or any address in Wausau. Damn. Yeah, my feelings exactly. What happened to the folder? Tyler asks. Can we see it? Zane has it. Shit. Dylan's expression is dark, and I wonder what the hell's going on with him. I don't ask, though. The bad feeling has my stomach churning. Maybe it's worry, stress. Something's got my stomach churning, anyway. I'm probably coming down with some virus or other and thinking it's all in my mind. Whereas Zane thought what happened to him was true when it was all in his mind. I bend over, grimacing. Ash. Tyler reaches for me. I shrug his hand off and straighten. I think I'll take Scott home. He needs to rest. And I need to sit alone and have a stiff drink. Just then, my cell phone rings, and I pull it out of my pocket, thinking it might be Audrey. It's not. An unknown woman's voice says, "Is this Asher?" Frowning, I reach for Scott, who staggers just out of reach. Yes? Who's that? Oh, you don't know me. I'm here with a friend of yours. Found him outside my shop, and he passed me his phone to call you. He seems a little confused, and he's a bit bruised, but he's all right. Zane, he says his name is. Would you come pick him up? Fuck. That's all I can think as I carry Scott to the car and buckle him in. Fuck. No wonder my stomach was all knotted. Because I'm a fucking psychic now, apparently. Or I was just waiting for something bad to happen, as it usually does when the avalanche starts rolling. No such thing as a mildly bad situation. No, it has to take us to hell and back before we even know what's going on. Ash, wait! Tyler is jogging after me. Coming with you. I nod and sit behind the wheel, forcing my hands to steady, running the address the woman gave me over the phone over and over in my mind in case I forget it. As if I could. What the fuck was Zen Man doing near Woodland Park? Tyler mutters, settling in the passenger seat and closing the door with a slam that makes me wince. Wasn't he supposed to be home? Dunno. I back out of the parking spot and into the street. Isn't his therapist's office in that area? I think Dakota mentioned a street off Winona Way. That's by the lake, I know it. Yup. He's staring at me as if waiting for something. What? It's not that far from the Walmart Supercenter. I glance at him. I thought we'd agreed that lead didn't work out, Detective Tyler Devlin. Grayson, he mutters distractedly, turning to look out the window. I sigh. Tyler has decided he'll never use Dad's family name ever again, since he isn't Dad's biological son and Dad branded him as a bastard. Quite literally carved the word across his chest and tried to kill him. Sometimes I think it's childish to insist on that. Then I remember what was done to him, and am mad at myself for even thinking it. He says nothing more as I drive around the lake toward the address. Scott has fallen asleep in his car seat, his little head lolling to the side, like always during car drives, and I smile fondly at him. Then we reach our destination, and reality slams back in like a fist to my gut. Zane is standing outside the bakery, inked arms folded over his chest, his mohawk spiky, a scowl on his face. A woman is leaning in the open door talking to him. While I park, barking at Tyler to stay in with Scott and jumping out of the car, Zane shakes his head at what she's saying. Then he sees me and starts toward me. The moment I reach him, I grab him in a hard bear hug, holding on to his stiff body, trying to convince myself everything's gonna be okay. Ash, get off me, fucker, Zane mutters, but doesn't push me off. I'm okay. It takes me a moment to let go, and even then I keep a grip on his arm. So sue me. I've been getting an ulcer fearing the worst for days, and I don't know what the fuck went down, only that it isn't anything good. Okay? I take stock of his bruised face, the blood staining his light blue t-shirt. What are you doing out here? Why are you all bloodied? Damn it, Z-Man. I said I'm goddamn fine, just... He glances back at the woman who's taking her time walking toward us, probably giving us space. Just let go, fucker. There's wetness in his eyes. His breathing is ragged. Beneath the pissed-off attitude, there's a world of fear. I turn toward the woman. You called me? I ask her. What happened? Christ, Zane mutters, wrenching his arm free of me and marching toward the car. I let him go in favor of getting the details on this clusterfuck. Thank you for calling me. No problem. She looks after Zane as he climbs into the car. He seems like a nice young man. I can understand that he's afraid. I grit my teeth. Can you tell me what happened? Sure. She tucks a strand of gray hair behind her ear and pats her stained apron. I'd gone out back to take out the trash and found him there, behind the dumpster, sitting on the street shaking. Made my heart hurt. Poor boy. From the corner of my eye, I see Tyler leaning over the back seat talking to Zane. I hope they don't come to punches, not with Scott in there. Did he tell you why he was there? He said he was lost. God damn it. I wrenched my gaze from the car and nodded at her. And then? I asked if he had a phone, and he said he did. Then I said we should call his family. He said to call Asher, so I did. The knot in my throat has grown so big I can hardly swallow. Good thing you did. We didn't even know he was gone until you called. Is he... She hesitates. Is it a mental problem? I don't mean anything bad by that. So many people have them. I don't know if to yell or fucking weep. No, he's just tired. Lots on his mind right now. I reach for her hand, shake it. Can't thank you enough. It's quite all right. She smiles. Is he your brother? You don't look alike, but yes, I say without hesitation. Yes, he is. I buy some bread and cake off the woman to thank her for taking care of Zane, then head back to the car and climb inside. Tyler receives the paper bag and leans his head back with a sigh. We'll talk later, he says quietly, and I shoot him a narrow look. What? He jabs a thumb over his shoulder, and I turn to see. Zane is fast asleep, sprawled in the back seat, an arm thrown over his eyes, the colorful ink catching the low rays of the sun. Scott is still asleep, too, his little face scrunched up with some dream. I fold my arms on the wheel and drop my forehead on them. Jesus, fuck, what are we gonna do? Drive Zane home, Tyler says, the voice of reason, and get the truth of what happened out of him. Could the pills he took have done this? Like, make him— Nah, I don't think so. Something else happened. He pats my arm. Come on, Ash, let's go now before you crash, too. Why would I crash? You've been strung like the lights on a Christmas tree, so just shut up and drive. I know what I'm talking about. So I do. I take us home. Dakota isn't at their apartment, and the call to Audrey confirms she's with her. They've taken the kids to the mall. When she asks if everything's okay, I tell her yes. There's time to discuss this with her later, after I've sat Zane down and dragged the truth out of him. He sinks into the sofa and puts his head in his hands. Hell. What were you doing there, Z-Man? I glance at Tyler, who's talking on the phone to Rafe, telling him we found Zane. Weren't you supposed to be at home resting? He looks up, his gaze flat. I had an appointment with a psychiatrist. I drove there and— Fuck, the pickup. I left it there. We'll go get it. Now tell me what happened. I don't fucking know. And that was what I was afraid of. A chill snakes down my spine. Shut up, you have to remember something. Because it will make your life easier. We've already established that my memory is shit, and we should never fucking trust it. I sink down on the sofa beside him, my knees suddenly weak. Damn it. He groans. Sorry, Ash. Fuck, I'm sorry. What for? For this. For sending you guys on a wild goose chase when it was all in my mind. When I thought I saw— He winces, rubs his forehead. God, fuck, I thought I saw him again. When? Today. As I came out near the psychiatrist's building. That car, the sedan, and then I started to run. He turns toward me, his dark eyes so wide there's more white than pupil. I ran until I couldn't fucking breathe. I could fucking swear the car was following me, and then I could hear him running behind me, could feel his fucking hands on me, smell the burnt flesh. Damn it, Ash, I ran like hell, and he was still behind me, and I don't remember how it all ended. He's panting like he's still running. I scrub a hand over my eyes. That lady found you hiding behind a dumpster. Fuck. Yeah. What about these? The bruises, I gesture at his t-shirt, the blood. He blinks down at his shirt and swallows hard. Fuck if I know. He runs his hand over the stains. It's shaking like an old man's. Maybe you fell? I try to gather my thoughts. You had a goddamn flashback. When was the last time you had one? I don't. He shakes his head. Last time I saw the car. 2 weeks ago. So that car is a trigger for some reason. It's not. I don't know anymore. I'm fucking crazy, Ash. Batshit. Fit for the straitjacket, don't you see? Z-Man. But he shoots to his feet and starts pacing, running his hands over the shaved sides of his head in agitation. I shouldn't be around Dakota. Shouldn't be around the baby. What if I hurt them? What if I zone out and put them in danger? Fuck, what if I think I'm being attacked and lash out? What if... Zane! Fuck this shit. In 2 strides, I'm in his face, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him. Snap out of it. You're not crazy, and you're not hurting anyone besides yourself. That's a fucking lie, of course. He's hurting us all, but hey, it's not like he has a choice in the matter. Tell me about this car. I haul him back to the sofa and drop his ass there, prepared to wrangle him back down if he tries to go. Where did you see it? Was there anything else? Anything you remember? Why are you still asking me? He bites out the question, the knot in his throat working. What's the fucking use? I'll take the fucking pills and stay low until my brain either shuts down or explodes. Zane, I draw a shallow breath. Listen to me, goddammit. You're not crazy. Something doesn't add up here, and I'll find it. Give me the folder you got from the agency. I'll check the papers again. Shut up, fucker. But a light flickers in his dark gaze. You'll find jack shit. Maybe so. Give it to me. Shut up, he says again, more quietly this time. I'm off my rocker. You're wasting your time. It's all in my mind. But what if, after all, it's not?
Chapter 15. Audrey. So what was the fight about? I glance at Tessa over the rim of my cup and sip at my spiced chai latte. Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. You and Dylan. We're at the mall with the other girls and babies, but I've kidnapped Tessa for a bit, trying to get her to talk to me. She's been drifting like a sad ghost, and I can't stand seeing her like this. Seeing more of my friends in pain. Told you, I don't even really know. She turns her tiny espresso cup around and around in its saucer. Since when does Tessa drink espresso? Girl has changed so much over the past year, I barely recognize her. But something must have started it. God. She chews on a black painted nail and scowls at the couple sitting at the next table. They're holding hands and staring, starstruck, into each other's eyes. He asked me to go out with him next Friday, but I had to cancel because of work. And then I asked him if he was free another day. He said no. I could see he was upset. I bite my lip, my eyes stinging. God, no. So I said, what about the week after? I said I'll cancel my next trip. Go camping, go wherever with them, with him. And he told me I should feel free to keep traveling, that I shouldn't worry about him and his brothers. I told him I can't do that, can't stop worrying. He said he doesn't want to be my problem. Ouch. Yeah. And you told him he's not a problem. I told him that he was being an ass. Double ouch. What was I supposed to say? She leans back in her chair, eyes shimmering. Why is he acting like that? Hot and cold. He keeps saying I should feel free, have fun, travel. Then he gets upset when I'm not always there. So this happened before? That he got upset because of you being so busy? She shakes her head. No. He's always been so supportive, Aud. Always telling me I should do my thing, follow my dreams, find myself. Only what? I want him. Him and his brothers, this little family we have. Above all, I want Dylan. And I'm so scared that somehow I managed to break what we have. It's not you, Tess. Something doesn't make sense here. He loves you. But what if it's not enough? What if I'm not enough? Tess, no, you can't start thinking like that again. This is a misunderstanding. It will be cleared and everything will be fine. Has to be. I have to talk to Ash. I'd give everything else up, she says, her voice cracking. Doesn't he know that? Everything to be with him. I'm sure he knows, I say, even as doubt assaults me. Don't worry, girl. It'll be all right. I only wish I were as sure as I sounded. He what? I stare at Ash, who has just told me he retrieved Zane, who's had a bad flashback and got lost wandering in the city. Why didn't you tell me? Us. Dakota was with us. You should have told us immediately. Sorry. He's not meeting my gaze, his face drawn with fatigue. My first thought was to go get him, make sure he's safe, and then we talked, and I didn't want to worry anyone. Tyler called Dakota, though, sometime after we brought Zane home. That's why she left earlier. I check on Scott, who's fast asleep in his crib by the sofa. She wouldn't say why. Sorry, Odds. I kneel in front of him, put my hands on his knees. Breathe, Ash, and tell me what happened. He nods, grabs my hands and hauls me up, ignoring my gasp, not satisfied until I'm curled up on his lap, in his arms. I didn't mean to keep you out of the loop, he rasps. I'm at my fucking wit's end. I know. I stroke his face, the faint rasp of stubble on his jaw. It was that bad, huh? It was bad. Fucking flashbacks. Does he remember what happened? Some of it. Says he thought that the car was coming after him, and then that he felt the man touch him and burn him. He's fucking caught between realities. Ash buries his face in my neck. He can't remember hiding behind the dumpster where the lady who called me found him. Can't remember how he got bruised and bloodied. Hell. He's still breathing hard, as if struggling to suck in oxygen. I stroke his hair, stiff with gel, draw in his scent, familiar and sexy. Shh. Now doesn't seem like a good time to bring up the fight between Tessa and Dylan. You should stop beating yourself up over this. He thinks he's gone off the rails, lost his mind, and I can't promise him it's not true. He grunts, clutches me more tightly to his chest. Can't promise I can help him. Don't know what to believe anymore. I frown. What's bothering you so much? Ash lifts his gaze to me, clear eyes shadowed. His face when we found that oak tree in Wausau. The tree, the house, the neighborhood. He knew that place. He was scared stiff, as if something happened to him there. But if what he remembers isn't real, then what is the truth? I wish I knew. Have you told the others what you've told me? I only just realized what was bugging me. Tell Tyler. Tell Zane and Dakota. I trust your instincts. When he shakes his head, I brush my hand over his soft mouth, cup his jaw. Let's take another look at this mess. There has to be an answer. We'll get through this. He leans into my hand, his mouth trembling. Love you, Odds. Love you more, I whisper and kiss him. He kisses me back desperately, lowers me to the sofa and covers me with his body, shutting out the world outside. Just for tonight.
Part 3. Dylan and Tessa. I'll be your man. Chapter 16. Dylan. Del, are you mad at me? Tio asks, shoving his head under my hand where I'm slouched on the couch, staring blindly at some sports program on TV. What? I stroke my hand through his soft hair and squint down at him. Of course not, buddy. Why would you ask me that? I'm tired after a day at the college and then work. My part-time job is not much, just a gig at a gym, but it pays a couple of bills, and I've been putting something aside every month for a special purchase. For Tessa. If only she and I hadn't fought. I sigh as Tio climbs onto the sofa and burrows under my arm. I lift it, and he curls up against me, his short hair ruffled. "Are you mad at Miles? He's an ass." "Language," I mutter, tapping on his arm, unable to muster enough authority in my voice, because, hey, tired. And also I'm still so grateful this little guy made it out of that dreadful disease okay I can't even raise my voice at him. Like, ever. Not even when he threw down my tablet and smashed it. It was an accident, of course, but still. "I'm not mad at Miles," I tell him. "I have custody of my brothers now. They are officially mine to protect and care for. That's all I've ever wanted. And Tessa. I've wanted Tessa since the day I met her so many years ago. I want to marry her. Fuck, I wish we hadn't fought. Marrying her has been on my mind for a while, the urge getting stronger every day. I know I don't have much to offer her, but she loves my brothers. I've got that going for me. And she says she loves me, so asking her to marry me isn't that far-fetched a notion, is it? I mean, all our friends are getting married and having kids. I want to ask her to have her. To make promises to her with witnesses around, maybe start thinking about a kid or two further down the line. In a couple of years, when my brothers grow a bit older. When Tessa settles and wants it. I wonder how Tio and Miles will like having nephews or nieces. I hope they won't feel insecure. I have to ask them, test the waters. "Then you're upset with Tessa?" I freeze. "Tio, does she hurt you? You make those awful moaning noises sometimes at night. I can hear them through the door of your bedroom." Oh, fuck. Heat creeps up my neck and a snort escapes me. "You heard that?" I lift my other hand to rub the back of my neck. "She doesn't hurt me, kiddo, I promise. It's not like that." "It sounded like that," he insists, pouting, and another snort threatens to escape me. "It's adult games. They're fun. You'll see when you're older." He huffs. "When I'm older. That's what you always say about everything." "Enjoy your childhood, brat." I settle back, grab the remote, and flip through the channels. "If you're enjoying it." With sudden doubt, I look down at him, pausing in my mindless surfing. "Do you like living with me, Miles and Tessa, buddy? Is anything making you unhappy?" "Miles eats my Cheerios." "Apart from that." "And snores." "Apart from that, too." Tio scrunches up his face. "Nah, I'm good. I like Tessa. She gives good cuddles." He shoots me a toothy grin. "And I like you with Tessa. You smile a lot." My heart thumps. "Yeah, I like Tessa too. So if you're mad at her, don't be." He gives me a wide-eyed look, and I ruffle his hair, my mind spinning. "I won't. She'll always be my princess, but I'm no longer a pauper. I'm her man. I love her, my brothers love her, and we all want her to stay with us forever. We need her. This stupid fight was my fault, caused by my insecurity, my fears. I need to put them behind me once and for all, talk to her, and get her to say the big yes." Tio is playing with jacks and moving around toy cars and trucks, while Asher's little Scott occasionally grabs one of the toys and waves it about. Miles sits apart in a chair, engrossed in something on his cell phone. Should I control what he has access to? Is he texting his friends? A girl? He's almost a teenager now, and I suck at being a father figure. Doubt returns. After Dad died and Tessa moved in with us, I recovered a lot of my lost confidence in myself, but now the fight and the prospect of asking her directly if she'll marry me, I'm sick to my stomach with fucking nerves. "So here are Zane's DCFS records," Asher says, slapping the folder down on the coffee table and leaning back. He scratches at his cheek that's dark with 2 days' worth of beard. He looks haggard. Have you gone through it? I open it, flip through the few pages. What am I looking at? Foster families and homes that took Zane in until he was adopted by Emma. Names, addresses, a few details here and there, not much. I nod at Tyler as I flip through the papers, tracing the names with my finger. Did you read these? Had a look. No Wausau address. I grunt, leaning back, moving the papers to my lap. That's right, nothing in that area. Maybe he confused the town with another. Here is an address in Wapaka near Appleton. But, Asher says, and check if I'm wrong, I don't think all the addresses were listed. There are at least a couple of names without an address. What? Shit. I scan the documents one by one. Damn it, Ash is right. Let me see. Tyler reaches for the folder, and I hold it just out of reach. Wait your turn. I frown at the documents, turning pages, tracking the names and addresses. So many places. God damn it, he sure was passed around a lot. Asher grunts, his gaze dark. And no Tyre or Terrell or whatever his name was either. I rub at the crease between my brows. Like you said, this isn't looking good. What if he remembers the name wrong? Tyler says. He wasn't even sure about it. Wasn't sure whether it was Tyre or Terrell, I correct. But there's nothing even remotely similar to that name in here. Tyler sighs. Damn it. That plants more doubts in my mind, though. What if Tyler is onto something? We need Zane to look at the names without addresses, see if he remembers another name. Assuming he remembers right, like Asher seems to believe. Where's Zane? Is he coming over? He said he was going to damage control to finish an ink job. Is he feeling better then? Not sure. He took the bus to the shop, wouldn't trust himself to drive the pickup. Fuck. Hate to break it to you guys, but we still haven't got anything to go on. I checked the last page. There's not even a health record for him. What the fuck? There's nothing we can use. Whoever kept these files was fucking drunk. I banged the folder on the table. Glad to see you angry, Asher mutters. At last. Unless something else is bugging you, Tyler adds. Damn these Devlin brothers. Nothing's fucking bugging me. Right. Tyler gets up to console a sniffling Scot who is being barred from touching the plastic cars and trucks. Like we don't know you, man. Did you fight with Tessa? I freeze. What? Heh, that was a lucky guess. What happened? He picks Scott up and wipes his eyes. Shh, little buddy. Uncle Tyler's here. Give him to me, Asher says and gets up to get his son. Seriously, Dill, you fought? What's this, a therapy group? I muttered testily. If we're gonna hold hands and sing, let me grab a beer first. No singing, Tyler says and grins like a wolf. But you gotta spill. Did you ask her to marry you and she refused? Told you. Shut up. Because that's exactly what I'm afraid will happen. Yeah, Ty, shut up. Asher shoots me a shrewd look. You haven't asked her yet, have you, Dylan? Not yet, I admit. I just don't know if she wants it. How the hell will you know without asking her? Do you guys even talk? I groan and hang my head. I don't know how to ask her. I thought she'd mentioned something with you guys getting married and having babies right and left, but she never said a word about it. And why would she? She's already living with me and my brothers, and Miles has looked up and I drop my voice. And she loves them. But what if she doesn't want anything more? And why do you? The question takes me by surprise. I stare at Asher, who's kissing his son's forehead, and remember a time, feels like centuries ago, when I told him to stay away from Audrey, that he's not good enough for her. And here he is, happy with her, and he can read me better than I do myself. I need your help, I blurt. Both of you. How did you propose and get your girls to agree? Tyler and Asher exchange a long look. When Odds got pregnant, it made sense, Asher shrugs. Same here. We already had Jax, and then Aaron got pregnant again, so I decided it was time. Tyler says. So what, I'm supposed to get Tessa pregnant before proposing? I practically wail with frustration. God damn it! Well, that's one way, Tyler says, and bites his lip not to laugh. Bastard. Or you can just take her out and propose, Asher says, his eyes bright with mirth. Better still if it's a surprise party or something, Tyler muses. Girls dig that. I've seen it on YouTube. You have? Asher arches a brow. I did research on how to propose to Erin. I wasn't going in unprepared. But then she showed me the positive pregnancy test, and it all just flew out the window. I asked her on the spot if she'd marry me. It worked. Damn. Will you guys help me organize this surprise thing, then? Asher frowns. The girls are better at this. You could ask— I'm not fucking asking the girls, I grind out. This is uncomfortable and embarrassing enough as it is without involving the other sex. I haven't felt so out of my element since I was 6 and kissed a girl in my class who then proceeded to cry her eyes out and tell everyone I had cooties. Okay, we'll help you, Tyler nods. What are bros for? I wipe my hands down my sides. Right. Thanks, guys. You didn't answer Asher's question. Fair enough. I want to marry Tess because I love her. I want to show her how much, have the ceremony with the friends and family, put a ring on her finger, the works. Promise her I'll cherish her forever. Ask her to have my kids when she's good and ready. Tyler snickers. Yeah, sure. You're a fucking caveman, Dylan, like all of us, admit it. All you want to do is brand her as yours and drag her into your man cave. Okay, it's true. I won't deny it. I do want all that. Every day. I want to hide her and bury myself in her and never resurface. But my love for her is real, and I want her to know it. The doorbell rings much later, and Rafe enters, followed by Zane. The kids are still playing, more quietly than before. It's time for the guys to leave, take the boys home to bed, grab a bite and some Z's. But none of us move. Zane frowns as he approaches, hands shoved in his pant pockets, mouth pursed. We nod in greeting as Rafe comes to perch on the armrest of the sofa. Zane remains standing. He leans back against the wall, then pulls his hands out of his pockets, only to fold his arms over his chest. Rafe said you fuckers wanted to see me, well, here I am. I draw a deep, bracing breath. How you doing, man? Been better. You could say that again. He looks it, too. Hollow-eyed, thin, the cast of his skin gray. If I didn't think he'd punch me in the face for trying, I'd haul him to the couch to sit down. He looks like he's about to fall over. And we need to talk. Miles. He comes over, giving me a questioning look. Buddy, take the little ones to the other room and look over them for a while, okay? There's something we need to discuss here without interruptions. He scowls at me. I'm a grown-up. I want to stay. I try to ruffle his hair, but he ducks from under my hand. I know, Miles. You're a grown-up now. That's why I trust you to look over the little ones. It won't be long, I promise. He looks like he's going to complain some more, but then he catches a glimpse of Zane and shuts up. Good boy. I wait until he has herded the boys into the next room and return my attention to the guys. Okay, look, we've been thinking. I catch Asher's raised brow and sigh. Ash is convinced that there's truth to the things you remember. Zane flinches. It's subtle, but unmistakable. Drop it. Z-Man, Asher says. Hear him out. Yeah, Tyler says quietly. Hear him out. You fucking serious? Zane shoots him a deadly glare. You don't believe this shit. Hell, I know, man. I was the first to doubt it, all right? And I'm still not convinced, so cool your guns and come have a look at this. Tyler points at the folder I'm still holding. Zane's eyes are half closed. Anger simmers in them, bright and hot. Why the fuck should I? I know what's in it. Do you? I plop the folder on the table. There's no Tyre or Terrell in here. Told you I wasn't sure. The anger wavers, warring with confusion. His arms tighten over his chest, biceps bulging. I thought... Damn it, that was... What if you took a quick look? I say, unhappy about forcing him to see something that obviously upsets him, but not seeing any other way. These are the names that have no address attached to them. I've marked them. In 2 strides, he reaches me and swipes the folder off the coffee table. Which ones are they? I show him the papers I've left sticking out. Here. He pulls them out, frowns at them, passes them in hard, jerky motions, his eyes darting over them. Then his hand clenches on a document, and it starts to shake. Motherfuck! Asher is on his feet instantly. What is it? Tyler jumps up too and stands beside Asher, shoulder to shoulder. Zane? He's twisting the paper in his hand and doesn't seem to notice. His eyes are wide, his jaw clenched. It wasn't... Fuck, Terrell wasn't the guy. Terrell was one of the kids. Zane? Asher grabs his arm and drags him down on the stout table. Sit and breathe, okay? What the hell? This could change everything. So... I wait, my heart racing. Who hurt you? The kid or the guy? The guy. Zane looks like he's about to throw up. Maybe he is. The kid, he was gone. I open my mouth to ask what he means, but Tyler interrupts. What was that asshole called? Do you remember now? Ken. His hand scrunches up the paper in his fist. Asher curses and pries it from his hold. Kenneth. Kenneth Shaw, Asher reads from the crinkled document. You sure, Z-Man? That our man? Our man. It's not real, Zane says, his voice wavering. Tell me it's not real. Ash, you said it wasn't. I wince. Never saw a man who wanted so fucking bad to be wrong in my life. Kenneth Shaw. A good, respectable name. Let's call the agency, I say. See if they have the information about where this Kenneth lived somewhere in their system. If it's not in the file, I don't think they have it, Tyler mutters. But yeah, let's call tomorrow morning. I'll do it, I say. And I'm gonna pull up a few sites for finding people. I'm gonna do a thorough search later when I'm home, when Zane doesn't look like he's about to keel over. If you're out there, I'm gonna find you, Mr. Kenneth Shaw. If Z-Man's right, Tyler grunts. Well, we need more info on this guy. We have the dates. Asher squints at the document. Zane must have been, what, 8 at the time? Time frame fits, Tyler chokes out. I'm not sure if he sounds more shocked that for the first time something seems to check out, or furious that any part of this horror might turn out to be true. Nobody looks more shocked than Zane, though. He's dragging in breath after ragged breath, gripping the edge of the table like it's the only thing keeping him from bolting into the night or passing out. Tyler seems to think it's the latter because he puts a hand on Zane's shoulder. Zane, don't touch me, Zane hisses and shoves Tyler's hand off him. Ty, Ash mutters. Stay back, give him some space. Asher gets between us and Zane and crouches down. Deep breath, Z-Man. Damn it, fucker. I remember stuff from back then. A faint groan works its way up his throat. It's okay. You're here with us. Stay here, Zane. I fucking hate this. I know. Breathe. I'm good, he says, but sounds pretty damn winded. It's okay. Tyler looks definitely murderous now. He starts pacing the length of the living room, cursing under his breath. I lean forward. If he remembers something else, we should... Not now, Dylan. Asher bites out, and I lift my hands in surrender. The fuck? You're right. Sorry. I'm calling Dakota, Tyler says, pulling out his phone and dialing. And don't tell me not to, all of you.
If you were lost in a nightmare, don't tell me you wouldn't need your girl beside you. And none of us deny it. Because he's right.
Chapter 17. Tessa. I rummage in my purse for my apartment key and frown when I hear voices from behind the door. Familiar voices. Tyler, I think, and Audrey. She didn't tell me she was coming over tonight. It's been a long day at work. Lots of paperwork to work through, lots of financial matters to settle, and most tiring of all is the tension running through me when I think of the talk I want to have with Mason about my job. If I get to keep it once I've set my terms. If I want to keep it. Don't get me wrong, it's an interesting job, and I enjoy working with Mason. He offered me this job without really knowing me, banking on my interest in social work and archaeology. I mediate between communities and authorities through his organization to make sure any archaeological digs, and more recently environmental projects too, benefit the people living in the areas where the project takes place. But let's not forget it's my first job. It's not like I have a baseline to check whether I'd like another job more. Maybe a job that takes up less of my time and energy and allows me to spend afternoons and weekends with my guy and his brothers would be a better fit. With more time for walks in the park, for the movies, for wild, hot sex. Time to allow for a family of our own someday to add to the one we already have. I feel like I have 2 sons already, but what if Dylan and I had a baby? What if... I shoved the key into the lock, opened the door to the apartment. God, I want it. Although I told Audrey I don't want to put pressure on Dylan, I'd love to have his babies. But first of all, I need to talk to him. Mend this thing between us before... I stop in my tracks. Tess. Audrey turns around, hands clasped together, her green eyes huge. What's going on? I see Tyler and Aaron, but... Where's Dylan? Did something happen to him? Fear squeezes my chest so hard I think I might pass out. Dylan's fine, Audrey says and reaches for me. I slip an arm around her waist, lean against her and wait for my pulse to slow. He's in the bedroom with Dakota, Ash, and Zane. That sends another round of palpitations through my chest. Zane, is he okay? She shakes her head, bites her lip. Oh God, what did I miss? I was at work all day. Stupid work. Zane needed me. Dylan needed me. Where are the boys? She nods at the corner of the room where it looks as though a toy store exploded. Miles is keeping an eye on them. Miles glances away from the jumble of limbs and toys that are Scott and Jax and Tio, and waves at me. He's a great kid. I make a mental note to buy him one of those chocolates with nuts and raisins he likes. They all are. Audrey rubs my back. Yeah. Will you tell me what happened? Why is everyone here? I'm still expecting the worst. The longer you wait to tell me, the more scared I get, Aud. Sorry. Zane had a small flashback, Ash says. They had him look at the DCFS folder, and that brought back bad memories, it seems. Christ. Why show him the papers? I thought we decided there was nothing more to investigate. This is so wrong that Zane should suffer like this. He's always stood by us, through storms and dark times. Seems the case isn't closed, Audrey mutters. That guy hurting Zane in his memory? Turns out Zane had gotten his name wrong, and now he remembers it. And with it, a lot more things he'd rather not recall. Holy crap, I say with feeling. Yeah. Which means that Zane could be right, and those horrible memories could be real. Puts my problems with Dylan and work in a hell of a new perspective. Makes me feel small and unimportant when our friend is trying to keep afloat. I'm going in to see him, I tell Audrey. No, Tess, too many people. I've been his friend as long as Ash and Dylan, so have you. And don't get me wrong, but knowing what he remembers, I'd say Zane would be a whole lot easier in his skin in the company of women right now, rather than guys. She gives me a wide-eyed look, but then follows me as I stride across the living room and knock on the bedroom door. Z-Man, you know who I am, Asher is saying, his voice strained as we enter the bedroom. Come on, man, snap out of it. He's standing by the bed, and I take a step to the side, finding Zane hunched over on its edge, Dakota beside him. Zane! She touches his arm and he flinches. Even from here I can see her eyes well up. He doesn't recognize me either. You have to let it run its course, Dylan says. Blue eyes hooded, mouth a grim line. That's how flashbacks work, in real time. Why don't you guys step out for a minute? I say, tucking my loose hair behind my ears and stepping closer to the bed. I want to talk to Zane. Tess. Dylan's gaze brightens, and my heart flutters, forgetting for a moment everything except being close to him, the heat of his tall, strong body, the tilt of his full lips, the power in those blue eyes. You won't know you, Asher says, his voice low and deep with sadness. It doesn't matter. We're girls. I nod at Dakota. He doesn't associate us with bad things. He may relax if you guys go out for a bit. I see the blood drain from the guys' faces as my words and the implications sink in. Shit, she may be right, Asher breathes. Yeah, Dylan says, never looking away from me. He closes the distance between us, cups my cheek. You and me, we'll talk later. I shiver when he drops a hard kiss on my lips. Heat rushes into my core. My whole body tingles. And before I gather my wits, he backs away and leaves the room together with Asher. It's all I can do not to turn about and follow him, wrap myself around him. Later. I sit on the bed, keeping some distance from Zane's hunched figure, and refuse to acknowledge the rusty blade twisting in my guts from seeing the distress on his face. He's panting, the air whistling in his lungs, and sweat shines on his brow. His dark eyes are blank, staring at nothing. It's a strange, discordant quiet, threaded with dark undertones. Dakota looks like she's about to say something, so I raise a finger to my lips and tell Audrey to sit beside me. I let the quiet linger, spread. I didn't only talk to Tyler about his flashbacks, but also more recently to Shane, one of the damaged boys who still suffers from them, and his girl Cassie. Shane and Zane don't only have names that rhyme, they also have had similar experiences that mark them for life. Zane needs a safe haven right now, a calm spot in the hurricane blowing over him. Asher's worry and fear was bleeding all over the place, and Dylan's hovering wasn't helping. Not that I'm an expert, but I think Zane's shoulders have relaxed a fraction already. Having a flashback doesn't always mean you lose all connection to reality. The past only overlays the present, playing the memory over the current reality. If the background is peaceful, chances are the person having the flashback can pull back from it more easily. Fingers crossed it works. We wait and wait, and I can clearly see the struggle on Dakota's face, the same one I feel tugging inside my chest. Her fight against herself, against grabbing her man in her arms and rocking him, holding him. Something rustles and Zane reaches out, blindly grabbing Dakota's hand, and I heave a sigh of relief. Dakota, he rasps, and his voice sounds rough. I'm here. Hers is broken. I'm right here. Slowly they fold against each other, her arms going around his middle, his around her back, until her head is resting on his chest, and his chin is propped on top of her dark head. Audrey makes a move to leave, but I keep her beside me. Zane, I say quietly, and his gaze moves to find me. Did anything change? What? He gives a slow blink and a shiver racks him. You flashed back to that place, didn't you? Where you were hurt. He doesn't react, and I force myself to go on. Did something change in the memory? Was there anything new? And this is it. I'm done. Not going to ask again if he doesn't feel like answering. Not going to pressure him. If there wasn't a chance of this being true, of the consequences for Zane's mental health and the horrible possibility of more kids suffering in the hands of this guy right now, I'd never have brought it up, I swear. Not when he's barely holding it together. He doesn't speak for the longest time, and I prepare to get up and go, leave him with his girl to recover. I'm already tugging on Audrey's hand when he draws an unsteady breath.
There was that tree, that big oak, where we used to gather after school,
he says quietly.
Terrell would sit on the bench and watch me. He had dark hair, like me, sort of faux hawk when I first met him. Then he stopped bothering. He also stopped talking. He didn't talk. He never fucking talked.
He's breathing hard again, and Dakota gives me a wild-eyed look. I open my mouth to tell him it's okay, that I'm sorry I asked, but he gives me no chance.
He'd been living with Ken before I arrived, same as a few other kids. All boys, and one day...
He swallows hard, sucks on the barbell in his tongue.
One day he just vanished, gone in fucking smoke. Ken said he'd gone back to his biological family, but the other boys told me he'd never known his real parents.
I don't even know what to make of that. Who knows if this Ken was right and the boys just didn't know any better. I'm sorry.
The house.
Zane frowns, the silver hoops in his eyebrow glinting.
It was white. Double garage in the front. Tiled roof. Blue door and brass knocker, I think. It was shaped like a lion's head.
A beat of silence. Hot. Heavy.
Ash said the house you saw in Wausau was red, Audrey says. The red house belonged to an old woman, or she was staying there anyway. We often gathered outside her house, and she used to yell at us to get off her lawn.
He tightens his hold on Dakota.
I never lived there.
Audrey gives me a worried glance.
Tell us about the White House, she whispers. Anything else? The house number, the street. Any other characteristic? Can't.
He shakes his head, then hisses.
The attic. The dresser.
Dakota thought he'd been talking about a dress, but it was a dresser.
What about it? He kept the knives there, in the drawers.
He's shivering hard now, his eyes losing focus again.
The knives.
Crap, I'm so sorry, I whisper as I get up. I wish I could apologize on behalf of the whole damn world to him. We'll leave you guys to rest. Stay as long as you need. Dakota meets my gaze and mouths, thank you. Not sure what for. Putting Zane through more torture? My heart is heavy like a stone in my chest. But at least now we know what the house looks like, and that the attic is important. A kid went missing, this Terrell, and who knows, maybe we can finally solve this mystery and lay Zane's demons to rest.
Anyone still thinking he made all this up?
Asher mutters, after hearing what Zane told us. Tyler slaps him in the chest, face pinched.
Stop being a fucking drama queen, Ash. We're still looking into this. Don't you even think about saying I told you so. So you believe him now?
Tyler shrugs.
Let's just say I'm leaning toward believing he's right.
Leaning, Asher mutters.
Leaning? Fuck that.
Tyler lifts a brow.
It's good info the girls got out of him. Convincing. And I told you he'd open up to the girls, didn't I?
Asher goes on, ducking a mock punch from his brother.
But you didn't want to hear, asshole. Kiss my ass, baby bro. You were in doubt like all of us, and don't you fucking deny it.
The kids are here, Erin says, though she's obviously trying not to snicker. Language, guys. If you boys are quite done measuring dicks and calling each other names, I roll my eyes and yelp when Dylan comes up behind and grabs my hips, pulling me flush against him, my back to his chest. Whoa!
Missed you.
His warm breath blows down my neck, and I shiver pleasantly.
I can't fucking stand fighting with you. I'm sorry I was an ass.
Wasn't just you, I whisper back, swallowing a moan. I'm sorry too.
We're something, aren't we?
I laugh softly. The knot in my chest over our fight loosening, and it shouldn't, not right after seeing Zane so shattered. But a little voice in the back of my mind whispers that we're getting somewhere. Have some clues to follow, and Dakota will help Zane heal. We'll all help him, and as for me, despite our fight, Dylan is right here, with me, so things can't be that bad. There's a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Hope that our precious little snow globe of a world can be mended, put back to rights. And happiness and peace was not a pipe dream, but our new standard. The prize we fought for against all odds, for such a long time. Everyone has left, and the boys are in their room asleep. At least, I think they are. Miles is probably reading something or other on his phone, or texting with his friends. Personally, I'm pretty sure it's a girl. Dylan says Miles is too young for girls. That's just his overprotective big brother side talking. God knows Dylan had been chasing after skirts since he could walk, if the stories are anything to go by. Stories told by Dylan himself, no less. Still, I wanted to thank Miles for being so grown up earlier, taking care of the little ones, as if sensing the gravity of the situation. Didn't get the opportunity to do so before he retreated to his bedroom with Tio. I checked just in case, poking my head inside, and find 2 lumps under the bed covers. Looks like they're asleep after all. My boys. My heart swells with tenderness. They may not be my kids, but they're Dylan's siblings, his wards, his own, and so they're mine too. Mine to hold and cherish and protect. I wonder if I'll love our children more. Not possible. My heart is already full to bursting. Our children. I bow my head and close the door softly. Never realized how much I wanted it. How the thought makes my heart race and sends butterflies somersaulting in my stomach. How much I want his babies. Tess. He's standing by the sofa in the living room, the lamp behind him casting his short blonde hair in a fiery halo around his head. They're asleep. I know. I checked 3 minutes ago. One side of his mouth lifts in a lazy grin. Come here, girl. As I walk toward him, I smooth my hands over my short skirt. His gaze dips to my legs and he licks his lips. Need settles low in my belly. God, he's like the big bad wolf. If the wolf were all silver and gold, with sky blue eyes and a body to die for. To talk, I whisper. Not sure that's what I want. Yeah, we'll talk, he mutters. But his gaze says something completely different as it rakes over me hot and dark. He reaches for me. I promise. He takes my hand and pulls me after him into our bedroom. I try not to remember Zane sitting there a while ago, his shoulders hunched, eyes full of pain. Dylan turns on the bedside lamp and flicks off the overhead lights. I'm sorry, I say again. Seems to be my motto of the day. What for? The fight. My absence is because of work. The fight was my fault, he says, and comes around the bed to cup my face. I shouldn't have gone off on you like that. I was tense. Why? 'Cause. He strokes his rough thumbs over my cheeks, and I melt into his touch. I'm afraid to lose you. Lose me? Why? He shakes his head. I don't have much to offer you, princess. You've offered me everything I've ever wanted. I love you. You see? Everything. I want you to have the job you want. Also, you gave me my freedom. I want you to find yourself, and your total support, to be happy. Tess, are you even listening to me? Kiss me. I want to tell him, but nod instead. Every word. I can't ask for more, he whispers. And I want him to ask everything of me, just like he gives everything to me. I kiss him, pouring my love, my soul into the kiss until he groans and slides his hands to the back of my head, holding me in place, eating at my mouth. His body presses against mine, stronger and more muscular than ever, perfected through long hours of practice at school and training at the gym with Rafe and the guys. My breasts push into his sculpted chest, and his hard-on brands my stomach through the clothes. He walks me backward into the bed, lowering me onto the mattress and climbing over me, muscular thighs parting my legs so he can lie between them. Planting his elbows on either side of my head, he leans in to kiss me again.
Never loved anyone like I love you,
he whispers against my lips.
Never wanted anyone so much.
Still, I tug on the hem of his shirt impatiently, needing to feel him naked on me. He lets me pull the t-shirt over his head. It drops somewhere off the bed, and I lick my lips at the sight of his bare chest, so hard and perfect. His defined abs and pecs, the tattoo swirling over his skin.
You're the only one for me, Tess.
I want you. I tug on his pants. Please. Something shifts in his eyes. Dark desire flares, and with it, disappointment, like a light going out. This makes no sense. Dylan? I let go of his pants to touch his face. He doesn't reply, or leave me time to wonder any more about this, crushing his mouth again to mine and worming his rough hand under my blouse. His fingers are hot and calloused, catching on the lace of my bra, and then they find my breast and squeeze. My breath leaves my lungs as desire swamps me, turning off my brain and setting my body on fire. I arch against him, grabbing onto his powerful shoulders before I free-fall into the flames.
Need you,
I whisper, and his answer is a groan as he pushes up my skirt and presses his jeans-clad hardness into my seam. Now! Normally he likes playing with my body, bringing me to the edge time and again before entering me and filling me up. But tonight his playful mood is gone. I thought I'd glimpsed it earlier, but now he's all dark want as his hands fumble with his zipper and drag out his cock. Then he's pulling aside my panties and pushing into me, making me gasp. It burns, and I shouldn't like it so much when he's rough with me, but God, I do. He feels so good, stretching me, thrusting into me until there's not an inch more to go, and his face is tight with the effort it takes him to stop still, waiting for me to adjust, to show that I'm ready for him to move, and he's gorgeous. The clear cut of his jaw, the softness of his mouth, the crescent of his lowered lashes, the gold of his hair, the straining in his chest and those broad shoulders as he bends over me, covering me with his male musk scent. It's all so sexy and yet so familiar, so dear to me. But have I mentioned sexy? Damn, this boy is hot. And as he locks gazes with me and whispers my name, I rock my hips and haul him down to kiss him, drink in his groan of pleasure. Take me, I whisper against his lips, hooking a leg around his muscular thigh, letting him in deeper, and he shudders. I'm yours. Or you. He growls low in his throat and grabs my hands, presses them into the mattress.
Are you, Tess?
I frown. Yes, I
love you.
His hips snap, his cock sliding deliciously in and out of me, and my thoughts drown in the overwhelming pressure building in my belly.
Tess,
I kiss him again, tasting his spicy sweetness, and his mouth slams against mine, his tongue thrusting between my lips, fucking my mouth. His power and heat, velvet and steel, holding me in place, drawing the pleasure out of me with each roll of his hips, each slide of his thick cock inside me. His movements are fast and hard, punishing. He nips at my lips, then trails his mouth down the side of my neck and bites. His teeth sink into my flesh, and I arch, crying out, the pain flowing in my veins like gunpowder, meeting the fire of my desire and exploding. I writhe as I come apart, clenching around his length, a startled yell leaving my lips. His teeth release my skin, and his mouth finds mine again, silencing me. He rocks into me, panting against my lips, his body shuddering, his movements losing their rhythm. Still riding the waves of my orgasm, I moan when he starts to come. I can feel his cock jerk inside me, his hot cum flood me, and I tighten again, sparks of pleasure shooting into my core. I feel like I've gone supernova. A brilliant eruption, a total destruction, a flight into darkness, floating on sparkling light. And he's in my arms, falling too. his eyes wide, his body trembling with aftershocks, crushing me for a sweet moment before he struggles to push off me. I don't let him. I drag him back down, wrap my arms around him. I love you too, I whisper, inhaling his scent of leather and pine and clean male sweat. So happy to be connected to his body, to be part of his life. You have no idea how much.
Chapter 18. Dylan. I'd be lying if I said that seeing the dark hickey I left on Tessa's pale neck doesn't make my blood run hot. I stare at it as she moves around in the kitchen in the morning, dressed in one of my t-shirts and her lacy panties, and heat unfurls in my chest and my groin. She's mine. I've never marked her like this before, but last night the need was impossible to ignore. The need that's been riding me lately. To put a brand on her. To growl at other males until they turn tail and leave. Leave her to me. What's wrong with me? Fucking nerves. Just ask her, propose to her, and be done with it, I tell myself as I watch her drink her coffee, checking her emails on her phone by the window. But it has to be done right. I have to talk to the guys more, decide how. And right now all I want to do is take the phone and mug from her hand, slam them on the counter, and bury myself in her. Last night wasn't enough. It will never be enough. She frowns at something she's reading, her brows drawing together, her cute nose scrunching up. In 2 strides, I'm in front of her. You're up early. I put my hands on her hips, haul her closer, lick at her mouth. She smells of cinnamon and vanilla, and I breathe her in. Can't wait to start working? She shoots me a vaguely horrified and definitely guilty look. I was waiting for an important email. Did you get it? Yeah. Good. I pluck the phone from her fingers with one hand, the mug with the other, as fucking planned, and push her back against the counter. I drop the things there and press against her, letting her feel how hard I am for her. Here's another message for you. Kissing her is an addiction. Her taste is driving me crazy. The feel of her soft curves pressed to my hulking body is mind-blowing. I lift her on the counter and continue kissing her. Her legs wrap around my hips, her arms wind around my neck, and fuck, this feels so good. My brothers are still asleep, and we haven't had sex in the kitchen in a while. Want you, I breathe, pulling back just enough to drag down her panties, letting them fall to the floor. Want you now. Want you always. Yes, she murmurs. Yes. Pushing down my pants, I grab my hard dick and sink into her. A groan rumbling in my chest as heat and silky pressure surrounds me. Her pussy sucks me in, and I grip her legs, lifting them higher so that I can rock into her. God, I want to get her pregnant, want to feel our child growing in her belly. I'm stung by the baby bug. Is that a thing, or should I worry? I'd always wondered what pushed people to have children, and with parents like mine, that's a serious question. And now I know. Now I feel it. When you love someone so much, you want to create a family with them. With her. We rock together, her nails scratching down my back, her legs sliding off the counter as I pound into her. I hold on to her, hold her up as I thrust between her legs. In her heat, my world reduced to my girl in this moment. I feel her contract around my cock, hear her breathless moan, and curse as my dick refuses to wait any longer and starts jerking. Pleasure crashes into me, and it's all I can do to keep my hold on her as I ride it out, my whole body clenching with my release. We're both breathing hard when I deposit her back on the counter and pull out of her with a hiss. She gasps when I do, and then lifts her hands to my face. Her eyes are heavy-lidded. Morning to you, too. I grin. Damn, we should do this every morning right here. One day one of your brothers will walk in on us. We'll lock the door. That's an idea. Her eyes go wide and she points at something. Oh God, I'm late. Late? I don't even bother turning to look. I can barely breathe. I'm so spent. Sated. Happy. It's early. What if I carry you to bed and have breakfast there? I nuzzle her neck. Or I could have you for breakfast. I think I like this idea even better. No, I'm late. I have a flight to catch. She scrambles off the counter, shoving me aside and searching the floor for her panties. I groan. You're traveling again so soon? I know. It was a last-minute thing because Mason couldn't go. God damn it, he never can. I sigh, rub a hand over my face. Fuck, I need some fucking coffee. I grab her mug, down a healthy amount of caffeine, and tell myself not to argue or brood. No brooding. This was exactly what I feared. Holding her back, not letting her live her dreams. I really couldn't avoid it, she says. And something in her voice has me looking up. Is that a sheen of tears? Tess? She turns on her heel and walks out of the kitchen, and I almost trip over my feet going after her. Tess, wait. She's in the bathroom, and fuck, she locked the door. I'm sorry. You like traveling, I know that. You love your job. Come on, Tess, open this door. No reply. Fuck me. What's going on? Miles asks, standing at the door of his room, his hair sticking up in all directions. You guys fighting? No, we're not fighting. Suddenly I'm so tired I can barely stand straight. It's nothing. Go back to bed. I'll wake you up when Tess is done with the bathroom. Is this why you guys aren't getting married? He mutters, and I freeze. What? Because we only have one bathroom and women hog bathrooms? Fact of life. He wanders back into his room, and I wonder if he's even really awake. Am I? And is it true? Do we keep fighting? Am I that selfish that I get upset over what makes her happy? That I want to take it away, convince her to marry me and start popping babies when what she really wants is to keep traveling away from me. Before I know it, she's packed a bag and gotten dressed, and now she's giving me the quickest hug in history before heading out. Tess, we'll talk when I'm back. Her hair is pinned back, and she's dressed in a white shirt and pencil skirt with high heels. I blink. I haven't seen her dressed so conservatively since that last huge fight with her parents. What the hell is happening? She's gone before I decide how to ask her what's going on, and I'm left with a mug of cooling coffee, her scent on my skin, and a fucking headache. Instead of talking, I fucked her, and then made her angry, and now she's gone again before I can even muster enough brain cells to give a proper apology. I shouldn't have gotten angry myself. I just fucking miss her. She's rarely here anymore, and when she is, she's working. Fucking hell. Drowning in a glass of water when others have bigger problems. When I need to calm down and get my shit together. My brothers. I've got my brothers to think about. See if I can take them to the zoo today or to a park to have a good time. And Zane. Fuck, I said I'd search for this guy whose name Zane remembered. No time like now. I carried a cooling coffee to the living room and turned on my laptop. Where to look? First, I try truthfinder.org. I plug in my credit card info, input the name and surname of the guy and the state, and wait for the database to run through all their police and birth records. There are many matches, a long list. It will take me quite some time to download the data. I want to have Zane look at the pictures just in case he sees the guy's face. The photos aren't always correctly matched to the names, but you never know. We might luck out. Christ. If this guy is the one who hurt Zane, I'll fucking lynch him. While waiting for the data to download, I try People Search USA for Wisconsin and get only a couple of matches, none of them in Madison. I go through a few more sites, then return to Truthfinder to check the progress of the downloads. Are you one of these people? I ask the digital folders on my computer. Are you in here somewhere? Are you hiding? Or are you innocent? Are you hiding? Or do you think nobody will ever go looking for you? After I get my brothers up and make them breakfast, I call the agency, give the guy's name, and ask why his address isn't in Zane's file. Apologies, a nice-sounding lady tells me. Sometimes data is incomplete for one reason or another. I am double-checking now, but it looks like we don't have the address you're looking for. It's not in our files. Tyler had been right. I thank the lady and hang up. So that one was a bust. It's okay. I'll get this guy. I'm on it. The one thing where I'm completely off my game is Tessa. Next time I see her, I'll make it clear to her I wasn't thinking straight today and that she shouldn't worry. I'll cook her something good, go pick her up from the airport with Miles and Tio, and everything will be normal once again. Only then it strikes me that I know nothing about this trip, where she's going, when she's coming back. She never told me. God damn. So are you guys okay now? Miles asks as we walk through the park, dappled sunlight filtering through the foliage overhead. He's been walking by my side instead of running about with Tio like he would have done a year ago. Not sure how I feel about these changes that mean he's not a little kid anymore. Then again, going through the things we did last year would take away anyone's innocence. Our dad visiting to write ominous things on their faces, predicting the end of the world, then setting the house on fire and dying in it. Dad had gone off the deep end. And now Miles is a little grown-up, already aware of the craziness of the world and the instability of it all. Tio doesn't seem affected, though. He's already running ahead of us, chasing a butterfly. It's like a scene from a Disney movie, I kid you not. Are you, taking time apart? Miles asks. Me and Tessa? No, you and Santa. He rolls his eyes. We're not taking time apart. Tess has a lot of work. Or she's trying to keep away from me. Wish I knew which it is. Couples argue sometimes. It's normal. You don't argue. True. Until now, we never did. You love her? I shoot him a sharp glance. Yeah. And then wait, because Miles has his moments of insecurity, too. Once, when Tio was really sick, he ran away from me at the hospital, crying that I didn't love him as much as I did Tio. I don't want him to feel I love Tessa more than him. But Miles just nods. She's cool. A weight lifts off my chest. Good. I lick my dry lips. Hey, Miles. If Tessa and I were to have kids, how would you feel about it? Are you guys having a baby? No, not yet. I mean, I don't know if we are going to. Thought to ask you first. Shouldn't you be asking her first? I kind of think girls are the ones having the babies. Damn, he's right. You're a clever kid, Miles. He makes a face. Yeah, I'm not a kid. I'm 12 now. Yeah. So it would be cool with you if I asked Tessa to marry me and had kids with her? Whoa, marry her? I frown. Is that a problem? Will I have, to wear a tuxedo and shit for the wedding? Do you want to? Hell no. Language, I say, grinning when he grimaces. So a tuxedo is a no-no, huh? He nods solemnly. You'd look good in a tuxedo, with a bow tie and... You're shitting me, I snicker. And hey, how can I stop my brother from swearing when I'm doing it all the damn time? Yeah, I am. No tuxedos necessary, I swear. On your balls. I choke on that and fight the urge to cover them just in case. On my balls. Sure. Then it's fine with me, he says. If she says yes. Yeah. That's the crux of the problem, isn't it? The hardest task. Asking her, proposing to her. Or accepting that maybe I shouldn't. Tomorrow, Asher is saying through the phone that's precariously perched between my cheek and shoulder as I hurry through the Dane County Regional Airport. We're going tomorrow morning to look for the house in Wausau. Can you make it? I guess. I'm holding Tio tightly by the hand in his backpack with the other. Miles is trailing behind us, and I turn from time to time to make sure he hasn't strayed. I'll have to see if Tessa can have the kids, or... What am I thinking? She'll probably have to go to work. I can't count on her to stay home. And I shouldn't expect it. Listen, Odds and Megan have already said they could babysit, Asher says. You could bring your brothers over. That works. At least I hope Miles won't mind. I keep leaving them right and left to study and work, and now to investigate this story with Zane. What these kids need is parents. A steady, normal family. Not a busy fucker like me, whose idea of a gentle touch is fucking his girlfriend into the kitchen counter and marking her neck with his teeth. Shit. Dylan, you there? Asher's tinny voice in my ear jerks me back to the present. Yeah. Tomorrow. We leave at 10. Hey, did you look into that guy's name like you said you would? Yep. Found some matches. I'll need Zane to take a look. We can do it after we come back. Bring your laptop. Sir, yes, sir. Asshole. Asher snorts and disconnects. I almost drop the phone when I spot her. Managing just barely to grab it with the hand holding Tio's bag, I shove it into my back pocket and head her way. Tess! My chest expands at the sight of her. Her blonde hair caught up in a ponytail, her shirt and dress pants wrinkled, her small, bright face. She'll never stop making my heart pound. No matter what goes down next, she's the only girl I've ever loved. Then she spots us and her eyes go round. Dill! She hurries toward us, smiling, and I can't get to her fast enough. Tio, Miles, what a nice surprise! I finally reach her and wrap an arm around her, lifting her up slightly just to hear her squeal. She doesn't disappoint. I kiss her soundly on the lips, and then let her go so she can hug my brothers. Tio kisses her cheeks while Miles is quiet. He accepts the hug, though, and returns it, and a light flush colors his cheeks when he pulls back. Why are you here? She tucks a loose strand of pale hair behind her ear. I didn't know you were coming. When I can, I'll always come get you, I tell her, and her eyes widen again, as if there's an extra layer of meaning in my words. And she's right. There is. I knew it the moment I spoke them. Her smile turns softer, her gaze brighter. Do you have any idea how much I love you, Dylan Hayes? My heart booms. Show me. She leans in to kiss me, her mouth opening, her tongue touching mine, and the world grows hazy around us as desire bolts into me. Ew. Tio tugs on my hand, breaking the spell. Gross. Miles is shaking his head, still blushing and looking embarrassed to be seen with us. Fuck. Combined with what Tio said about hearing us having sex through the bedroom door and my thoughts about being a shitty parent to them, Miles' embarrassment hits me like a fist of ice in the stomach. But then Tessa laughs and ruffles his hair and the tension breaks. Kissing is nice, she informs Miles, who's now scowling. Soon enough you'll be kissing girls, too. Or have you started already? Miles looks away, his cheeks crimson, and I gape at him. You have? Miles? What? Defensive. You do it. What's wrong with it? He's 12. He's my ward, my younger brother. He's too young. Or is he? Come off it, Dill. Tess swats at my arm, her eyes twinkling. You'll make him feel bad about it. And for what? He's discovering girls. It's normal. I'm not, Miles huffs. Not discovering them. Noticing them. Tessa corrects herself, and he nods. God, she's good at this. At this parenting thing. At figuring out the boys. What they need, what they want. Miles is smiling, a faint thing, but there. And Tio is pulling his hand from mine in order to grab hers. He looks up at her with adoration. She makes the circle complete. She gives us everything we need. I'm not going to destroy that by asking for more. I can look after the boys tomorrow, she tells me later, so you can go with the guys to check that house. It's afternoon, the sun rays slanting through the living room windows. Tio is watching cartoons on TV and Miles is in his room reading. Or so he claims. I wonder if I should check his phone, see what he's doing on there. You're not going to work tomorrow? I frown as her words sink in. I'm sitting on the carpet, my back to the side of the sofa, downloading the last files from Truthfinder to show Zane tomorrow, and I crane my neck to get a look at her. Tess? Screw that. She comes to kneel beside me, and I put the laptop down. What do you mean? This is important. Also, I haven't spent time with the kids lately, or you. I blink. But your job. I told Mason I won't have time to travel so much anymore. My mouth is open, but no sound comes from my throat. I grip her wrist, drag her closer, swallow hard, and try again. Why not? Told you. I need time with you and the kids. I miss you. I want to be there for you. With you. Is my mind playing tricks? Am I reading too much into her words, hearing what I want to hear? You love your job, Tess. But I love you more. I grin. Can't help it. I knew it. What, you doubted me? I shake my head, my grin twisting. Maybe. God, Dell. She slides her hand over my chest, blue eyes a bit too bright. I'm sorry. I thought you needed some space anyway, and then Mason kept adding tasks to my job, and I was excited about it. But never more excited than being with you. Shush! Tio's voice comes from over our heads, startling us. He's leaning over the armrest of the couch, a scowl on his small face. I'm watching TV. I snicker. Okay, buddy, calm down. Tess laughs outright. So, I keep my voice low just to humor Tio. Why did you think I needed space? That bothers me. Because. She shrugs and burrows into me. I lift my arm and she snuggles against my side, warm and soft and smelling like a cupcake. You have so much resting on your shoulders, you don't need a clingy girlfriend, too. I frown. And if I do? She looks up at me. You do? I need you, Tess. I squeeze her closer. Every day and every night. But not if I'll be in the way of your dreams. I don't want you to drop a job you love and stay home, or find some job you hate just to be closer. I miss you too. Fuck, you have no idea how much I miss you when you're not here. But I'd never be the reason you're unhappy. I wouldn't be. She lifts up a little to kiss my jaw. A feathery touch of her lips, her warm breath. I couldn't be. Not when I have you and the boys. I exhale. Asking her to marry me is on the fucking tip of my tongue. She's saying all the right things. All the things I've wanted her to say this past year. So should I? You and I are not like our friends, she says. We have the boys and each other. We don't need anything more. I swear, I'm happy like this. I shut my mouth again. She's happy like this. She doesn't want a change. I drop a kiss on her sweet-smelling hair and close my eyes. If that's enough for her, then it's enough for me too. And that's that.
Chapter 19. Tessa. The boys and I end up going over to Erin's place, where Audrey and Megan have already arrived. Dakota will be by later, apparently. And right now the apartment is a big playground with toys strewn everywhere and babies in various stages of sleep and alertness. You can sit with us if you'd prefer, I tell Miles, while an excited Tio runs to play with Jax and Scott, with the adults. He shoots me a grateful look, but hides it quickly under an attempt at disdain.
It'll all be girl talk. I'll just read.
What are you reading? I glance at his smartphone, but he puts it away quickly. E-books? Do you have an app for that?
Yeah.
What kind of books?
Thrillers.
He's not a good liar. I lift a brow at him. I won't tell Dylan if you tell me.
Of course you will.
Damn, he's right. Is it a big secret?
No, just stuff.
Okay. I wonder if I should let it go or worry. It's not porn, is it? Or anything else that's weird and violent? He laughs. No, it's not. Okay, buddy. I'll trust you. But eventually, I hope you'll trust me enough to tell me. He nods and turns away. I watch his slim form as he wanders to a corner and slides down to sit on the floor, his back to the wall, pulling out his phone. Sigh. He's growing up so fast. He's a sweet kid. I'll never be his mom, but I hope we can be good friends. He likes me, I think. Generally, he seems to trust me. Fingers crossed that won't change.
Cute kids, Dylan's brothers,
Erin says, holding up Isabella, who's just drunk her fill of milk and now needs to burp. Good kids, too, I say fondly.
Ooh, give me the baby.
Erin smiles and passes me her daughter. I put her to my shoulder and lightly pat her small back to get her to burp.
You're an expert now when it comes to babies.
I've had lots of practice, I reply. With Audrey's and now yours.
How about you guys? Getting hitched? Caught the baby bug or not yet?
Not yet, I lie. To be honest, the baby bug has bitten me. Pretty badly. It's a fever, getting worse by the day, burning whenever I look at Dylan's brothers or my friends' babies. While I was away on my last trip, it was all I could think about. The doorbell rings, and Dakota comes in with baby Emmanuel. He's such a cutie. I trade Isabella for him as she starts getting sleepy and cradle him in my arms. Oh, God. How is baby boy today? I croon, and Dakota snickers. I look up at her. She takes a seat across from me. You okay, girl? She nods.
The guys have left to check out the house in Wausau, and Zane.
She swallows hard.
I'm not sure. He's confused, too, I think. He was starting to believe it had all been in his mind, and if it turns out it wasn't...
Her words hang in the air between us, leaving a trail of ice.
They'll be fine.
Audrey slings an arm over Dakota's slim shoulders and hugs her.
You'll see. Both of you will be fine. Give it time. Whether it was all in his mind or not, these bad times won't last forever.
Not sure how much longer either of us can take it, Dakota mutters, melting into Audrey's arms, then pulling away.
You're both much stronger than you think, and we're here.
Yes, we are. I kiss Emmanuel's silky soft cheek and coo at him. He gives me a startled look, and so is this handsome man here. He starts rubbing a tiny pink fist in his eyes, so I give him back to her. She holds him and he stares back at her, quiet.
Zane had some pretty bad nightmares last night,
she says softly. He was screaming. Woke us both up. She strokes the baby's hair. I had to go and calm him down. He said he was remembering more stuff. Audrey shoots me a worried glance.
Did he say what he remembered?
Megan asks. Baby Zane, or Zay as Dylan and Tyler now call him, is asleep in her arms, a small fist by his head. So many cute babies.
There was this boy, Terrell. He says he'd almost forgotten all about him, as he hadn't been at the foster house very long when he just vanished one day. The foster father said the boy had gone back to his biological family, but the other kids staying at the house said Terrell had no family.
Asher said something about that, Audrey says. About that boy. Seems he was more important to Zane than he originally thought. Dakota sucks her lower lip into her mouth, releases it again.
I don't know. They weren't friends, from what I gather, but the boy, he was hurt.
Hurt how?
His back. Zane says he saw it once in the bathroom they all shared. Welts and round burn marks.
Her blue eyes are wide.
And then he vanished. And that's when the guy started to hurt Zane. That's what he said.
She lifts a hand to her mouth, her eyes shimmering.
Oh, God.
That boy is important. I can feel it. Zane can feel it, if he dreams about him. Any idea what the boy's surname was?
He tried to remember. I asked him that, too.
Dakota shakes her head. He wasn't making much sense, to be honest. He said something about it being weird. Weird? Yeah, that's what he said. A weird surname. Foreign, maybe. Like, I don't know, Chinese? He never said this Turl was Chinese. Wouldn't he know? He said he had dark hair like him, I say. I shiver, goosebumps spread on my skin. What am I missing? And why do I have this stone in the pit of my stomach when I think about this? Because Zane's memories are god-awful. I remind myself. Scary as hell, that's why. I don't need more reasons to feel terrified for him. Uncovering the details would be like shooting ourselves repeatedly in the chest with jagged bullets. Maybe this is just a taste of what it feels like to him. You girls all ready for the double wedding? I ask as we head out to the nearby park for the kids to play in the small playground. The gowns are lovely, but have you made up your minds on the place, the party, the music? Pretty much, Megan says, smiling, pushing the stroller in front of her, the sun on her face. Audrey took over and made most of the decisions, thank God. It will be fun, after the stress of organizing it is over. I bet. I'm so happy for you guys. I walk quietly for a moment, watching Miles run after Jax and Tio, making snarling noises. I think he's supposed to be a zombie. We'll dance the night away. Erin is holding her baby in her arms, wrapped in a white blanket. If we're able to stay awake long enough to dance, that is. Hopefully the babies will sleep through the night. I didn't think about that when Rafe proposed, Megan snickers. I was pregnant, and I was so emotional I cried for like an hour after he did. He almost took it back. He thought I was upset. Audrey laughs. Scott is sprawled in his stroller, fast asleep, and she strokes the dark hair from his face. And how did Rafe propose? I'm curious. Yes, do tell, Dakota chimes in, glancing up from where she's straightening the blanket over Emmanuel in his sky-blue stroller. My ears perk. I step slightly closer, which is weird. Since when do I care about how guys propose to their future wives? He did the sweetest thing. Megan starts, then stops again. We've slowed down, all of us looking at her. It was so funny. I had completely freaked out when I found out we were expecting, and it took me days to calm down. He was amazing. Megan shakes her head, biting her lip. He held me, promised me it would all turn out okay, that it would be great, and then one morning he went to get us donuts for breakfast, and when he got back, he handed me a gift. So what was in it? I'm almost dancing with excitement. Holy crap. Was it a ring? No, it was a onesie. At my surprised look, she laughs. A white onesie, and on it was written in black, "Marry the daddy." I melted. And the ring? He had it in his pocket. What about Zane? She turns to Dakota. You never told us how it happened. One day we're being told there would be a wedding, and that was it. It was a fun wedding, Dakota says, and a shadow of sadness passes over her face. Hey, girl. Erin nudges her. Everything will turn out okay in the end. You'll see. She nods, plasters on a bright smile. I wasn't pregnant when he proposed, though by the time of the wedding, well, she blushes. Anyway, we talked about it a few times before, getting married, having kids. And then one evening he came home and showed me a new ink he'd gotten on his chest, over the dragon there. It was a heart, and it had my name over it, and below he said he'd ink the names of our kids, and he asked if we could start making a family. Gosh, I have tears in my eyes. That's beautiful, Erin whispers. How did Tyler propose to you? Megan shoots her a bright, star-filled look, and I find myself waiting for the reply, breathless. God, this is like being hooked on a TV series, like the Gilmore Girls or something. I almost feel it, the giddiness, the childish joy of having that happen to you. I've never been the kind of girl to plan my future wedding, design my wedding gown, and decide on names for my children, but my Barbie dolls did get married all the time. Not to brag, but they had some damn amazing weddings. I mean, a wedding proposal is a thing you'd expect after finding the love of your life. A celebration of love. Tyler, Erin says, likes things in order. His OCD is much better now, but it'll never go completely away. And that's okay. When I arrange his socks by color and make sure all book spines face one way, it's worth it, seeing him relaxed. So he had apparently organized everything when he decided to propose. He'd reserved a table at my favorite restaurant, had arranged for a band to play the Star Wars theme as background, and bought me a silver engagement ring with the Millennium Falcon. I blink. The what? Seriously? Star Wars theme? Audrey gapes. He knows I love my sci-fi movies. Aaron grins. He had it all organized, from the food and drinks to the clothes he would wear, the works. My guy doesn't like surprises. I had no idea about all this. And then I showed him the positive pregnancy test. You should have seen his face. Oh, no, Megan snickers. He just stared at it for the longest moment. Then he knelt down and proposed, just like that. He said, "Marry me?" And of course I said yes. What happened to the ring? Audrey asks. He gave it to me. I wear it sometimes. It's funny, Megan says. Never thought I'd care about it, but there's something about seeing the man you love on his knees, asking you to be his. Yeah. I kick at a pebble. That's so romantic. And I hate how I sound in my head. So wistful. Why am I wistful? It's not like Dylan doesn't do romantic stuff with me. When his brothers stay with our friends, he takes me out to nice restaurants and the movies. He buys me flowers for my birthday or for our anniversaries. He remembers them all, unlike me. When we first met, when we first kissed, when we got back together, when I moved in with him, when I told him I loved him. I could swear Dylan wants to propose to you, Audrey says, a twinkle in her eye, and make lots of squirmy babies with you. Nah, we don't want that. Not ready yet. Nothing wrong with wanting a career first, Megan says. Babies take lots of time, and besides, they're Dylan's brothers. Must feel like a family already. It does. We're fine as we are. It's true. So why obsess? Why stress Dylan with that? We're young. There's plenty of time to think about this later on. I'm not going to think about this any longer. I'm not. Seriously. Ugh. And did you know? Denial is not just a river in Egypt. Hey, Tess! Miles is running toward me. It's growing late, time for lunch, and we're getting ready to leave. What do you call a group of kids? No clue. What do you call it? A migraine. I laugh. Did you make that one up? He shrugs. Not sure. I think I read it somewhere. Ready to go? Yeah. He shades his eyes, gazing at where Aaron and Audrey are gathering the kids while I watch over the babies in their strollers. Do you want to marry Dylan and have babies with him? I freeze. Am I so easy to read? Can I plead the fifth? He shrugs. You can, but I heard you talking with your friends. You told them you don't want it. Is it true? I didn't say that. I said we don't want it. Not yet. And are you sure that he doesn't? I open my mouth and forget to close it. No, I am positive. Okay, pretty sure. I mean, I've argued with myself plenty of times that it's for Dylan's own good. So I'm certain-ish. Oh, God, I don't know. Tess? He's peering at me from a face that looks so much like Dylan, it's crazy. Do you want it or not? I do, I blurt out. I love your brother so much. And you guys, too. Good to know. He mutters and saunters away to join Jax and Tio. What was that all about?
Chapter 20. Dylan. Finding the old oak tree in Wausau wasn't hard. Rafe had saved the coordinates in his GPS, and now we're cruising down the street looking for the house Zane described. Tension is thrumming inside the car. The silence is so thick I can taste it on the back of my tongue. Sharp, bitter, cold. It tastes of fear. Zane's, or ours, impossible to pull apart. To pull us apart. We're one, and we stare out of the car, our hearts thumping in unison, racing, as a white house comes in sight, and Zane thumps his fist on the window. This, he rasps. This one. Rafe steps on the brake and parks the car. We all stare. White House? Check. Though it's brown in spots. Humidity? A maple tree in the yard? Check. Double garage in the front, tiled roof, and... You sure it's this one? Tyler is sitting in the front today, and he's staring around Rafe's head at the house. You said the door was blue. You took notes, fucker? What if I did? Zane gives a quiet snicker. Maybe it's a snicker, I'm not sure. Then a violent shudder goes through him, and I put a hand on his shoulder. We're here with you, Z-Man. He nods, not looking at me. The door is brown, and the lawn is trimmed, gray shades hanging behind the windows. There's a rolled-up newspaper or commercial leaflet thrown on the porch. Someone lives here. We climb out of the car and approach. Even from here I can see the brass knocker, a lion's head, just like Zane described it. He's standing stiffly on the sidewalk, looking as if he won't take another step, but he does, squaring his shoulders, lifting his chin. It's a battle, obvious in his every movement. And then Rafe and Tyler flank him, Asher and myself falling in step behind them. It's a battle, and we're with him. One team, one brotherhood, whatever comes next. It's Zane who climbs up the steps and knocks the brass lion's head. The sound booms in the quiet. It's the hush of all of us holding our breaths, waiting. After a moment, the lock turns and the door opens. Boards creak under an old man's slippers. He gazes back at us through thick glasses. His beard is white, his hair a faded gray, and his clothes are shabby. On a scale from 1 to 10, where 1 is harmless and 10 is a serial killer, this guy is a -2. He squints at Zane. What do you want? Zane grunts. Is this Kenneth Shaw? Rafe asks. That's not him, Zane grinds out. Damn right it's not me. The old guy lifts a trembling hand, pointing at Rafe. Do you know him? I do, Zane says, his voice hoarse. The old man turns toward him. He doesn't live here anymore. Moved away a few years ago. Do you know where he went? Someplace or other. Madison, I think it was. Oh, fuck. Zane breathes and Rafe makes a grab for his arm, steadying him. Holy shit. I move around Tyler, catch a glimpse of a white-faced Zane, and get a good look at the old man. He seems mildly annoyed and curious. This your house? I ask. I'm a tenant, like he was. Matter of fact, there was another tenant came after him, Lindy Brooks, and then myself, but the owner, Miss Evans, told me about him. Miss Evans, she likes to talk. What did she tell you? Told me about the state the house was in when that guy left. The floors were rotten, the kitchen crusted with trash, heaps of trash everywhere in the attic. What about the attic? Tyler asks, sounding deceptively calm. Blood. Bloodstains everywhere, and old mattresses. God knows what he'd use them for. Filth. Stench like he kept animals up there. Had to bring in a cleaning team to scrub the floors, burn the mattresses. Sometimes I think the stench lingers. Zane groans. He pushes off Rafe and stumbles down the steps, heading toward the car. Halfway there he falls to his knees and pukes. Son of a bitch. My fists are curling into fists at my sides, my nails biting into my palms. Dimly I watch Asher hurry down the steps and lift Zane up. If ever there was evidence of anything wrong happening in that attic, it's now long gone. Could we talk to Miss Evans? Tyler pulls out his phone. This is an important matter. We need to locate this Kenneth Shaw. The old man gives us a suspicious look. I shouldn't just hand out her phone number to strangers. That blood in the attic? It might have been human, Tyler says, his voice cold. We think he's a dangerous man, walking the streets free and maybe hurting more people as we speak. Want to have that on your conscience? The man mumbles something under his breath, then sighs. Let me get your number. We wait impatiently. I think none of us want to linger any longer than we have to at Zane's little piece of hell on earth. No matter the details, the big picture is already clear. Clear, and yet dark like midnight. I call Ms. Evans as we sit in the car. I've taken the passenger seat, leaving Asher and Tyler with Zane in the back. Their low voices as they talk to Zane, trying to get a reaction apart from "fuck off" from him, turn into background noise when the call connects. "Hello? Who is this?" "Ms. Evans, I got your number from your tenant here in Wausau. And damn it, I don't even know his name." "Is it about the house? I'm afraid Mr. Thompson has a lease, and he's a good tenant. I can't end it." "I'm more interested in a previous tenant, Kenneth Shaw." I hear her huff and forge on. "Please don't hang up. I need to find him. It's important. He owes me money, and She laughs, a dry, sarcastic bark. "Good luck with that. That man. He's a real piece of work." I glance at Rafe, who's watching me intently, fingers drumming on the steering wheel. "Oh? What did he do?" "At first he seemed like a good tenant. Paid his rent on time, mowed the lawn, fixed the fences. He fostered children, too. He looked like a real nice guy, you know. But then he let everything fall in disrepair, was late in paying the rent, and kept bringing this other man over. Totally unacceptable. And the neighbors complained of noise and—" "And what?" I press when she doesn't continue. "And screams," she says quietly. "I don't know why I am telling you all this. What's your name?" "Dylan," I say. "Dylan Hayes." "Mr. Hayes, I don't want any trouble. I asked him to leave and ended the lease the moment it became possible. I haven't seen him since. The man fostered kids. The neighbors heard screams. But you didn't think to report that?" "I said I didn't want trouble," she replies stiffly. And damn, way to go, Dylan, putting her on the defensive already. "Good day, Mr. Hayes." "Wait, please." I grip the dashboard. "Where can I find this guy?" "Please, Ms. Evans?" "I don't know where he is. Not like I keep in contact with old tenants." "Anything to help me find him? Did he say where he was going? Do you know—" A flash of inspiration. "Do you know what car he has?" "He had a white sedan with a scratch on the side, and he said he'd moved to Madison. That's all I can tell you." "Thank you. She's hung up already. But that's okay. I'm in a fucking daze as I lower the phone from my ear and turn to the others. "Our guy's in Madison. He drives a white sedan with a scratch in the side. We gotta find him ASAP. Before he hurts any more kids." I don't say it, but the horrified looks I receive from the guys tell me they're thinking the same. Shit just got real. "He raped kids!" I whisper-shout at Rafe as we sit in Zane and Dakota's living room. "He raped Zane and beat him, cut him up, and burned him with cigarette—" "I know, okay? I fucking know what he remembers. What his back looks like. But we still don't have any goddamn proof of anything connecting this Kenneth to any of it. The neighbors heard screams." "It was many years ago, man." Rafe sounds tired. "Who knows if the neighbor who reported it is even alive anymore. If he or she would repeat that report, if it was even true. If Ms. Evans isn't confusing things, it means fucking nothing. We've got nothing. We need to find the guy." "And what? Arrest him?" Fuck. I rub the top of my head. "And if Zane files a report anyway, we could tell them about this Terrell boy who vanished too." "We could." He doesn't sound convinced. Something Ms. Evans said is nagging at me. "Kenneth used to bring another guy over. His lover, his accomplice. Why didn't we know about him before?" "I told you there was another guy," Zane says from the doorway, and I flinch. He looks like hell warmed over, and still he looks better than he did in the car on the drive back from Wausau. He wasn't always there. Asher is right beside him and clearly trying to hide the fact he's hovering. "Who was he?" "I don't remember him so well." Zane walks into the living room and takes a seat on the sofa. "His name was Emmerich." "First name, surname?" He shrugs. No fucking clue. That's what Ken called him. I think he was there when Ken burned my back. Cursing, I turned my back to him, trying to get my anger under control before I start kicking at the furniture. Motherfucker! Anything else you remember about this emirate? Nada. Not even his face. Zane is glaring at the far wall when I turn back around, his dark eyes blazing in his white face. Can't say I fucking miss him. I grab my laptop from where I left it by the door and put it in front of Zane. Z-Man, I need you to look through the pictures, see if you recognize any of them. I open the folder and show him the pics I downloaded. These guys live in the wider Madison area and are named Kenneth Shaw. All these? The fuck? Zane's hand shakes as he starts passing them. I know. One of them could be the fucking son of a bitch, so take a good long look, man. We sit around, brooding. Tessa calls me to tell me they're on their way back. I let out a breath after we disconnect, staring at my phone. Adrenaline is pumping through my system, and it has nowhere to go. We're sitting here, unable to do a thing, not knowing which way to go. Can't we find this Kenneth with his license plate? Tyler mutters. We don't have the whole plate, I remind him. Only 3 numbers. It's not enough for the databases. So we go back to Walmart and keep watch. Sooner or later he'll go back, right? Who the hell knows? He might. Dylan. I glance around to where Zane's face is illuminated by the laptop screen. He's not in here. Fuck. My stomach drops. You damn sure, man? What do you think? His mouth twists. I just don't recognize these faces. I walk over to him, take the laptop from his hands. What about this one? The guy lives not far from the Walmart Supercenter where Zane thought he saw his car. He's sporting a dark beard and hair. Nope. Sorry, fucker. Nothing to be sorry for. I mock punch Zane's shoulder, force a grin on my face, and slam the laptop shut, trying to think of alternatives. The pictures aren't correctly matched half the time anyway, but it was worth a shot. I'd been holding out hope, though, damn it. I'll take first watch at Walmart, Rafe says. We'll find this asshole. Damn. But I don't have any other ideas to put on the table right now. I'll take the one after, and hope our luck turns. So that's really the house? You found it? Tessa's eyes are round as I recount what happened today over a cup of strong coffee in our kitchen. The sun has dropped beyond the buildings, and the only light comes from a lamp over the counter, bathing her pretty face in gold. It looks like it. I admit I wasn't sure at first, but Zane's memories seem pretty damn accurate so far. I'd been hoping the bad things hadn't happened, she says softly. I take her hand and draw her to me. I know, Princess, I know. If anything like this had happened to the kids or to you, but it hasn't. And although this is tough, we're slowly getting somewhere. I fucking hope so, anyway. We should report what we know to the police, even if they can't do a thing about it. You never know. And that kid, that Terrell, we need to know what happened to him. You're right. Nothing to lose by trying. I haul her closer, kiss her. You doing okay? She nods, her lips whispering on my cheek before she pulls away. Yeah. It was nice seeing the kids today. And the babies. I think it mended me a little, you know? Took away some of the fear. Does that mean you want a baby? I bite my lip the moment I ask the question. I've decided not to push her. Awesome job, Dylan. Tess, oh, babies are so cute, but there's no rush. She pulls away further, and it feels as if she's slipping through my fingers. Really? I'm going to check on Tio. He's been doing something in his room all afternoon, and I don't know if I should be worried. She shouldn't, but I'm grateful she does. And at the same time, I want her to stay, talk this out. Yeah, and then what? She's already answered my question. Enough is enough. Hey, Miles sidles up to me and props his elbow on the counter, which is pretty funny since he's still short and he looks like he's trying to hug the counter instead. He brushes his blonde hair back with his other hand, trying to look nonchalant and cool. Grown up. I swallow a snicker. Spill. What? Whatever it is you're dying to say. I know you, buddy. You came here with a purpose, I can tell from your attitude. I grin at him. So spill. He sighs, slumping a little. Damn it. Language? Yeah. He shuffles his feet, scuffing his shoes against the floor. It's about Tessa. I stiffen and turn to grab a glass from the cupboard. What about her? I thought you loved her. I do. He swallows audibly. You should totally propose to her. Surprised, I turn to look at him, glass in hand. What? Why are you saying that? Because you want to, because you're happy with her, and we are too. My throat closes. Shit. She doesn't want this, Miles. Yes, she does. She told me so. He pushes off the counter and stalks away. She did? When? Why were you talking about this? I frown as he walks out of the kitchen. Miles! And then I stop. Frozen. She wants to marry me? Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, she wants to marry me. So of course I pump my fist in the air. Yes! Like a 3-year-old. Don't judge. I need to start planning.
Chapter 21. Tessa. A phone starts ringing in the middle of the night. I groan, twisting on the bed, reaching for my phone. I always leave it on the nightstand so I can hit the snooze button easily in the morning after the alarm goes off. But my phone is dark and silent. Dylan sighs and sits up, bringing his phone to his ear, the faint light illuminating the lines of his face.
Hello? Who is it?
I sit up, clutching the covers to my chest. We fell asleep naked last night, our limbs intertwined, and now a shiver racks me, as much from the cold as from the stillness in Dylan's expression.
Z-Man, are you sure about this? Yesterday you said you didn't recognize.
Dylan rubs at his eyes and falls back on his pillow.
Yeah, okay. Tomorrow? All right. Yeah, we'll do that. Now go get some rest.
He lets the phone drop on his chest and groans. What happened? I turn on the bedside lamp.
Zane says he thinks the bearded guy I showed him is the one.
He rolls his head toward me.
He says he's pretty sure, but now I'm not. He said it wasn't him yesterday. And now when he doesn't even have the picture in front of him, he thinks.
Dylan closes his eyes.
He probably had a nightmare and got fucking confused.
Or he remembered the guy's face. He opens his eyes again, reaches for me.
You believe that?
I let him pull me against his side and wrap an arm over his muscular middle. It's possible. We remember things in our sleep that escape us when we're awake. He's staring at my mouth, and it makes it hard to concentrate. Hard is also a good word to describe a certain part of his anatomy that's rising to say hello. Oh, for heaven's sake. I'm rattled by the phone call and tired, and I have this absurd urge to laugh by the fact he's horny right now. Only nothing about his hard-on is funny. It's a pretty impressive, serious-looking specimen, and his eyes do that heavy-lidded thing that turns need into a knot in my belly. Dill.
I'm listening,
he whispers, his voice hoarse. And then he's kissing me, and dragging me on top of him.
But better still, let's talk tomorrow when we're fully awake and can deal with that shit. Tonight. Ride me, baby.
And I do, biting the inside of my cheek not to moan out loud as he guides himself inside me, and we rock together in the dark. We're standing on the sidewalk outside a low house with a gently sloping roof, 2 tall trees in the front lawn, and an empty driveway.
Well, the area fits, Asher says. It's not all that far from that Walmart supercenter or Woodland Park where Zane ended up. In fact, it's roughly between the two. But the sedan isn't here.
Dylan stalks toward the house, peers through a curtained window.
Can't see anyone either.
It may not be the right house, the right man. None of this is right anyway. Zane walks up the driveway, Dakota by his side. Megan and Aaron are at home watching over all the kids and babies, and Rafe is at the shop, because someone has to be, but otherwise we're all here. Not sure what we're thinking, what we could do other than look at the house, maybe talk to the neighbors, find the man himself. Ask him if he ever tortured Zane? Jesus, what if it's dangerous? I shoot Audrey an uneasy look. She's pregnant, and I wish she'd stayed home, but of course she's here. My friend is a stubborn girl, which is why I love her. Zane is a good friend, the man who saved Asher, who played a huge role in making her happy. Hopefully nothing bad happens today. Hopefully something does happen to put an end to Zane's nightmares and the shadows haunting everyone's eyes. I follow along the driveway, glancing through the window into a nearly empty living room, barely furnished with a ratty couch and some shelves. There's trash strewn on the floor, candy wrappers, pizza cardboard boxes, bottles. My heart thudding heavily, I seek out Dylan and take his hand. To reassure him, I tell myself, he has to feel as unsettled by all this as I do. He squeezes my hand and I feel better, his solid presence and bright eyes calming me down.
I don't think he's in.
And I shouldn't feel so relieved to hear it. Also, how do you know?
Gut feeling. His car is missing too, and Tyler was ringing the bell when I left him out front.
He might not be in the mood for visitors. Dylan shrugs.
Maybe.
The yard is shabby, unswept, covered in rotting leaves and twigs. There are old things stacked in the back, a rusty washing machine and a freezer, together with piles of crates and musty cardboard boxes. Asher tries the back door, then raps on it and on the windows. The banging echoes in the quiet neighborhood. There's no reply from inside. A small dog from inside another house starts barking. Dakota wanders to a small window, maybe of a bathroom, and calls for Zane to lift her up, which he does easily. She's tiny. See anything? I ask, standing behind them.
He's a slob. Dirty clothes and towels all around.
Zane lowers her back down.
I'm not even sure what we're looking for. If he's not here, how can we do anything?
I'm going to talk to the neighbors, I announce and smile when Dylan joins me. We'll take the house to the right.
We'll take the other side,
Tyler says, coming around the house, pushing dark hair from his eyes.
You guys ask across the street. We need to know if this is Kenneth's house, if he still lives here, what car he drives, what he eats, and anything else we can find out.
Zane lifts his brows at that.
Right on it, Sarge.
It's good to see him reacting like he normally would, not as zombie-like as he's been of late. I bet the fact that we believe him now, that he doesn't feel like he's going crazy anymore, has helped.
Screw you,
Tyler mutters, grinning wolfishly, his brows smoothing out.
We're close now. I can feel it. Don't care about your feelings, fucker.
Zane tugs on Dakota's hand, hauls her closer.
Getting aside. I just need this to be fucking over.
We've made it this far, I say. Let's make it count. Anything we find out could help.
Yeah.
Dylan slides an arm around my waist, distracting me.
We need some fucking answers.
That we do. No doubt about it. I wonder how the others are faring on their neighbor locating missions as Dylan and I ring the doorbell of the house next door for the third time. In fact, I can see Zane and Dakota walking away from the house across the street to try the one beside. Is the whole neighborhood off to work or hiding from us?
You haven't been to work again,
Dylan remarks as he tries to look through a window, cupping his eyes to see through the glass. Took him a while to comment on this. My face warms. I asked Mason for a day off. I wanted to be part of this. I wave a hand vaguely. Hunt.
I'm glad you're here.
He smiles at me. I felt bad for not being there for Zane before, and I made up my mind to ask for time off. Mason didn't like it, but hey, tough. Work isn't the most important thing in my life. I needed to use some of the overtime Mason owes me anyway. Dylan's brows shoot up, and, okay, ever since Mason hired me, I've never talked about using my overtime or taking time off. I'm regretting it. I should have done it earlier. Should have put my priorities straight. Something has changed with you, hasn't it? He whispers. And I lean in to kiss his rough cheek. Not that I'm complaining. I smile against his face. Good. I told you I'm planning to be around more often. My job was never more important than you, Dill. God knows I'd have given everything up to be with you, but I wouldn't want that. I know, which makes it my choice. And it's not like I'm giving anything up, just finding the right balance. I bet. I never find out what he was about to say, because the door of the house creaks open, and a suspicious eye gleams in the opening. Who are you? A gravelly voice says, and it takes me a moment to realize it belongs to a woman. What do you want? Hi. I insert myself in front of Dylan, who's scowling, pasting on a bright smile. We're looking for Kenneth Shaw. We're, his friends? I hope she didn't notice my hesitation. Dylan lets out a small growl behind me, and I reach back and pat blindly at his arm. What's with the werewolf behavior? I shoot him a scolding glance over my shoulder. Friends of his? The woman asks, and her voice rises. Friends? Crap. Well, not exactly, I falter. He owes us money, Dylan says, grabbing my waist and pulling me to his side. We have been looking all over for him, and only now someone recognized his face, and we ended up here. Does he live in the house next door? I'm standing there in shock, wondering if the woman will slam the door in our face. But she doesn't, and belatedly I realize that her voice when she'd said friends had not only been incredulous, it had been angry. She doesn't like Kenneth Shaw, I think, as the pieces fall into place. And Dylan figured it out the moment she spoke those first words. I stare at my boyfriend, flabbergasted. That was hot. Smart guys are hot. And mine is the smartest, sexiest, yummiest. He owes you money, huh? The woman's voice jolts me out of my lust-induced trance. That doesn't surprise me. The guy creeps the fudge out of me. Okay. I glance sideways at Dylan, who's nodding at her words. Why is that, ma'am? He says, and the woman opens the door a bit more. Dylan can charm the clothes off little old ladies if and when he puts his mind to it. I kind of knew that. Never seen him in action before, though. Not that the woman now visible in the door opening is undressing or anything, but she's not hiding anymore. She shoots a furtive glance at Kenneth's house and makes a face. Something's off with him. He only moved here a couple of months ago, and from day one I felt like there are eyes watching me from his windows. I'm scared to walk outside. Eyes? I thought I saw a kid once in one of the windows, she goes on. And another time I heard a child scream, but that can't be. I've never seen any kids with him. Dylan tenses beside me. Are you sure you heard the scream? I have very good hearing, the woman says a little haughtily. Used to be a music teacher. It was during the night in summer, and I always leave my window open. It faces his house, you see. I know what I heard, but Ruth from across the street told me I was lying when I told her. That deaf old bat wouldn't hear an orchestra playing on her lawn, let alone anything from across the street. Icy fingers are wrapping around my spine. And the face you saw in the window, where were you? You doubting my eyesight now? She squints at me, and I force myself to lift my chin and wait for her reply. I saw that kid when I went out to take the trash early one morning. His mouth was open like he was shouting something, and he was waving his hand. I waved back. Then he vanished, and I never saw anyone in the house again. But it gives me the heebie-jeebies, does. She lowers her voice. I think it's haunted. Oh, God. Thank you, Ms. Dylan says, his jaw tight. Debsy. Monique Debsy. She's shutting the door again. I hope you get your money back, though I doubt it. Miss Debsy. I wrench myself from Dylan's side, put my hand against the door. What car does Kenneth Shaw have? She squints at me as if trying to decide whether I am real or a ghost like the ones inhabiting the house next door. A white sedan, all scratched on one side. Why? And she closes the door before I can even think of a reply. Because holy crap, we're at the right place. All the clues pointing that way. So what do we do now? Did you guys find out anything? I ask later as we all gather around the 3 cars we came in. Nobody was in, Audrey says. We talked to a couple further down the street, Zane says.
They don't know who lives here. I talked to a young guy, Tyler says, who says he's seen a man going in and out of the house but doesn't know him. He narrows his eyes at us. Why? Did you talk to anyone? Dylan proceeds to tell them what we found out, and a hush falls over us. Zane staggers a step back, his back hitting the car, and Dakota takes his hand. It's real, he whispers. He's here. He's fucking here. Dakota turns and wraps her arms around him. Swallowing around the lump in my throat is hard. We have to go to the police. We found the guy, found his house. Now we need someone to arrest him. Sounds good, but we have no proof of anything, Dylan mutters, kicking at the curb, hands in his pockets, his short blonde hair catching the light. They won't look into it without proof. We have to try. I glance from Zane's pale face to Dylan's worried eyes. Surely there must be something to be done, if that man really hurt Zane. I'm gonna fucking rip him apart for this, Asher says quietly. He'll be back, sooner or later, and goddamn it, I will be waiting for him. Zane winces. Ash, don't. Audrey strokes his arm. Tessa is right. We need to go to the police. There's nothing we can do on our own. And if they do nothing, if it's too late, if there's no fucking evidence they can use, we let this guy walk? We're not the law, Zane says, his voice silencing us all. Nothing we do now will undo what he did, unless he has children in the house. He glances at me, his gaze sharpening. If he has kids in there, if he has hurt them, then we'll either see him behind bars or take him out ourselves, Tyler says. And no matter how his words chill me to the bone, I nod. No other kid should have to go through what Zane did. We pick the kids up and tell Megan and Erin what happened. They'll go with Zane and Dakota to the police station tomorrow. Unfortunately, I can't skip another day from work, but I plan to go back home as early as possible. My boyfriend and my kids need me, and yeah, I know I'm not their mother, but I feel like I am. I can try to be more like a mother to them at least. Take care of them. Love them as they deserve to be loved. Not be absent all the time. Mason will have to understand. On the way home, Miles is talking excitedly about a video game he likes, and Tio is engrossed in a comic I don't recognize, probably filched from Megan and Rafe's apartment. Dylan will return it. I have to explain to Teo that he can't just borrow things he likes from our friends' homes. I gaze at Dylan's profile as he drives. You knew that neighbor didn't like Kenneth, I say, because it's been on my mind since then. How? He grins. I can read women. You can? Yeah, like right now. I know you want to jump my bones. Really? I glance back at the kids, but they don't seem to be paying us any attention. It's that gleam in your eyes. You can't get enough of me. Admit it. I admit it, I whisper. His grin widens as he parks the car outside the building and kills the engine. He's time to hunt for compliments, for making it too easy. I don't want it to be difficult. I give him a smile. We have enough of that outside home. And to demonstrate, I grab both kids in a hug the moment we exit the car, even though Miles struggles and mumbles under his breath. You guys, I tell them. You don't know how much I love you. Now go on, run inside. Dylan is grinning at me as he wraps an arm around my shoulders and guides me into the building. What brought this on? Just thinking I don't show you all how much I care for you. Want to show me again tonight when we're alone? He waggles his brows, making me laugh. The kids are waiting in front of the apartment door, and I pull out the keys and unlock it. The moment the door is open, they run inside, whisper yelling something to one another. I arch a brow at Dylan, who shrugs. Do you think maybe Megan gave them too much chocolate? That looked like Sugar Rush to me. Nah, they're excited about something. About what? How would I know? Something about the way he won't look at me as he hangs his jacket has alarms going off inside my head. What is he hiding from me? Should I worry? I shrug off my coat and hang it next to his jacket, then turn to ask him what he's playing at, when he heads off into the bedroom, leaving me gaping after him. Well now, honestly? Muttering to myself, I start for the bedroom, but the door is closed, and I hesitate.
suddenly wondering if Dylan was more upset by not finding Kenneth Shaw today than I thought. I stepped back, troubled, and turned toward the kids' room. Their door is shut too, and I knock on it before I try the handle. Locked. Kids, open up! You're not supposed to lock this door. The handle rattles. Then the door opens. And in a strange twist from this morning, a suspicious blue eye looks up at me. It's not locked, Miles says. Then why wouldn't it open? How would I know? He says, a perfect imitation of his older brother. I shake my head. What are you guys doing? I try to peer inside the room. Are you making something? Nosy. Miles wags a finger at me and closes the door in my face. What in the world? Miles! I rap on the door, then change my mind and turn toward our bedroom. Enough of this today. I'm rattled from this morning's happenings, too, and I need to be in Dylan's arms, without any of this weirdness, whatever it means. I turn the handle, open the door, and Dylan hides something behind his back, his expression guilty. All right, I've had enough. What's going on? I practically wail at him. Dill! Trust me, he asks, and I nod even as my heart is pounding. Yes, you know that, but... He reaches for my hand. Come with me. Speechless, I follow him to the living room and let him place me in the middle of it, the apartment door behind me. Dylan? He pulls something from his back pocket and drops to one knee in front of me. Tessa. I put my hands over my mouth. What are you doing? Muffled. Oh my God. Behind him, Miles and Tio approach, both holding bunches of flowers, not roses, I note absently, my mind on overload, chrysanthemums and gerberas and freesias, colorful, summery, happy. The door behind me opens, and I turn as if in a dream to see our friends standing there, grinning. They file inside, one after the other. All of them. There are even some of the damaged boys with their girls. I'm feeling faint because all this... Do you know what day it is today? Dylan asks, drawing my attention back to him. Oh God, is it an anniversary? Is this what this is? I can't keep track. Except for his birthday and the kids. It will be an anniversary. He opens his hand, revealing a small box, and then he opens that too, revealing a ring. If you accept this ring. I'm feeling hot and cold. I open my mouth to speak, but then Miles and Teal walk toward me, their faces serious, holding up the flowers to me. Please marry Dylan, they tell me in unison, and I giggle, even as tears well up in my eyes. Please be our mom. You make us all happy. Holy crap. I take the 2 bunches and crouch down to kiss them. When I straighten, Dylan is standing before me, holding the ring. What do you say? He asks quietly. And for a moment I forget that all our friends are standing behind us, silent, seeing only him. I thought for a long time how to ask you to marry me, and then I realized it wasn't only me who should ask, but my brothers too, because they love you as much as I do. What do you say, Tess? Yes! I practically fall in Dylan's arms and he laughs, catching me. Oh, God, yes! It was perfect! Suddenly there's applause and wolf whistles, and Tio and Miles come to put their arms around us too. I adjust my hold to bring them into the circle. I don't even know where the ring is, if it has fallen and vanished through a crack in the floor. I don't care. I have everything I want, right here. This is my family, and I love them more than anything in the world.
Part 4. Rafe and Megan. This is war. Chapter 22. Rafe. The police station is a maze, but I pretend I know what I'm doing as I lead Zane and Dakota through it. I insisted to be the one to accompany them. I'd been away when they found the house, and I felt, I don't know, like I let Zane down. I know it's not true. I know someone had to keep the tattoo shop running. But the moment I heard about him going to the police, I volunteered. No regrets. Except I hate police stations. I hate police bureaucracy and procedure, and the rigid order facing you when you fucking fall apart. Like I did when my family was killed. When I had to recount the events that led to the death of my parents and sister to an officer while I was in the hospital, the stab wound in my shoulder stitched up and bandaged, my mind an echoing void. And again later, when I was discharged from there. And again. I've never gotten along with the law. My father was a mafioso. I fought in an illegal fight club to find out who killed him. As far as I'm concerned, the law has failed me time and again. It has failed lots of people around me. Too rigid. Too exact. Too just not enough. Yet here I am, accompanying my best friend to report a crime that happened long ago, with few hopes of finding justice. My cell phone rings and I pull it out of my back pocket. It's Megan. Hey girl, we've just entered the police station. I'm coming in to find you. I frown, slow down. Everything okay? Yes. Did Zay sleep okay? Tyler renamed him, not to confuse him with Zane, and the nickname stuck. He ate and burped and slept, and I left him with Audrey. I want to be there with you. Sure, I breathe out. Meet you inside. A weight lifts off my chest at the thought of her being by my side. By the time we ask and find our way to the right office, I manage to breathe almost normally again. Because, yeah, I don't just dislike police stations. The memories associated with them are hell, and my body can't fucking accept the fact that this isn't the same time, the same situation, the same horror. That this isn't about me, but about Zane. Or it does get it, and the thought of what happened to Zane, the things he's about to report, is sending my nervous system into overdrive. Is everything all right? Dakota asks, holding on to Zane's hand like he's a lifeline, or maybe he's the one clutching her so hard his knuckles are white. Yeah, Megan is coming too. She wants to be here. Dakota gives me a quick smile, turns to Zane. The more the better, right? He says nothing, his eyes kind of blank. Fuck. I hope he won't have a flashback now. I've been afraid of that ever since he found out the guy living in that house in Madison, our town, is indeed Kenneth Shaw. I figured it's only a matter of time before his mind flips out on him and drags him kicking and screaming back into the past. One more reason I decided to tag along today. Least I can do is look out for him, and help if he gets lost inside his own head. God knows I did it plenty of times for Tyler, especially when he first came back and he kept having those episodes. Returning to the place where you were hurt, seeing the people who used to be part of that past, can easily flip the switch and throw you into a memory. I bet Zane is hanging by a thread to sanity right now, and recounting what happened to him won't help any. Word to the wise regarding shrinks and their fucking couches. Psychoanalysis can help, but it can also fuck you up even worse. You can ask me about it. It's how I ended up hooked on pills, and let me tell you, withdrawal was a bitch. So I'm watching over Zane while I explain to the officer why we're there, and keeping an eye out for Megan. What do you want to report? The nice lady officer asks, and Zane steps forward, his face white but his eyes determined. No matter how I worry about him, he's a tough motherfucker. Proof being that he's here. I want to report a man, he says, who abused me years ago, when I was a kid. The officer looks up at him. Zane's over 6 feet tall, the mohawk making him seem taller, with wide shoulders and the edges of his tattoo sleeves peeking under his jacket. How many years are we talking here? She asks. Zane shifts on his feet, his combat boots squeaking. Dunno. 12, I guess? You guess? Her face pinches. How old are you now? 20? He winces. I think. Look, when I was found and taken into foster care as a kid, my age was estimated, but I don't know. All I'm saying is, You came in to report this kind of late, young man? She gives him a long, earnest look. If the man you say hit you— I didn't say that. That asshole fucking— Zane? Dakota tugs on his arm, her big eyes pleading with the woman. Can't we do this somewhere more private? Zane is panting, red splotches of color on his pale cheeks. He looks disoriented. He glances down at Dakota's hand on his arm as if he doesn't know what it is. Fuck. This doesn't look good. Please, ma'am, I say. It's a difficult topic to discuss here. A topic. As if we're talking about routine business, not Zane having to rip his heart out and offer it on a platter in order to make this report. The officer glances uneasily from him to me and back. Yes, of course. Come with me. She leads us into a small office, and I shoot Megan a text telling her where we are. I want her to hurry and find us before we start, but the door closes and the officer motions us to sit in various plastic chairs. Shall we begin? She shoots Zane a quick smile that I'm sure is meant to be reassuring, and opens a file on the small laptop she has perched on the table. What crime do you want to report? Zane rubs the shaved sides of his head and then leans forward, letting his hands dangle between his legs. I want to report Kenneth Shaw. He burned my back with cigarettes and raped me. The officer tries to stifle a gasp, but fails, her eyes darting up from the laptop to him. Her fingers are frozen, poised on top of the keyboard. I admit I'm kinda shocked too, which makes no sense. I know exactly what Zane's nightmares are about. I've suspected something for a long while, and he spelled it out for us recently. But hearing the words spoken out, loud and clear, in this tiny office, it shakes me badly. Like I want to go out and put my fist through a wall. Instead, I force myself to stay seated and draw a calming breath. All right, the officer says, quickly typing something. Now, I want you to— There's a knock on the door, and before anyone can speak, the door opens to reveal Megan. The sight of her warm chocolate eyes settles something in my chest. This is Megan, my girlfriend. She wants to be present for this. The officer frowns. Not sure this is proper procedure. Do you want her to be here? She asks Zane. Yeah. No hesitation. The officer nods. Fine. Please take a seat, Megan. Thank you. She drags a chair between me and Zane and smooths her skirt over her thighs. Hi, Zane. Dakota. Let's proceed. The officer types something more and cocks her head to the side. Your name and surname, please? Zane. Zane Madden. May I see an ID? He produces it, and she takes down the rest of the information. You said the incident took place 12 years ago, so you were roughly 8? That's right. Megan slips her hand into mine, and I give it a squeeze. Normally, after waiting this long to report a crime, you shouldn't be able to file a report. Another tense silence. What do you mean? I start to stand up from my chair. He finally finds the strength to come forward with this, and you won't let him file a report? Fucker, sit down, Zane mutters, rubbing his hands over his face. Rafe. Megan tugs me down, and I sink on my chair, my pulse pounding in my ears. We're all very tense, she tells the officer. Apologies. She sighs. She looks tired, although her uniform is crisp and her dark hair pulled back in a severe bun. The main issue here is the big time lag between now and the incident. Do you have any evidence of what happened? Any witnesses? We all turn to Zane. He shakes his head. No. Okay. I will open a case, but before I do, please answer this and consider your answer carefully. Do you swear this happened? Are you sure? It's a long time. Could your memories of the time not be accurate? It's not that I don't believe you, she rushes on to say. but I want to be as sure as possible that we won't be accusing an innocent man of a serious crime. He's not fucking innocent. Zane's hands curl into fists and his nostrils flare, and the anger in his eyes is good. Much better than the cold blankness I've seen there so often lately. I am sure, and I have the burns and scars on my back to show for it. She pales. May I see? Dakota opens her mouth to say something, but Zane surges to his feet and unzips his jacket. Then, before any of us can move, he whips off his sweater and shirt and turns around. Oh my God. The officer lifts a hand to her mouth, but I'm not sure what shocked her more, the scars or the swirling tattoos covering the whole of Zane's back and arms. In fact, can you see the scars? I stand up, prepared to point them out to her. They're hard to see in the lines and colors of the tattoo, as intended. I can see them, the officer says, her voice hushed. Please sit down, both of you. Thank you, Mr. Madden. We will, She waves a hand. We will ask to take a photo of your back for the report later. I make as if to sit down again, but he doesn't move. Zane. Dakota gets up and grabs his hands, then his face. Hey, come sit down. He still doesn't move. Fuck, I knew this would happen. In 2 strides I'm there, helping her to steer him to his chair, then to put his shirt back on. Talk to him, Coco, I tell Dakota. Ground him. Gripping his arm, I hold him down when he tries to get back up. Z-Man, snap out of it, you're safe. You're all right? Dakota whispers to him and cups his face. We're at the police station. Megan is here and Rafe. You're okay. I'm okay, Zane rasps, blinking slowly. Yeah. Megan leans over, takes his hand. We're with you, Zane. You know who I am? Meg. He frowns, looks back at Dakota. We're okay. The officer produces a muffled sound, and I turn to find her with a hand over her mouth, her eyes glittering. Let me bring you a glass of water, she says, and bolts from the room. Oh, boy. You all right now, man? I slap his shoulder. Where did you go? He licks his lips. Maybe that glass of water was a good idea. Back? Back there? God damn it. Well, you're with us, and we won't let you tumble down that fucking rabbit hole, okay? Remember, we're here. Tell yourself that. Don't you forget it. He nods, but he looks like shit, and I'm damn glad when the officer reappears with the water. Zane takes it with a shaking hand, but manages to drink most of it without spilling it all over himself. Fuck. He glances at the officer, eyes widening. Damn it, sorry. Megan snorts. It's okay. The officer draws a somewhat shaky breath and sits behind the table once more. Let's get this done so you can go. She types a few words. What was the name of the abuser? Kenneth Shaw. Where did the crime take place? Was it a one-time event? Was any other person involved? Did any other person know about it then? Sometimes there was this other guy, Emmerich. Can't remember more about him. She asks him more questions. He seems calmer now as he replies, a little too calm, in fact, as if he's distancing himself from the interrogation, from the memories, from the fact it was him who went through the abuse he describes. My teeth are clenched so hard my jaw hurts. Megan strokes my arm, and it's all I can do not to grab her and get out of here. This isn't about me, I remind myself. It's about Zane. So if he can take it, then I'll take it and shut the hell up. All right. The officer clicks a few keys on her laptop and sighs. I have taken down your statement. We will go talk to the man, see if we find out anything more. She looks straight at Zane. I won't lie to you. It doesn't look good. Regardless of whether I believe you or not, of whether you're right or not, We need evidence to accuse a man of a crime, and I've got nothing that links directly back to him. No proof he abused you, no proof the scars on your back came from him. 12 years is a long time. Most law enforcement agencies will suspend a case if there are no viable leads, and in this case... But you can search his house, right? Megan leans forward, pinning the officer with her dark gaze. Maybe you will find something. Not sure we can get a search warrant for this. We can't search a house based on childhood memories. We need some compelling evidence. I am sorry. She gives Zane a sympathetic look, while he gazes back blankly. What I can do, meanwhile, is refer you to one of my colleagues who works with rape victims. He can help. Zane pushes to his feet, turns around and opens the door. I jump after him as he strides out, but Dakota is there before me, taking his arm, talking to him. I turn back toward the officer. That's it? You're gonna just ignore this? You have no fucking clue what it took for him to come here, answer all your questions. It's a fucking circus. And okay, I'm vaguely aware that I've been angry with the police all along, that it's not only this case that has me yelling at the poor nice officer, but my own past as well. The failure of the law to protect me, and to give me answers and justice back when I needed it. I know all that, all right? Doesn't help one fucking bit with how I'm feeling right now. Dakota is sitting with Zane on a bench right outside the small office. I've checked on them, and I'm giving them some space until he feels ready to talk to the officer again or walk out. Up to him. As far as I'm concerned, he's done more than enough by making this report in the mental state he's in. I close the door and turn toward the officer. Excuse me, ma'am. I force my anger down so that I can speak without yelling. Megan's presence at my side helps. This is all very good, but that man, that criminal, is out there. You can't let him walk, not after knowing what he did to a kid, or more kids for that matter. More kids? She shoots me a sharp glance. Mr. Madden didn't mention that. Well, let me tell you about it. Kenneth Shaw was his foster father, and Zane wasn't the only kid in that house. If he did this to Zane, what do you think happened to those other kids, huh? The officer pales and sits down, her hands writhing in her lap. Oh my God. He was the foster father? I need to add this information to the report. I will check with social services, see if any of the kids he fostered have come forth with similar accusations. If they have, we could build a case. You're not getting me. I put my hands on the table, stare down at her. The piece of shit who did this to Zane and possibly to more kids is out there. He's in this city right now. Zane has seen him a couple of times and we found him. We know where he lives and what car he drives. Dear God. The woman looks from me to Megan, her face reddening like she's about to have a heart attack. You looked for him on your own? Has he seen you? Have you talked to him? Has he recognized Mr. Madden? That's a good question. I shoot Megan a worried glance. We don't know if he recognized Zane. The last time Zane said the guy ran after him, but he was confused and in full flashback mode, so... You shouldn't have done this, the officer says. We saved you time, I tell her. By the time you found out where he is, he'd have the time to hurt more kids. Are you telling me, Mr. Vestry, Raffaella Vestry? Mr. Vestry, are you telling me that this man still fosters children? Megan taps a hand on her knee, brows drawn together. We don't know for sure. One of the neighbors thought she heard a scream. She also thought she saw a kid at one of the windows, I add. Thought? She isn't sure? God damn it. Will you check on this man? I will, Mr. Vestry, you have my word. She pushes the laptop aside. If he is fostering children, we need to make sure he isn't abusing them. We will definitely look into that. Why don't you leave me your contact information, you and Mr. Madden, and I will let you know as soon as I find something out. I promise you I will do my best to shed light on this case. Yeah, I've heard all this before. We thank her and I tug Megan to her feet so we can go. Despite the officer's assurances, I feel as if we've accomplished nothing today other than cause Zane more distress. If he has foster kids now, Megan tells me quietly, they'll hunt him down to make sure they're okay. It's going to be fine. But deep inside, I know that answers never come to you the easy way. You have to go after them, battle for them. And it seems this time is no different.
Chapter 23. Megan. Rafe is upset, and I understand why. Still, the officer was nice, and she promised to do her best. Dylan had warned us that without evidence, the law couldn't do much. We gave it our best shot. Now the report is there, and it's a start. I also know it's not enough. That the presence of that man in the city has Zane on edge and fighting to preserve his sanity. It looks like it's becoming a thin line. Rafe doesn't believe that the police will help. Truth be told, I don't either. Back when I was afraid for my life, when I had a killer at my back and I'd prepared to run away, Rafe dealt with it on his own. Well, with the help of our friends, but still. The police were informed after the fact. After Rafe took the killer down, saving me from his hands, and almost dying in the process. On most days, I try not to remember that terrible night, when I thought I might not see Rafe again, when I thought he'd die and that I'd die too. How could I have foreseen this day, with him and our son being so happy and unafraid? Unafraid for us. But Zane is another matter altogether. I don't like the way he's been since we left the police station, quiet and closed off, like his hope went out once more. Can't blame him, not after what the officer said. This isn't right. Everything is so wrong, I don't know where to start to make it right again. But all I can do today is hold my baby son, stroke his hair and kiss his cheeks, and remember that there is goodness in this life. That things which terrified me proved not to be the monsters I expected. That fighting for the ones you love is rewarding. And Zay is proof of that. A little, fussy, chubby proof squirming in my arms. God, I love my two boys. I love them and want to keep them close to my chest, close to my heart, safe in my arms forever. And the same goes for my friends. I buckle Zay in his car seat, and we drive home in silence. I sense Rafe would rather do anything but go back to work today. He wants to take action, but doesn't know what to do, except wait for the police to tell us what they find out. Also, he's not the only one who has work and chores and babies to take care of. Life goes on. We enter our apartment, and I stand inside the living room, the baby in my arms, thinking. Holding Zay soothes me, but I'm going back to work in a few days, and we still haven't figured out who will look over him while I'm gone. And again, my new job is holding the desk in the new shop next to the original damage control. Rafe has agreed I could keep the baby there with me some of the time, if he's not too noisy. I'm reluctant to let him out of my sight for long. That was before we found out about Zane's past and the bastard who abused him being loose in our town. But I assume this plan hasn't changed. And the wedding is coming up soon. Since Dylan proposed to Tessa, I've been dying to ask her whether that means we'll have a triple wedding. Us, Tyler, and Erin, then her and Dylan. It would be fun. The baby gurgles, and I make little squeaky noises at him. I imagine this is how mom cats communicate with their kittens. Zay wags his arms and gurgles again. At least this little guy is happy and healthy and loved. And the thought of kids being hurt when I could prevent it from happening is a sick twist in my stomach. What are we going to do? I finally ask Rafe, who hasn't spoken a word since we left the station. I can hear you thinking, you know. He turns to me, flashes me a half-smile that barely reveals one of his sexy dimples. How to pleasure you tonight. A rush of heat floods my face. That's not what I expected to hear. And the excitement I feel is a new thing. After giving birth, I didn't want to even think about sex for the next 10 years.
During this past week, though, I got some of my interest back, especially when Rafe kissed me and touched me until I came apart in his hands. It was so good. I'd forgotten how good it can be between us. And how will you do that? I decide to go with the flow. If this is meant as a distraction, if he doesn't want to talk about Zane right now, that's fine with me.
I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve, future Mrs. Vestry. I've been dying to taste you for the past 2 months.
I duck my head, cheeks burning. Have you?
Yeah.
He leans in, nuzzles my neck.
Just wait and see.
Zay is playing with the milk bottle, trying to grab it with his tiny hands. Early on, it was decided I don't have enough milk. The doctor said that's quite common. Formula is okay, she explained to me. Maybe it's not as good as mother's milk, but the main thing is that the baby is growing strong and healthy. And he sure is. Milk is dribbling out the side of his mouth. I reach for the Kleenex and Rafe passes one to me.
Let me hold him,
he says, and wordlessly I pass him the bundle and the milk bottle. I love watching him with the baby. Rafe is a natural, and he always looks so much calmer and happier when he's holding Zay. Like now.
How's my boy?
He whispers, and gives Zay a full megawatt grin, both dimples making an appearance.
Did you have a good day? Did you miss us?
God, he's gorgeous. Zay is too, of course, but Zay is rather cute and chubby. My baby daddy, though. God, with his golden mane tucked behind his ears, the silver hoops in them glinting, the complex tattoos covering the muscular arm that's gently cradling our baby, he's the sexiest boy in the world. Not for the first time, I wonder how I won the lottery in the men department, because he's not only the sexiest, but also the kindest and best of guys, when my life before him seemed more like a cosmic joke. Done in very bad humor. I mean, I'd grown up with an alcoholic mom who chose abusive lover after abusive lover, so that I'd felt unsafe all my life living with her, and then I'd had a killer on my tail. Until Rafe. He changed everything for me.
When will I see your wedding dress?
He hasn't looked up from the baby, but the twinkle in his eye tells me he knows I've been ogling him. On our wedding day. Don't you know it's bad luck to see it before that?
I don't believe in rules. I mean, I've kissed you.
He smirks.
Kissed you so thoroughly we had a baby.
I snicker, even as arousal slams through me. Someone needs to explain biology to you, Mr. Vestry. Kissing doesn't work that way.
Oh, I know my biology.
He finally looks up, his golden eyes heated.
I've mapped your body and branded it in my mind, and I know where babies come from.
Do you now? I shiver, because I remember him by my side as I pushed Zay into the world, and where I'd been aroused, now I'm not so sure anymore I want him touching me at all. As if reading my mind, he flashes me that sexy grin of his and says,
You'll see, babe. I won't hurt you. I swear.
I trust him, have trusted him from the start, and he has never let me down. If Zay falls asleep, and if he doesn't wake up after half an hour crying, I say, because it has happened before,
Zay and I, we have an understanding, don't we, buddy?
Rafe takes away the empty milk bottle and lifts the baby to make him burp.
You sleep, and I will go down on my beautiful girlfriend until she screams my name.
That will wake him up, I point out, feeling flushed and warm all over again, my pussy clenching.
And it will be worth it,
Rafe says, and winks.
What are you reading?
He's standing at the foot of our bed, dressed only in black pants and his golden mane, shirtless. The book falls from my hand as I stare at him, helpless. I don't know. He chuckles, a deep sound that runs under my skin and resonates in my center. He comes around the bed to sit beside me.
How's my girl?
I want to lie, but I can't. Worried about Zane and Dakota.
Maybe I can distract you.
He runs a hand over my bare arm.
We could distract each other.
Goosebumps cover my skin. I want it so much, and yet I'm afraid. He is distracting, all right. The ink covering his impressive chest and arms, drawing my eyes like always to his taut pecs, his chiseled abs, his thick biceps. He leans over me, kissing my shoulder, his hair tickling and cool, his mouth hot, his tongue a rough, raspy counterpoint to the softness of his lips. My breath hitches. Rafe.
Love you, Mac.
And with that, he presses me back into the mattress and kisses me. He does know how to kiss me thoroughly, I think fuzzily, as he uses his teeth and tongue and lips to light a fire in my blood. The throb between my legs is maddening. I haven't come since he touched me last week, and that was the only time since giving birth. I try to press my legs together to relieve some of the pressure, but his knee finds its way between them. His hand strokes my shoulder, then pulls down the thin strap of my nightie. His palm presses over my breast, and I moan in his mouth. He lifts his head, grins down at me.
Fuck, you're so pretty.
And before I can even think of an answer to that, he drags up my nightie to bear me. Instinctively, I try to cover myself, though the only visible change to my body is a small belly that's left from the pregnancy, but I somehow feel embarrassed. Don't ask. It makes no sense. This is the guy who knocked me up, after all, and saw me with a bump so big I could barely walk. His eyes darken. He tugs my hands away from my body, and he closes his mouth over one nipple, shooting electric pleasure through my core. Oh, God, Rafe. By the time he moves to my other breast, I'm arching my back off the bed, begging for release. He has one hand braced on the mattress, but he uses the other one to stroke me over my panties, and I'm so close to coming already, it's crazy. He finally looks up and releases my aching nipple, giving it a last lick. Like a cat licking the last drop of cream.
Put your thumb in your mouth,
he says, and I blink at him, confused.
I want to see you do it.
Rafe has a few kinks. Nothing big, but he surprised me once or twice with his requests. For instance, he likes me tugging on his cock piercings sometimes. The pain makes his pleasure more intense, and he likes coming all over me. I slip my thumb into my mouth and suck lightly. My skin is salty. For some reason, my body responds to this action by arching off the bed a little bit more, my pussy clenching on nothing. I moan, unable to help myself, and wonder if my body has been fooled into thinking I'm sucking Rafe's cock off. Though, size difference, brain? Come on. Seriously now? Rafe is watching me, his mouth slightly agape. The gold of his eyes has turned almost black, his pupils dilated. He shifts on the bed, on his knees, the bulge between his legs spectacular. See, brain? Size matters. He bares his teeth like he's in pain, and boy, if I had that hard-on trapped so snugly in my pants, I'd be in pain too. But instead of taking care of it, and I'd pay good money to watch right now, he snaps my panties down and goes to town between my legs. I try to keep quiet. I really do. I suck on my thumb, trying to stifle my moans as he sucks on my clit, then swipes his tongue lower, thrusting it into my pussy, fucking me with it. It's a lost battle. My thumb falls away, and I cry out as I start coming against his mouth, my whole body tightening and then releasing, until the pleasure rushes through me like a tidal wave, wiping my mind clean, leaving me shaky and breathless and boneless on the bed. He gives my pussy one last lick, and I shudder, moaning,
"You taste so good."
He sits back, wipes his hand over his mouth, and gazes at me through heavy-lidded eyes.
"Like my favorite candy."
"And what's that?" I whisper, unable to think. God, I should know that, right?
It's called Sexy Girl,
he says, and I laugh.
and you're the only one I want.
Aw, shucks. He says things like that and melts my heart. He's so considerate and sweet and gorgeous and aroused. Very aroused. I'm staring at his hard-on, and it looks like it's about to burst through his pants. He glances down, following my gaze, and gives a sheepish half-shrug.
What can I say? We're both damn excited to see you.
Come here. I sit up, letting my nightie cover my body again, and reach for his zipper.
What are you doing?
What do you think? Though he has a right to look so confused. I haven't touched him in the past 2 months, not even last week when he touched me. I had felt weird, a weird aversion to the body of the man I love. When I pull out his hard-on, he hisses between his teeth. I stare down at it. Haven't seen it in a while, and it sure is big, bigger than my memory pictured it. With the piercings across the crown, it's even more impressive. No way am I letting that monster cock inside me in the foreseeable future, not after pushing out a 10-pound baby. It's scary. I'm afraid to put anything in there again. Maybe. Okay, I'm less sure of that resolution because I'm so excited, and the idea is growing less and less frightening the more we pleasure each other. The more I see him bared in front of me, hard and aroused and needing me. I do remember how good he felt inside me, how that stretch of his girth and the length of his cock, how those barbells felt stroking me deep inside. Soon, I think, soon I'll be ready to take him back inside me. But not tonight. Tonight, I curl my hand around his cock and feel him shudder.
Fuck, Meg.
He leans back, planting his hands on the bed, his hips rocking, pushing his hard-on into my hand.
Damn.
I let my fingers toy with the piercings, tugging a little, and a low groan crawls up his throat, rumbling in his chest. His cock twitches, and pre-cum beads from the small slit on the head. When I tug again, another pearly drop appears, running down the side of his cock. My hand slides up, then down, and he fixes me with his tawny gaze, his tongue darting out to wet his lips. I bend over, take him in my mouth. He groans, and I can feel it in his cock. One big hand tangles in my hair, and he thrusts a little into my mouth. I kind of love that he can't help himself. I'll never forget the first time he made love to me. He wouldn't let himself come, punishing himself for something he'd played no role in, the death of his family. Since then, he's changed. He has let himself relax and live, feel. He smiles more, and he lets himself lose control. With me. Like now. I suck him in as deep as I dare, lick the underside, make sure to toy with the barbells, and reaching between his legs, I find his balls and roll them in my hand. I want this to be good for him. He's been so great all this time, never pushing me, never asking for anything, getting up at night to check on the baby. Helping me. I want him to come apart, to lose himself to pleasure. And he seems really close. I recognize the rhythm of his harsh breathing, the white-knuckled hold he has in the covers, the way his legs tremble and his cock swells in my mouth, flooding my senses with his salty taste and his musky scent. I drag my lips along his length, flick my tongue around the head, then take him deep, and he comes with a strangled shout. He's salty and bittersweet and perfect. I love you, I tell him afterward, when he can move again, and the first thing he does is wrap me up in his arms. So much. He pulls me down with him and throws the covers over us.
Not as much as I love you.
Chapter 24. Rafe. That girl. My girl. She killed me last night. She blew my fucking mind. I needed that, to feel her, to have her want me again. It eased my mind, and I slept through the night, only waking up once to check on Zay, who was wailing, until I held him in my arms for a while. I think about this as I brush my teeth in the morning, listening to Megan cooing at the baby as she feeds him. Thing is, I've been worried about Zane. But before that I was worried about Megan. She's my woman, my lover, my best friend. I love her with all I have. She and our baby are everything to me. Meg is amazing, and she's always been strong, stronger than me. When her family screwed her over, when she had a killer on her ass, she didn't waver. She never gave up. Unlike me. I almost gave up on life. I was too fucked up in the head, still fighting the pain over the death of my family so many years later. She's the one who pulled me out of the mire, who gave me a reason to live and to smile again. But from the start, there was one thing that scared her. Babies. That was because her mom lost a baby after a bad beating she got from one of her many boyfriends, and Megan had to see that. It haunted her. It frightened her. How fragile life is. How easy it is to kill a baby. And then she got pregnant, and I was the one afraid. Afraid she'd bolt, or freak out and leave me. But she didn't. She proved once again how strong she is. She was scared to death throughout her pregnancy that she'd do something wrong and cause the baby to die. But it all went smoothly. Thank fuck. Sometimes, though, I have this horrible fucking doubt in my mind. Is she happy? Is she really happy? Did the fear fade without traces? In my experience, fear always leaves scars. I'm not saying that the fact she went down on me proves she's happy again, but she didn't pull back when I kissed her, when I went down on her. She enjoyed it, and she was the one who touched me and decided to blow my dick, and consequently my mind. The memory seems to interest my dick. It stiffens and starts to rise between my legs like a pet seeking attention. Down, boy, I'm thinking. And I need coffee if I'll be able to function today. Despite a good night's sleep, the worry is a heavy burden. Worry about Zane, about Megan, about the shop, now that we have expanded it, about the wedding and the possibility of Megan's mom coming, about everything and nothing. Every little thing seems to require my attention, and stress is making me jittery. Deep breaths, Rafe. Fucking deep breaths. You've got this. But although I can give my girl a damn good orgasm, hold my son when he cries, keep the books at the shop, and hang around the police station hoping for news, what am I really doing? How am I taking action to make sure the people I love are safe and well? Truth is, I don't know what I'm doing, and that's a fist in my chest, squeezing my fucking heart. Sometimes at night I lie awake and try to control the panic, a panic that never really left me since my family died. The fear that tells me I may still lose it all, lose everyone I love, and that it'll be my fault for not reacting fast enough, not acting when needed. That goddamned never-ending guilt which says it's up to me to save the world, and I'm doing a piss-poor job of it. It doesn't help when I get a phone call from Dakota, just as I switch on my computer at the office in damage control, to tell me the police contacted them. Kenneth Shaw isn't fostering kids anymore. Hasn't, in years. They're trying to find him, but his registered phone number seems to be out of service, and he won't answer the door. Fuck. The other news is that Zane can't come to work today. He had a very bad night, Dakota says, and I can hear the tremble in her voice. God knows what those few simple words imply. Flashbacks, night terrors. This can't go on. We're losing Zane, goddammit. I won't fucking allow that. I won't sit by and watch him drown in his past. God, Rafe? This is it, then? Dakota sounds close to tears, and I can't imagine what it must be like, watching your man fall apart in front of your eyes while being told there's no solution. No. This isn't it. I resist the urge to throw the phone against the wall and continue with my fists. I promise, Coco. Give me the number they called you from. I'll talk to the police. Tell them where to shove it with their fucking regulations and failures.
Lee is crying. I have to go, she sighs. I'm texting you the number. Don't get into a fight with the police, okay? This isn't on them. Remember that.
I'm gripping the phone so hard, chances are I'll break it anyway. I won't. Megan wanted to come by today. Call her.
I will. And thanks.
What for? I've done nothing, I say gruffly, bitterly.
You've been there all along. That's the greatest gift.
But it's not, I think, as I disconnect and sit there, drumming my fingers on the desk and waiting for her text. The greatest gift, the only gift that matters, is to get Kenneth Shaw to answer for his crimes and be locked away where he can't cause more harm. I'm failing. I'm failing Zane again. The text comes through and I stare at the name and number. A cell phone number. Name of Wesley Logan. Not the officer from yesterday, then. I force myself to press call, wondering what the use will be. I'm wondering the same 5 minutes later, after Wesley Logan has first explained to me that I have no business calling him, as I'm not registered family of Zane's, and then proceeds to bombard me with the finer points of the law that won't allow the police to break in and search that asshole's house or launch a manhunt. Maybe he's overworked and tired. But hell, I'm all out of fucks. I'm exhausted and out of options. You're gonna let a sexual predator, a child molester, a goddamn rapist walk because the law won't allow you to open the door of his damn house? Is that what you're telling me? Mr. Vestry. No, you listen. I huff, rub at my eyes, pray for some calm. You know where he lives. He will go back sooner or later. Post a policeman at the door until he returns. Mr. Vestry, if he denies the accusations, and he will deny them, there's nothing we can do. Do you understand? Holy fucking hell. And that's all? All you can do? Unless there's some new information you want to share with us, I'm afraid that's it. Jesus Christ. New information? Yes. Any detail you haven't shared with us? Anything we can use? Detail? Like what? My memory flashes at me a conversation with Dakota. Something Megan recounted to me some days ago, about this boy, Terrell, that Zane is so hung up about. She'd said we should look more into this, that it's important. Maybe she's right. Okay, how about this? Kenneth Shaw fostered other kids at the time he fostered Zane Madden. One of them disappeared, and the other kids were convinced something bad happened to him. Zane believes he was abused by Kenneth Shaw, too. This is interesting, Wesley says cautiously. What else can you tell me about it? His name was Terrell, or something like that. Terrell? Surname? Fuck. What had Megan said? He had a weird surname. Weird? How can I work with this? It's all I have. The kid vanished, for Christ's sake. Foster kids run away all the time, Mr. Vestry, for a variety of reasons. Or maybe this Terrell was simply placed in a different home, or was returned to his biological family. Just because your friend remembers it this way doesn't mean it's true. But his memories have proven right so far, I remind him. If you could just check it. There's a beat of silence. I'm not sure this has anything to do with your friend's report, he says, even if his memory doesn't deceive him. For all your friend knows, that boy did vanish. From their lives, that is. And like I said at the beginning of our conversation, I shouldn't be discussing this case with you, although your name and contact information was put down as next of kin when the report was filed yesterday. There you go, I say, although I hadn't realized at the time. My friend is too distraught by this case to talk to you, which is why I'm calling. I didn't mean to disrespect the law. There, see? I can be calm and polite when needed. I'll talk to social services, see if I can see the names of the kids this Kenneth Shaw has fostered, see if I can find a boy with a weird surname whose first name may or may not be Terrell. Are you fucking with me? I don't like his sarcastic tone. And there goes my politeness and calm out the window. This is important. Like I said, Mr. Vestry, I will look into it. And I don't appreciate your tone. This is my job and not yours. Don't call this number again. The line goes flat, and I slam the phone down on the desk. That went down well. It was my last card, our last fucking card, and I probably ruined it by being a dick to that Wesley guy. Way to go, Rafe. You're a diamond in the rough. Should be made ambassador for all the calm and patience you bring to the table. But he hasn't seen Zane's fall. Hasn't heard him describe what was done to him. Maybe he doesn't have children and his chest doesn't get too tight to breathe when he thinks about this case. Maybe he just doesn't believe any of it. Who knows how many cases they get every day, and how many are dropped by the hour for lack of evidence. Well, I won't let them drop this one. And that's a fucking promise. So, have you set a date for the wedding? I ask Dylan as we sit down at the coffee shop nearest to damage control later in the afternoon. Seems like a safe opening topic, with the anger that's been riding me since the phone call this morning. Dylan grins. He looks happy, happier than I've seen him these past few months. It's as if a weight has lifted off his chest. Tess has been talking about joining you guys, a triple wedding. What do you think? I shrug. Whatever you guys want. I'm in for the food and booze. He laughs. Yeah, right. He shakes his head. Man, I can't fucking believe she said yes. Then you're a bigger idiot than I thought. I snort. Shut up. He takes a sip from his coffee, and I swear his damn eyes are sparkling like he inhaled Christmas decorations and they all lit up inside his head. It's a good feeling. It sure is. The happiness looks good on him. I hate to shatter it, but here goes. I talked to the police this morning. It's pretty fucking clear they won't investigate, like you said. That Kenneth isn't registered as a foster parent anymore, so they don't have anything to go on. Evidence is something we don't have, so we're fucked. God damn it, I don't need coffee. What I need is something stronger. But it's too early in the day to get shit-faced, and too irresponsible with Megan and our baby waiting at home. So coffee it is. I sip at it, making a face. It sucks to be so pissed off after the night I've had with Megan. But hell, if I can relax while that man is still out there free. What can we do? Dylan eyes me. You have something on your mind? We go after the guy. He doesn't seem as shocked as I thought he'd be. He probably remembers clearly the fact that I went after my parents' killer on my own. I would have killed him, too, if he hadn't stunned me with the revelations about my father's mafia past and then pulled a gun on me. I'm not planning on killing Kenneth Shaw, but I want him in prison. Breaking and entering, Dylan says, turning his mug on the table round and round. Check the house. Then what? What do you expect to find? Hell if I know. I shrug. We could wait and force a confession out of him, record it on our phones. Yeah, right. Any better ideas? I snap and he grins. The son of a bitch actually grins, only this time there's no joy behind it. It's more like a grimace. I'm in. I nod. Who else do you think would join in? Everyone, he says without hesitation, his grin fading. I don't see another solution, you're right, and neither do the others. Also, he looks down at his half-empty mug. I think we should hurry. I frown. What's on your mind? I just had a thought. Don't strain yourself. Har har, you're so fucking funny. He jabs a finger down at the table. Look, if the police go talk to Kenneth Shaw, if they find him and actually tell him what we're accusing him of, what do you think he'll do? Fuck, they may scare that asshole, he might bolt. And then how will we find him again? Worse yet, how will we get justice for Zane? How will we make sure he doesn't hurt anyone else? Or, Christ, what if he goes after Zane? They won't tell him Zane's name. Dylan's face is white as chalk. Unless he has seen Zane in town and he puts two and two together. Fuck. Dylan's face grows paler. No way. He won't know Zane if he sees him, That shit only happens in bad movies. It doesn't matter. We're doing this anyway. I push my chair back. Call the others. Right on it, Dylan grunts, whipping out his phone. And hell. If this isn't like a bad movie, then I don't know what is. Let's just hope it ends well before the final credits roll.
Chapter 25. Megan. I'm sitting with Dakota and Erin, watching over the babies as they sleep, or try to in their travel cribs. We're at Asher and Audrey's apartment, and Audrey is puttering in the kitchen, Scott in her arms as she prepares him some food. It's been a quiet day. We've talked about what the police said. Dakota told us a bit about Zane's bad night, and we've had Tessa on the phone. A very excited, star-eyed Tessa, who kept squealing when she talked about how happy she is that Dylan proposed, and how in love she is, how she wants to get married with us, and have Kayla make her a last-minute gown, and that she couldn't care less if she went dressed up as a pumpkin, as long as she got married to Dylan and had his babies. Which made us laugh, and it was good, because the other topic hanging over our heads isn't funny at all. The police can't arrest Kenneth Shaw. They can't do much, in fact, other than ask him politely whether he raped a kid named Zane Madden 12 years ago, and leave him in peace if he denies it. Unless they catch him drunk off his ass and in a confessional mood, I doubt that will ever happen. I mean, the guy has been living his life without anyone noticing anything off about him. The thought of him being so close to Zane, to all of us, is turning my blood to ice. I glance at Zay, whose tiny fists are resting by his head, his dark eyes blinking sleepily up, and fear lances through me. The same fear that almost crippled me when I found out I was pregnant with him, that I won't be able to protect him, to keep him safe, healthy, keep him alive. He yawns, a heart-meltingly cute thing, and I snicker, my panicky trance broken. "What's the little dude doing now?" Erin leans over to look at him and giggles. God, he's a looker. It's the toothless gums. So gorgeous. I snicker again. Won't be toothless forever, woman. Audrey wanders back into the living room, Scott on one arm and his bowl of food in the other. I get up. Should you be carrying him, Aud? He's pretty heavy. She pales. You think I shouldn't? Here, take him. She passes him to me and rubs her hand over her tummy. I sometimes forget there's another bun in the oven. That's because you're not showing yet. Scott babbles at me and pats my face with a saliva-covered little hand. He knows me well, so he doesn't mind me holding him, and although I'm pretty biased when it comes to my own baby, Zay is definitely the prettiest baby in the whole wide world, Scott comes a close second, a miniature copy of his dad. He has pretty blue eyes and hair so dark it's almost black. I wonder if the second baby will look like Audrey, with her green eyes and red curls. Hungry, Scotty? I swallow hard, like every time I speak his name, though it's slowly getting easier. That was the name of the baby brother I never had, because he died before he was born, when my mom was beaten pretty badly by one of her boyfriends. I've always felt what happened was my fault, for not saving him, for not reacting fast enough when it happened. Rafe has told me repeatedly that there was nothing I could have done, no matter what, that I have to let go of the past. I'm working on it. Although I talked to Mom recently, and she wants to come to the wedding, should I say yes? Should I see her again? What if she comes bringing another one of her violent boyfriends along? And am I ready to forgive her for the hell she put me through my childhood, and later, when her crazy guy came after me? God, I'm not sure I can. This wedding is proving more stressful than I thought. I haven't invited many people. Some friends from the places where I worked before. Raylan, my ex-roommate, and her millionaire fiancé, soon-to-be husband, Storm, who will have to fly in from Baltimore. Otherwise, most of our friends are here around me, plus the Damage Boys and their girls. I have no family here other than this, and I'm happy. I keep thinking we should put off the weddings, Aaron says, and I sigh. We have discussed this plenty of times. I think we should go through with them, give everyone a bit of a distraction. Aaron thinks we shouldn't. Frankly, at this point, I don't know what to think anymore. Maybe she's right. Scott sits on my lap quite peacefully, opening his mouth when Audrey wiggles the plastic spoon with his food, and I pet his soft hair. He still smells like a baby, powder and baby shampoo and sweetness, although he'll turn 2 in a few months. Baby face. I whisper in his little ear, and he twitches, half turning to look at me so that the spoon Audrey is wielding paints his cheek instead of entering his mouth. Oh my God. She starts to laugh kind of hysterically. It's yellow. His chubby cheek is streaked with yellow. That's kind of like the scratch that car Zane saw is supposed to have, isn't it? Aaron says, and our laughter dies. That's when the phone rings. Hello? Erin is the only one with her hands free right now, and she frowns at the phone she's answered. You what? What's going on now? Audrey's cheeks flush. She glances at me, and I shrug. I have no clue. Rafe, I'm not sure that's a good idea. Yeah, I know the police said that. It's illegal, not to mention dangerous. She hunches over, her pretty dark eyes troubled. But what do you expect to do once you... Her mouth purses. Rafe, wait! She puts the phone down, glaring at it. You won't believe this. What then? They're going to Kenneth Shaw's house. They plan to break in and look for evidence. What evidence? Audrey mutters, looking confused. They're going without us? I hiss. They don't want to put us in danger. Erin massages her temples. And I get it, these guys are really protective. Yeah, but you know what? Screw that. I pat Scott's head. Sorry for the language, buddy, but seriously, I'm going. I'm going to. Erin mutters. No question about it. At least we will make sure the guys don't do anything stupid. Audrey shivers. I'm coming too. I kiss the top of Scott's head, and he claps his hands. And the kids? Damage control. Erin says, a gleam in her eyes. What? I gape at her. You sure? It's time the damage boys got used to babies. The gleam in her eyes is now positively evil. I heard rumors that they'll be having some of their own soon. I guess that's as good a reason as any. What am I supposed to be doing? This is Jesse Lee, full-time tattoo artist in the new shop and one of the damage boys. In his heavily tattooed arms, he's holding baby Isabella, and the look in his pretty green eyes is positively terrified. Erin! Hold her. Don't drop her. Erin wags a finger at him. And pay attention while I explain how to feed and change her in case we are late. You trusting him with your baby? Seth chuckles, running his hand through his short black hair. Are you sure? Hey. Jesse scowls and cradles Isabella to his chest. A dribble of milk seeps out of her mouth, soaking into his t-shirt. He curses and shoots Erin a panicky look. She's leaking milk. Oops. You wipe her with a napkin, Erin says firmly, and she hands him one. Here, you can do this, Jay. I have faith in you. He doesn't look reassured. Now you, I say, and hand my son over to Seth, whose grin glazes over. This is Zay. Just follow the manual. Manual? His voice has gone kind of high-pitched with horror. Meg, we will explain everything to you. Just hold him. Zay looks up at Seth's rugged face, and their dark gazes meet. Zay makes a tiny noise and wags his little arms. What did he say? Seth is frowning so hard he'll have a headache later. That he digs your haircut, and that you need shaving. I say with a straight face. He doesn't look up, but he laughs softly. He's a handsome little guy. Hey, Zay. What's up, buddy? Okay, I think Seth's getting the hang of this. A natural, what do you know, despite the tremor in his muscular arms. Coming up next, Shane. He flips his long dark hair over one shoulder and takes a step back when Aaron lifts little Scott and presents him like a present. "Scott, say hi to Uncle Shane." Shane says. "I," Scott tries, and Shane's eyes go round.
"He said hi."
"He's a clever little man," Aaron says. "Hold him." And Shane does, letting Scott tug on his hair and rub his jaw, his arms secure around the little body.
"What's this, a kid's party?"
"Sort of." Ocean makes the mistake of popping out of his cubicle and receives baby Emmanuel without warning from Dakota.
"Hey, hi, baby."
He shifts Lee quite expertly upright, supporting the little head.
"What's up?"
Wait, you have experience with babies?" Dakota is staring openly at him.
"I've held a baby or two back at the trailer park where I grew up, while their moms did the chores."
He shrugs.
"What's so strange about it?"
"Nothing," she giggles. "That's cute. He's ready to be a daddy." Aaron mouths at me, and I choke on laughter.
"What about me?"
Micah comes out, raking a hand through his blonde hair. His sky-blue eyes look merry, and he's grinning.
"No baby for me?"
"You get to keep an eye on the older kids." I tell him, and nod at Miles, who's holding the hands of Jax and Teo by the door. Miles is pretty much his own man already, but just in case, you know.
"Sure, no problem."
He shoves his hands in his pockets.
"Though I've been hoping for a baby."
"Get your own," I say. He winks.
"Maybe I will."
Rumors have it that Evangeline, his girlfriend, may be expecting, though they haven't announced anything yet. The light in his eyes tell me the rumors may be true. Well then, we need to get going. I nod at Aaron, who's explaining to the guys with the babies what to do when the babies cry, and places a paper with all our phone numbers on the reception desk.
"And where are you going?"
Jesse asks, already rocking baby Isabella like a pro. My, these guys will make good daddies, I think. Super sexy daddies. "Mission impossible," Aaron says without missing a beat. "If I told you, I'd have to kill you, and then who would babysit for us?" "Good point," Dakota murmurs, her expression grave.
"What?"
Jesse looks from her to me and back to Aaron.
"It's a secret? Is it a girl's thing?"
I wonder what a girl's thing is supposed to be. "Look after the little ones," Dakota says, "and we'll be back soon." "Thank you," I call out as we file out the door. "Have fun," Aaron says, and wiggles her fingers at them before the shop door closes behind us.
"Meg."
Rafe frowns when I climb out of Dakota's car outside Kenneth Shaw's house, but like every time he sees me, his frown melts into a smile.
"Hey, what are you doing here?"
"Same thing you are, standing by our friend." I nod at Zane, who's standing with Asher, facing the house, talking in low voices.
"Always happy to have you with me,"
he admits in a whisper, and I wrap my arms around him.
"Although I'd have felt better if you were home safe."
"And you don't think I feel the same way about you?" From the corner of my eye, I see Zane wrap Dakota in his arms, his eyes closing briefly in obvious relief. Tessa is standing beside Dylan, holding his hand. Aaron is stroking Tyler's face, whispering something to him too low to hear. Stupid boys. They need us as much as we need them. Wanting to protect us is sweet, but they have to learn that the feeling is mutual, that we share everything, the good and the bad times, the fear and the danger, and the pain, along with the happiness and pleasure. We're right where we want to be. All right. Dakota turns to face us. She has dark circles under her eyes, and her face is lined with fatigue and sadness, but her voice carries over us. The same voice that blares out the lyrics of punk rock songs when she performs with her band Death Moth. There's determination in her blue eyes, and despite her diminutive size, she has us gathering around her without hesitation. Let's decide how to do this. You got something to open the door with? Asher lifts a folded cloth, red tinging his cheekbones.
"Here."
You know how to break into a house? Audrey whispers, eyes wide. Had to do it sometimes at home when I had to sneak in and my window wouldn't open. He whispers back. I clap a hand over my mouth not to laugh. Good. Do we know if he's inside? We knocked and rang the doorbell. Tyler says. Nobody answered. Okay. We should split up. Dakota says. Front and back door, and we post lookouts in case he comes back and catches us by surprise. And since when are you an expert in breaking into houses? Zane mutters, sliding an arm around Dakota and pulling her to his side. He looks vaguely amused, although exhaustion seems to hang around his neck like a stone. Movies. She flicks him a smile. Watched lots of them while breastfeeding. It makes Zane chuckle, and it's a good sound. We go in. She continues. Check the house for anything suspicious, any sign of anyone else living inside, any kids, any pets, any sign of violence, any signs he has abandoned the house never to come back, because we need to know. If the police located him and contacted him, he may have skipped town. Rafe says darkly, that's why we decided to act quickly. If he's gone, we may never find him again. Makes sense. If he's in there, if he's armed. Dylan chews on the inside of his cheek. We leave. We get out, we call for help. No heroic acts. No attempt to overpower him. Got it? We all nod obediently. Truth is, I think even those of us who once didn't value their lives so much have come a long way to cherishing them. We have families, kids, people who love us, and we appreciate what we have, wholeheartedly. I think of my baby boy in Seth's arms, and shiver. Then I glance at Zane, who's gazing at the house of the man who stripped his childhood innocence away, who gave him nightmares and made it hard for him to trust and love, and let out a huge breath. Come on, I say, tugging on Rafe's arm. Let's find a way to put this bastard behind bars before he has the chance to hurt anyone ever again.
Chapter 26. Rafe. I shouldn't be so happy Meg is here with me, trying to break into the house of a potentially dangerous man. Every protective instinct in me, and I have lots of those, screams at me to get her away, to keep her out of harm's way. But I'm happy, and calm seeps through my system like every time she's close to me. She's the steady, warm, perfect part of me, and after a day spent in near panic, with guilt eating at my insides, her presence is a soothing balm. Until she tells me who she left our kid with, that is. With the damaged boys, seriously? I feel panic welling up again. Those klutzes will fucking drop him. I think they're naturals. She winks at me and smiles, and I swear she's laughing at me inside. You need to hold a baby to learn how to hold a baby, like we did. Zay will be fine. I swallow back my protests. She's right, and I trust the guys at Damage. She trusts them too, obviously, or she wouldn't have left Zay with them. Silence your phones, Tessa whispers at us as we stalk toward the house. Keep your voices low. Faced with the house as night is falling, I have a brief moment of doubt. Okay, moment of truth. I've been battling doubt all day, questioning my decision to come here, to look for fuck knows what. Most probably will find nothing, and I'll have endangered my friend's safety, and for what? I shouldn't have told Dylan or anyone else. They're my family. I should have known they'd all show up. I should have come alone. And yet I smile at my girl when she squeezes my hand and bites her lower lip, sinking those white teeth into the caramel flesh, her dark eyes studying me. I lean in for a quick kiss and pray this crazy expedition will be worth the fucking ulcer I can feel coming on. Asher is crouched by the back door, fiddling with his tools, when we approach. He works a thin instrument into the lock, jiggling it right and left. Over my shoulder I glance back at the street where Tyler and Aaron are keeping watch. I know Dylan and Tessa have gone to keep watch on the other side, leaving 6 of us to check the house. Asher and Audrey, Zane and Dakota, Megan and myself. I could still call this off, if the others listen to me. It was my idea, after all. I mean, what the hell do I expect to find? A conveniently written confession? Selfies of him with kids he abused, taped to the walls? Fuck, this was a terrible idea. At the time, I couldn't think of a better one. Still can't. The lock clicks, and Asher grabs the handle. He turns it slowly and pushes the door open. A glance at our lookouts shows we're in the clear. I give Asher a thumbs up, and he slips inside, pulling Audrey with him. Dakota follows, tugging on Zane's hand, and then it's our turn. We step into darkness, and it takes my eyes a moment to adjust to the faint light of the city-lit sky slanting through the curtains on the windows. It's the kitchen, and there's a smell of rot and must that hits me like a fist in the chest. It's all I can do not to cough as we tread through the space littered with trash. There's a pile of unwashed dishes in the sink, and flies buzzing over them. Fuck. There's a sick feeling in my stomach as we enter the living room we glimpsed through the windows at the front and walk among piles of trash. Either the guy is long gone, or there's something seriously wrong with his mind. I'd go with the latter, but trash left to rot isn't proof of criminal activity, unfortunately. As we trudge through the first-floor rooms, climb upstairs to have a look at the small attic and climb back down, it looks more and more like the guy is indeed gone. Like, for good. The house looks as if it has been abandoned for a while. Days, at least. Perhaps he did see Zane and decided to leave town just in case. Weird, though. Unless he really has something to hide. But what? And where? Megan shoots me a troubled glance, and I walk over to where she's been rifling through a drawer to stroke her face. "You okay?" I whisper. She nods against my hand. "We won't find anything, will we?" I stroke her chin. "We're not done looking yet." He wouldn't leave anything incriminating lying around. If he was so stupid, he'd have been caught long ago. Or he doesn't think we can find the evidence. Hidden in plain sight, maybe. Disguised as something else, or kept in a place we haven't discovered yet. But despite the insistent feeling of disquiet screaming in my mind as we sweep every corner, we find nothing. And about an hour later, we walk out and close the kitchen door behind us. We're all quiet. I suck in the clear, fresh night air and glance back at the house. This was a bust. A fucking bust. And that was my last idea. My head hurts, my mind echoes. Blank. This whole charade, this whole stupid break-in was for nothing. I can't even bring myself to look at Zane and Dakota, who are walking slowly around the house toward the street, their steps dragging. See, I was right earlier. I failed them. Spectacularly. I kick at the dry leaves littering the yard and wish I were at the gym with a punching bag to let my frustration out. If we leave now, I doubt we're ever coming back. This was it, the one chance to solve this mystery. "Come over to our place," Aaron says. "We live closest. There we can talk." "About what?" Zane grinds out, hands in his pockets, shoulders hunched. He's gazing somewhere off to the left, but I doubt he's actually seeing anything. "Filed the report, broke into his house, didn't find shit. We're done." Though I agree with him, I nod at Aaron. "Let's go, man. We can sit there in quiet for a while before we go pick up the kids. We need a break after this shit." The stench of the house is clinging to my clothes, to my skin. It's as if I can still smell it, and it almost makes me retch. Dakota looks up at Zane. "Just for an hour. Drink some tea, warm up." The hands she lifts to Zane's shoulders are shaky, and he seems to notice, too. "Okay," he says finally, wrapping his arms around her. "Let's go for a while." We walk together toward the street, a brooding, quiet group, our souls crunching on the accumulated litter. Somewhere to my right, there's a muffled thump, and I slow down. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Asher squints at me. There was a thud. I glance at the house, a looming, malevolent presence, and suppress a shiver. The others stop, look around. There's nothing here, man. Zane kicks at some leaves. Can we just get the hell out of here? So that's what we do, walking quickly off the property and piling into our cars. We peel off fast, as if we can't wait to get away from this place. There was something about that house, Megan says softly as I step on the gas, shivers dancing up and down my spine. Something sinister. I know what she means, like it's haunted or something. Maybe that's what the neighbor saw and heard, a ghost, like that phantom thud I heard as we left. Jesus Christ, would you listen to yourself, Rafe? I'm not superstitious. Sure, my dad was Sicilian and I remember he had a few quirks. For instance, he believed in Malocchio, the evil eye, and used to wear a horn-shaped pendant on a chain around his neck to avert it. Much good it did him. Funny that I remember this now. Has to be because of what I know about Kenneth Shaw. He is no sorcerer or witch. He's a flesh-and-blood criminal, a rapist of kids. In fact, there aren't any words strong enough, vile enough, to describe the son of a bitch. And he's walking free. We file up to the apartment like prisoners on a death row. Silent, shuffling our feet, lost in our thoughts. Tyler unlocks and helps Aaron make fresh pots of coffee and tea, and after it's served, we lounge on their sofas and armchairs, glum and worn out. This sucks balls on an unprecedented level. It's a major clusterfuck, a huge setback. And none of us know how to fix it. So, Asher glances at us, his pale gray eyes troubled. Any thoughts about today? Fucker, you sound like a CEO at a merger meeting, Zane drawls. He glares at Tyler, who snickers. Something funny? I'm fucking glad he seems okay. I expected a backslide after visiting the house, possibly a flashback. Been to a lot of merger meetings lately? Tyler's grin is unrepentant. Zane smirks, one side of his mouth tipping up. Shut up. The tension in the room goes down a notch. It's as if a collective sigh has gone up. Well, Megan says after a bit, I have a theory about the disappearance of Kenneth Shaw. Let's hear it. Dylan waves a hand, the gesture tired. We assume the police haven't reached him yet, but what if they left a message on his phone asking him to call back or something? Then he'd know something is up, and he decides to lie low for a while, making sure they're off his track. That wouldn't be very careful on the part of the police, Tyler mutters. But they don't believe there's anything they can do, I argue. Even if they believe Zane's testimony, they basically told us nothing will come out of it. The man won't confess, that much is fucking clear. So they don't have any reason to be careful. God damn it. Asher breaks both hands through his spiky hair. Maybe this is a good thing, Zane says. We all stare at him. What the what? As long as he isn't fostering kids anymore, he goes on as if he hasn't noticed the heavy silence. I bet he hasn't, too lost in his own thoughts. Maybe I was the last one he abused. Maybe this is all over. I can live with that. When Asher grunts, Zane shoots him a sharp look. I should fucking learn to live with that, Ash. Let him go and hope he never comes back. Who's to say he's not right? Not like there's anything else we can do. Damn it, he was here a week ago, Asher says, and the trash in the house seems about a week old, as if he left right after Zane last saw him. That would contradict Megan's theory, Dakota says. I frown. Megan's theory makes sense to me, whereas the other one... Why would he skip town after seeing Zane? For all he knows, Zane never reported him. He wouldn't know Zane went to the police until today. For all we know, he wouldn't even recognize Zane today. It's been 12 years. But the trash, Tessa starts. He's a psycho. Who knows how his sick mind works? Maybe he likes to sit among rotting things. Zane makes a faint noise and pales. It always stank of rot, he whispers. The attic. Rotten wood and rotten meat. Sour. Hell. Dakota leans into him, wrapping her arms around him. So he likes rot. I clear my throat because there's a knot there the size of a boulder. What if he isn't gone yet? And where is he hiding? Yeah, I don't have a fucking answer. He might be staying in a motel somewhere until he's sure the police won't come sniffing around anymore. But then why hasn't he answered the phone, denied the accusations, and gone on with his life? Wouldn't it be easier? What would be the logic behind ignoring the police? Unless he doesn't know what the police want, what they know about him, and he panicked. Seems to me we've all been in a state of panic this past month, and I'm having a hard-ass time thinking clearly. There's a dull ache behind my eyes, hammering my skull to the rhythm of my heartbeat. I pinch the bridge of my nose, trying in vain to get rid of the pain. So we give up? Erin asks, her voice small. She glances at Zane and gathers herself together with obvious effort. I think this isn't up to us. Zane should make that call. Yeah, we're with you, whatever you decide, Zen Man, Dylan says, and Asher makes an agreeing noise, or maybe he's just growling with irritation. We look at Zane, and I wonder if this is the right thing to do, putting more fucking pressure on him when he's clearly about to snap. Then again, Erin is right, this is his battle. We're just his army. He's the one in charge. He doesn't say anything for a long time. He stares at us with eyes that are a bit too bright, his hands clutching Dakota's. His mohawk is straighter today, in spite of everything that has gone down, and I can see him in my mind's eye fixing it with gel and hairspray before leaving home, making it as tall and intimidating as possible. Getting ready for war. And now this defeat. He's gonna say we should let this go, I just know it. He more or less said it earlier, and I can't blame him for not wanting to keep smashing his head against this wall. Damn it. Shooting to my feet, I stalk to the window and look outside. I can't take it. Can't fucking look at him. Look, guys. Zane's voice is so low I strain to hear him, low and raspy like he's been chain-smoking for days. It wouldn't surprise me. I can't fucking do this anymore. Can't let you put yourselves in more danger because of me. So, yeah, calling this off. I glance up sharply. He's thinking of us, when he's the one being torn apart? I open my mouth to say something, a curse most probably, when my phone rings. Makes me jump up a mile and I curse, hunting for it in my pockets. Hold that thought. I connect the call. Yeah? Mr. Vestry? The male voice is familiar. Wesley Logan with the police department? I have tried contacting Mr. Madden, but his phone seems to be switched off. I glance at Zane, who's staring at me, mouthing, "Who's that?" Probably, I say. I should pass the phone to Zane, but for some reason I don't. What's up? What's... Wesley produces a sound like a strangled parrot. You do know I am a police detective, Mr. Vestry? Yeah, I remember. You also said there was nothing you could do for this case. See? I remember fucking everything. This isn't a joke, Mr. Vestry. I wouldn't call if this wasn't serious. This boy you mentioned to me? Could his name have been Tyrese? Tyrese Weir? I frown and turn toward Zane. Hey, Z-Man, that boy who vanished from Kenneth's house when you were a kid. Could his name have been Tyrese Weir? All blood drains from his face so fast I'm rushing toward him the moment the words leave my mouth, certain he's about to pass out. Fuck! Asher grabs him, pushes him forward until his face is between his knees. What the hell? I'll take that as a yes, I mutter, my heart hammering. What did you find out, Wesley? It's Detective Logan, he says stiffly. The records say that Tyrese Weir vanished from the house of Kenneth Shaw at about the time your friend Zane Madden was there, the time he claims the abuse took place. Good. A growl is rising in my throat and my hands are clenching. Anything else? You know that it's common that kids take off from foster homes if they aren't happy. No, I don't know. Where are you going with this? Kenneth Shaw reported that this boy, this Tyrese, ran away and never came back. Social services waited to see where he'd turn up. And? I swear I'm disconnecting if it doesn't tell me something interesting in the next 5 seconds. He never turned up. Tyrese Weir vanished from the map. He may have left the state or changed his name. We can't know for sure. It's a big country. Tell me something I don't know, I mutter, but I feel chilled to the bone. Wesley? Detective Logan? What aren't you telling me? We're going to get a warrant to search the house in Wausau where Kenneth Shaw lived at the time, but meanwhile, don't go anywhere near him. I lick my dry lips, watching as Zane straightens, reassuring Asher that he's okay. And why? We have your friend's report, and a missing child from the same time. That's enough for social services to push for an investigation. The man could be dangerous. Just keep away. I disconnect the call. Well, fuck.
Chapter 27. Megan. Zane looks as if he's seen a ghost, and Rafe looks like he's about to murder someone, or maybe his phone. He wanders back to us and perches on the armrest of the sofa next to me. He places a heavy hand on my shoulder, and I lean into his solid strength and warmth.
That was the police,
Rafe says, and his tone tells me this is serious.
That boy, Tyrese Weir. He's been missing since you last saw him, Zane. Since you filed your report, and realizing that boy never appeared again, social services are now pushing for a search warrant for Kenneth Shaw's house in Wausau. Jesus, fucker, do you think...
Zane chokes on the words.
Kenneth killed Tyrese.
Oh, God.
It's possible. Either that, or Tyrese died from the abuse. Hell, man, you...
Rafe swallows thickly.
You're damn lucky to be here, aren't you?
The reality of what they're saying is slowly sinking in, sharp claws digging into my mind. Zane could have died 12 years ago. Other kids may have died in that house. My stomach hurts thinking about it. And if... I draw a deep breath. If he's such a psycho, who knows if in his house here... I don't even have to finish. Everyone stiffens.
What if he does have children at the house here in Madison?
Audrey whispers.
What if we missed some clue? By the time the police get the warrant for the house in Wausau and find anything...
Yeah, we need to act now. We have to check the house one more time.
Rafe says.
But we've looked everywhere. Where?
That thud you heard, Tessa says, her knee jumping nervously where her legs are crossed.
What if there's a room we haven't checked?
We checked all the rooms,
Asher mutters.
But what if... a basement?
Zane says. There's a hush.
We didn't find a door to the basement.
Could be hidden, walled up. But the thought? Maybe an outside door. Holy shit. I feel as if someone is holding my heart in a tight grip. You think there are kids trapped in there?
Suddenly, everyone is getting up and gathering their jackets. Rafe slides his arm around me and hauls me toward the door.
Time to find out.
Energy crackles in the air between us as we spill out of our cars and circle Kenneth Shaw's house once more. Something has changed. We have a specific purpose, a specific destination this time around, regardless of how flimsy the clues are. We spread along the length of the house and start kicking at the heaps of fallen leaves, trying to see something, anything. Aaron and Tyler had a few flashlights at home, and we have brought them with us. Small cylinders of light cut through the dark as we check.
Here.
We turn toward Asher, who's holding up the flashlight to illuminate something Audrey is clearing litter from.
It's a trapdoor.
A trapdoor with a huge padlock flush with the ground.
Jesus fuck.
Zane stalks up to it and drops to his knees. He raps a fist on it. Once, twice. There's a distant thud from inside. I can barely hear it over the sound of blood rushing in my ears. There's someone in there. Good God, someone is in there and we have to open that door.
Gonna get the tools from the car,
Asher says, and I sink down on my knees beside Zane, putting a hand on his arm. Can't believe this. I breathe.
We still don't know what we'll find,
he mutters, but he has both hands splayed over the rusty metal as if he can feel something through it. When Asher returns, everyone gathers around the trapdoor. He works his magic, pushing and twisting a thin metal rod into the padlock. Who knew Asher Devlin is a specialist in breaking and entering? Not even his own brother, from the looks of it. Tyler is staring at Asher as if he's grown 2 heads overnight.
We'll talk about this later,
he grumbles. Asher doesn't seem to hear him. The trapdoor is rusty, but the padlock looks brand new and heavy-duty. The metal rod doesn't do the trick, so Ash fishes out a thing with a small hook at the end and tries that. How did you know there was a basement? I ask Zane as we watch this attempt fail as well. Not all houses around here have basements. Zane sits back, and when Dakota sits down next to him, he almost absently pulls her closer to him with an arm around her shoulders.
Nothing else made sense.
3rd time's the charm, and the lock opens with a loud click. Asher pulls the padlock off, and Tyler leans over to help him pull the flaps open. They thump on the ground, raising a small cloud of dust that swirls in the narrow beams of the flashlights. Quiet. Faint sounds, like the thumping of my heart. A rustle as Dylan and Tessa step closer. A car honking in a street not far, but mostly quiet.
Hello?
Rafe leans over the opening.
Is anybody there?
We wait. Nothing.
I'm going in first,
Rafe says. Then I'm going with you. I look at him until he nods.
But I go first.
He sets his conditions.
Hold the flashlight for me.
I take it and shine light into the opening. It's like a mouth in the earth, an entrance to the underworld.
I should be the one to go first,
Zane says, standing up.
No fucking way.
Asher, Dylan, and Aaron say at the same time. Zane, no. Dakota scrambles up and laces her arms around his hips. Let them go first.
I can't. I need to fucking see what's down there.
Let us go first, I say, and then we'll call out and you can come right after. If there's something bad down there, something shocking, I don't want him to see. Not when he's so shattered already. And I know everyone is thinking the same, because as Rafe lowers his legs into the opening and I point the flashlight into the darkness below, I see our friends form a human net around Zane and Dakota, a web of protection, a wall, not letting him through until Rafe and I give the okay. He isn't happy about it. He grumbles and tries to shove Asher aside, but not too hard. I think he's also scared of what we might find, afraid of what his mind is capable of doing when faced with something reminding him of his past, stripping his control and throwing him kicking and screaming back into the nightmare. There are steps, I tell Rafe, and he's already trying them with his biker boot, testing. Think they'll hold?
They'll hold,
he says, and starts going down, turning in the last moment to look up at me, his golden eyes bright.
Give me the flashlight and stick with me. It's kind of a long way down.
Isn't it always? All I can see is the shadow that is Rafe descending below me, the thin beam of the flashlight dancing in the dark. The steps creak under our feet, not concrete, but metal, and I pray that I'm not about to put my foot through a hole and break my leg. But Rafe is right there, turning to catch me when I reach the end of the staircase, steadying me. He grabs my hand and flashes the light around us. It's a big space with a strong smell of wet and mold, with something foul lacing it. Something like urine and shit and rotting meat. I flinch, glad for Rafe's big hand around mine. Do you see anything? He says nothing, turning the flashlight in a circle. Shadows seem to flit around the basement, and something rustles along one wall. Rats.
Guys?
That's Asher calling from up the trap door.
See anything?
Not yet. I call back. Shh. Rafe squeezes my hand. Another rustle. I turn away from him, and I swear something big has just scuttled behind some stacked crates. A squeal leaves my lips before I can stop it. Oh shit, oh shit. I'm squeezing the hell out of Rafe's fingers just like I did as I gave birth to our son, and like then, he just lets me. I saw something.
What?
He turns, lifts the flashlight. The ray of light hits a pale mass, quivering in a corner, and before I can comprehend what I'm seeing, something knocks into us, dropping us to the floor. Help! I yell as my hands hit the slick concrete, leaving skin, the impact jarring my spine, and Rafe leans over me in a protective gesture. Guys! After that, it's all a blur. There's noise behind us as the guys come down the stairs, and the thing that bowled us over snarls. An animal, I keep thinking, my mind stuck on a loop. A wild animal reeking of sweat and blood. Maybe a big cat. A puma. Then the guys are right here, and they're scuffling and fighting around us, and someone is screaming. The flashlights throw haphazard shapes against boxes and metal shelves and trash and people. Kids. I realize after a long moment of lying dazed on the floor, staring. Kids. Teenagers dressed in rags. Their eyes huge as they are rounded up. Tyler hauls a struggling kid in front of us, gripping him by the shreds of his shirt. The boy, it's a boy, I think, flails at him with bony arms and legs, his shaggy blonde hair hiding his face. Holy shit. I should have expected it. After all, it's what we were afraid we'd find. But seeing them is such a shock to my system, I'm not sure I can breathe. Dirty, thin, pale, bloodied, cringing from the light, clinging to each other desperately, huddling on the filthy floor.
You all right?
Rafe whispers, gently hauling me to my feet.
Mick?
I'm fine, I say, my lips feeling numb, my eyes burn. Don't let Zane see them.
Too late.
Rafe says grimly as he steadies me, pulling me to his side.
Did you hurt yourself?
No. My palms feel sticky, which means I probably scratched them good, but I don't feel any pain. Can't feel anything. What are we going to do?
Tessa is calling the police.
Of course. The police, an ambulance. I can't think straight. Rafe's rough hands come to rest on my cold cheeks.
These boys will be okay, Meg. We'll help them. Trust me.
I nod, a sob escaping me. I think of Zay, our baby, and shiver, need to hold him, make sure he's okay, that he's not suffering like these kids.
We'll go get him in a minute, he says.
Oh God, did I speak my fears out loud? I'm not going to break apart over this. If anything, I should be taking care of the others, of these kids, of Zane, of... Where's Audrey? I grab his hands and push to my feet. Aud? I see her hanging back on the stairs, a protective hand over her tummy. Good, I think vaguely. I'm glad she stayed back. Rafe kisses me, a quick bruising kiss.
Here, take the flashlight and check on her. I'll check on Zane.
It's a deal, I think, and go to her. She looks as shell-shocked as I feel. God, Meg, she whispers, her eyes shiny with tears. What is this? It's like we've gone down into hell. Maybe we have. Let's just sit here until the police arrive. We sit on the frigid metal steps, holding hands. Asher and Rafe are talking to Zane, who's shaking so badly I can see it from here. Dakota is tugging on his arm. The others are standing around the kids, hiding them from sight. They're discussing something. Tessa and Aaron are crouched down, but I can't tell what's going on. Have you seen them? Audrey's voice trembles. The kids. I shake my head. Just a glimpse. How bad is it? Are they hurt? Oh, God. Aud. I rub her back in circles. It's going to be okay. I want to see them. I want to tell her no, that she'll distress herself more, that it isn't good for the baby. But I think the worst shock is over. Now we need to process this, to see it, absorb it, understand it. So I pull her to her feet, and we cross to the group of our friends. Asher turns, sees us, and starts toward us. He wraps an arm around Audrey's waist, and she lets go of my hand to cling to him. She's in good hands, so I leave them whispering to each other, and glance at Rafe, who's still talking to Zane and Dakota, then back at the tight group around the kids, stepping behind the crouched forms of Aaron and Tessa. And there they are. I count 5 of them. Probably boys, though it's hard to tell under the grime and shaggy hair. They're all wearing dirty pants and sweaters, but the cold in the basement is damp and makes my bones ache. It's okay, Tessa is telling the nearest kid, keeping her hands open in front of her. We won't hurt you. What's your name? The kid draws back from her, dark eyes wide, leaning into another kid with pale blonde hair who's scratching at a sore on his cheek. We're here to help you, Aaron says, and then, guys, maybe you should step back. How long have they been prisoners here? How long since Kenneth Shaw gave them water and food? How long since he last hurt them, because he did? It's in the way they move, in the blood spattering their clothes, in the way they flinch whenever one of us moves or speaks.
I hear something. I think the police are here,
Tyler says and steps back.
I'm going to go out, show them the way.
What will happen to these kids? After they're washed and their wounds are treated, after they've had a good meal in them and a psychologist has evaluated them, where will they go? Into foster care? Or do they have families somewhere looking for them? Did they go missing like Tyrese Weir? Rafe comes to stand beside me, silent. He catches my hand, laces our fingers together.
Hey.
How's Zane? He shakes his head.
Not sure where he is in his mind right now. Not really here.
I swallow hard. He'll come back. The police will catch the guy, and we can put this behind us. Except for the kids. How can we leave them behind? Rafe seems to read my mind.
Feels like they're our responsibility. We found them. They suffered like Zane has. Feels like they're ours to protect.
Yeah. I nod, because I feel it too. They're ours. The lights on all the police cars are on, bathing the house and the yard in light. A few neighbors have come out to the street to gawk at the commotion. The EMTs are waiting outside the ambulance parked across the street, while the police are trying to talk to the kids. They've also offered them bottled water, which seems to have broken the ice a little. I look at the 5 of them, wrapped in thermal blankets, how they're sticking close together, a tight group of fear and distrust. Rafe hauls me into his arms, and I rest my head on his shoulder.
Our work here is done. We should go pick up our son.
But we can't leave them alone. I pull back, turn to look at the kids again. My chest is so tight it hurts to breathe.
They don't know us yet.
Rafe takes my hands, then frowns down at them.
We need to get these scratches cleaned up.
I tug them away. Later, the kids, Rafe. He smiles, his dimples deepening, his eyes turning to flaming gold.
Suddenly we have more kids than one.
Yeah. I laugh softly. I mean, I just want to help them.
I know, babe.
He's still smiling, a full, bright smile that lights up his gaze. You look so happy. After all this, after finding the kids, with Zane in such bad shape. Why? Sorry. He shoves his hands into his jeans pockets. It seems to me we found the end of the thread, of the maze. Haven't reached our happy ending yet, but we're close. I can feel it. You have the feeling everything will be all right from now on? He nods. We'll have to see how to help these kids, and make sure Kenneth Shaw lands in a prison so deep in the ground he never sees the light ever again. But meanwhile, we'll start to mend, to heal. I rub my arms, suddenly feeling the cold, the pain in my scratched hands and elbows, the painful hammering of my heart against my ribs. You've been so stressed because of this. I had a lot of things on my mind. The damage control expansion, our collaboration with Soulstain, the gym and training the guys, which I've neglected lately, the wedding coming up, and of course Zane and Kenneth Shaw. And you. Me? Yeah, you. He gives me a rueful smile. Having a baby before you were ready for it. This fear you had that something would happen. I've been damn worried, and you know it. Christ. I hadn't known, in fact. Didn't realize he'd been so concerned about me. I thought I'd shown him how happy I was to have his baby. Listen. I pull his hands out of his pockets to hold them as I look him in the eye. I'm not afraid anymore. Haven't been in a while. Not when I have you by my side. When I have our friends. I know our baby will grow up safe and surrounded with love. You telling me the truth? He searches my face for clues. Yes, I'm so happy with you and our baby, so stop worrying about me. I lift his hands, kiss his knuckles. Stop worrying so much, Rafe. You can't fix everything. I know. He nods, his gaze going distant. I keep telling myself that I shouldn't worry about not training the guys regularly, that they can take care of themselves, that I shouldn't wonder what happened to Colt, the guy I met in the illegal fight club, the one who helped me find my father's killer. He'd been looking for a girl, and sometimes I think that I should have done more for him. Or not. That it's time I got over the guilt of my family's death and moved on. And can you? I wait, breathless, for his reply. I can try. He whispers. If you're happy, and Zane is safe, then I can try. After picking up our son from a rather tired-looking Seth, we head home. Zay is asleep the moment we drive away from damage control, and he doesn't even wake up when Rafe lifts him out of the car seat and carries him up to the apartment. I unlock and follow Rafe inside, where he lays Zay in his crib and covers him up with his blue blanket. Then he turns around and picks me up, swinging me up in his strong arms. Rafe! I hiss, wrapping my arms around his neck and trying not to squeal as he carries me into our bedroom. I squirm, bolts of heat spearing through my center. Can't deny that it's hot when he takes control like this. When he lowers me to the bed, I don't let go of him. I tug him down to me, and he comes willingly, covering my body with his. I need him. I want him. To hell with not being sure, with waiting longer. I kiss him, sliding my hands down his arms, gripping his taut biceps, lifting my hips, needing to feel him. What do you want? He whispers against my lips, his breathing harsh, and I feel him hardening against me. You. I spread my legs wider, feeling my skirt bunching up around my hips, and his hard-on is a branding iron pressed to my seam. Please. He grunts, crushing his mouth to mine, the kiss brutal and deep and searing. Yes. I pull him against me closer, falling into the kiss, loving the way his big, strong body weighs on top of mine, the way his hand clutches the back of my head and keeps me in place while he uses his tongue to find and stroke every sensitive spot in my mouth. Just when I think I'll come just from being kissed and the feel of his hard cock pressed between my legs, he pulls back, breaking the kiss and drawing a ragged breath. His golden eyes hold me still, the heat in them a tangible thing as he drops them to my breasts.
Meg.
God, I want you. I scratch at his shirt, kneading it off. Take me. He all but tears my clothes to shreds after that. He hauls my blouse off, drags down the straps of my bra until my breasts are bare, and he bends his head to them, sucking on them hard. It's good. It's perfect, and I want more. My hips lift restlessly. Take off your clothes, I whisper. Take them off. He growls against my nipple, making me shudder. Then he sits back and whips his shirt off in one movement. I hear fabric tear, buttons tinkle where they fall to the floor. He undoes the clasp of his belt, and the leather whispers as he pulls it through the loops of his jeans. Then he's pushing those down, towing off his boots, his socks, everything, and he kneels between my legs, naked and gorgeous, his cock so hard it makes my mouth water.
What now?
He rasps, his gaze dark with lust, his small nipples bunched up. His cock bobs against his flat stomach, the piercings glinting. Licking my lips, I unclasp my bra and take it off, then wiggle out of my skirt. My shoes thump to the floor, and I swallow hard when his gaze trails down between my legs, where I'm exposed and wet for him. He doesn't ask anything, doesn't speak. He moves over me, every movement sure and powerful, like a golden lion stalking his prey. His cock drags over my body, leaving a hot, wet trail as he attacks my mouth again, eating at my lips, his tongue thrusting between my lips, making me tremble with desire.
I want to fuck you so badly.
He groans against my mouth, and I pant, running my hands over his muscular body.
Fill you up, make you come so hard.
God, yes. I love it, how his polite manners are forgotten, his need stripped raw for me to see. Reaching between his legs, he grips his cock and pushes into me, a groan rumbling up his chest. I gasp, clutching at his shoulders as he breaches me, the wide head of his cock stretching me. His thumb flicks over my clit, and the stretching sensation turns into pure pleasure. I moan as I open up, and he slides in deep, so deep I can't breathe. He doesn't wait for me to adjust. Instead, he massages my clit as he starts to move, braced with one hand on the mattress, the thick muscles in his thighs bunching and releasing, his mouth inches from mine. I gaze up at his beautiful face, at the desire in his expression, and lift one leg to wrap around his thigh. That deepens the angle, and we both gasp. He bends lower, brushing his mouth over mine as he thrusts faster, harder. The pleasure inside me is sharpening, clawing at me, needing an outlet. I rock my hips with his thrusts, moaning his name, so close to coming I feel it start deep in my belly. My pussy clenches around his thickness, and I arch up against him, my mouth falling open, my mind hazing over, as pleasure sparkles deep inside me. His lips press to mine, his mouth sealing in my cries as I come undone, exploding like a firework, losing myself in the feel of him.
God, Meg.
He tenses, shaking over me, his cock jerking where I'm clenching, and I moan when his hot cum hits the deepest part of me.
Fuck yeah.
So good. Why did I wait so long to let him back inside me? I clutch at him, still floating on pleasure. He grows heavier on me as his orgasm ebbs, and he pulls out slowly, grunting as he rolls off me.
Love you so much,
he whispers, pulling me into his arms. His eyes are golden slits as he tries to catch his breath, gazing down at me.
You don't know how much.
I love you too, I say. You're my favorite man. My one love. I want you happy.
I am happy. With you.
He hauls me against his chest and whispers against my hair.
Never been happier in my life.
I let myself get lost in his hold, basking in his love. We'll figure everything out, one step at a time. Everything is going to be fine. I just know it. As long as we're together.
Part 5. Zane and Dakota. I'll find you. Never lose hope. Chapter 28. Zane. My back fucking hurts, the pain clawing at my insides. There's a hand pressed over my mouth, cutting off my breath. Darkness seeps into my vision. Play with me, little boy, a man's voice whispers. What are you scared of? Fingers dig into my mouth, between my lips, choking me. They taste salty sweet. The stench of blood and sweat and burned flesh mingles with that of a burning cigarette, turning my stomach. Zane! Someone is yelling in my ear. Watch it! Hands are on me, fucking hands all over again, gripping, maneuvering my body without permission, and I can't move, can't shake them off. I'm held down on my knees, on a filthy mattress, the pain tearing me up inside. Take it, little boy. I'm rotting from the inside. A knife is buried inside me, cutting me up. I look down and black is seeping into the sheets, spreading slowly. Not black. Blood. My blood. Something is squeezing my arm, hard enough to make itself noticeable. I try to move, to shake it off. I'm bleeding. Can't you see my fucking blood spreading on the bed? What else do you want? I've got nothing left. Zane, come on, man. Asher. That's Ash talking to me. Whatever it is you're seeing, it isn't real. You're not bleeding. You're safe with us. The dirty, bloodied sheets blur. A blue carpet spreads under my booted feet. I'm sitting on a sofa. The sheets, the blood, the carpet, they all twist into a dizzying spin. It's been hours. Look at me, Z-Man. Focus. Ash sounds hoarse, as if he's been talking for hours, too. You've scared Dakota. Hell, you're scaring me, too. Dakota. My heart gives a sudden, hard lurch. Where is she? I blink, throwing out a hand to grab something solid, anything, to help me tell apart what is real from what's not. Dakota? A hand slides into mine, small and soft, and a sweet smell I know well, like honey and flowers, fills my senses. I'm right here, she says. Look at me. Please look at me. A soft touch to my face breaks up the image of the bloody sheets. I lift my gaze, and there she is, beautiful, unhurt. Her blue eyes are huge in her small face. I scared her. I scared Ash. God damn it. And I'm still not 100% sure it's over. The memory is fucking with my sense of time and place. I'm not there, but I'm not here either, not yet. Caught in between, I need a moment before I manage to tighten my fingers around Dakota's hand, using it as my anchor. Then someone looms over me, and I flinch, hard. But it's Ash. I see his face, read the exhaustion there. Okay, I'm leaving you guys. Have to go home now. He pats my back and says gruffly, So fucking glad you're back with us. Back from where? I rasp. And why the fuck do I sound even worse than Ash, like I've been screaming my lungs out? He doesn't answer, only turns to go. It's okay, Dakota says, tugging on my hand. Dylan will stay here tonight, just in case. In case of what? I frown, trying to pull the pieces together, but not even sure what the pieces are. Where are we? Home. A tremor goes through me. The house. Kenneth Shaw's house? That was hours ago. I lost time. It shouldn't scare me so much. It's not the first time, after all, but I feel I'm missing more than that. What happened there? Something happened, something. I grasp at the memory, but it won't come. Breathe, Zane. She strokes my cheek, and it helps me calm down. Everything is okay. But it's not. Something's wrong. The baby. Where's our baby? He's asleep there, in his crib. She nods at the corner of the room, and I rip myself from her side to check, needing to see. Wait! I stagger, dizzy, grabbing onto the back of the couch to stop from falling. The room spins, but I have to see, damn it, make sure this is the truth. That our baby is real, that he's here, that he's fine. Whoa, man. Dylan is suddenly there, grabbing my forearm, and I flinch again before I fully recognize him. Take it easy. Dakota said, she said he's staying here tonight. Where did you come from? Bathroom. He lifts a brow at me, the one where silver hoops glint. You okay with me staying here? Dakota was thinking you may need some help, and with the baby she would be kinda overwhelmed. Help? Why would I need help? I want to see my son, I whisper, lost. This is all too much. I need space, a moment to gather my fucking wits. Sure, come on. He's still holding my arm, and Dakota comes on my other side, taking my hand. She smiles up at me, her gaze both happy and sad. They walk with me to where the crib is standing, and there he is. Lee. I pull my arm free from Dylan's hold. I want to hold him. And why the hell do I feel like I need to ask permission? Dakota lets go of my hand, and I reach inside the crib, lifting his small body carefully, supporting his little head as I bring him to my chest. He blinks up at me, his dark eyes heavy-lidded, and waves a tiny fist at me. Then he yawns, showing me his bare gums. Dakota laughs softly. Dylan coos. He fucking coos at my kid, standing there with his huge shoulders like the Hulk. I shake my head in disbelief. The baby blinks at me. He has my eyes, I think, but his hair is much lighter. He blows a bubble of saliva at me and wiggles in my hold. Hey, buddy. My mouth twitches, an almost smile, as a splinter of ice lodged in my chest begins to thaw. Just checking on you. Just checking that my little world hasn't fallen apart while I was off to fucking la-la land inside my head. Turning, I reach for Dakota, and she comes to me. I slip one arm around her, the other securely wrapped around Lee. My heart isn't racing anymore. I feel like I can fucking breathe again. Where are the others? I glance up at Dylan, who's leaning against the wall, arms folded over his chest. Went home. It's pretty late. He glances at his watch. Past midnight. Past. Fuck. The panic returns. What did I do? Nothing. He pushes off the wall. Why don't we go sit? Don't. What, patronize me? I'm the one who lost time, who can't remember what he did for the past few hours. Holy fucking shit. I had a flashback. Yeah, he winces. Look, it's fine. God damn it, man, don't you dare tell me it's fine. I'm shaking now. This is a joke. I'm not getting any fucking better, am I? Been to the therapist, took the fucking pills, and... The baby gives a thin wail, shaking his small fist at me, and I freeze, stopping mid-rant. What am I doing? And why am I so damn angry? At Dylan? Dakota takes a manual from my arm, and I let her, unable to stop the new tremors racking my body. What the fuck's happening to me? I whisper. It's as if the floor is being ripped out from under my feet. Come sit down with me, Z-Man. This time Dylan just taps my shoulder, gives me a light shove, and I stumble back to the couch. Sitting sounds good right now. My legs feel like jelly, and my head feels 3 sizes too big. What's happening? In the world? Same shit? Shut up, Tucker. I sink into the cushions and press my thumbs into my eyes, wishing the headache would leave and go fuck up someone else instead. I'm fucked up enough in the head as it is. That's a good sign, he says, sitting down across from me. You serious right now? Sure am. He shrugs. Swear at me all you want. For hours you weren't yourself. Know what I mean? I stare hard at him. Nope. Like you were in pain, helpless, scared. I'm fucking terrified of what my mind is doing to me, but I'm not about to admit that. Bad enough that Dylan and probably all our friends saw me like that. What do I do? I wipe a hand over my mouth. Do I rock back and forth in a corner, drool, froth at the mouth, what? When you have flashbacks? He seems surprised by my question. I have no idea what flashbacks look like to others. All I know is that I am reliving all the bad shit in my past over and over without any way to escape. You're quiet, mostly, he says. Not that I saw you having many of those, but this time you just keep muttering things and moaning. Moaning. My voice is flat. What the fuck? Why would I do that? Pain, burning pain, and fear. No, not fear. Terror. The memory hits me like a punch in the teeth, complete with the taste of blood in my mouth, the stench of urine and rot, and the fiery pain inside me. I keen like a wounded animal, curling in on myself, trying to get away from it all. It fucking hurts, and it's killing me, tearing me apart. Shit, that's the sound, Dylan breathes, and he's in my face, his hands on my shoulders. The sound you kept making, that keening sound. I blink, falling quiet. My breathing sounds too loud, too harsh. My back hurts like a bitch, but his hands feel heavy on my shoulders, real. Snap out of it, Dylan says. Enough for one day. Focus on me. Why focus? My words slur a bit, and I try harder. Why focus on your ugly mug, fucker? He laughs, an incredulous sound. Thank fuck. He rocks back on his heels and sits down on the carpet, that blue carpet I first saw when my eyes cleared earlier on. The carpet Dakota picked out for our apartment when she moved in. I turn my head to find her standing by the window, rocking the baby in her arms. She's looking at me, though, and she meets my gaze with a smile. It unwinds the twisty string of panic inside me, helps shove down the lingering phantom pain and take a good deep breath at last. My girl, my kid, my home. You have to tell me. I turn back to Dylan, whose back is propped against our old coffee table, one leg drawn up to his chest. He looks awfully young like that, with his blonde hair cropped short and his white t-shirt and blue jeans. Or maybe I just feel too damn old tonight. Tell you what. What happened tonight? We went to Kenneth Shaw's house. I remember that. I scratch the shaved side of my head, tug on the hoops in my ear. We went looking for the basement because of something the police said. The memory is right out of my grasp, and my head is fucking killing me. You were there, Zen Man, Dylan says. The basement was your guess. We did what we did because of you. Thanks to you. Thanks to me. That doesn't sound that bad. I try to think. It was something about the house in Wausau. Something about Tyrese. Dylan nods. He was never found. Never found. My hands start to shake. So we went back and found the door to the basement. Rafe and Megan, they went down first, and then we followed them. We found flashes of unwashed faces, frightened eyes, stench of rotting blood and shit and sweat, steeped in terror. Z-Man, focus. Dylan grabs my hand, lowers it from my face. I blink at him, confused. What did we find in the basement? Kids, I whisper. Motherfucker had kids locked up in the fucking basement. Jesus fucking Christ. No wonder I keep slipping into the past. Son of a bitch went and did it again. Hurting children, making them fucking bleed, locking them up in places nobody will hear their screams. Did he do to them what he did to me? I'm not even aware I asked the question out loud until Dakota comes to sit down beside me, the baby in her arms, and leans into me. We don't know yet. They're at the hospital. The doctors are examining them. I wrap an arm around her, drawing in her scent, letting it drench me all the way to my bones. You saved them, Dylan says. Thanks to you, those boys were saved from more pain, more torture, maybe even from death. Is it possible that a good thing has come out of this? That because I told my story, I helped save those kids? A crushing weight is shifting on my chest, slowly lifting, until I ask, and Kenneth Shaw, did they catch him? From the dark look on Dylan's face and Dakota's sharp intake of breath, I realized they'd been hoping I wouldn't ask. Not yet. He's still free. And I need to climb out of this fucking rabbit hole before it sucks me back in for good.
Chapter 29. Dakota. What's wrong, baby? I lean over him, touch his cheek. Nightmare. Lee wails again, wiggling in his crib, tiny fists wagging back and forth. I scoop him up in my arms and flip him on his stomach, then rock him gently as I pace the bedroom. That usually calms him down. He has colic pain sometimes, and being on his stomach helps. Shh. I walk in the dark, because I know the room well. I know the darkness. My heart has been full with it these past weeks. It'll be all right. Even if I'm not sure I believe it, I can't give up. I'll never give up on Zane. From the start, I knew that loving him wouldn't be easy. He never stopped having nightmares since I moved in with him, but they had grown infrequent, milder. It feels as if he's been gone from my life for years, when it's only been weeks since the flashbacks and nightmares took over. The timing was terrible, too. Having him fall into the horror pit of his past right after Lee was born, when I needed him by my side more than ever. When we should have been making happy memories together with our son. But how can I complain when it wasn't Zane's fault? When I felt at times I was losing him and didn't know what to do. If he comes back to me, that's all I'm asking for. We can make happy memories from now on. Do you miss Daddy? I whisper down at Lee, shushing him again when he lets out a small wail. I know. Me too. I want my man back. My boyfriend, my husband, my baby's daddy. The guy I love most in the world. I've missed him so much. Missed the banter between us, his strength, his unapologetic need of me in his arms, in his bed, his wicked grin. God, I'm thinking about him as if he's... Let me hold him. His voice says from the door, and I yelp, stumbling. Holy shit, Zane. Fuck, sorry. His arms are around me in a split second, steadying me. Easy there. Did I scare you? You can say that again. Zane. I stare up at him, as if conjured from my thoughts. He's right here. The lines of his gorgeous face, his mohawk, his dark lashes gilded in the light of my bedside lamp. Can't sleep again? He's been sleeping on the couch this past month, part of why I've missed him. I go to sleep and wake up in an empty bed, a mostly empty life, apart from the joy of having Lee in it, and the pain of seeing Zane suffer. I'm here. He drops a kiss on top of my head. I told you, I'd never let you fall. My heart thumps. He did tell me that. He's the sweetest, the best man in the universe. Not fair that he should go through so much sorrow. I'm sorry I haven't been there for you, he whispers, and draws back a little to look down at me, then at our baby. Both of you. Not your fault, I whisper back. Don't ever think it's your fault. Not for 1 second. I won't let go again, he says. And I'm not sure I know what he's talking about. It must be 3 a.m, and my brain isn't firing on all cylinders. But the feel of him against me, his arms around me, his familiar sexy spice winding its way into my subconscious. It all feels right. Then hold me. He tugs us toward the bed. I place Lee back into his crib, and he's quickly falling asleep, his small face relaxing. I turn toward my husband, winding my arms around his neck. I lay my cheek on his chest, over the thin cotton of his t-shirt, listening to his heart. Are you okay? He asks, and the question almost breaks me. He's been so lost in his own private hell. It's the first time I recall him asking me this in a long while. I've been scared out of my mind, I admit. Easier to do without looking up into his dark eyes, safe in the half-darkness. That I was going crazy? That I wouldn't be able to fight this? No. I rub my face on his shirt, over his thick pecs, feeling the piercings in his nipples under my cheek. That you'd pull back more, put distance between us, not wanting to hurt me. It would kill me if I couldn't be by your side through such a hard time. His hands slide up my bare arms, leaving behind goosebumps, and his strong fingers slide into my hair, tugging.
I wasn't thinking straight.
I know.
But never in my right mind would I leave you.
He pulls my head back to look into my eyes, and his gaze is dark, yet clear and true like an arrow to my heart.
Fuck, woman. You won't be getting rid of me so easily.
That makes me laugh, and then I'm crying. The line between the two so blurred I don't even know what I'm feeling right now. Exhaustion, relief, sadness, love, hope. You really are back? I tug on him, and he bends his head so that our mouths are inches apart. For good? It's as if he's been on the other side of the moon, where I couldn't reach him. His brows draw together.
I'm trying. I need help.
He cups my face, brushes his thumbs over my mouth.
Even if my memories were real, my mind is kinda twisted. I'm going back to the therapist. Ashford chewed my ear out about it, said I should. The talking about it will help stop the flashbacks and nightmares.
The tears are now slipping faster, hotter down my cheeks. Good.
It will take time, girl.
I know. It's fine. I stand on tiptoe to kiss his beautiful mouth. As long as it takes, I'll be here.
You're crying.
Just kiss me.
And he does.
It starts out gentle, but then he deepens the kiss, hijacking my body and mind, until I'm moaning against his lips, my legs trembling. He pulls back, the thick hard-on pressed between us.
Damn.
Love you, I breathe. He closes his eyes, and his lashes look damp where they rest on his cheekbones. What's going on? Before I lift my hands to check if those are real tears, he sits down on the bed, hauling me down with him.
I'm not a poet,
he whispers.
Never been to fancy schools or read many books. But you're my sunshine, Dakota Madden.
That makes me cry harder, and it's a good cleansing flood. I giggle between my tears and straddle him, pressing my body to his, needing to feel him as close as possible. It's been too frigging long. Stay, I tell him. Stay in our bed tonight. Even if he's not ready to move back into our bedroom yet, even if the nightmares torturing him mean he'd rather sleep in the living room like a guest, not my husband. He says nothing, but he rolls me onto the mattress and pulls the covers over us, gathering me in his arms again. I fall asleep to the beat of his heart, steady and strong. When I wake up in the early morning, he's gone. Summer is giving way to the fall. The difference is small, but it's there. Like everything in my life nowadays. Like Zane going to bed with me, even if he left later, not to wake me with his bad dreams. Like finding the kids in that basement, but not catching Kenneth Shaw. Okay, so these aren't small differences. Failing to catch Kenneth Shaw is a heavy blow. I thought he'd be in prison by now. In a dungeon like he deserves. Like the basement where he kept those poor kids. God, when I remember that place, and those young faces, those frightened eyes. I wipe at my face. Enough tears. I want to blame it on the hormones from having a baby, but the truth is, this has been one of the worst emotional roller coaster rides of my life. Besides, Zane is here. He's sitting in the living room when I enter with Lee in my hands, reading something on his tablet. He's sprawled back on the sofa, bare-chested, one arm folded behind his head, the other scrolling down on the screen. I stop and stare. So sue me. He's gorgeous, and honestly, I can't remember the last time I saw him bare-chested, let alone naked. Holy crap. The way his biceps bulge, stretching the colorful ink covering his skin, the dragon rearing on his muscular chest, the barbell shining in his small brown nipples, the fine treasure trail leading into his sweats, his mohawk and the hoops in his brow, his strong jaw, his full lips, and that intense dark gaze focused on the tablet. Heat spreads up my body, making my breasts tingle and sending an ache between my legs. I want him. I want him so much. I'm dying to feel him inside me again. "Morning," I say, and he puts the tablet down, his lips curving in a faint smile. Missed that smile, too. God, I missed everything about him. Come here. He puts the tablet down, opens his arms, and I crawl on his lap. Our baby between us, blinking curious dark eyes up at us. Hey, girl. And you, little buddy. My eyes close when he kisses me, his intoxicating taste sending another bolt of lust through me. I push the lust back down. Now is not the time. God knows he had issues with sex because of his past back when I met him. Oh, he had sex all right, lots of it, but on his terms only. I wasn't allowed to touch his back or kiss him. Wasn't supposed to touch him anywhere, in fact, while he made love to me. And although things changed since we got together, I doubt that he'll be in the mood for sex anytime soon, after reliving every second of those traumatizing childhood memories in his dreams. After giving birth, sex wasn't the first thing on my mind, far from it. But now it's as if a switch has been flipped. Getting him back, having hope again is the best feeling ever, and my body shares it. I want him, body and mind and soul, and I'll wait until he's ready. I can hear you thinking, he says, one of his hands on Lee's head, his thumb stroking the little forehead tenderly. Is it something I can help with? He looks tired, dark circles under his eyes, his cheeks hollow. But that's normal these days. Still the sexiest man I know. Always will be. I'm thinking that I'm going to make us some breakfast, I say, trying to remember what I have left in the fridge. Not much, I think. Since Emmanuel was born, Zane has been in charge of shopping. But lately, neither of us have gone. Breakfast sounds good. He smirks, a lazy tilt of his lips that almost makes me forget all that has happened. That he spent days eating nothing, unable to hold anything down. That for a while I found him every morning passed out on the bathroom floor. That often during the day I'd find him spaced out in his apartment, standing without purpose in any random room, staring into nothing. That I was scared to death this might happen to him while working or walking or driving. That he'd have a flashback and step in front of a car because he wouldn't see it, lost inside his own head. Hold Lee while I cook? Sure. His gaze warms when he looks down at our baby. He receives him from my arms and grins. So you fed him and now you want to feed me too? Sounds fair to me. I wanted... He glances up at me, his gaze troubled. To thank you for your patience with my fucked up self. I love your fucked up self. I wink at him, snickering at his shocked expression. Hey, I learned to swear from the best. Now, I give him a quick kiss and stand up. Get your sexy, perfect self to the kitchen. Sounds good. He gets up, lifting Emmanuel in the air and making him fly. We have to talk about the kids we found in that basement. I didn't think he was ready, but the steel in his gaze tells me he's determined, that he'll try his damnedest to end the vicious circle. He's pushing himself hard like always, and I'll be by his side, like I promised.
Chapter 30.
Zane. We're here to see the children rescued from Kenneth Shaw's house 2 days ago. Rafe is dressed in a crisp white shirt and dark pants and is flashing the police officer a winning grin. I'm letting him do the PR because I'm not good at this politeness crap, and I figure seeing him first, all polished and shit, wouldn't hurt. Megan is by his side in a pretty blue dress, holding baby Zay in her arms. Zay. His name is Zane, like mine, but the guys decided it would be confusing, so they tweaked it a little. Confusing how? Not like he has a mohawk, is it? Or like anyone would call out the kid, "Hey Z-Man, get your ass over here, motherfucker," would they? I'd bust their balls if they did, and Rafe's grin doesn't seem to be doing the job. I'm afraid that's not possible. Who did you say you were? The grizzled police officer pushes her glasses up her nose and glares at him, strangely immune to what I'm told is a killer charm. But what do I know, right? We are involved in a case, Rafe says. The answer is no. She pats her gray hair that's pulled back in a bun that looks bulletproof. This isn't a social event. If you were needed for the case, you would have been formally called in. But, Rafe, I tap his shoulder, let me talk to her. He shoots me a look that says he thinks I'm crazy. Yeah, no arguing with that. There's a reason I want to go back to that therapist, something I'd avoided for years. Dakota strokes her hand down my arm. Explain it to her. I squeeze her hand and step in front of Rafe to face the glaring woman behind the desk. I'm Zane Madden. Her eyes widen as she looks up and further up, taking in my piercings and hairdo. But I don't give her a chance to get worked up about my appearance. I'm the one who filed a report against Kenneth Shaw and stirred up this case. We were the ones who found those kids in his basement. We are involved and need to speak with the officers in charge. I see. The police officer leans back, both her brows raised. Interesting. But you have already given your testimony about finding those kids, haven't you? Yeah. Then why are you here, Mr. Madden? Those kids... Dakota presses her smaller body to my side. A warm presence. She makes me stronger than I ever thought I could be. There are things that need to be discussed. Detective Wesley Logan called us about it, I lied to the woman. I think we are expected. After all, there is still the case of Tyrese Weir that Wesley did call us about. The ruse seems to work. She sighs and lifts the receiver of an old gray phone and barks something into it. Then she leans back, seemingly satisfied, and jabs a finger at me. Detective Wesley is waiting for you. Building next door, first floor, room 212. And, she nods at me. That's a cool mohawk. Love your style, boy. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. What the hell? Rafe hauls me out of there, thumping my back, his shoulders shaking, and the girls giggle all the way out. See? I finally manage as we climb the steps to the building next door and pull Dakota closer to me. Some women have damn good taste. This is highly irregular, Wesley Logan says, sounding like a constipated old man, although he doesn't look a day over 30. A constipated 30-year-old with a parting in his dark hair. Very Clark Kent. And I'm not the person you want to see. Says who? I mutter, pulling chairs for Dakota and Megan. I'm pretty sure we asked for you by name. As for irregular, this whole case is a fucking mess, right? He straightens the collar of his shirt and gives us a wary look. Mr. Madden, you and I didn't talk on the phone at all. I tried your number, but... His phone was off, Rafe interjects, so you called me. You told me about your intention to investigate the disappearance of Tyrese Weir. Oh, you're Mr. Vestry. Call me Rafe. Detective Wesley Logan doesn't seem too pleased with this development. Nice to meet you in person, Mr. Vestry. As a matter of fact, the main reason I called you was to inform you that Kenneth Shaw might be a dangerous person and to steer clear of him. And what did you do? You went straight to his house and broke in. We did. Rafe is completely unapologetic. He actually looks kind of scary as he leans over the desk to glower at Wesley, eyes blazing. And we saved those kids who would have died waiting for the police to take action, so don't tell me we shouldn't have done it. Saving those kids wasn't a mistake. Whoa! He lifts his hands. A pencil drops to the floor. Never said it was. Look,
He lowers his hands, though he pushes back from the desk, putting more distance between himself and Rafe. We never thought he had kids in that house, all right? If we had, we'd have pushed for a search warrant on the spot. And yeah, I'm damn glad you found them. That's why I'm willing to bypass regulations and protocol and see you today. So fucking nice of you, I growl, starting to get pissed off at the guy's self-righteousness. As if you... We thank you, Dakota cuts me off, jerking on my hand that's still wrapped around hers. Detective. Shit. She's right. I'm ready to pick a fight, and we're not here for that. We just want to ask how the kids are, Megan says, grabbing the pacifier that's slipping out of her baby's mouth and sticking it back in before the wailing starts. We feel kind of responsible, you know? We found them and I've gone through the same thing they did, I said, forcing steel in my voice. It's damn hard talking about my past, and I've done nothing but during this past week. With the same son of a bitch, so I thought I'd talk to them. It might help them, and they might give us some clue where to find him. I nail Wesley with a look. Unless you caught him and haven't told us about it. No, we haven't found him yet. He tugs on his collar like he's choking. His eyes dart between me and Rafe, then at the door as if thinking of making his escape. We found his car, though. It was abandoned in Fitchburg. Fuck. I exchange a glance with Rafe. He ditched his car to make it harder for you to find him, he says, a growl in his voice. Look now, Mr. Vestry, Wesley hurries to say. This is police business, and all of you shouldn't get involved in any of it. Oh, this is just a social call, Rafe says, giving the man a wolfish smile. Megan gets up and hands the baby to Rafe with a warning glance. May we meet with the children before their parents take them home? Are they from around here? Ma'am, this is not information we're supposed to give out to the wider public. However, he cringes back from the force of our glares. You're not the wider public. You know you're not supposed to intimidate an officer of the law, right? Do you feel intimidated, officer? Rafe drawls quietly. Mr. Vestry! Wesley Logan thumps his hand on the desk, and it brings down silence. It also switches on something inside me, something that's too close to the surface these days, and a dark veil falls over the room like a curtain. Then Dakota calls my name, and the curtain draws up before the darkness fully swallows me. Fuck, I'm sorry. I breathe as she gets up and drags me down onto her chair. I don't even know what triggers these goddamn episodes sometimes. How am I to ever beat them when a sudden noise can send me headfirst into the twilight? Shh. She inserts herself between my legs and perches on my thigh. She drags my arms around her. You're fine. She doesn't even try to hug me or touch my back in any way, not to trigger another episode. She places a hand over my racing heart and smiles up at me, waiting until my vision clears and the sweat dries on my face. God, I love this girl. Belatedly, I notice the silence around us. Wesley is frowning at us, looking as if he's about to say something. Rafe leans against the desk. So, Wesley, where were we? Ah, yes, I believe you were about to tell us if the children have been reunited with their families. Grateful for his distraction, I draw in a deep breath, dispelling the rest of the cobwebs and taking a moment to appreciate the feel of Dakota in my arms. Her scent is the best drug, the best remedy to the madness lurking in my mind. The kids... Wesley tries to loosen his collar again, and he seems torn between staring confusedly at me and nervously at Rafe. The kids don't have families. Not families who cared enough to notice they'd been missing, anyway. Apparently Kenneth Shaw kidnapped them from foster homes in nearby states and brought them here a couple months ago. They were believed to have run away. Months. Bile rises in my throat. Burning acid. Jesus. Does that mean the kids are going back into the system? Dakota asks, wiggling on my leg, distracting me from my thoughts, landing me back in reality. That is correct, Wesley says and grabs a pen from his desk, clenching it in his hand as if he's thinking of stabbing something with it. I think we got under his skin. I shouldn't find it so funny. Then we can talk to the social workers that have been put in charge of them, Megan says. We would like to be involved in their future. Also, Dakota pipes in, there have been thoughts of adoption. Adoption? The pen pings on the desk. Whoa, 1 second. Wesley is not having the best day of his life. Maybe a good shock will turn him from Clark Kent into Superman. Yeah, adoption. Dakota glances up at me, and I nod reassuringly. We talked about this possibility. Not by us, but close members of our family have expressed interest. That way the kids could stay together, should they wish to. Sometimes this kind of experience forges very strong bonds between people. Dear God. Wesley sighs tiredly as he leans back in his chair. Slow down. You want to adopt these kids into your family? That's right, I say, if they want it to. Maybe I'm crazy. I barely even remember their faces. Maybe they don't want to see us again, or stay in this state, or see each other. But Asher said something when I called him this morning to ask his opinion. He said, there are 5 of us, 5 damaged boys, and now these 5. I think it's fate. I don't believe in fate, not really, but it was the confirmation I needed. That's funny. Wesley shakes his head. What's funny? The kids have been asking for you. My breath catches, and I cover it with a curse. When the hell were you going to tell us? I'm not in charge of their case like I told you when you stepped inside. I'm only in charge of your case, Mr. Madden. Zane, I tell him. Just Zane. Did you search the house in Wausau? He frowns. About that, The phone on the desk starts ringing, and I jolt as if electrocuted. Damn it. Can't wait for my damn brain to unwind a little. Faintly, I hear Wesley talking. He even swivels around in his chair, giving us his back, trying for an illusion of privacy. Poor fucker, we rattled him. Then he swivels back toward us, and I swear he looks kind of pale around the mouth. Yeah, he says into the receiver. Yeah, let me know. We look at him expectantly as he puts the receiver down and grimaces, as if he has just bitten into a cupcake and found it stuffed with lemon cream. Hey, it has happened to me. I bet I made that same face. Do you remember what Tyrese Weir wore the last time you saw him? He asks. My turn to frown at the randomness of the question. Not really. Same shit we all wore, I guess. Jeans, hoodie, sneakers. There was this red baseball cap he loved, always wore it. Wesley nods. Were you good friends with this boy? Why are you asking me this? I barely feel Dakota's hand drawing circles over my now pounding heart. What did you find out? The house in Wausau was searched. No incriminating evidence of any kind was found inside. The house was renovated relatively recently, but, he grunts, but the force also dug up the yard and found a skeleton of a child. He'd been wearing a red cap. I'm sorry, Mr. Madden. I draw Dakota closer to me. Can't get her close enough. I'm not gone. My mind isn't lost in the maze of my memories. I know exactly where I'm sitting, but a hush has fallen over everything. Kenneth Shaw killed Tyrese. At last I know the truth. You sure you're okay to see them now, man? Rafe asks. We could come back later. We're here, and I'm okay. As long as Dakota remains by my side, I'll wing it. There's no telling whether seeing those kids will flip the switch, especially after finding out about Tyrese, but I'll take the chance. Can't hide forever. I need to do things, live my life, do what's fucking important. Where's Lee? Megan asks as we follow Wesley into the building. With Dylan and his brothers, Dakota says. I hope that fucker takes damn good care of my kid, or I'll ink I'm an idiot on his forehead. Thinking about the design of the tattoo keeps me distracted. Maybe I'll add a heart, a pink one. Wesley calls over one of his colleagues and tells her to take us to the location where the children are kept. You will not disclose the location to anyone else, understood? He's back in full authoritative mode, and we let him have his moment in front of others. Of course we understand, Rafe says. Keeping them safe from that madman should be your #1 priority. It's a private clinic. Officer Delaney will drive you there, and we'll talk another time about the other topic you raised, the adoption. I'm the one who brought it up back at home. It was Dakota who suggested a solution. We can't realistically think of adopting them. We have a baby, the damaged boys to care for as well, and it's not like we're millionaires or something. But Dakota has a huge family and many ideas. If you'll follow me, Officer Delaney says, flashing us a bright smile. People who save children are my favorite. Lead the way, Megan says, smiling. I hang back and turn to Wesley. You really are Superman, I tell him, and leave him looking confused. Well, he found Tyrese's bones. He made it happen, so we'll meet with the children. And he promised that we'll talk more. That's already a whole damn lot in my book from a guy who owes me nothing. And now it's time to officially meet the kids. There's a sick fascination churning in my gut. I want to know if he did to them what he did to me. Fuck, I want to know, and I don't. But one thing's for sure. I need to fucking see them now that my mind's clear. See that they're alive, that they're okay. That we got there in time to rescue these lost brothers of mine, and if what we went through doesn't make us blood, I don't know what else could.
Chapter 31. Dakota. Learning of that boy's fate was a shock. Tyrese. Bones and a red baseball cap buried in the yard of a house where who knows what other horrors might be unearthed. The knowledge that Zane came so close to meeting that fate has me shivering. I'm grateful for his hand around mine, his grip strong and warm, reminding me he's here with me and not laid in the cold ground. He's right here and fighting back, fighting to win the crippling battle with his memories, and my chest swells with pride. Yeah, I'm so damn proud of this guy. My fairy tale warrior, with his tall hairdo, the pretty up-tilted eyes, the foul mouth and bad attitude, the many scars. So in love with him. We follow Officer Delaney's car outside the clinic, somewhere in the outskirts of town and park. Officer Delaney, she hasn't told us her first name, and the guys seem too distracted to strike a conversation with her, leads us inside, flashing her badge to the guard at the door, and then talking in a low voice to the uniformed man behind the reception desk. She motions at us to follow her, and we hurry down long hallways, silent, as if bracing for this meeting. And yet, when we enter a room and I see them, I find I'm not prepared, at all. They're sitting in a small group on 2 beds facing each other. They glance up as we approach, and their wide, wary gazes remind me of the basement and how they looked when we found them. I'd been too worried about Zane then to pay much attention. He'd zoned out completely, lost inside his head. Now here they sit, real blood and flesh, the 5 teenage boys we freed. My first thought is that they aren't as young as I'd originally thought, not as young as Zane had been when he was abused. Though skinny and hunched over, their hair cropped short and their eyes huge in their thin faces, they seem closer to 14 or 15. I wonder if that means Kenneth Shaw's taste changed, or that he took what he could. And holy crap, my thoughts are turning my stomach. Hey guys, Officer Delaney says cheerfully. Remember me? I was here yesterday, talking with the doctors. I'm Officer Delaney, and these people here are your rescuers. She glances at us. Some of them, anyway. From what I understand, they want to talk to you. Make sure you're okay. One of them in particular. I remember you, one of the kids says, a dark-haired boy with bright blue eyes, pointing at us, at Zane. Yeah, another says, in a lower voice, peeking from behind the first one's back. The Mohawk. I remember you. Zane steps forward, his dark eyes hooded. I'm Zane Madden. I was fucked over by Kenneth Shaw, too. Officer Delaney gasps, Mr. Madden. Literally fucked over. Zane goes on, ignoring her, and I see the kids leaning forward to see him, hanging on his words. I was younger than you were, maybe 8 or so. Lived with that motherfucker for months. Still don't know how I made it out of there alive. But I'm here now. And I want to know that you guys are going to be okay. Boys? Delaney turns toward the kids. Is this okay? Do you want to talk to these people? I could escort them back out. No. A boy with short blonde hair and a sore on his cheek nods at Zane. I want to hear what he has to say. I fight a smile. Officer Delaney slumps back on one of the other beds, folding her arms over her chest, huffing. I want to tell her I understand her concern, that she cares for these kids too, and I'm sure she won't budge from her position, guarding them in case we say or do anything to upset them. But they're gazing at Zane like he's their leader, or their long-lost brother. And the way they lean into each other tell me he was right in thinking they'd want to stick together after their ordeal. Their experience bonded them in deep ways we can barely understand. Pain, it seems, can be stronger than blood. They shouldn't be separated, thrown back into a system that will spin them around, then deposit them far from one another. I remember how close Zane was to his adopted sister before she died. A girl he spent part of his tortured childhood with. A girl who stood by his side. How devastated he was when he lost her. These kids have never known a real family. Until now. This is my girl, Dakota. Zane tugs on my hand, and I wave at the boys. Not sure I should bother. They're outright staring at him, eating up every word falling from his lips. And this is Rafe and Megan, and their baby Zay. Well, his name's Zane too, but apparently we look too damn similar, the baby and me, so they changed it. Impossibly, that gets laughs from the boys. Officer Delaney's eyes are about to bug out of her head. Yeah, Zane doesn't look cuddly and nurturing, but she doesn't know him. Under that hard, bad boy facade, there's a warm, sensitive guy who cares for everyone around him. He's the soul of the Brotherhood for a reason. He convinced Rafe to take in the damaged boys because he knows what it feels like to be alone in the world, with nowhere to go. And he's here, pushing down his own pain, using it as a stepping stone to reach these boys and help them, tell them they're not alone. From the looks of it, they're listening. We find ourselves pulling out chairs and sitting by the two beds. The boys introduce themselves in low, raspy voices that remind me too much of Zane's voice after a night of bad dreams. Quint is the first boy who spoke out. He seems to be slightly older than the others, or maybe just more self-assured. Sawyer is the only blonde of the boys, with the darkest eyes, and a scar across his collarbone he won't talk about. He's the one who said he wanted to hear what Zane has to say. Beside him sits Nico, who has the bluest eyes I've ever seen. He doesn't say much, but his gaze is hard, and the white lines around his mouth tell me he's in pain. Nobody has talked about the boy's injuries, and I make a mental note to ask Officer Delaney later. Jericho's face is bruised, his gray gaze hard. His earlobes are encrusted with blood. Looks like he had earrings that were pulled out. He hasn't spoken a word yet, but he keeps glancing at the last boy sitting next to him, Tanner. Tanner is more talkative. He tugs on his short chestnut curls as he tells us that he was the third boy Kenneth Shaw brought into the basement, after kidnapping him from an abandoned lot, where he'd been practicing football moves on his own one afternoon. From the bits and pieces contributed by all the boys, we find out that the basement door opening inside the house was bolted shut by Kenneth Shaw after one of them, Nico, managed to get into the house one day and tried to get the attention of anyone passing by. He said a woman saw him through the window, but didn't seem to realize he'd been calling for help. The house was locked, so he wasn't able to escape. Kenneth Shaw found him later, punished him, threw him down into the basement and blocked the door. leaving only the door to the yard so he could come and go, or throw down food and water bottles to them. I'm squeezing Zane's hand, just as a fist seems to be squeezing around my heart, but I doubt he feels it. On second glance, I realize he's got a faraway look in his eyes I know well, and I lift our joined hands up, shaking them. Zane? He blinks slowly, and I don't think he's seeing me, or anyone in this room. The crushing feeling in my chest grows. Come on, Zane. I kind of expected this to happen, but I'd been hoping it wouldn't. Flashbacks are tricky, as I found out. Triggers are tricky. Sometimes you can predict them, sometimes you can't. What's going on? Tanner asks, glancing from me to Zane and back. Why are you calling his name? Megan looks up from her sleeping baby. Sometimes his mind flashes back to the past. She explains calmly. Sometimes it can't distinguish the past from the present. The boys seem to think about this. Like time traveling? Quint eventually says. Not exactly. Like dreaming with your eyes open. Zane's gravelly voice says, and I jerk a little. I hadn't realized he was back. I'm having a really fucking bad dream. The boys kind of laugh, but I can see on their faces that they don't really find it funny. Not surprisingly, they appear to be mature for their age. They look concerned. And it warms me up inside. I hardly know them, but they seem like good kids. They didn't deserve what happened to them any more than Zane did. Their concern, their sadness, their quiet manners, their tugging on my heartstrings. I think I could come to care for them, given time. After all, I'm used to having a huge family. What's 5 boys more?
Chapter 32. Zane. Did he lock you up too? The blond boy, Sawyer, asks, and I force myself to focus. My mind keeps slipping into the past as the memories crowd in. In a basement? It was a goddamn attic, I growl, and have to take a deep breath before I continue. An attic. He'd lock me up for hours at a time, sometimes days, but my voice is cracking and I have to stop again. But then he'd release me, and I'd be going around the house with the other kids. Z-Man, maybe that's enough for today, Rafe says, and I shake my head. Not yet. These kids are craving this. They need to hear they weren't the only ones this happened to. I owe them this. He locked you up alone? Not together with others? That's Nico, the one with the intense blue eyes. I was alone. That sucks, he says, and the others nod. Does it? Again, I wish I knew what Ken did to them. The things he did to me? I'd have fucking died if someone saw, I admit, and see Rafe's eyes narrow. I was very young. Ah, yeah, Nico says, more quietly this time, and the other kids hang their heads, looking at the floor. This cinches it. I really need to talk to the police about this. Need to know the goddamn details. Did he beat you? Quint asks, lifting his chin at me as if in challenge. He used his belt on me until the buckle broke. Shit. I'm glad Ash isn't here. His dad used to give him the belt, and his scars are pretty bad. He burned me with cigarettes, I tell Quint, holding his gaze, and cut me with a fucking knife. There's a tiny flinch. Where? My back. And those scars on your arms, did he cause them too? I freeze, involuntarily glancing down at the thin scars on the inside of my arms. No, I whisper. He didn't. I made those, cutting myself when I was younger to let out some of the rage and sadness and hollow frustration. He cut your back? A new voice asks, and I look up, searching for its source. Jericho. These are the first words he has spoken. Want to see? I hear myself say, and when the boys nod enthusiastically, I release Dakota's hand and stand up, lifting my t-shirt. I expect gasps. I expect comments. I expect some damn sound to let me know their reaction. The silence is odd, and as I turn my head to look, I feel hands on my back. Cursing, I step away, then make myself stop. Damn, these kids are tall. Soon they'll be as tall as I am. I hear them shuffle behind me, but they don't touch me again. Just as well. Not a good time for a real flashback. One of those that send me plodding through the memories for hours, where I'm lost with no way out. "These are bad," Quint finally says, awe in his voice. As I turn, pulling my t-shirt down, I take in their faces. "You know, my friend Asher, who was with us that night when we found you in the basement, he has lots of scars on his back. And you know what that fucker always says?" They shake their heads, and I go on, hoping I'm telling them the right things. He says that scars are beautiful because they mean you survived. They scoff at that, and I agree with them. Never bought into Asher's mantra, but then again, I mostly ignored my scars. Ignored my past. No wonder I have flashbacks and nightmares. The therapist told me it's because I never accepted what happened to me, so I let it haunt me like a malevolent ghost. Pretty or not, the fucking scars are there, I tell Quint and the other boys. It doesn't matter if they're ugly. The point is, I try to gather my thoughts, find the best words, but I've never been good at this shit, so fuck it. You made it out alive, and I fucking swear to you that me and my friends will do everything we can to keep you safe. That was good, what you did for those kids. Rafe thumps my back as we step outside. They opened up to you. But they have no clue where Kenneth might have gone to, I grumble. I went and asked outright. That was part of the purpose of our visit, but he never told them anything about his whereabouts. Why would he? Tough kids, though. Respect. Can't even think of a tattoo badass enough to mark them with, and that's saying something. The fact I'm thinking of inking them doesn't escape me either. Marking them with a distinctive symbol. In my mind, they're already members of the Brotherhood. How did that happen? It took me a while to accept the damaged boys as part of our tightly knit group, to trust them enough to let them in. I should cool my guns, take a step back. Just because they were abused by the same man who abused me doesn't mean we're meant to be one happy family. Doesn't mean anything at all. And the man is still free. Jesus F. Christ. That raises my hackles and sends my heart into overdrive. I don't feel safe while he's out there. The kids don't feel safe. A plan starts to take form in my mind, and it terrifies me so fucking bad I shoot it down instantly. No. Let the police catch him. That's what they do. I think talking to you did the kids good, Rafe is saying as we return to our cars. Talking to a psychologist is one thing, but talking to someone who's been through the same ordeal is different. Yeah. And if talking helps, then I need that help. Though I'm not going back to my therapist, not after seeing Kenneth's car there. Or did I? Sorting through real memories and flashbacks is fucking complicated. If I decide to believe that he chased after me, fuck. I'll find another therapist. I need to get better. I lean back against my pickup truck, waiting for the girls to reach us. They're talking to the officer. Rafe opens the car door for Megan and helps her settle the baby in the baby seat, circles her waist with his arm and kisses her. I look away, heat building in my chest, in my dick. It's been so damn long since I got off. First Dakota gave birth and couldn't bear to be touched, and then the nightmares came crashing down on me and sex was off the menu. Still is. But what I wouldn't give to hold my girl naked in my arms. Try again. She seemed to want to give it a go the other day. It's been over 2 months now since Emmanuel was born, and I want it so fucking bad. If only I don't flip out on her and scare her. If only I don't get lost in the past and puke because she touches me. Yeah, that's my fear. But as Dakota reaches my side and stands on tiptoe to kiss me, as I open the door for her and look into her bright eyes, I know it's time to go all in or lose the war. And that's not an option when you love a girl the way I love her. Lee sleeps all the way from Dylan's apartment to ours, and then barely stirs when I carry him upstairs in my arms and lay him in his crib. Did Dylan wear you out, little man? I pull the blanket over his tiny body, and I gaze down at him, lost in thought. I admit I'm still kinda in awe that Dakota and me created this new life. This perfect little boy with his tiny fists and chubby face, the pursed lips and dark hair. A baby who tends to fall asleep as he breastfeeds, snuggled in Dakota's arms, who likes it when I make him fly over my head, who is perfectly happy sleeping belly down on my thigh when I stroke his hair. Our baby. He's ours. We're a family. He's mine to protect, and I do it with my life. It's a powerful feeling, even more powerful than the protective urge I have with all of our friends. Maybe because he's so tiny, so innocent, so ready for life's opportunities, and I want him to have them all, to grow up with love and laughter and safety. I want him to have everything I didn't have and more. Is he asleep? Dakota comes to stand beside me, looking down at the baby. Oh, he's knocked out. I grin at her, feeling lighter than I have in ages. Are you tired? She shoots me a questioning look. No more than usual. I want to take you to bed and undress you. I slip my hand behind her back, down to her ass. Kiss you all over. Her breathing speeds up, and her blue eyes darken. Oh, God, yes. Told you before, it's just Zane for you, I mutter, then swing her up in my arms and kiss her, swallowing her squeal of surprise. Shh, I've got you. She wraps her arms around my neck, and I fight my initial knee-jerk reaction to shove her off. I thought I was past those days, damn it. Instead, I kiss her again, and the urge fades, replaced with raw need. My dick hardens, pulses, tries to drill a hole through my jeans as I walk into our bedroom and lay her down. That's more like it, Dick the Dick. Welcome back into the game. Pulling off her boots, I let them thump to the floor. Then I slide my hands under her short skirt and tug down her black tights and yellow lace panties. Zane, she whispers, reaching for me, but I only give her a smug smile and press my face between her legs. I've missed this. Her taste, her moans, the way her legs tremble, the way her clit throbs under my tongue and her pussy clenches when I lick into her. I drag my tongue up and down, letting her feel the barbell, reaching up a hand to cover her mouth as she gets louder, not to wake up the baby. She's so close, and I want to be inside her. But first, I'm going to make her come, and I lick her harder, faster, using my other hand to thrust a finger inside her, to stroke her inner walls until she wails under my palm, her body tightening and arching. God, yeah, so good. I gentle the thrusts of my finger, the lashing of my tongue, giving her time to calm down. But I can't wait too long. Better not give my mind time to connect this to anything bad. I rock back on my heels on the mattress and unzip my pants, push them down my legs, briefs and all. Reaching behind my head, I grab a fistful of fabric and pull my t-shirt off. Naked, I grip my dick and squeeze. My head falls forward as I tug on the rigid length, feeling the slight bite of the Jacob's ladder, all those barbells on the underside stinging a little as I stroke. Holy crap! Dakota sits up, openly staring as I jack off. Let me. I suck on the barbell in my tongue so hard I ache with it, so damn aroused because she's still displayed for me, her legs spread. Her blouse has slipped off one shoulder, and her mouth is slack, her lips reddened from our kissing. I need to be inside her. I can't speak, too focused on keeping the reins tight on my mind, on telling myself this is real, this is now. So I let go of my dick in favor of crawling over her, pushing her back down on the mattress. Bracing my elbows on either side of her face, I lean down until only a breath separates our mouths, and my hard-on drags on her skirt. I kiss her, deeply and thoroughly, tangling my hands in her wild dark hair. I suck on her tongue, bite on her lower lip, taste her and let her taste me, telling my thoughts to go fuck themselves. Kissing is relatively new for me. Dakota is the only girl I've ever kissed, and I think I've gotten pretty good at it over the past 2 years, if the way she clutches at my shoulders and moans in my mouth is anything to go by. I draw back just enough to suck in a ragged breath. "Want to be inside you," I whisper, "but I'll understand if you're not ready." "I'm ready." She licks her lips, and it makes my dick twitch. She lifts her arms around my neck. "Please, Zane, I've missed you." "Fuck, missed you too." I reach down, grab my dick, and press between her legs. With her skirt bunched up around her hips, her heat kissing the head of my cock, I wonder how long I'll last. If I don't freak out. I won't freak out. The kids are safe, and I'm ready. I'm fine, I tell myself, as I push into her. Only something is off. Maybe it's my position on the bed, looking down at the twisted sheets, or her hands touching my upper back, the burn scars scattered there. I'm drowning. I can't breathe. I jerk back, and I have an oh fuck moment when I realize this is worse than usual. This is a full-on panic attack, and I need to stop it before it gets worse, and... "Zane?" It's her voice, and I latch on to that desperately. "Look at me." I find myself on the edge of the bed, struggling to breathe. I'm shaking, and I'm so fucking cold my teeth are chattering. It's the pain. Pain clawing through my back, tearing me to shreds, and it's all I can do not to howl. Hands on my back, on my ass, digging into wounds, into me. "My turn," a deep voice says, turning my blood to ice. "My turn now." But her sweet scent soothes me. Warmth covers my hands. "Zane," she says, and it's a voice calling me home, where I'm safe and happy. So I fight through the murky water of the memory, telling myself the pain isn't real, the man's voice isn't real, it isn't here. "Dakota," I whisper, reaching blindly for her, and she's in my arms, her head pressed to my chest. "I'm so fucking sorry." "Don't be." She's rubbing her hands up and down my sides. "I understand." I want to curse and punch something, but she's in my arms, and I'm still trying to catch my breath, damn grateful that I didn't fall headfirst into a flashback, that it was only a small panic attack. Shit. "We'll take it slow," she says, "like when we first met, one step at a time." It sucks. It makes my neck heat with shame that I can't just make love to my girl without freaking out. It makes me goddamn furious with myself for not being strong enough, and with that asshole for breaking me like this. But her touch is distracting, and then her mouth trails over my chest, warm and soft. She lifts one hand to toy with the barbell and my nipple, and fuck, this feels good. She feels so good. "All I've ever wanted," she says, "is you. You gave me wings to fly, remember? The tattoo on my back, your gift. Though it's not the ink that helps me fly, it's your love. And I'll make sure you fly with me. I won't let you fall." For some strange reason, my eyes burn. I swallow hard. I know. "Let me make you come." And her words are like lightning bolts to my dick. I can't keep back a groan when she tugs harder on the barbell. Can't think. All the blood is rushing south, and my hardening cock tries to lift up, trapped underneath her. Her breath comes out in a rush when she feels me, and she shifts back, giving me space. Her hand drops from my nipple to my dick, and I gasp out loud. So damn different when she grips me than when I jack off myself. Maybe it's the image of her small hand wrapped around my hard-on, her thumb stroking the head, toying with the small, wet slit there. Maybe it's the way her lashes lower as she watches my dick swell more in her grip, until she can barely hold it. How her lips part when I lean in and crush my mouth to hers, needing to feel more of her on me. This is good. This is so different from the memories. It's only arousal and white-hot need. Her hand grips me harder, and the pressure behind my balls is suddenly reaching critical mass. I release her lips to lean back, my stomach clenching, my hands scrabbling at the sheets for balance. It's been too fucking long, and her flushed cheeks, the way her hard nipples poke through her thin blouse, Christ, it's all turning me on so damn much it's a miracle I haven't come yet. Guess I need something more, and this girl knows my body better than I do, because she plays with the Jacob's ladder as she strokes my dick, pushing the pleasure to the point of pain. Her other hand finds my other nipple, tugs on that barbell too, and hell, the combination just about kills me. My dick jerks, my balls tighten, and before I can warn her that I'm coming, pleasure rushes through me, sharp and hot. My ass all but lifts off the bed as I grunt and push my cock into her hand, shooting load after load all over my chest. Whoa. God damn. When I can finally look up again, I find a pleased little smirk on her face. I wrap a hand around her head and pull her in for one more kiss as I pant and pray my heart won't pound its way out of my chest. Love you, I say against her sweet lips. You have no idea how much. I think I do. She winks at me and scoots away. Let me clean you up. God, she has no clue. She's everything to me. It makes my resolve stronger to fix what's wrong with me, make sure I can be good enough for her and our family. That crazy plan to catch Kenneth Shaw I shot down earlier on because it scared me shitless? Fuck that. I'm in.
Chapter 33. Dakota. The baby's thin wail wakes me up in the middle of the night, and I open my eyes with Zane's breath on the back of my neck and his arms around me. He's spooning me, covering as much of me as possible with his naked body, his chest pressing into my spine every time he inhales. I smile in the dark, happy. He stayed in our bed, and he's in such a deep sleep he doesn't stir as I get up. Sending him an affectionate glance, loving how peaceful he looks, I hurry to pick up Lee. Images of last night flash through my mind as I feed him, and my face heats up, a hard throb starting between my legs. God, it felt good to have his mouth and hands on me again, in me, giving me pleasure. And seeing him come apart like that, so damn hot. It almost broke my heart to tiny pieces when he had the panic attack, when frustration and self-loathing filled his beautiful eyes. But he trusted me. He let me take care of him. He loves me. I know it. But seeing him put himself in my hands like that is an incredible feeling. I'll always cherish his faith in me. I won't let him down. I'm so frigging glad that throughout this difficult time he didn't start cutting himself again, or drinking himself to death. It gave me hope from the start that he'd pull through okay. Lee quiets eventually, and I put him back in his crib, then reach back to rub my lower back. My back injury from years ago flared up a little with the pregnancy, and it still bothers me from time to time. What I need is... Warm, big hands drop on my hips, and I barely stifle a yelp. Oh God, you keep calling me that. Zane's sleep-drenched, sexy voice rumbles with a hint of laughter. And you might again after I massage your back. My head rolls forward on a sigh when he rubs his hands over the painful spot. He digs in his thumbs expertly, massaging. Thank you. Why don't we go back to bed? Lie down and let me take care of you. Tears prickle my eyes. That'd be nice. Shh. He turns me around, gathers me close. I told you, girl. I'm so fucking sorry I haven't been there for you. I'll do all I can to get better. And I believe him. His courage and strength always amaze me. If anything, now I love him more than ever. I wish I could help him more, but I guess it will take time. Patience is a small thing compared to having him back, healthy and happy. Zane is at damage control. He has quite a few appointments today, and he's deemed himself well enough to work. I know it's part of his own private battle with his demons, convincing himself he'll be okay, that he's back to normal. Only he isn't. Not yet. And I worry. Then again, what's new? I'm sitting with the girls, making plans. The weddings are coming up in a couple of weeks, and college is starting. We're looking at our schedules, work, school, doctor's appointments, trying to work out a system so 2 of us at a time can look after the kids and babies, allowing all of us to slowly resume our activities as much as possible. I already know I won't be studying full-time this year. There's no way. Not even with my mom and the girls helping out. The damaged girls and boys have also offered to babysit on occasion, and it makes me laugh when I remember their faces that day we left the kids with them. They'd been terrified. Looks like they liked it, though, after all. Tessa is sitting with us. She says she has to cut down on her work hours quite a lot to have more time for her family. And Audrey teases her mercilessly that she's pregnant and hiding it from us. I shake my head laughing as I switch Lee to my other breast. She just doesn't want you to be the first girl in the group to get married without showing, Tess. She wasn't pregnant when she got married. That's because I already had a baby. Tessa sticks her tongue out at Audrey. Audrey crosses her eyes at her. Sometimes moms are worse than their babies. When are we going to meet with the Lost Boys? Aaron asks. Lost Boys? I narrow my eyes at her. Who calls them that? Tyler. Who else? She snickers as she gets up, baby on one arm, to pour 6-year-old Jax a glass of water. He's the one who changed my baby's name to Zay. Megan mock pouts. He said it was that or Rafe's brat. Oh, God. I laugh. Of course he said that. Give me Rafe's brat, Tessa says, opening her arms. I want to hold him. Megan passes the baby over, giggling. Then she turns to me. Hey, girl, how's Zane doing? Was he okay after meeting with the boys? The Lost Boys, I sigh. Wasn't that a film about vampires? He's doing okay. Struggling a little, but he's not letting it put him down. I examine my fingernails. The dark blue varnish is chipped. Can't remember when I painted them. Finding those kids meant a lot to him. I mean, it shocked him, but I think deep down he feared it would come to that. And knowing they are now safe, it has given him the strength to fight back, you know? Audrey puts an arm around my shoulders. It makes sense, and we're always here, girl, for whatever you need. I know. I bite my lip, nod, and smile. It comes straight from my heart. I do know it. Thank you. Kayla will be here any minute, Aaron says. Think we can rope her into making a matching gown for Isabella? I squint at baby Izza. That would be really funny. Girls are fun. We need more girls. Aaron points at Tessa. You are our only hope. You need to have some daughters. I'm having a girl this time, Audrey says, patting her tummy. You know for sure already? No, I just feel it. I can't wait to see my gown. Tessa claps her hands excitedly. Kayla threw together a wedding gown lightning fast, since it was decided Dylan and Tessa would get married with the other 2 couples. I'm pretty excited to see it too, truth be told. It shocks me. It's the first time I'm excited about the weddings and the party, and the joy of it all since Zane started having the nightmares and flashbacks. Everything will turn out okay. I'm starting to feel it, deep in my bones. All of us, we tried to find the problem, fix it, set things right. But Zane is the only one who can set himself right, and he will do it, no matter what it takes. I know my guy. He never gives up. And the worry that keeps twisting my stomach is normal. You can't just turn off stress, I tell myself. That's all it is. I don't believe in premonitions and foreboding. That's Kayla's domain. So when Kayla finally arrives and coos over the babies, then takes out Tessa's gown from its garment bag and has her try it on, I let myself be swept up in the delirium of the upcoming party. This celebration of love and joy and friendship that will bind our family more tightly together.
Chapter 34. Zane. Going somewhere? Rafe is leaning against the opening to my booth, arms folded over his chest, eyes narrow. I thought you were booked out today. Nah, just 2 appointments. Feeling okay? And fuck, now he's staring at my hands that are shaking like an old guy's. I shove them in my pockets. I'm fine. Doesn't look that way to me. What the hell happened now? Fuck off, Rafe. Fuck you, he says, and beams as if I gave him a puppy. He's fucking weird sometimes. Okay, now that the niceties are out of the way, tell me why you canceled 2 appointments. Rafe's jaw clenches. Did you have a flashback? Are you feeling sick? I said I'm fine. You should visit a psychologist, man. I will. His brows lift. That where you're going now? Let me ask again, more slowly. Did something happen? Nothing happened. Fuck. Now he won't let go. Don't tell me you're going to the same therapist you used to visit. None of your business. What's going on, Z-Man? Rafe walks into the booth, gets right in my face. You stopped going to your therapist because you thought you saw Kenneth Shaw in his car outside. You had the mother of all flashbacks and ended up in a back alley not knowing how you got there. And now, out of the blue, you want to go back? Why? Christ, Rafe, back off. I shove at him, manage to move him less than an inch. Fuck, I need to get my strength back. I said, it's none of your business. I'd punch your lights out for saying that, but that would be too easy. Talk. Damn it, I should have left earlier. Kenneth Shaw ditched his old car, I say. The police won't find him. I figured the only way to catch him is to use a bait. A bait. He takes a step back. No. If he wants me, then he'll be there. Damn it, Zane. He rubs a hand over his face. You won't be okay until he's behind bars, will you? I don't bother answering. He knows me. First of all, are you even sure you saw him that time outside the therapist's office? That he followed you? Fuck no, I mutter. I'm not sure about anything. But I think I saw him. I think he followed me. I lose nothing by trying, right? Sweat is rolling down my face. My hands shake harder at the thought of facing him again, of playing hide-and-seek with that son of a bitch. Then I'm going with you. Rafe turns around, not waiting for my reply. I'll be waiting for you at your truck. Hurry up. He sure is a bossy boss, but relief swamps me at the realization I'm not doing this alone. Coming. Does Coco know? He asks me as I drive through the town, clenching my hands on the steering wheel. About you going to look for Kenneth? No, I bite out. Why not? Lay off it, Rafe. I can't tell Dakota. She loves me. I've worried her enough. He stares at me, then looks away. We probably won't find our guy anyway. That's what I'm afraid of, and it annoys me that I cling to the thought like it's a good thing. Rafe was right. I won't be able to rest while he's out there, and no matter how nice the officers I met were, I'm with Rafe on this. I don't trust the police to catch him. We don't talk after that, and I switch on the stereo. I have a song list, and I plug it in, letting the music wash over us. None of the Death Moth songs, none with Dakota's voice. Not telling her bothers me enough as it is without hearing her sing. I drive to the Walmart Supercenter first, cruise the parking lot. I don't see the white sedan, and then I remember that's not what we're looking for. In fact, we don't know what we're looking for, or if he's there at all. He could be in any of those cars, staring right at us as we drive by. Chills run down my spine, but I force myself to go slow, to linger, to see if any car follows us. But it's a bust. Nothing happens, and after a while, I head out of the lot and drive toward the therapist's office. "What makes you think," Rafe says suddenly, "that he wouldn't find out your name and your address if he wanted you?" I slam my foot on the brakes in reaction, then curse as I barely avoid a collision with the car behind us. "Christ, Rafe, give a man a heart attack." "You're too young for that." I park at the side of the street. Fuck. Didn't think of him looking me up. Why didn't I think of that? I need to go back home. Hold your horses. Call Coco first. Finding someone online is not always that simple. Maybe he couldn't find you even if he looked for you. Pulling my phone out, I hit call and wait, my heart about to beat its way out of my chest. Then I hear Dakota's voice, and I slump in my seat. "Zane, hey! We're here with Kayla. Tessa tried on her wedding gown. It's really pretty." The happiness in her voice makes me smile. I close my eyes, bask in it. "Good, that's good. Are you at Aaron's?" "At Audrey's, actually. Why?" "Nothing. Will you be there for a while?" "Yeah, we're planning on baking some cake. What's up?" "Nothing. Stay there. I'll call you later, okay?" "Okay," she says, sounding mystified. Mystified is better than worried. I'll take it. "Love you," I tell her. "Love you right back." Rafe is watching me sideways, an arm folded behind his head as I disconnect. "I take it everything's okay?" "Yeah." My whole point was, if he wanted you, would he wait at your therapist's office for days and weeks like a psycho in a B-movie? I hate it when the bad guys are stupid. But he is a psycho, I remind him. I have a feeling in my gut about this. He's not stupid, but his brain isn't normal. A guy who lurks around houses, grabbing random kids from empty lots and backyards, that's who he is. The thrill of the hunt, huh? Rafe frowns. Fine. Look, we're not far. Let's swing by the therapist's street and see if he's there. Like a stroll in the park. I release the parking brake and head back into traffic. The familiar street is quiet and lined with trees. I cruise slowly, ignoring the booming of my heart, the sweat slicking my palms. There is a number of cars parked on either side. Not sure what I think will happen. Rafe lowers the volume and the music drops to a whisper of a beat. His gaze is focused on the street ahead. Thank fuck he's not making fun of me over this, though I bet the fucker is just biding his time and thinking how to tell the story to make me look like more of an idiot. You can stop, I tell him. What? You can stop thinking up jokes about today already, I clarify, scowling at the parked cars. So I was wrong and a car is following us. My pulse spikes, blood rushing in my ears. Are you sure? I check the rearview mirror and find a dusty black Ford Raptor. It's a massive truck, bigger than mine, and it's accelerating. Shit. I step on the gas a moment too late. The truck rear-ends us and we lurch forward. What the fuck? Rafe is yelling, and I'm struggling to control the steering wheel while speeding up. I'm calling the police before... The truck slams into us again. The impact loosens the wheel from my hands, the belt cuts into my airways, and I lose the ability to breathe. Or control the pickup. A car is coming toward us, on the opposite lane. I see it, time slowing down, as the pickup starts to slide. I yank the wheel the other way in a desperate attempt to avoid the head-on collision. We crash into something else. A tree, I think. Then my head slams on the wheel, and I see black. Someone is rattling my door. I'm pretty fucking sure about it, 'cause it's vibrating against my cheek and it hurts my brain. I also know I'm in my pickup. Meanwhile, feeling is returning to my body, and with it, pain. Fucking ow. I groan pitifully as I lift my head and blink blood-soaked ashes. Blood is covering one side of my face, dripping from my chin. God, awesome. Z-Man. Rafe's voice is a croak, and I wipe the blood from my eye to find him slumped back in the passenger seat, an arm wrapped around his middle. Call the police. I open my mouth to ask him why he's not doing it, then my door rattles again, and turning, I see the face outside the window. The darkness threatens to return, black seeping into the edges of my field of vision as I stare back at Kenneth Shaw. Older than in my memory, with a scraggly beard and wild eyes, and a baseball bat or something like it in his hands. He swings it and smashes it into the window. Fuck! I jerk away, but the belt is still locked, cutting into my chest, sending a jolt of pain through my ribs. Cursing, I fumble with the lock, but it seems stuck. Holy shit. The bat swings again, and the window crumbles. "Miss me, boy?" he hisses, and I freeze. He reaches for me, wrapping a hand around my arm, and all I see is dirty sheets, blood, and darkness as the pain runs through me. "Take it, boy. Shut up and take it." A voice in the back of my mind is yelling at me to move, to fight back. I promised someone I'd fight back. I promised Dakota. Move, damn it. It's like trying to move inside a dream where your limbs are locked in place and you're trying to scream, but no sound emerges. Get free. Get out. A howl is building in the back of my throat as I force my hand to move, as I reach for a belt buckle. All I can see is the attic, the bloodied sheets. All I can smell is cigarette ash and burnt flesh and fear. You can do this. Space isn't working right. I'm on my knees, but I'm also sitting in my truck. There's a man behind me, Kenneth Shaw, but he's also outside my truck trying to kill me. I bite my lip hard, and the pain gives me something to work with. I focus on it. Feeling blindly at my side, I struggle with the disorientation that's turning my stomach. I'm inside a ship made of glass, and the ocean is lashing on every side. There is no up or down. There is no way to tell. Pain. I bite my lip harder, a sharp sting when I break through the skin, a counterpoint to the phantom pain in my back. I'm here. This is now. My fingers encounter the latch and I fumble with it, pressing desperately to release the belt, dimly wondering why I'm still alive. The latch gives this time, and the belt falls away. The first deep breath I take draws a gasp from me. The pain in my ribcage is definitely sharper than my bitten-through lip, and it grounds me more. The truck. Kenneth Shaw. Call the police. Wincing, I pull my cell phone out of my back pocket to call 911, and that's when I realize Rafe isn't in the truck with me anymore. I jerk around, phone in hand, searching for him, and for fucking Kenneth Shaw, who'd been there, grabbing my arm, what feels like a second ago. "Hello, Mr. Madden?" a male voice says in my ear, and that's when I also realize I didn't call 911, but Wesley Logan. Shit, there's Rafe. I locate him down the sidewalk, circling Kenneth Shaw, who's wielding that baseball bat like a sword. "Mr. Madden? You have to come here right the fuck now. Bring reinforcements to arrest Kenneth Shaw. Hurry up." Shit. Address? I frown, unable to remember the street for a long moment. Then it comes to me and I rattle it off and throw the phone on the passenger seat as I push my door open. Now I know why Rafe told me to call the police. It wasn't so he'd go after Kenneth Shaw himself. With a snarl, I climb out of the car and lurch toward them. This is my fight. I made it back from the memory. Now it's time I face the man who broke me. Rafe is facing me and his eyes widen when he sees me. He has blood running down his chin from a split lip, and he's limping. Kenneth Shaw begins to turn, swinging his bat, but I'm ready for him. "Hello, Ken," I tell him as I kick at his legs, then drive my fist up in an uppercut, catching him on the chin. What do you know, I'm taller than he is now, and as he stumbles backward and I advance on him, Rafe's lessons and endless training at the gym from these past years echoing in my head, I'm sure I can take him down. I can fucking kill him. And he'd deserve it. He deserves to suffer 1,000 deaths for his crimes. I lift my arm, deflecting a hit from his bat, and barely feel the pain. My arm can still move, and that's all that matters. Curling my fist, I punch him in the stomach, following with a fist to his throat. He goes down, his bat rolling away. I kneel over him, press my knee to his throat, and make my decision. You're fucking done, Ken, for good. Watching the police handcuff Kenneth Shaw and push him into the back of a police car has to be the strangest out-of-body experience I've ever had. It's like a flashback, only it's good, and Rafe is there beside me. Fucking unreal. You know, Rafe mutters, leaning against the fence of the house behind us, an arm curled around his middle. You have to be the bravest motherfucker I know, going after your own personal demon. I'm not so sure about that, with my vision still going double between past and present, and my knees feeling like rubber, but it's done. It worked, and that's all that matters. Or the most stupid, I say, and shake my head when he laughs, then grunts in pain. Make that two of us, in fact. You're here with me, ain't you? Fuck yeah, I am. Always. But let's not do this again, okay? My ribs hurt. My knuckles are split. My head throbs like a bitch, and I keep having to wipe the blood running from the cut on my forehead. And Rafe looks just as bad. But we're alive, and the EMTs who check us over already said we'll survive. They want us to go to the ER, but the police want to talk to us some more first. Then things get even weirder because several cars arrive, and our friends spill out. At least Megan and Asher and Tessa are here. And Dakota. She stops, stares at me, and suddenly I'm more scared than I've ever been in my whole damn life. I did this without telling her. Betrayed her trust. Have I lost her? Was it worth it? Dakota. I take a step toward her, but my chest is too fucking tight, and my balance uncertain, so I stumble. Rafe's grab for my arm saves me from going down. And then she's right there, throwing her arms around me, sobbing against my chest. You bastard, I hate you right now. I hold her against me, feeling like I'm about to be sick. Really hate me? Really, really hate you. She's hugging me so tightly my ribs might crack, and I swallow a gasp of pain. I love you. I finally breathe again. I haul her even closer, pain be damned. Love you too. Don't do this to me ever again. I won't, I promise. Not for $1,000,000, not for all the money in the world. Good, she sniffles. Lee and I need you. God, I need you too, so much. I kiss the top of her head and look down at her. It's over.
Chapter 35. Dakota. It's a fact. I'm married to the craziest, stupidest bastard in history. Going off like that to face a killer? After a month or more of flashbacks and nightmares? After I almost lost him once already when his sister died and he drank himself half to death? After this psycho killer almost killed him as a child? How could he do this to me? It almost killed me when Audrey called to tell me what was going on. Of course, by then I'd found 2 missed calls from him and a message that he is okay and to call him back. I'm married to the craziest, most damaged, bravest man in the world. I know why he did what he did. I understand. He had to make sure Kenneth Shaw was locked away. In Zane's mind, that was the only way. And he got his closure. But I'm holding him to his promise. No more danger. No more pain. From now on, I'll make sure there's only laughter and good times in our lives. Enough of the past. Time to plan the future. Zane's holding a gauze bandage to the cut on his forehead, given to us by the EMTs waiting nearby with an ambulance to take the guys to the ER to x-ray their chests, make sure there's no damage from the accident. Oh, did I mention they crashed into a frigging tree? And that was before the psycho killer / child molester tried to bash their heads in with a baseball bat and they fought him. Like in the movies. Jesus. So I'm a little hysterical at this point. Big surprise. The police come back to talk to him about the events that led to the capture of Kenneth Shaw. They keep it short, asking how they knew to find the man here. Then Wesley Logan joins us, announcing he's taking over from here, and tells the boys to get their asses to the ER and then home to rest. I bet we'll be called to his office another time and day to talk some more. There's the subject of the Lost Boys we haven't even began to cover. Frankly, I want tonight to be over so that I can take my man home and curl up in his arms until I forget this god-awful night. The fear that rode me all the way from Audrey's apartment until I saw him standing there, his face covered in blood, his knuckles bleeding. The EMTs insist that he and Rafe ride in the ambulance, and it's freaking hard to let go of him and watch him go. We all climb back into our cars to follow them, and I sit in the back of Tessa's car, glad I'm not driving, too shaky for that. It's over, I keep thinking. Kenneth Shaw has been captured and is going on trial. He's no longer free to roam the streets and kidnap innocent boys. No longer free to foster children and torture or kill them, thanks to Zane's mad plan. Oh yes, I absolutely understand why Zane did what he did. Truth is, I'm married to the most amazing, selfless man I could ever hope to meet. Can't sleep? I roll my back on the bed, stifling a yawn. Glancing toward the unmistakable tall mohawked figure of Zane, standing at the window. He's a dark shadow, faint silver light outlining his body. He turns at my question, and my breath hitches. He's only dressed in his briefs, and the light catches on the silver barbells in his nipples, on his taut, hard chest and defined arms, on the bulge between his muscular thighs. The colorful ink covering his chest and arms looks slick and dark, washed out to shades of black and gray. He's like a fantastical painting of a man, perfect in every way. And then he smiles and becomes real. I don't know what woke me up, he says, his voice quiet and low. The baby's asleep, as you should be. You're tired. I almost laugh. If anyone should be exhausted, it's him. But I know his resilience is extraordinary. It's what kept him alive. And I can't stand being away from him tonight. Hopefully the feeling will fade as the days pass. But right now, I need to feel him close. Throwing back the covers, I go to him. You sure you're okay? I shiver as the cold air hits my skin. I'm only dressed in a t-shirt and black boy shorts. He puts his arms around me, and he's so warm. I wrap myself around him like a starfish, remembering just in time to be careful with his ribs. I'm okay. He doesn't sound convinced. I lean back to look into his face. It's okay to want to talk after what happened yesterday. I don't want to talk. His voice drops even lower, sending a different kind of shiver through me. Not tonight. There's something else, though. A small problem. Crap, I knew it. What problem? Tell me. He shifts a little, and something long and thick and hot presses against my stomach. This. A startled laugh escapes me. Oh boy, that's hardly small. Know what? You're right. He winks down at me. Let me take care of it for you. What if I take care of you instead? He guides me back to the bed and pushes me down, then climbs on top of me, gazing at me with those exotic dark eyes that make my heart pound. I want him. I want him so much it hurts. But after last night, I'm not sure he can do this, even if he thinks he can. He always pushes himself too hard, too soon. Let's do it your way tonight. I cup his beautiful face and start pushing him off so I can turn around, give him my back. That makes it safer for him. Fewer triggers. But he stops me. Your way. I shake my head. That could send you back into a flashback. It's too soon. It won't. He brushes his mouth over mine, stealing my reason. Trust me. I don't know if I should. My daredevil husband may not know that he absolutely breaks my heart every time he hurts, but he seems determined. Turning, he sits on the bed, leaning back against the headboard, and pulls me onto his lap before I can protest more. Zane, that's how you fixed me, he whispers, his hands on my waist, his eyes serious. I didn't fix you, I whisper back. I made love to you. Then make love to me. I fucking love you. And he kisses me, his hands traveling down to my ass, cupping me, kneading me, setting me on fire. I'm drowning in his smoky taste, his spicy scent. When he tugs my boy shorts down, I help him get them off me, and I reach for his briefs. His hard-on catches under the elastic, and when I free his cock, he leans back with a heartfelt groan. I lick my dry lips, both because he's so sexy like this, naked in front of me, trusting me, and because we've been here before. His jaw is clenched. I know this position stresses him. He's not in control, and he's fighting the urge to push me off him. But the position is better for his bruised rib cage, and that's what makes up my mind. That and the heated look in his eyes. He's watching me from under his lashes as I whip off my t-shirt and toss it over the side of the bed, his gaze dipping down to my breasts. They're not much to look at, not even a handful, but he's always liked them. Plus now they're swollen with milk, my nipples dark and hard, and from the way his pupils dilate, I know he likes what he sees. He's distracted. Good. I avoid his trembling, flushed hard-on, and try not to stare at the way it strains against his flat stomach, leaving a shiny trail of pre-cum on his skin. I put my hands on his chest, on his hard pecs, and raise my head to kiss him, moving my mouth over his. I gasp when he thrusts his tongue against mine, stroking the roof of my mouth, sending bolts of heat between my legs. Shifting, I press closer, my pussy spread and my throbbing clit pressed to the root of his cock. Can't help the moan spilling from my lips to his. Fuck, wait. He draws back, breaking the kiss, his breathing a little too fast, his face paling. Christ, wait. It's happening as I feared. He's falling back into memory. My hands shake as I lift them to his face, and he flinches. Shit. I'm aroused, scared, my mind blank. But he loves me. He trusts me. He wants me. All I have to do is give him pleasure, distract him. Pain and pleasure. That's what sidetracks his mind from this dark rut. I can do this. I want this. You're hot, Zane Madden. Letting my hands fall back to his chest, I kiss his shoulder as I toy with the barbells in his small nipples, tugging and tweaking. First one, then the other. I've wanted you from the moment I first saw you. Did you know that? He blinks those dark eyes, his fingers spasming on my waist. No. When I came over with Audrey, she wanted to visit Ash. You were all gruff and pissed at the world, and I fell for you then and there. He huffs a quiet laugh, and I tug on the barbell in his nipple again until he moans. I didn't know how fucking much I wanted you. He pants, his gaze focused on me again. Not until I first saw you eat ice cream, licking it from the cone. Insta-love, huh? I tease him, getting distracted myself by the way his body is reacting to my touch. his abs tightening, his cock swelling more, leaking between our bodies. No, that was just lust. This? His hands moved to my hips, hauling me even closer, pressing me to his length, and he groans, his eyes rolling with pleasure. This is love. God. Love and lust and need all rolled into one maelstrom that's dragging me under. I drop my hand to his cock, tap the piercings there until he's arching against the headboard, and his hard-on is so thick my hand won't close around it. His length hard as steel. Fuck, girl. He's lifting me, his chest rising and falling like he's been running. Need to be inside you. Need you to come on my dick. Oh, God, yes. He's all here now, his eyes pitch dark, his body trembling with desire. I rise on my knees, guide the head of his cock inside me, then slowly sink down, taking him in. He steadies me when I shake and moan, as his cock stretches me wide, to the point of pain, and then back to pleasure. Oh, God. White, hot pleasure that's burning its way through me. The way he fills me, the way his piercings stroke inside me. It's driving every conscious thought from my head. I'm hot and already riding the edge of pleasure so sharp it's cutting me open. It's blowing my mind. It's all I can do to hold on to his shoulders and bite my lip to keep my moans quiet as I ride his rock-hard cock. He's cursing under his breath, his hips rocking upward every time I sink back down, his lips pulled back in a snarl, his face twisted with strain. His thrusts grow harder, faster, and I dig my fingers into his shoulders, a cry leaving my throat when my pussy clenches around his length. I come so hard tears fill my eyes and track down my cheeks. Another wave of scalding pleasure pulses through me, and I writhe on his cock, not sure I can take it. Too strong, too much. Or maybe it's that his cock is swelling more, pressing into me. Love you, he growls, jerking his hips up, slamming me back down on his cock, his breathing ragged. Goddamn, girl. Oh, fuck. The burst of heat deep inside me as he comes has me shaking with another rush of pleasure. He groans and rocks into me, and I cry out again and pant his name. Oh, God. I collapse against his chest. Oh, my God. He chuckles, that deep, warm sound I love so much, and wraps his arms around me. Just saying. And I am yours.
Epilogue. 3 weeks later. Zane. Hey man, you coming? They're about to start. That's Ash, knocking on the bathroom stall, sounding stressed. And you have the rings. Dakota stifles a giggle against my shoulder, and I suck in a sharp breath as she clenches around my dick. Coming? Quite literally, or almost. You guys can't wait to make more babies, huh? Trying to catch up to Audrey and me? Fucker is still outside. Not if you keep talking while we fuck, I growl, and he chuckles before his steps retreat. The door clicks shut behind him, and I shift Dakota's legs around my hips, lifting her a little, then pulling her back down on my cock. Oh yeah. She moans as I thrust up into her heat, her feet locked behind me, her legs tightening around my hips as she helplessly rocks with me. Her hands scrabble at the back of my neck, and I force myself not to think about that, focusing on the feel of her in my arms, on her sweet pussy around my dick, the sounds of pleasure she's making. My girl, mine, My everything. Fuck. My body is tightening, muscles clenching as the tension ratchets up, and my dick jerks. I'm inside her, I'm with her, and it's getting better every day. I groan against her neck, clinging to the perfect, agonizing moment when our bodies are molded together, connected, balancing on the edge of a mind-blowing orgasm. Come for me, I breathe in her ear, pushing her back against the stall wall as I lose control. Oh, fuck. Come with me. And she does, moaning before she muffles it against my skin, her hips rolling and her pussy milking my jerking dick. Are we making more babies? She whispers in my ear as we pant, our bodies still rocking together. We sure are giving it lots of practice. I'm grinning, can't help it. And I'm sure Lee would like a little sister. Sister, huh? Not a brother? Or a brother, I concede. Or both. She laughs, the sound like small bells. God, love that sound. Love how she feels pressed to my body. You have wicked plans of world domination, I see. You bet. Maybe we should clean up and go now. You have to do the rings, right? Yeah. Rafe and Megan's? Actually, I have all the rings. I'm the fucking ring bearer. Why? You know how Aaron loves fantasy books? She and Tyler decided I should, like in The Lord of the Rings. Said I was the leader of the fellowship. She snickers. Sounds like something those two would think up. She rubs her lips on my shoulder. Now will you let me down? I don't want to pull out, I admit. You feel too good. Weddings, she reminds me, panting a little when I thrust into her again. Rings. And we are at the wedding venue, hogging one of the two stalls in the men's bathrooms. Damn it. If we don't get out soon, Rafe will be next, banging on the door, and I'm damn sure their next step will be to take the door down to make sure I'm okay. They've been doing that a lot lately, checking on me. And for some stupid reason, the thought makes me grin more widely. Fuckers. They're good guys. Not that I didn't know that, but still. They say you know who your friends are when things go wrong, and there they were, by my side, all the way, boys and girls alike. It's thanks to them I'm here today, making more babies with Dakota. I'll never forget that. And I'll make sure they know it when they are on babysitting duty in the years to come. Heh, this is exactly what being part of a family means. I guess I'd better get those rings to them before they go into a panic and come knocking. Let's get the last of the Brotherhood married so they can continue their baby-making with the blessings of the community and a wealth of compromising photos to blackmail them with in the future. Sounds like a plan. The triple wedding event is unfolding inside a historic building, apparently. Looks like a barn. Not that I'd know anything about barns. Patting the rings in the pockets of my long coat, because fuck if I'm ever going to wear a dress jacket, I stand behind the couples. I'm holding Lee in my arms, and Dakota is standing beside me, looking damn gorgeous in a mini black dress and tall boots, lacy gloves and a choker, her dark hair piled on top of her head. Her colorful tattoos peek over her gloves, twisting around her upper arms. She's badass, my girl. Tearing my gaze from her with difficulty, I lean down to kiss the top of my son's head and listen with half an ear as the justice of the peace, a plump, bald man, rambles on about marriage and the law and love. Motherfucker, these guys know all about love already. If only you knew. I look at my friends, 3 couples in a row standing there solemnly, holding hands and listening. 3 couples and a few kids. Dylan and Tessa have Dylan's brothers standing in front of them, and I smile at that. Tessa is dressed in a light blue gown with white flowers stitched all over, her hair in an elaborate bun, and a small tiara on her head. She's like a Disney princess, and beside her Dylan is quite princely too, in his dark suit. Aaron and Tyler are dressed in more interesting costumes, inspired from a movie they like. Was it Star Wars or Lord of the Rings? Not sure, but Aaron looks damn fine in her long cream gown, and Tyler in his stylized black jacket with gold designs on the sleeves. Then there's Rafe and Megan, and fuck, the word that springs to mind is regal. She's dressed in deep red, red flowers in her dark hair, and he's in a dark gray suit, his hair combed back. Damn it, I must be bored out of my mind to be checking out clothes. Then we have movement. I perk up as Dakota takes the boxes with the rings from my pockets and passes them on to the couples, but then there's another lag as one by one they exchange their vows. I want to ask Dakota if we took so long to get married. I should apologize to everyone for putting them through this. Then again, it's a good feeling, seeing them all gathered here, looking good, looking happy. So I suck it up and grin at my friends. By the time they're done, Lee has started to whine. When he tries to suckle my damn nipple through my shirt, I pass him to his mom. Mom's prettier than me anyway, I inform my son, and earn myself a snicker from Dakota. Ash grins at me from my right as my pretty wife wanders off to sit in the back to breastfeed. He's holding Scott, who's trying to unbutton his dad's shirt while drooling all over it. Shoving my hands in my pockets, I snicker and take in the small crowd that's gathered around us. Behind Ash, there are the Damage Boys with their girls. There's Tess's mom and her boss with his wife, and Aaron's parents who are busy with their grandchildren. The lady in a pink suit looks a lot like Megan, so I'd say it's her mom, and there's Audrey's mom too, and Dakota's parents, and... I frown. And the Lost Boys. I didn't know for sure that they were coming. I knew they'd been placed with Dakota's relatives. That due to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the case and the boys' desire to stay together and close to us, social services agreed to our proposal. Smiling, I head their way. They clean up well, the boys. Dressed in pressed shirts and dark pants, their hair combed, their faces scrubbed clean, they look good. Nothing like the broken creatures we found in that fucking basement, or even later at the clinic. The memory jolts me, but I keep walking, keep my smile on. That's over. Kenneth Shaw is in jail, waiting for his trial, and these kids will be fine if I have anything to say about it. Hey man, their leader of sorts, Quint, greets me and lifts his hand for a high five. We do that, bump fists, and I glance at the rest of them. Glad you made it, boys. Settled in well? They all nod, looking uneasy. Well, they hardly know anyone here, although they've met the rest of the Brotherhood at least once. You'll be just fine, I tell them. You may not realize it yet, but we're family now. And family means a lot to me. Hell, to all of us here. We're not leaving you no matter what, got it? We're not letting you go unless you want to. You're part of the fucking Brotherhood. Dakota's aunts are wincing at my choice of words, but the boys are paying attention, and their eyes are bright. When I was a kid in foster care, I met a girl, Emma. I take 2 steps to stand at their center. She was a sister to me. She decided she was my family. When she turned 18, she got a job, rented an apartment, tracked me down, and adopted me legally. I swallow hard. She fought for me. She proved to me that DNA doesn't matter, that becoming a family is a matter of choice, a matter of caring for someone. What happened to her? The blonde boy Sawyer asks. She died, I say, and my heart thumps hard. But she gave me a family. She showed me I wasn't alone. Well, you aren't alone. Remember that. We're here, whatever you need, even if it's just to talk. They're quiet, but I think my words are slowly sinking in. Then there's an announcement that we can move to the tents where the tables are set for the wedding dinner. It was about time. Weddings make me hungry, and I've got a speech to make. We're seated near the end of one of the long tables where the newlyweds are sitting, and it's damn funny because we're overtaken by small children. It's like a daycare center, only with wedding gowns and suits and tiaras, and lots of wine on the table. It's a good sight. For instance, Lee is still stuck to Dakota's nipple. I know how he feels. Grinning, I stand up and clear my throat. A hush falls over the tables. Poor people. Did anyone warn them I would be the one talking? Evening. I let my glance pass over the many familiar faces. I'll be the one giving the speech tonight, so brace yourselves. I'm not good at this. In fact, I suck, so I hope you're already drunk off your ass. Dakota breathes a horrified, "Zane," from beside me, but then she laughs. Look, I already had the rings and nobody else volunteered, so don't blame me. Oh, did I mention I swear a lot? Better cover your children's ears, because here we go. I raise my glass, shove my other hand in my pocket. Here's to my friends who got married today. I won't be telling embarrassing stories from their childhood or more recent times. I'm going to keep this brief. I just want to wish them all the best, because they are the best, and they deserve all the fucking happiness in the world. I take a sip and put the glass down. This is a small gathering. I look around and see friends and family, so I think it's safe to say that I owe you all my life. This has been a fucking bad time of my life, but you never left my side, never left me behind, never abandoned hope, not even when I did. I feel Dakota's hand slip into mine, and I wrap my fingers around hers. These past 2 years have changed our lives around. We were lost and found. We built a family that keeps growing, with the Brotherhood, the Damaged Boys, and now the Lost Boys. We found amazing girls who put up with us. We had beautiful babies. They're fucking beautiful, guys. Look around you. We're so damn lucky, all of us. That's why I'm not going to tell embarrassing stories about you, because this isn't about the past. This is about the future. So let's eat and drink and have a damn good time. Celebrate all the good things in our lives. Hear, hear, Rafe calls out, and a cheer goes up. To Zane, our friend, our brother. I shake my head, a lump forming in my throat as the glasses go up, and I see smiling faces and happy eyes all around me. Not to me, fucker, to all of us. To a damn good ending. Yeah, I'll drink to that.
You have been listening to Inked Babies, Book 6 of Inked Brotherhood, an epilogue story to the Inked Brotherhood series. Produced by Greg Lawrence. Associate producer Emily Durr. Text copyright 2016 by Joe Raven. Production copyright 2017 by Oh My Audiobooks. All rights reserved. If you enjoyed this audiobook, let us know. Take a quick moment to rate and review it on Audible, so we know we're bringing you audiobooks you'll love.